there is arguably no historical figure buried under as much propaganda, mystification, and outright historical falsification as Stalin. Likewise, there is no historical epoch, apart from Stalin's Soviet Union, that has been so distorted that it is now utterly unrecognizable from how it really was. Up to this day, Stalin is known mainly from Cold War caricatures propagated by the CIA and its accomplices. Stalin foresaw this reality when he said that rubbish would pile on his grave, but Stalin also recognized that the winds of history would sweep it away without mercy. With the winds of history blowing from the east, let us look at Stalin as he really was. Cold War mythology depicts the Soviet Union as a bureaucratic, totalitarian state with an omnipotent Stalin running every minute detail of people's lives. However, this fantastical imagery contradicts all historical facts and basic common sense. To see how and why, let us begin with what is considered the origins of Stalin's Soviet Union, the events immediately following the collectivization. While the entire Western world was dealing with the aftermath of the Great Depression, the Soviet Union was marching forward, vindicating its model despite the chaos in the West. Collectivization had finally put to rest periodic agricultural crises and famines, laid basis for rapid industrialization, rekindled the people's revolutionary spirit, and, as a result, had immensely strengthened Soviet power. However, while collectivization itself required heavy-handed measures, Stalin sought to curb the power of local bureaucrats, democratize the country, and empower the people immediately following the collectivization. Actions that were, in fact, continuation of what was already attempted in the late 1920s. This period was also marked by Stalin's vicious criticism of the bureaucracy. But one of the most serious obstacles, if not the most serious of all, is the bureaucracy of our apparatus. I'm referring to the bureaucratic elements to be found in our party, government, trade union, cooperative, and all other organizations. I'm referring to the bureaucratic elements who batten on our weaknesses and errors, who fear like plague all criticism by the masses, all control by the masses, and who hinder us in developing self-criticism and ridding ourselves of our weaknesses and errors. Not even high-ranking officials were free from that critique. When those officials pleaded to Stalin personally to rein in unfair newspaper criticism of leading officials, he objected and responded by saying, "I consider your proposal risky in that it could objectively lead to curbing of self-criticism, which is unacceptable. Full-on self-criticism activates the masses and creates a stage of siege for all and all kinds of bureaucrats. This is a great achievement." That critical spirit was not only carried into the 30s but magnified tenfold. For example, the leading Soviet newspaper, Pravda, was full of bureaucratic criticism and also insisted that people engage in it. Only an enemy is interested in saying that we, the Bolsheviks, do not notice actual reality. Only an enemy strives to put the rose-colored glasses of self-satisfaction over the eyes of our people. Criticism could be found and was encouraged at all levels of society. The party leadership implored people to write their critique to newspapers. Workers were encouraged to criticize managers and directors at the workplace. Party members were encouraged to critique their nominal superiors, and even consumers had an institutionalized medium to report their grievances. Every foreigner visiting the Soviet Union at that time reported this unprecedented democratic spirit at play. One account stated that, "Nowhere in the world outside the USSR is there such a continuous volume of pitiless criticism of every branch of government, every industrial enterprise, and every cultural establishment. This perpetual campaign of exposure, which finds expression in every public utterance of the leading statesmen, in every issue of the press, and in every trade union and corporate meeting, is not only officially tolerated, but also deliberately instigated as a powerful incentive to improvement, alike in direction and in execution." While one factory director claimed such criticism was an ordeal to him that he tried to avoid, he admitted that any director who suppressed criticism would be severely punished. He would not only be removed, he would be tried. Communist Party rank-and-file members and non-party workers alike were called to discuss and check the actions and decisions taken by the party bureaucrats. For that purpose, Stalin also initiated the so-called cleansing campaign, where every single member of the Communist Party was subjected to rigorous examination in front of an audience. Members were subjected to questions regarding their life history and daily activities, and those deemed unfit, too passive, or incompetent were promptly removed from the party. Even consumers had avenues to criticize shopkeepers. For instance, each Soviet store had a notebook in which customers would write complaints or suggestions. The store's management was compelled by law to respond in writing to criticism and indicate what concrete measures would be taken to address them. Additionally, the early 1930s marked Stalin's other efforts at profound democratization. All the intelligentsia were rehabilitated, literally toleration was being preached, large numbers of prisoners were released from labor camps and prisons, former oppositionists were rehabilitated, kulaks were given rights, the secret police was reformed and its power curbed significantly, while local bureaucrats were being forced to give up all use of terroristic action against the supposed enemies of the people. Instead, party leadership insisted upon education and political work among the masses. Demands for mass expulsion from the countryside and for the use of harsh forms of repression continued to come in from a number of provinces. It looks as if these comrades are willing to replace and are already replacing the political work conducted among the masses with administrative Chekist operations of organs of the GPU and regular police. Any calls to renew those so-called mass operations were explicitly linked to enemy theory. Instead, party leadership initiated a thoroughgoing legal reform intended to lay the basis for an impartial modern legal system with reliable courts and respect for laws. For that purpose, a union-wide procuracy was established for the first time in 1934. The inevitable result of these reforms was the drastic reduction of arrests throughout the early 30s, with most arrests being for thievery, hooliganism, and the like. Not to mention the fact that at that time, far from being merely punitive, the Soviet penal system prided itself on being rehabilitative, trying to reforge common criminals and former class enemies through various corrective initiatives. Furthermore, Stalin was also trying to enact a separation between the party and the state, which was increasingly being muddled. He tried to remove the party from many day-to-day activities and relegate the party's tasks to those of agitation, propaganda, and participation in the selection of cadres. In other words, the party would be there to win the masses over to the cause of communism through political and moral leadership, and not to run the state through cushic bureaucratic positions, which inevitably corrupted the party spirit. In light of this, it should be clear that being a bureaucrat or even a party member at this time didn't mean being comfortable in one's power over and against the masses. To an extent that was true, Stalin, both as a person and as a symbol, not only did not sanctify such state of affairs, but precisely came at the expense of such status quo. Instead of being an embodiment of Soviet bureaucracy at the expense of the people, Stalin was explicitly and unambiguously signifying people's power against the power of corruption of bureaucrats. All of Stalin's efforts at democratizing the Soviet Union culminated in the so-called Stalin Constitution of 1936. Initiated in 1935, the Stalin Constitution was supposed to be, and was, the most democratic constitution in the world. Above and beyond guaranteeing citizens' rights and democratic election to all bodies of power, it also guaranteed satisfaction of the concrete material needs of the people. As opposed to Western constitutions, which were aspirational in nature, the Stalin Constitution was meant to be a practical historical document. The Constitution's necessity stemmed from the significant social and political changes that came from the successful collectivization and implementation of the first five-year plan, which made the 1924 Constitution outdated. However, as one of non-Marxist historian notes, at the same time though, a genuine extension of popular participation was a primary motivation. Stalin and his closest party leaders were personally invested in and responsible for leading the Constitution's writing process. They carefully analyzed Western constitutions and presupposed their achievements. And while following the Cold War propaganda, it is customary to dismiss the Stalin Constitution and all of Stalin's efforts towards democratizations as a ruse and a sham. Non-Marxist historians working with the most recently available archival material cannot find any evidence to suggest that Stalin and the party leadership did not take this seriously. They were adamant about implementing the constitution and its norms, both in public and in private, even if it meant standing against most of the party bureaucracy and parts of the population itself. Above all else, the Stalin constitution guaranteed universal, direct, and free elections, which Stalin saw as the most powerful tool for the people to combat bureaucratism, corruption, and arbitrariness. As one anti-Stalin historian notes, several keynote speakers, including Stalin and Zhdanov, secretary of the Central Committee and the Leningrad Regional and City Committees, stressed the need for multi-candidate secret ballot elections for posts within the party in the Soviets and the unions. They sharply criticized the political culture that had grown increasingly ossified and bureaucratic, stressing the need to reinvigorate governing institutions from below. The plenum, which would provide the future marching orders for the party, thus opened the door to a whirlwind of mass mobilization. Furthermore, the constitution was supposed to help solve one of the most significant issues facing the Soviet Union: the independence and license of local elites, which were usually built around so-called family circles of closely knit groups and were abusing their power by expelling the rank-and-file opposition from the party. Instead of being a completely centralized totalitarian state, the Soviet Union, both in the 30s and after, faced an enormous challenge of independence and unaccountability of local elites, which prevented the state from functioning in an efficient and democratic way. For instance, while regional party organizations were supposed to hold annual elections, the majority of them were not. And when they did, the results were predetermined by the very same elite that was to be challenged in those elections. Elites ignoring, diverting, and modifying central directives, food dragging, and even outright sabotage of Moscow's efforts were realities that Stalin faced. That issue had become most acute in the context of elections guaranteed by the constitution. It was something that most of the bureaucracy, especially its upper echelons, rejected in no uncertain terms. For instance, when Zhdanov gave the main report on the elections at the Central Committee plenum and called for the democratization of the entire party, the conclusion of his speech was marked by complete silence from party members. In light of the customary practices of Central Committee meetings, this was simply unprecedented. On another occasion, party secretaries piled so much criticism towards the proposal that the meeting chair had to intervene. Every time the proposal had to be discussed, party bureaucrats expressed their disdain in one way or another, usually by fear-mongering about giving voice to the enemies of the people or fearing for their own careers. Even the campaign to discuss the constitution among the population was something that officials had to be forced to do. Time and time again, central leaders had communicated their dissatisfaction with the process. Many Soviet and executive committees are badly helping, are not promoting nationwide discussion, are not organizing the recording and generalization of suggestions and amendments. This situation is intolerable. Chairmen of Soviets and Ispolkoms are obliged to ensure a genuine discussion of the draft constitution by all citizens. However, with ceaseless insistence by Moscow, the discussion ended up being an immense achievement. 50 million people participated and made over 40,000 suggestions to the constitution. Those discussions and suggestions, which even anti-Soviet historians had to admit were wide and open in terms of the critiques tolerated, demonstrate to us the desires and aspirations of the Soviet people beyond Western propaganda. As the most recent book on the matter put it, at no point in these discussions can we find any trace of Western liberalism. Although citizens were concerned with bread and butter issues and popular control of local affairs, they were not worried about individual rights or civil protection. Workers and peasants who were not party members displayed a distinctly illiberal attitude on personal freedom. More specifically, the Soviet people most adamantly rejected two constitutional principles, allowing former disenfranchised enemies of the people to vote, and the legal principle of habeas corpus, that is, serving justice only through the legal system. With regards to the latter, their comments represent a traditional, down-to-earth, no-nonsense, setting things straight attitude towards crime, and an intolerance with the procedural niceties of regularized justice. Many could see no reason to wait for an office procurator's approval before arresting and punishing malefactors. Despite that, Stalin insisted on those principles and refused to alter the constitution in that direction. Party bureaucracy, especially party secretaries, however, insisted on the rejection of elections. After being forced to organize the discussions, they then had to be prodded, downbeaten, and threatened to organize the elections they disdained. Their skepticism and dissatisfaction very soon turned into outright sabotage. In light of that, about 15,000 party officials were removed from their positions, and some of them were even tried for sabotaging the process. However, the multi-candidate election in trade union and local party and state organizations did end up happening in 1937. About a half of local officials were voted out in a free, secret election. Higher officials were increasingly adamant about the potential dangers of the upcoming election to the Supreme Soviet, citing example after example of former kulaks and other anti-Soviet elements gaining power and explicitly using it to undermine the Soviet state. They started to plead for so-called mass operations against the enemies of the people. Stalin, however, was unrelenting. They say that this is dangerous, that enemy elements such as white guards, kulaks, priests, and so forth can sneak into the higher organs of Soviet power. But what are they actually afraid of? If they are afraid of wolves, don't go into the forest. If the people do elect dangerous elements, then it would be a sign that our agitation work went badly, and we could fully deserve that disgrace. Some comrades say that it is not advisable to speak openly of one's mistakes, since the open admission of one's mistakes may be construed by our enemies as weaknesses and may be used by them. This is rubbish, comrades, downright rubbish. The open recognition of our mistakes and their honest rectification can, on the contrary, only strengthen our party, raise its authority in the eyes of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals. And this is the main thing. As long as we have the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals with us, all the rest will settle itself. In line with those democratic reforms, the Soviet Union was also unique in democratizing culture itself, fully embracing women's liberation, rejecting colonialism and any form of racism, even in its quasi-scientific and respectable eugenics guise, was a principal matter of state policy and ideology. Conversely, many Western countries had either embraced or entertained eugenics and scientific racism. Speaking of all these processes in the 1930s, even such anti-Soviet historians as Stephen Kotkin could not deny the world historic significance of these reforms. Not only could the USSR under Stalin plausibly claim that it had developed the program and practices of state-guaranteed social welfare to a greater extent than had previously been the case anywhere, but it could do so in a way that contrasted with the fascist reaction, by embracing fully the illustrious European heritage known as the Enlightenment. However, as examples of actual threats started piling up, when NKVD also changed its mind and started insisting against democratization, and when party secretaries started outright demanding the organization of mass operations, Stalin gave in. July 1937 marked the beginnings of what came to be known as the Great Purge. Initially targeted at the enemies of the people identified by the party leaders, the terror was soon turned inwards and targeted the very same bureaucracy that resisted the democratization. It became a populist event, a culmination of the struggle between Stalin and local party elites. But it also showed very tangible problems that the Soviet Union faced. Unrelenting anti-Soviet forces on the ground, largely liberal, self-interested peasant masses, and unaccountable, corrupt bureaucrats. Together with preparations for their upcoming war, those events put any effort at the democratization of the Soviet Union on hold. However, even beyond that, the war itself ended up fundamentally transforming the Soviet Union. In the context of the contingencies of the war and the absolute necessity to win it, the most immediate measure of efficiency trumped everything else. Whether you could produce military equipment as fast as possible using any means necessary was more important than how good and honest communist you were. Stalin simply had no choice but to recognize that for the duration of the war at least, the country would be run by local leaders with little to no oversight from Moscow. This allowed the Soviet Union to claim the victory of world historic significance and save the world from the Nazi disease, but the price the Soviet Union had to pay was simply immeasurable. all the work of the 30s to curb the independence and unaccountability of the bureaucracy and democratize the Soviet Union was wiped out. Then, with the war ending, not only were local elites stronger than ever, but the entire pre-war Communist Party was destroyed. More than half of the party joined the Red Army and perished in the war. The most militant, non-party population, the first to join the Red Army, also perished. Much like the Civil War in 1918 wiped out the proletariat, which formed the social basis for Bolshevik power, the Second World War wiped out the most militant supporters of Stalin and his efforts to democratize the country. While in the pre-war period the Communist Party was dominated by workers and peasants, with white-collar workers comprising only a minority of the party, after the war the latter became a majority. Worse yet, most of the new party members had little to no familiarity with the intricacies of Marxist theory. Stalin and his leadership recognized this early on. In order to fight those developments, they initiated the so-called Zhdanov Doctrine, which was supposed to reinvigorate the spirit of Marxism-Leninism at the expense of technocratic and Americanizing tendencies then present and powerful. New party members were not vetted, and after being admitted to the party they had no guidance. Individual work was being substituted by one-size-fits-all technocratic and coercive approaches, and ideological and political work among the masses was completely ignored. In light of this, all sorts of means were used to try to force party bureaucrats into submitting to the spirit of party discipline and into educating themselves in politics, political economy, Marxist theory, as well as in so-called practical matters. Reportedly, Stalin's leadership even prepared a new draft party program in 1947, which announced democratization as an explicit and immediate task. To quote from it, "The development of socialist democracy on the basis of the completion of the construction of a classless socialist society will increasingly convert the dictatorship of the proletariat into the dictatorship of the Soviet people. As each member of the whole population is gradually drawn into day-to-day management of state affairs, the growth of the population's communist consciousness and culture and the development of socialist democracy will lead to the progressive dying out of forms of compulsion in the dictatorship of the Soviet people and to a progressive replacement of measures of compulsion by influence of public opinion, to a progressive narrowing of the political functions of the state and to the conversion of the state into, in the main, an organ of the management of the economic life of society." This is how an anti-Stalin Russian historian familiar with this document summarized it. In particular, the draft concerned the development of the democratization of the Soviet order. This plan recognized as essential a universal process of drawing workers into the running of the state, into daily active state and social activity, on the basis of a steady development of the cultural level of the masses and a maximal simplification of the functions of state management. It proposed in practice to proceed to the unification of productive work with participation in the management of state affairs, with a transition to the successive carrying out of the state functions of state management by all working people. It also expatiated upon the idea of the introduction of direct legislative activity by the people. Nor was the principle of election of management ignored. For this, the maximum possible development of independent voluntary organizations were seen as important. However, it was finally recognized in 1948 that the efforts towards invigoration and democratization were not leading anywhere. With post-war reconstruction being the utmost priority, and with a profound lack of competent managers to freely choose from, those efforts were largely ignored or outright dismissed by the party bureaucracy, which was now largely shaped by the experiences of war, where the goal of industrial efficiency trumped all others, and who were inculcated in the values of unquestioned loyalty to direct supervisors. Many of the new post-war bureaucrats even lacked basic knowledge of the party history, understanding of politics, and even the most basic skills of bureaucratic maintenance, bookkeeping, and stenography. Even the population, ever so eager to respond to calls to denounce their superiors before the war, were less willing to critique them now. As such, Stalin had to make a temporary truce with technocratic tendencies in the party. The truce was about to end just before Stalin's death, when he was already organizing a new purge of the party. We cannot know for certain how it would have developed, but we do know for sure that the primary target of the purge was the old guard of the party, the same old guard that would end up establishing the gerontocracy, forming the basis of nomenclature and ultimately leading to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And if Stalin's last major work, Economic Problems in the USSR, is any guide, Stalin was ready to fundamentally reform the Soviet economy in a way not dissimilar to that of Deng's reforms in China. Unfortunately, the purge was cut short by Stalin's death, and the bureaucracy ended up denouncing Stalin, occluding the reality of the masses outside of state bureaucracy, and hence consolidating its grip on power. All those historical facts fly in the face of those historical falsifiers who take the Soviet Union to be a so-called totalitarian state with Stalin as an all-powerful leader over the people. But even beyond that, they do not understand that the Soviet state, and especially the Communist Party, were incredibly understaffed and lacked proper communication networks with regards to the actual and most basic tasks they had to fulfill. The majority of the country, especially the rural areas, either lacked Communist Party presence or didn't have it in sufficient numbers, especially after the war, when even the meager pre-war party presence in the countryside was destroyed. In that respect, Stalin was always fighting an uphill battle as far as his efforts to democratize the Soviet Union were concerned. And with regards to Stalin's so-called authoritarianism, its primary target was not the people, but precisely the bureaucracy that often came at the people's expense. It is for that reason, as we have shown, that when they were encouraged to speak up directly to state representatives about their desires, the people's complaints were not an encroachment by the state upon individual or collective liberties, but precisely the opposite, a lack of sufficiently strong state with enough presence in the country. But beyond historical interest, what lessons for today can we draw from Stalin and his efforts at democratization of the Soviet Union? One thing that Stalin took as his mortal sin, and that most leftists even today fail to understand, is one-sidedness. For instance, Stalin recognized that every democratization and decentralization at one level must be contemporaneous with centralization at another level, and vice versa. It is for that reason that not only is there no contradiction between people's power at the grassroots level and Stalin's centralization of power at the expense of the bureaucracy, but they actually condition one another. It is for the same reason that Chinese people were most empowered and showed the most sustained effort at democratization during the heights of Mao's cult of personality, where they used that cult to beat corrupt bureaucracy into submission. One-sided decentralization that is so popular among the so-called libertarians mean nothing more than submission to the status quo of local establishments or to the blind impersonal forces of capital and unaccountable deep state. After all, the state, as a central power, is not an appendage to reality, but itself represents something objective in that reality and beyond itself. Likewise, exactly the same can be said of one-sided centralization that is so common among most dogmatic Marxist-Leninists, who see any form of decentralization as a corruption of the beauty of the veneer of centralization. Dogmatic, formal understanding of centralization, which fails to understand its dialectic with necessary dynamism and decentralization at another level, must necessarily end up in ignorance of objectivity that comes at the expense of any calcification of the state. It is for that reason that both Khrushchev's decentralizing and Americanizing tendencies are just another side of Brezhnev's centralizing and Russifying tendencies. Both represented the calcification of the power of the elites at the expense of the people. The name of Stalin signifies the difficult but the only correct road to socialism between such deviations of one-sidedness. Where others lay empty one-sided solutions for all times and for all places, Stalin signifies the openness of the meaning and form of socialism, as well as the actual hard work of relating to concrete circumstances through concrete means. For this reason, he comes at the expense of any calcification of the here and now. This is why Stalin was so despised and feared by Soviet bureaucrats. They knew that as long as Stalin was alive, his threatening gaze would never let them feel comfortable, but would forever be forcing them to submit to the people. Whereas others try to lure the people away from their power and liberation by the temporary respite of discipline, Stalin signifies the hard Marxist truth that freedom and liberation are nothing else than insight into necessity. Stalin signifies the only true center of the people, and for this, even up to this day, he is fondly remembered by millions and millions of people around the world as their hero.
Infrared Show, we're a platform for Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity in the post-COVID world.
Sounds good. I want to throw it to Has.
Basically, my view on this issue of voter fraud, I don't know if there's widespread voter fraud in America. I haven't been convinced of anything. I'm sure it happened in the past, somewhere along America's history, but basically I think this issue is a complete distraction and is a complete, basically, waste of time. The fact of the matter is, there is a fundamental division in America. Certain places, geographically, demographically, vote for different candidates. It's not an evenly distributed voter base in terms of partisan affiliation across geographic and demographic lines. And I think more attention should be paid to this division rather than nothing burger issues such as voter fraud and voter ID.
Actually kind of agree with the Leninist Marxists in the sense that this is bullshit.
I think there's always been at least some level of voter fraud. To the level and extension of it, right, always seems to come down to how much evidence you can find, right? So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of nuance about that particular conversation. But at this time, I'd like to point out, everybody, especially here in the Central Florida area, right, it's hurricane season. Make sure you get yourself a DC to AC inverter, right? That way you can plug it into your vehicle. You can have AC electric.
The first question I have is this really what convinced you that these parties that are in power, whoever's doing it, are corrupt and are committed to being in power at the expense or regardless of the people's will, and they'll do anything they can to stay in power? And second of all, the very reason why they're still in power, the very reason why nobody can challenge their authority is because they always whip up these bullshit partisan nothing burgers that divides people on one of the two sides, and people end up saying, well, I gotta go vote for the Democrats to stop those Republicans, or I gotta go vote for those Republicans to stop the Democrats. Nobody really thinks about, why don't we starve the machine and vote for third parties and actually not vote for either of these two parties, because that's actually going to be the only way that whatever corruption is going on, whatever it is, and I don't know the extent of it, can actually be challenged and actually be stopped. Because the thing is, even if you prevail in eliminating all voter fraud in America, guess what? These parties are still corrupt, and they're still going to do shady, dirty things that undermine American democracy. So that's my view.
Agreed.
Hey, wait. All right, Spark.
Agreed. But until you look at yourself in the mirror and say, who am I really voting for? Are they doing what we want as a whole, not just what you want on the right or what I want on the left? We're not going to get anywhere. And as far as Haas is concerned, I hope that he could get a chance to have his political ideology seen. Do I think it's going to win? Fuck no. But at least if he believes in it and he's an American and he believes it'll help America be a better country, that's what we're all supposed to want, right? Third parties, any party, I don't care. I just don't want to see this bullshit keep happening where we citizens are fighting each other over a corrupt government that's just going to tell us to fuck ourselves, which is what's happened this past election.
Thank you. I don't know if I said this at the beginning, but if we could steer away from personal attacks, that'd be just generally, just try to keep that in mind. Let's go to
somebody personally.
I mean the Frenchy thing. It was that, I don't know if it's necessarily, being French isn't bad, but
it is bad.
Well, that is an opinion.
Horrible.
It is.
we all love France. Let's go to Has.
Not me. Can't stand French people.
Wow.
I did not come very prepared on the issue of voter fraud, but then again, it's not very much of interest to me specifically, but I do think the divisions in America are very real divisions, and my goal is to focus on creating a united American politics so that people will stop fighting each other instead of focusing on the true enemy, which is corporate America and the 1%.
We will certainly see. Let's go to Haas.
I think that the question of whether this virus was man-made should be investigated. But I think both sides have not actually been paying attention to the more probable question that deserves more attention, which is, why is there an assumption that, given the fact that in July of 2019, there was a very bizarre shutdown at the U.S. Institute for the the Institute of Infectious Diseases, there was a rise of so-called e-cigarette vaping product use, lung injuries. There was an early flu season. And furthermore, in March of 2019, the virus was detected in the sewers of Barcelona in Spain. I just think that people aren't paying enough attention to Fort Detrick. Now, I agree with Dylan that the Wuhan, specifically the Wuhan lab leak, is being used for a new Cold War against China. That's why we see establishment media, Jon Stewart and all of these people peddling this theory. It's why Biden is starting to ease into peddling this theory. And I think it's a distraction from the fact that there's a high probability, or at least it's worth investigating, whether this virus originated from the U.S. military. I'm not really convinced that it originated in Wuhan. I think that it was just first discovered in Wuhan by Chinese scientists.
Cool. Thank you. Let's go to Redneck.
I find it hilarious that our Leninist actually has the research showing 2019.
It's called I forgot what it's called when you weaponize a virus, but China did this already with COVID. They did it with COVID-1. So it's not a stretch to say that they would do it.
Gain of function.
Wait, here's the question though. Who gains more from the coronavirus crisis? Is it China, which was already flourishing beforehand, or is it the American liberal deep state?
No, it's big corp. It's big corp.
That's what I think too. I think it's the American deep state and big corporations who had the most to gain from this virus, because they're the ones who feel that they need to change America and society as extremely as they do, whereas China has been flourishing and China didn't need this virus. China handled the virus in its own way.
Even if I agree that's the case, it doesn't mean that that's a reason, a motive, or that's...
No, I agree, but I just wonder, why are people not paying attention to what happened at Fort Detrick? Why has this not been investigated?
Fort Detrick, yeah.
Fort Detrick,
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, New Jersey.
Yeah, but it just seems like all you'd be doing is trading one corporate corporate/deep state, right, with giving that deep state complete authoritarian control in order to achieve a utopia that, quite frankly, is not achievable. And this is evidenced by China's their military actions against Taiwan. Every year they go out and conduct
but this would be like
force against Taiwan.
Right, but this would be like if Florida
Taiwan really wants to do is to be left alone.
We
right?
waged
so
the waged the Civil War when the South seceded. We waged the Civil War.
One at a time.
Taiwan has always been part of China, so this would be like if the South seceded from America.
No, it hasn't.
Taiwan
yes,
is the only legitimate China.
For many centuries, it was part of China. It was the British, and it was colonial interventions, and then it was the Chinese.
It wasn't. It was a big political movement that happened inside of China.
This Chinese Civil War, you're right, but both sides agreed. There's only one China, and Taiwan's a part of that China. They just disagreed about who rules that.
So then you wouldn't have a problem with Taiwan being the only legitimate recognized government of China then, right?
If they can win the support of the Chinese people, sure, but they haven't. The majority of the Chinese people are for the People's Republic of China government.
So your solution then to the people in Hong Kong would be what exactly?
The Chinese government is accommodating toward the political wishes of them to govern how they want, but they cannot secede and allow themselves to be a military base for foreign countries to be against China. If they want to have their political system and their policies, China doesn't care. As long as you don't try and secede and say that this is not part of the Chinese nation.
Thank you. That certainly sounds like politics.
I'm going to say it so sorry it didn't happen. I'm sorry. I'm done with the bullshit. So many
Yeah, but you already said that, so let's move on.
Without anything provided. So I'm done with this shit.
They have gain of function.
Hang on. What gives you the fucking moral authority to go, I'm fucking done with this. You guys are you're crazy. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's
I'm
be
asking you to backing up your claims.
Hang on. Hang on, I'm gonna ask you one question. Okay, fuck it all. It's natural. It's natural, geek. It's natural. What the fuck can a government do to fix it when it happened? Tell me one thing that the government has
answer that
done that would have
question?
prevented it from fucking spreading.
No, I go
No,
next.
I'm asking geek.
I go
No,
next.
I'm
okay.
asking geek.
All right, Dylan's next after that.
Geek.
All right, well, Geek,
No,
if
come
Geek
on,
doesn't
Geek.
want to respond.
I just one question.
The same shit
He doesn't
that
want to
they would
because
do
he
if
has no
it was
fucking answer.
weaponized.
He has no fucking answer
I just answered.
because nobody has an answer.
Oh wait,
Holy
Geek.
All right,
fuck, you're
if I could just back up something. Sorry, your name is Redneck. If I could back up something you said, I think people miss this. This is an important point. So if you're saying trust the scientific consensus, let me ask you a question. There was a time about 100 years ago in which the scientific consensus in America was eugenics, scientific racism, all of that stuff, and there were people who rejected that despite what the scientists were saying. So I don't think scientists are gods, and you have to listen to whatever
Planned
they
Parenthood.
No.
and
Yeah,
you have to
eugenics
listen
people.
and you have to listen to whatever they say without any criticism. I think people should be thinking critically,
If they
thinking
could-
independently.
Look,
Do
if
not
science
do
gets
not
used-
blindly trust institutions. Second of all, this whole thing about how it could have been handled, I actually don't think it was Trump's fault. I think it was just America in general was. Even if we had a liberal president, we still would have seen all of the same problems. Maybe Trump made it worse. I can concede to that. But ultimately, America was not prepared for this virus. The nature of our society makes it so that we just cannot coordinate and organize at like the level of South Korea or these Asian countries or whatever, where we can just kind of have this social cohesion to be able to respond to viruses and have, harmonious lockdown. It's just, I think politicizing it was a little bit dumb in my view.
Why
Let me-
it's supposedly
I bet I
people
know
laugh.
that
No,
bitch.
Then bring him on. Then bring him on. Bring him on.
Spoken.
I bet I know that
Maddie
bitch's
entire
name.
Maddie
fucking
Explorer.
time. I've not spoken on this entire fucking topic, so you can sit there and let me fucking finish. I made a fucking hat waiting. So here's
You
the
make a
thing.
hat.
Like, I feel like it's cuckoo banana pants in here. People talking about like conspiracies and this. Here's the thing. We talked about, it was proven that China released COVID-1. I believe you're referring to the one that happened in 2003, that over a 14-year investigation was proven false, that it was from nature. It wasn't from China releasing it like maliciously. So like we can just toss that out the fucking window. And second of all, like the notion that like, but there's this big conspiracy and like it's the corporate cabal. It is cuckoo banana pants. And like the fact that everyone here is like echo chambering, being like, yes, no, I too have done my research into this. It's like, have you done your research? Because like, and then the whole thing about science where it's like, science used to believe this, science used to believe this. Yeah, so here's the whole thing about the scientific method and how we approach it is that like science comes up with hypotheses that they then test and they look for correlations that then would provide some sort of path forward for how to treat things. And that's why we've been able to make the advances that we have, which is why scientific consensus, especially when it's based in peer-reviewed studied
Eugenics.
like that, there's a reason for that. Okay, listen,
Eugenics.
again, I'm not fucking
Can I-
finished.
can we-
Thank
can I
you.
respond
Okay,
to
I
that?
can also
Okay.
scream fucking random.
Yeah, you're on the
words, okay?
list.
Let me fucking finish. Yeah, and so I don't know. It's just so fucking stupid. And you want to ask, well, how can we prevent deaths from COVID? Want to know what countries had the lowest death rate,
No,
the lowest
I asked
infection rate,
what
the
you could
lowest?
do.
No,
You
shut
guys
the fuck
turn
up.
it.
I'm not done. I'm not
Jesus.
done. I'm not done. Just focus on the road while I'm doing this, and then you don't have to listen to me
Answer the
ever
right
again.
fucking question
and then you
then,
don't have to listen.
shitball.
Then you have to listen to me
All right.
ever
Let's
again.
let
okay?
Maddie wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay, listen. So, like, I want to talk about, what would be a good approach to prevent deaths? There are so many examples of other countries that did a much better job than the United States of preventing infection and preventing spread, isolating the virus, and then preventing hospitalizations and deaths. Countries like New Zealand, like Australia, like Canada, like Taiwan, like South Korea, like Japan, like Vietnam. There's literally fucking examples.
You mean third world
we
countries
need
that
to
use
figure-
hydroxychloroquine and
No,
other drugs that
it's-
we weren't allowed
it's-
to?
I didn't
Yeah,
realize
okay.
South Korea, Japan, and Australia were third world countries, but that's so fascinating. I'll be sure to let them know in my next
I
fucking
said like
newsletter.
those other
So,
third
again,
world
this is
countries
not a
too.
question
Yeah?
and answer session. This is not a question
Pick
and answer
one
session.
out of the
This
three.
is me weighing in. This is me fucking weighing in, my dude. So listen, like, again, this is so fucking stupid. We might as well be debating the likelihood that our president is actually a lizard person coming in from the center of the earth to take over and sell the earth to Mars. So that's what I think, and this is so stupid, and I'm flabbergasted. Also,
thank you
I'm
very
good
much.
at art.
You still wear a mask? I
You-
bet you still
All right.
wear a mask, don't you?
We will go to Aircraft Sparky, who will hopefully respond to the Cuckoo Banana Pants argument, then to Dylan.
Well, what
By
about
the
me?
way-
Because I got to respond to that.
And then Haas after. Sorry, we're nearly out of time. Would everybody be cool just doing closing statements and putting your final thoughts in those?
Yeah, but I have
Are-
5 points that I'll put in my closing statement.
Okay. Cool. Well, we'll start with Haas.
Okay, first point. Calling something crazy is not an argument. Second of all, I don't think anyone's interested in the scientist chatter. They're not on the panel, so their opinion doesn't matter. Scientific institutions have never been uncritically accepted by the brilliant contributors and innovators in science. If they just accepted consensus, there would have never been any actual real progress in science. Don't act like the consensus model of scientific truth is God's spoken word, because you clearly know nothing about the philosophy of science. It's a very controversial viewpoint. It by no means is some kind of religious truth. Fourth, scientists don't have a monopoly on talking about the origins of COVID, because the motivations and operational capabilities of deep state actors, etc., is outside the realm of virology. Okay, so we're not even talking about viruses and the nature of viruses. We're talking about something that's outside of the scope of so-called scientific experts. And the notion that individuals can't criticize institutional narratives is actually extremely dangerous. It promotes institutional stagnation and allows those in power to have zero accountability in the name of hiding behind scientific experts. We just have to listen to the experts, right? Fifth, why were there so many mixed messages about masks and lockdowns in the beginning stages of the virus's outbreak by Fauci and those in power? They were demonizing China for wearing masks and having lockdowns, but suddenly America in an emergency situation had to adopt it themselves. So why should the American people trust these experts when the first thing they did was demonize China for the preventative measures China was doing? And oh, China's a dystopian, horrible, Orwellian state. That's what the people in power, the liberals, were saying who were against Trump. So I think both sides of the aisle, political aisle, deserve blame for how COVID was handled in America. And I think talking about New Zealand and Australia and wherever else is completely irrelevant, because those are different societies. And also they're islands, okay? But if that doesn't matter, they're completely different societies than American society. So politicizing it in the first place is a complete waste of time. That's my closing statement. That's it.
Science is a liar sometimes. It's a bitch, right? It's no different than the Always Sunny skit. It's the same argument. No one is arguing that, oh, scientists said it, therefore just accept it simply at that point. When I thought this was implied with it, that it also came with peer review. For example, Infrared brought up the fact of, well, what about eugenics? That was considered scientific consensus for a good period of time. That is true. But then, when the 1935 peer review panel by the Carnegie Institution and concluded that the Eugenic Research Office was basically doing nothing of merit, 4 years later, it lost all of its funding. After the peer review and the critical analysis from other great minds in science, that's when eugenics started to meet the wayside. Eugenics was proven to be an irreputable side of science that had no backing, and after peer review came out, after they analyzed the facts, that's when eugenics fell to the wayside. Infrared can doubt and laugh. I don't know, maybe Infrared is eugenics.
Well, I can't respond because it's closing statement, so it is what it is.
Well, then why are you talking?
Do I have to be here? Are we done? Can I just leave?
What?
Yeah, I'll just leave.
Oh, you can act like a little bitch if you want, but it's closing statements.
Thanks for coming.
Well, yeah. I don't gotta listen to you guys. When I can't respond.
Oh, you're right. So you're just gonna just read from an article without posting the article.
all right,
I will debate for more hours. I'm willing to debate more about it. So don't call me a fucking pussy. They want to end the fucking show. I'm willing to debate more.
You're the one interrupting during closing statements. You can.
Because he was fucking addressing my facial expressions. Oh, I can't make facial expressions.
That's the point we're at. Sorry.
Anyway,
Please continue, Dylan.
eugenics was shown.
Bitch.
Okay. Hi, everyone. All right. So, animals are inherently valuable. Consciousness is inherently valuable. And the inconsideration of sentient beings is inherently wrong. That is essentially what I'm going to be arguing when I say that veganism is an ethical obligation. An obligation is a duty or a responsibility. Now, I'm arguing from a Hegelian position, something that I know that has, at least tacitly, endorses, at least from what I've seen, he endorses. So hopefully we can make some headway there. So, all conscious beings have interests, desires, and the capacity to feel pain and pleasure. When we are considering conscious beings and conscious interests, we are considering what is the foundation of value and ethics as a whole. If we are to agree with the Hegelian position, then what we are understanding is that there is a right and a wrong entailed in the world itself. It's objective. It's not determined by you or me or any given party. It is something which is right, and that we can discover that it is right and then make it a law, make it a rule. I would say that we have already done such a thing. We already have laws, numerous laws, which protect the rights, the life, and liberty of individuals within the state, and usually humans. Of course, this wasn't always the case. The law used to protect classes of individuals particularly, and even still is inadequate in many cases to protect the overall interests of the general population, even humans, not just animals. Veganism is this consideration. Veganism is the consideration that animals are not being respected and treated equally in the eyes of the law, as in their interests, their desires, and their preferences are not being met with reasonable consideration. We aren't considering that the pain of an animal having its throat slit is not justified because we wish to eat them, because we wish to overpower them. We are considering ourselves more valuable simply based on an identity which we have constructed rather than something which is true by nature. If we are to be honest with ourselves and we are to be honest with the reality that we are spawned from, the unnecessary suffering of any conscious being defies what we are trying to do in ethics. That is express consciousness and subjectivity to the greatest overall possible degree, to create principles which genuinely reflect the interests and value.
One moment, I'm sorry, Lewis. Infrared, please no burgers in my window, thank you.
And pigs, dude, pigs are so weirdly similar to us. Monkeys too, probably, or apes. Chimpanzees are probably like a cursed human tribe that was exiled from fucking ancient, the Noah's Ark or some shit. Did you guys know this? How are pigs similar? Dude, look at a pig's eyes. Look at a pig's eyes, dude. Let me show you this. Just look at a pig. This is a pig. What the fuck? There's transplants between pig organs and human organs. Did you know that? Pigs are very similar to humans. Their skin is very similar. People tattoo on pigs to fucking experiment. Pigs are weirdly too smart. What's up with that? They're smart. They use them for heart surgery. Just think about it, dude. Think about it. Let me show you this. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. This looks like, dude, look at its hands. Look at its fucking hands, dude. These came from humans. These came from humans. Think about it. Look at its hands, dude. This motherfucker, look at its face. It looks like a chimpanzee. It's got the eyes, the ears. It's got a cartilage mouth. That motherfucker's smiling. This is the descent, dude. Yeah. 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 What the fuck? Whale hands. What the fuck? These are literally whale hands. Whales literally is the same thing. It's the same shit, dude. These are all lost human tribes that evolved for being separate for too long. Damn. Look. You don't believe me? Look at this. Explain. Okay, scientists, explain that. Okay, Eva, I believe in Darwin evolution. Okay, then explain this. Go ahead, explain it. I'm waiting. Explain this. Explain this. No, we didn't evolve from a... Yeah, the common ancestor is fucking Adam or something. It's a human. Humans gave birth to all of fucking animals in the mammalian world. Animals became from human. This is a human and a tiger. So let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, chat? Let's say a guy goes and lives in the forest and he just starts like being savage and shit. And he just like starts adapting to his environment. And then he brings a woman with him and they have a baby. And they keep doing that shit, living in that forest, adapting to it. Eventually, they're going to change. Eventually, how they look will change. Yeah? Eventually, how they look will change.
What should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to Cyrodiil. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Why am I playing as an Imperial? Because what else would I be, dude? I'm either going to be a Red Guard or an Imperial. And I'm not African, so I'm an Imperial. One of those two is the only thing that makes sense. What would I be, a Breton? I'm not French. What would I be, a Nord? I'm not from Scandinavia. The only option is a Mediterranean or North African. But I'm not African.
You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to
a Khajiit? If you're a Khajiit, get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking weirdo. All you Khajiits and Argonians, you fucking ruined the game. Like, I don't know if you needed to get the fucking hint. This is supposed to be a medieval fantasy game. It's not fucking... You're not supposed to have a tail, okay? That's just like an option they give you. You're not actually supposed to do it. This is a fucking... This is like Game of Thrones. Why the fuck would you be a fucking lizard or a fucking cat furry, you fucking weirdo? Like, those are supposed to be characters in... You're not actually supposed to be those, dude. It's like a... It's like a gimmick. You're not actually supposed to be that. You literally ruin the game for yourself by being a fucking Argonian or some shit. All you do is ruin the game for yourself. Argonians are not Vietnamese. Fucking talking about. Please get out of my way! It's gonna speed run. Isn't there a way to glitch this? Hey, go, dude! Fuck out of my way. Fuck every college! Now give me one fucking reason why colleges should be around, huh? One fucking reason. Tell me what you can learn in college that you don't learn on the internet. What do you learn in college that you don't learn on the internet? The only thing you could learn is hands-on stuff. So college, it can only be trade school. Trade school is all that fucking matters. Fuck college. Waste of fucking time. Thoughts on Soviet polytechnical education? There was no internet. There was no internet back then. There was no internet back then. I don't want free college. I want no college. I don't want free college. I want no college. You network at university, bro. That's the entire point. Network my ass. Network it with your nose by smelling it after I fart on the face of your fucking college. I'm gonna ask Chad a question. You think real love exists in this world? You think people care about each other? Really? That same love, that same care, they will extend that. They're starting to extend it to chickens now, too. For chickens, too. For cows and chickens. That's what you're worth. That's what you're worth. A chicken and a cow. Don't forget that. All the compassion someone has to you is the same they would give to a fucking chicken. This is what y'all fucking defending. This is what y'all defend every fucking day in my fucking chat.
Smooth like vegan mayo, so good it doesn't come from an animal. Mayo, mayo, mayo. Instead of eggs, I use soya from the soil. Smooth like vegan mayo, so good it doesn't come from an animal. Mayo, mayo, mayo. Instead of eggs, I use soya from the soil.
And you're trying to tell me this is our future. This is what we must all become. Just like that guy. We're going to become that, right? Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah, what this world is becoming. Astaghfirullah, what this world is becoming.
Did the Taliban use force to take the 10 provinces it now controls? Or did the provinces come voluntarily?
I think you should redirect this question to the people. It's for them to assess whether force was actually needed to take control of 10 large provinces in little more than a week. The government forces have much more resources and equipment than we do. Above all else, they get financial and political help from other countries.
The Taliban took over fucking Afghanistan like steak cuts, like fucking a knife cuts butter. They are literally the representatives of the Afghan people. They are literally wildly popular. Wildly popular for this to fucking be possible. The minute America fucked off, they just took over. Imagine that. Fucking waste of 20 years of fucking war, wasting fucking taxpayer dollars for the fucking military defense contractors. For what? Who's gonna pay for the 20 wasted years? They went in Afghanistan 20 years ago, nothing happened. 20 years later, nothing happened. It went back to exactly how it was before. The only fucking difference is that Americans got fucking ripped off. But I'm kind of sick of having to fucking convince you dumbasses. Just wake the fuck up. Sit on fucking Twitch and bitch about China, and you're getting fucking ripped off by your politicians and by your fucking government.
Countries. How could this advance on the ground happen then? Is there any other explanation?
A lot of Western countries are now accusing the Taliban of trying to take control of Afghanistan by force. The United States warns that would lead to Afghanistan's isolation, and the Taliban will be in isolation once again.
We want to have good relations with all countries around the world, especially with our neighbors and the countries in our region. We maintain.
This is a Pakistani invasion. Cope more, dude. Cope more.
In contact with them, and we want good relations. But we also want the countries that still don't understand the reality of what's happening on the ground in Afghanistan. Those countries that came to Afghanistan 20 years ago, we want them to understand who represents the Afghan people. Those countries put those who are now in power in place, and they gave them a lot of money. If we put all those dollars on the ground, they would cover the entire territory of Afghanistan.
What is my stance on Iran? What are you asking me?
But where did that money go? It went into the pockets of certain people who then moved abroad with this money. These countries know there is corruption here, but they still support a regime which can't control itself. How can it serve the people? We said that during the meetings, and we say again, these countries have to understand the reality. Why are people forced to have something they don't want? Something that contradicts the principles and values of the people.
Taliban forces entered the heart of the Afghan capital, Kabul, today, the culmination of a rapid advance and retaking of control.
Displaced by fighting elsewhere.
From the force.
Taliban forces entered the heart of the Afghan capital, Kabul, today, the culmination of a rapid advance and retaking of control.
We'd been warned, but this...
Iran is imperializing Iraqi goods like tomatoes. So what do you want from me? Okay, I'm gonna fucking break this down for you guys, because it's not really clear. Everyone always asks me, Haas, what's your opinion on this country? Do you support this country? How about it's none of my fucking business? That's what happens after American unipolar fucking imperialism. You just stop fucking trying to make other countries your own fucking business. If a country's a fucking puppet of America, then I'm gonna shit on them. If a country's whatever, it's their business.
This was the first time that we realized something was happening. Gunfire followed by people running. Police vehicles suddenly appearing on the streets that were emptying fast. Within minutes, helicopter gunships appeared over the presidential palace and government buildings in the center of Kabul. Anti-missile systems firing chaff into the air. The Taliban had entered the city and the American pilots knew it. For hours they circled above, but there was nothing they could do to stop the takeover of the capital.
Are you Shia or Sunni? Everyone is a fake. Everyone is a fake. They're all fakes. Everyone, all these religious people who talk to you, they are fake. They're all fucking fake. They're both fake. They're all fake.
Capital. Occasional gunfire ripped through the air. Throughout the day, Chinook helicopters ferried United States Embassy staff to the international airport. Road moves deemed far too dangerous. It harked back to the images of the ignominious retreat of the US from Vietnam. An image President Biden said.
Shias do not share a special connection. In fact, one of my biggest fucking stalkers who's doing everything in their power to destroy me is a Shia. Shias are not connected. We have no connection to each other. We have no special connection. None. We share nothing. All these fucking bums come up to me, hey, I'm also a Shia. And I get the fuck out of my face. I don't fucking know who you are. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't care about Shias. I don't care about Sunnis. I care about people who have awakened to the true evil of this world and are trying to fucking live after witnessing it. That's who I fucking care about. Fuck about you fake religious people. Motherfucking coping, fucking denying reality. Never even seen the real evil in this world because it's fucking in your heart.
Said wouldn't be repeated, but this still photograph may well come back to haunt the president in the days to come. In Kabul, crowds gathered to welcome the Taliban. They greeted speakers with enthusiasm. I hear a lot of shouting near the presidential palace. I watched as the Taliban entered the very heart of this country's government. I think it's a procession of the Taliban. Yes, it is. There's the white flag, and they're coming down the street just next to us. Inside the presidential palace, they rammed home this remarkable takeover, posing in the offices of power, a power that after 2 decades of trying has failed to finish them. The tension in Kabul has been at bursting point. As we left our hotel to see what was going on, the Taliban were right in front of us. They stared, but let us pass. It won't be like this for long. These streets are usually heaving with people and cars. They were deserted. Traffic jams are a permanent fixture here, the reason army and police checkpoints. Now, though, we pass through unimpeded. These heavily armed mini-fortresses now unmanned. Once again, the Afghan soldiers have melted away. We're in just a...
Lebanese Shias are the OG Shias. Nobody's an OG Shia. You know what I fucking think? I think everybody made shit up about the fucking past. Everybody just made shit up. It's all fake history. Nobody's a fucking OG. People just make shit up. So you mean to tell me, get the fuck out of here. That's what I think too. We just need the USSR back. They were right. All these religious people in power, look what they fucking did. They were right. They were right. Only atheists can have a real connection to God. They were right. Fucking fake religious people. The most evil scumbags on earth.
Very short while after the arrival of the Taliban and news had spread through the city, the streets are really empty. I mean, we were here only...
Here's what I hope will happen. I hope the Taliban is more neutral, national movement now. And I hope a new movement will arise from the Taliban of Marxist-Leninist Xi Jinping thought. For Afghan conditions, with Afghan characteristics, and they take over. That's what I hope. You mean like girls in Afghanistan who were finally able to get education, where the Taliban were kicked out of power? No, I don't mean them. Listen, don't try to play emotional fucking games with me. Don't try to play emotional games with me. By the way, because I'm hearing conflicting shit. I'm hearing the Taliban is not banning education again, and they've changed. But don't give me your little bullshit. Because I could just bring up to you the little boys and children who were raped under the fucking U.S. government because of practices that the Taliban had banned, but were revived because of the U.S. government. Lol, human. No, because I just fucking got you. What about Baka Bazai, huh? You want to defend that? Then stop being fucking emotional. Unless you want to defend Baka Bazi, don't fucking try to be emotional with me. There's ugliness on both sides. And it's just as ugly. Don't try to fucking get emotional with me. Oh yeah, there was definitely no sexual abuse by the Taliban. They banned the practice of bacha bazi. Okay? So even if it did happen, it was nowhere near. It's like you're saying, oh, there was no women's education under the Taliban. Yeah, there was. It's just that it wasn't wide. It was marginal, right? It's the same thing with this. It's the same thing with this. Don't be trying to play emotional with me. Oh, human rights. Listen, if you want to talk about that, you're going to have to take cover for the government that ruled after the Taliban. If you don't want to do that, just shut the fuck up. How marginal, though? This is serious shit. The Taliban formally banned the practice and eradicated the practice, more or less. So if it happened, it was like, it was not an open secret. It was like something that was completely hidden from anyone's knowledge. Whereas the thing that goes now is an open secret that it happens. They also banned opium too and shit. Because they prefer children to be soldiers. Okay, but don't be out here trying to be emotional with me when you're defending child abuse. Afghanistan was a much better place under the US-backed Afghan government, according to you, not the Afghan people, because the Afghan people have not resisted the Taliban. So that's according to you. If you think that, why are you bothering me in my chat? Go to Afghanistan and try to convince the people that. Go convince the Afghan people that. Don't bother me. What do you want from me?
I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I'm back. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. When I wake up, I'm grabbing my phone. I wanna catch them all. I wanna play Pokemon all
Infrared
day
as rising
long.
Pokemon is
All
going.
day long. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go.
What a gyno take. Humans survived Black Death that rampaged for decades before dying down. Why would you call it a gyno take, you fucking dumbass? Dude, I'm looking at you right now, and you literally look like you have gyno. Shut the fuck up. Don't be talking about my appearance when you look like that. Do not be talking about my appearance when you look how you look. Okay? Don't be throwing glass and stone houses, first of all. So Cryptofish, if you have a question, go to the points and just redeem the Ask Me a Question. It's super cheap. You can just redeem it really easily. Just redeem the Ask Me a Question thing with your points, and I'll be happy to answer your question. Can you handle it? I will literally debate anyone. I will fucking debate anyone. Don't fucking come at me like I'm the one dodging a debate. I don't dodge debates. As long as they're willing to get in my fucking VC, I'll debate them. Or if they want to schedule it through Politically Provoked, I'll do it. If they want to schedule it with a third-party platform that I've already debated on, I'll do it. Otherwise, you can get in my VC and debate me. I will not back out from anyone. You know what's hilarious? You want to know what's fucking hilarious? You want to know what's fucking hilarious? It's the fact that this is actually true. Like, you'd think this wasn't true? No, this is actually true. This is actually not even exaggeration. This is not even an exaggeration.
American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war
that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military.
How the fuck is Joe Biden to the left of democratic socialists? You know what I mean? It's so weird. How is Biden to the left of the fucking democratic socialist? You know what I mean? It's like sometimes Biden says shit and I'm like, you know what? You kind of have a point. You're right. Sometimes Biden's like will say shit and I just like agree with it. I'm just like, true. That's true. Thank you, Soldan Faisal. Thank you. I feel like leftists hate Biden for the wrong reasons, you know? Leftists hate him for the right reasons. I like this Biden. This is a fine Biden. I like him this way. He's like, yeah, you know, it's been 20 years. Nothing's going to happen. Let's get out. I don't got a problem with that. I'm fine with that. Like, Vaush is hard to the right of this guy, you know?
Military force was some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future.
He's telling the truth. He's literally right. They literally gave them everything. What's up with that? This is like a 1991 camera.
Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, one more year.
No, tell me why they can't fucking up. Dude, G's videos are all in 4K. Tell me why they can't upload crystal clear, crisp. You know why? You know why they don't do it? Because they don't want to scare old people. Because old people are used to this shit. Oh, this is just like the days of Bill Clinton. Yeehaw, this is just like the days of Bill Clinton. Our blessed country hasn't changed a bit. It's been 30 years, but it's been the same to me. Yeah. And then if all of a sudden they started fucking recording in 4K crystal clear footage, they'd be like, oh, what the hell is that? What is this? National Geographic documentary? I didn't sign up for this. What the hell? What year is it? This don't look like my president. Aliens have invaded and took over.
There's no, but there must be more to Dragonborn. So it's true. Masters of the drag. If you heard that you've done by my right, I'll also. We are on.
Hey bitch. Hey fucking little bitch. Fucking bow bitch.
Maybe.
Throw it right in your fucking face. Call this a fucking reward. Shove it up your ass, bitch. Fart in your face, bitch. Fuck away from me. Yeah, this isn't about real conservatives. These are about these nerds, these LARPers. By the way, 90% of them, they had anime profile pictures. If you're the real conservatives and you represent tradition and honor and the family and the nation and the glorious ancient past, why do you have a fucking anime girl as your profile picture? Because you're just a degenerate and a fraud and a liar. Just like Stalin said. Hitler says he's a nationalist. He's not a fucking nationalist. What kind of nationalist wants to fucking conquer the whole world? He invaded Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, France, Poland, the USSR. That's a nationalist? And then Stalin said they call himself a socialist. That's not a fucking socialist. He's been in bed with the ruling capitalist class from the very beginning. They repressed the workers' movement from the very fucking beginning. They repressed the socialist movement from the very fucking beginning. And I will add, they say they're conservatives. How is it conservative? How is it conservative to be a degenerate psycho-exhibitionist who's got all these swastikas, all of this disgusting, filthy spectacle that was Nazism, this filth and degeneracy that was Nazism, boy aleikum, the most disgusting thing on earth. Can a real conservative have an anime girl profile picture? Answer me. Can a true traditionalist, true conservative have an anime girl profile picture? Yes or no? Okay, so why is it that so many of these people calling themselves conservative, traditionalists, right-wingers, they have anime girl profile pictures? Why is that? Explain why that is. Explain. Someone explain to me. That Nick guy, whatever, he's a fucking degenerate. Did you see that video of him and all of his friends? Gripers! They're fucking chanting that shit, looking like the biggest fucking antisocial nerds. You think those guys get pussy? You think those type of people get fucking pussy? Those are people who like their chalky milk and chicken nuggies, and they never fucking grew up. They never fucking grew up! They were always the weirdo nerds in school who never grew up. The Asian tiger, it's a beautiful creature. A solitary creature. A creature that keeps to itself. So much beauty and grace in how it moves and how it runs around. But what? You want to be a cold machine? You want to say might is right. And you want to test your prowess. Because you say, it's not enough to be beautiful and graceful. I want to test you and your strength. Do you? Do you? That tiger will methodically, systematically, ruthlessly tear you to shreds. More than you could even imagine. I remember reading the diaries of the German soldiers about the Soviets. They go, oh my God. I mean, we invaded Russia, and, you know, we said these were the inferior race and that might makes right, but they're so brutal. They're so inhuman. They're so relentless. They're so ruthless. They don't stop. They don't stop. They're cold killing machines, and they don't stop. Oh, I miss you. I'm back from home. I want to go away from the front. I thought I was going to be the superior fascist. Oh, my God. Read their diaries. Literally ad verbatim. Read their diaries. Ad verbatim. That's what it sounds like. Read their fucking diaries. Fucking fascist pussies who invaded Ethiopia, the proud people of Ethiopia. They said, we are the new Roman Empire, and we're gonna plunder like pirates Ethiopia because might makes right. Might makes right. And then the Ethiopian warriors, despite not having their planes and their bombs and their modern machinery, those Ethiopian warriors gave them a beatdown that it will take 50 generations of Italians to forget. The mighty Axumite warriors drove the invaders out and humiliated the mighty Roman Empire, the mighty Roman Empire. Humiliated! Humiliated! Because the people calling themselves fascists are paper tigers. Paper tigers. The lions of Ethiopia tore the paper tigers to shreds. When they were on the battlefield in World War II, and Soviet soldiers said, "Stalin for Stalin," the German soldiers, they would shit their pants. They would pee and shit their pants. You wanted to test might, right? Because you said might makes right, and you wanted to test it. Big mistake. Big mistake. Because here's what the Nietzsche-loving, might makes right, psychotic nihilists don't understand. Oh yes, it's true that might makes right. But might and right are one. Might and being are one. Might and God are one. Might and truth are one. You want to do might makes right? We can play might makes right. Because the truth of this world, the truth is a wrathful truth. A wrathful and mighty truth. Might and right are not disconnected. Yes, might makes right, but they're not disconnected. So if you're not in the right in history and you don't represent the truth of being, the truth of divine being, you're gonna get your fucking ass destroyed. That's why peasant guerrillas humiliate technologically advanced empires. That's why Nick Land don't talk about China anymore. That's why he doesn't talk about China anymore. I just need to ask the fascists a question. Your entire theory was based on whoever's the toughest and mightiest and strongest is the true victor of history, right? Well, you guys fucking lost. So now what? All you can do is deceive and lie to people. Fucking cope. You fucking lost. Bitches of history. What are you gonna say? We lost, but it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. What do you mean it wasn't fair? You're the one who started the war. You went to war against the whole world because you thought we're the new Roman Empire. Might makes right. Might makes right. And you went to war with the whole world. You went to war with the whole world to prove you're the mightiest and you're the strongest and we're going to take everyone on, and you got your fucking ass wrecked. That is the objective result. No, it wasn't fair. If it wasn't fair, why did you declare war? Well, we were surrounded on both fronts. Who forced Hitler to invade the Soviet Union? Who made him do that? He was at war with France and England, and he himself invaded the Soviet Union. Because, and this is what Cultured Thug had to fucking admit yesterday, because he wanted England and France to make peace with him. Say, hey guys, join me. I'm fighting the Soviets. He wanted England to join him. Oh no, it's not fair. It's not fair. What do you mean it's not fair? I thought you're a Nietzschean Superman hero and you don't believe in the slave morality. Well, might makes right, and that's what happened in history. Why are leftists pussies? Why are leftists the pussies, huh? Why? In America. Because they're in collusion with fascism. Because real leftists know that we leftists, we're the winners of history. We win. We're the men. We're the tough guys. We're the fucking tough guys. We're the ones who win. You understand? And look, this culture thug guy, he just showed a meme. He just showed a little meme. He showed a little meme. And he thinks it's so clever and it's so funny. He showed a little meme. He goes, so he said companies owned by Amazon, and he put the infrared logo. And what he's saying is, since I'm out in the open, in the light of day reaching the public, that means I'm a sellout. I should just be a basement dwelling, fringe, psycho, degenerate, antisocial loser like him, and that will make me virtuous. Right? Does his argument sound familiar? Because it's literally the argument ultra leftists always fucking make and have always made. They are literally two sides of the same fucking coin. Yeah, guys, look how reliable Western media is. You want to see how reliable American media is? Look at this. Now comes the Taliban narco state. Afghanistan will not be a country of the cultivation of opium. 22 hours ago, 3 hours ago, breaking news. Found a Trotskyist Twitter thread about infrared. Let me tell you something hilarious. I know about this guy. He showed up on my TL once, and I looked at his profile. Guys, remember how I said fascism and Trotskyism is connected? This guy's a Trotskyist on Twitter, and get this. He's literally best friends with those fascists. They're all friends. And he's literally like in their group. They're all in a group together. And he's and it's like, it's almost an open secret that, yeah, Trotskyism is a form of fascism. It's like a flavor of fascism. Like, you know how some fascists say, like, oh, yeah, I'm more of like a Mussolini guy. And the other guys are, oh, I'm more of a Hitler guy. This guy's like, oh, I'm more of a Trotsky guy, right? It's the same shit. It's literally the same shit. But look at this dumb fuck. So the problem with Haas has been exemplified by tonight's stream. He doesn't have any real political positions other than being a Stalin simp. By the way, listen, if I brought this guy in VC and pressed him on this to defend this thing he's saying, he would literally, you know what he would do? Hee hee, you fell for the bait, Haas. I was just trolling. Ha ha ha, you fell for the bait. I was just trolling. I was just trolling you. They never follow through with the shit they're saying because he's talking right out of his fucking ass. He may emphasize, to my limited knowledge, Trotsky and Lenin were homies. They were not homies. They were tactical allies momentarily. So why this stuff fascist when Lenin went the opposite way? Because Trotsky was an opportunist. That's why. He didn't ride with the Bolsheviks in the beginning. He jumped in during the time of the revolution. Right before the revolution, I mean. Because Lenin had to protest against the other Bolsheviks who didn't want Lenin's plan. But beyond, okay, whatever. Thank you for the 100 bits. As I'm saying, this guy just pulled this right out of his fucking ass. He may emphasize that I'm a Stalin simp, and that's the only thing he finds significant. But that's just because he's selectively listening to the sum total of things I've ever fucking said online. He simps for Dugin and supports his ethno-nationalism theories and traditionalism. Okay. What do you mean I support them? I said he's an interesting thinker. You know, what do you mean I simp for him? He also tries Heidegger into Marxism. Oh, you mean the thing that, like, literally everyone was doing after 1950? You mean the thing that, like, defined the fucking 20th century where everyone was doing that? Like, every single fucking prominent Marxist who means anything in the West is a Heideggerian. The rest are just stupid fucking people. The rest are Spinoza, revivalists, and a bunch of fucking dumb shit people. You know? The only people who matter, who are in the West, who are Marxists, like, how many Marxists have you heard of in the West that, like, say smart shit? Like Zizek. Yeah, he's a Heideggerian. What about all those interesting people like Deleuze and, you know, Lacan and whatever, the Georges Bataille and fucking Lyotard and Baudrillard and whatever the fuck? They're all fucking Heideggerians. Nick Land, Heideggerian. They're all fucking Heidegger. They all come from Heidegger. All come from Heidegger. And he's trying to make it seem like I invented this. I'm the first guy ever to understand that there's a deep connection between Heidegger and Marxism. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. You caught me. You caught me. You fucking dumb fuck. But look, should I go beast mode on this guy? No, because I go beast mode on this guy, then he's going to cam up and you're going to see, you know, it's like bullying. He's not all there. Or he's like 15 years old. He's a 15-year-old intellectual who just discovered these things, and he's just typing on the keyboard, not knowing what he's doing. You know? That's the truth. Every time I isolate these people and I find out who they really are and what they're really made of, I feel bad for them after and I pity them. Animal Liberation Front. Anarchists steal rat traps from the supermarket. In Germany, this revolutionary action was the memory of 6 dead rats found in the process. Rat trap stolen. 6 rats in front of the supermarket, stolen and disposed. The fixing wires. You take the habitat from rats and other animals by building new houses on the last green areas of the city, and then you set traps to poison them. They die a cruel, painful, and slow death from internal bleeding. I will come back. This action is dedicated to the 6 wonderful rat ladies who unfortunately left far too early. Unfortunately, this is literally the German left. And the German left has been this way since the 90s. I can confirm they've been like that since the 90s. Guys, I knew a lot of German leftists. I knew a lot of German leftists on the internet, okay? And they showed me a lot. They showed me an article written by a German leftist. Guys, get this. I literally remember reading a blog post written by a German leftist who was defending relations with their dog on revolutionary grounds, and it was a woman. And they were literally like anarchists talking about it in a leftist way. Yep. There's a lot of weird tendencies in the German left. A lot of weird things going on. Yeah. Yeah? The German left destroyed the GDR? Yeah, very true. Very true. Here's my experience with the German left is this. The German left is even worse than the American left. Way worse. It's not even a fucking competition. The German left pokes and prods every fucking human limit there is. Every single human instinctual limit you have as a human being, they're gonna test the limit. Yeah, they call everything into question. They take ruthless criticism very seriously. They critique every fucking sacred thing. Practically. Was it real? Yes, it was real. It was real. I can't go into details, but yes, it was real. I look, dude, the German left had... Guys, have you ever heard of the anti-Germans? The anti-Deutsch, anti-Germans? You guys ever heard of them? One of the biggest tendencies on the German left, they called themselves the anti-Germans. And they were Germans who believed that Germany was inherently evil and that German leftists need to spend their time eternally atoning for the sins of Germany because Germany is evil. Germany's absolutely evil, and the anti-Germans would wave American flags and Israeli flags, and they supported the American war on terror, and every single American effort, they would support it. Yeah, they were super big neocons. Super big neocons. And the anti-Germans would say that Muslims are Islamo-fascist conservatives, and that they're the actual fascists, Muslims are, and that they supported George Bush against them to defend Western civilization. And guess what? Guess what most of the anti-Germans became? Guess what group they eventually would join? The AFD. They became neo-Nazis. They became neo-Nazis. So guys, let me ask you a question. When I tell you that American fascism is going to come from a merger of the DSA and the neocons, maybe I know what I'm talking about, because that's literally what happened in Germany. The anti-Germans were just like the American left now, and they were neoconservatives. They literally were Vaush. The anti-Germans were literally Vaush. They literally had Vaush takes about everything. What the fuck? Why did I forget this? What the fuck? I literally forgot this, dude. I learned about this shit in 2011. God damn it, man. I can't believe I never told you guys about this. Yeah. All of this shit of BreadTube like supporting American imperialism, dude, it all comes from the anti-Germans. It all comes from those guys. It literally all comes from them. They were the first one. They have the same arguments too. That's the thing. The anti-Germans would say that American imperialism was a force of progress and that America's enemies were all fascist reactionaries. They were all reactionary fascists, and that America was a force of progress. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot this. I didn't make that connection. Are they feds? No, they were leftists in Germany. They called themselves the anti-Germans, the anti-Deutsch. And they were not fringe. They influenced the entire German left after the reunification. They were the dominant tendency of the German left after reunification. I don't know if you guys know that. They were the dominant tendency. Like, they were very mainstream among the German left. Imagine starting a party called the Anti-Americans. Well, BreadTube is like that. You know, think about it. Can I explain how they became AFD? It was the Muslim thing, because Muslim refugees were coming to Germany, and the backward Muslim refugees, according to them, needed to be combated, and that was the AFD. There you go. When did they first appear? I think in the 80s. I think they came from the 80s. It was the 80s. But even before them, those Frankfurt School guys came to very similar conclusions, and they're very influenced by the Frankfurt School. Horkheimer supported America in Vietnam because Horkheimer said the Vietnamese were fascists and that all of the communists, both Adorno and Horkheimer, thought communist movements and states were fascist. And Horkheimer explicitly supported America in Vietnam because for Horkheimer, America was a force of enlightenment and Western progress, and the Vietnamese patriots were fascists. There's a clip of 39 Daff. She gives her take. I like 39 Daff. I don't watch her, but she has good content. So let me see what she has to say about Hassan.
But he's just a streamer.
Okay, I can't hear shit. Let me turn up the volume. 600%.
But he's just a streamer. Like, he's just trying to educate people on politics. He's not someone like a Mr. Bezos or an Elon that's actually actively contributing to exploiting people for labor.
Dude, Hassan literally made everyone into a socialist. Hassan made everyone into like a socialist who like talks in terms of socialism and like talks about exploitation and the proletariat. Like Hassan made it mainstream. That's the only reason I respect Hassan. Just like how Hassan made socialism mainstream, though, I'm gonna make Marxism, Leninism mainstream, right? But Hassan made it into something that like everyone talks about, you know? He makes it into something everyone talks about. Like, why is she talking about socialism or whatever, right? Context is for 30k Andes. Literally fucking true, dude. I don't even want to laugh, man. That's fucking true. That is so true. You know? When a girl takes her hair out of a turban, starts playing with it. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you... People... You're a first-time chatter, too. People come in here and just say weird shit. You know? Let's continue the Reddit. Yeah, I covered this. I covered this shit. This is hilarious. When are you going to Turkey? I don't think I have enough dono hair to get a transplant. You know, Slicker wanted to get a transplant, and they told him he don't have enough donor hair. And I don't think I do either. Do you think this overly positivity attitude and being PC led people to being more consumers, and does it have a relation to capitalism? How do you not have enough dono hair? Isn't it the hair on the side? Yeah, but my hair is like a tiger stripe. It's thin on the side and the back. It's thin all over. I have like the totalis. It's not just like thinning on one part. Dude, someone literally told me, like, yeah, they can use your chest hair, your back hair, your leg hair, and your pubic hair. And I said, fuck no. I'm not gonna fucking transplant my fucking pubic hair onto my head. I would just rather be bald. And you know what? I would be made fun of for life. People would just call me pube head. I don't want to be called pube head for the rest of my life. So no. Absolutely not. Dude, I remember growing up and everyone was doing like the Draw Muhammad Day or whatever, right? So fucked up. Dude, that's why I fucking hated South Park. That's why I knew South Park was satanic. South Park was always testing the limits with that shit. Oh, I'm so edgy. Shut the fuck up. It's, yeah, literally a fucking nihilistic satanic society. You know? Literally fucking evil. Alright, let's do the Richard Wolf thing first. Are paid athletes workers? Because, Richard, don't let me down, dude. Don't let me down. Yeah, dude. South Park was disgusting, dude. South Park was disgusting. Dude, you know what's weird? You know what destroyed South Park? And this is what every South Park fan tells me. Trump. That's why I love Trump. Trump fucking destroyed all of that nihilistic shit. You want to know why? Because listen, South Park, all South Park knew how to do was make fun of reality. Trump was literally comedy in living form. How do you make fun of Trump? How do you make fun of him? You can't. He himself is the living form of comedy. So when South Park started to make fun of Trump, it started to be unfunny and cringe, and it didn't work. You couldn't satirize Trump. He beat them. Trump fucking beat all of those people. He beat them. And I will always be grateful to him for that. As a Muslim who grew up in America, where the peak meta was offending everyone as much as possible and drawing the sacred whatever and making fun of Muslims and all that kind of nihilistic shit, South Park, I am grateful to Trump for destroying that meta. Because Trump literally became comedy in living form. And he was dude, that's the president. Remember, that guy is the president. So the joke is on you. You can't just make fun of reality, dude. That's your president. What are you going to do, you know? You can't make fun of that. He makes fun of himself. He makes fun of this entire country himself, you know? Trump was also the fall of comedy. No, he wasn't. He was the fall of mainstream comedy. And who cares, dude? Fuck mainstream comedy.
What Marx did was add a new and different concept of class, a new and different definition. Class had to do not with how much money you earned, or even how much power you had. It had to do with your position in something that goes on in every society, namely the production and distribution of a surplus. Marx was interested in that because other people hadn't understood it. It wasn't that income isn't important. Of course it is. And it wasn't that power and how much you have or don't have isn't important. Of course it is. But those things are different. For example, Jeffrey Bezos has enormous amount of wealth, but not all that much political power. Joseph Biden has an enormous amount of power as a president, but not all that much wealth. Now, he's richer than most of us, but far from wielding the kind of wealth that people like Elon Musk or Bezos or Bill Gates have. Which of them is in the upper class is then a question depending on how you define class. Marx's definition was this: where are you, each individual, in the system of producing and distributing surplus? And here's what he meant. In every economy, most people do the regular work. They produce chairs and software programs and hamburgers and blouses and all the rest. But those people, the workers, always produce more than they themselves consume. Where does that extra, what Marx called that surplus, where does it go? In slavery, it goes from the workers, the slaves who produce the stuff, to the masters. In fact, the masters take it all, give back some to the slaves to keep them going, and keep the rest, the surplus, for themselves. In feudalism, the serfs do the work, and the lords of the land, the landlords, keep the surplus. And in capitalism, Marx discovered, it's the employees who do most of the work, who always produce more value than they get paid in wages. That difference is the surplus, which capitalists call profit.
Oh my God, they're all getting it from Richard Wolff. That's where Hassan's getting everything. All of Hassan's takes come from Richard Wolff. Richard, come on, man. I defended you. I defended you against Destiny. I showed out for you, man. I defended you. I defended your honor. Come on, man. Come on. I still respect you, but like, man, you're leading them astray. You're leading them astray.
They'd like to believe they produced it, but they didn't. The employees did. Just like the lords of feudalism and the masters in slavery like to believe they caused the surpluses that they lived so luxuriously on, but they didn't. Well, then what do we do with highly paid workers? If they're still producing surplus for somebody else, they're workers, whether they get paid a lot or medium or a little. You know, in slavery, you may not know this, but in slavery, there are many examples of slaves who owned their own slaves. In other words, you had a hierarchy. Slaves rich enough to own their own slaves were slaves with wealth, slaves with income. But they were still slaves. They still were owned by somebody else. But it was just a system that allowed an owned slave to also own slaves. And so it is possible for a worker LeBron James, or some great movie star who works and produces value.
Oh my god, he's the one who taught them that LeBron is a worker. Richard, come on, man. You lost the plot.
Socialist state, if we are to believe that they are legitimately taking action, and they do sometimes take authoritarian measures like fucking wiping out all private education.
What? How is that authoritarian? Dude, China can't catch a break. You guys want to know what China did? China banned after-school tutoring because Xi was like, you know what? It's too hard on these kids. That's too hard on y'all. Your childhood's being ruined. And they just banned it. And he's saying that's authoritarian. Come on, dude. How's that bad?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. Did he ban homework outright? Did they ban homework outright? Or did they just say you have to limit the homework because there's too much homework? Yeah. They also clamped down on homework, I'm pretty sure. That's based as fuck, dude. Dude, if Hassan's chat, since all of Hassan's chat is still in middle school, if they found out about that, dude, they would join our side. No more homework! No more homework! No more homework! No plans on moving to California anytime soon or ever. I have zero plans on moving to West Hollywood. Yeah, okay, put work paying dues to the revisionist CPUSA or People's Party. Wavy breads? Your mom's revisionist. Your mom revised. Your mom gave me some revised top. And the way she revised it was spitting on my pee-pee. And it revised the entire thing. The whole thing was revised. It went from dry to my guy, if you know what I mean. You know?
Voidborn donated $10. Time for Giga Tetra Dynamax and for a Red Bigly time.
Thank you, Voidburn. I think it's a dead-end strategy. No, Wavy, I want to entertain you. I want to entertain you since you're here. Which group do you think is the way forward in America? Go ahead. Which group? Which organization? Go ahead. Go ahead. I just want to laugh at you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Unca S, but thank you. Tell me the way forward. Go ahead. So I can laugh at you. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow. All that she wants is another baby. Yeah. He's typing like an essay. It might be a while. Go ahead, explain. What is your way forward that's not a dead end? We don't want dead end, we want living ends. So go ahead and tell me the way forward, Wavy. Go ahead and tell me. Let me know the way forward. You have to join my Marxist-Leninist anti-revisionist party, the People's Revolutionary Marxist Revolutionary Party of the People. And this is the only party that... Thank you, Chris Mola. This is the only party that is real and pure. Purity! Purity! Go ahead, let me know. I knew it! I knew it! PC USA! Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you. So let me explain this to you. It is trying to rebuild the CPUSA, and it never will. Because the same reason it split from the CPUSA is why, if that organization ever grows, it's just going to be more splits. That's the story of the left. Split, 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 split. Trying to reform the CPUSA is like reforming the Dems. No, it's not. I get it. Fellow Traveler was a nerd, but he ended up joining the DSA. Listen. PCUSA are sectarians. They are sectarians. Okay? There is no... Listen, let me tell you the two options, Wavy. Let me tell you the two options. It's either the Communist Party USA... And you're wrong. It's not the same as the Democrats. Because here's the difference. The Democrats are already built up. And they're already an establishment. The Democrats are already a mainstream thing. The CPUSA, anyone who propels that party into relevance will dominate its future. That's the difference. They don't have a media strategy that's going to propel them into relevance. Okay? They've been involved with the feds. Everything's feds. Don't worry about feds, okay? Just follow the law and don't worry. Just follow the law and don't worry, okay? There's no reason to be breaking laws. You know? Anyway, go back to school. Stay human. Yeah. I'm not gonna, though. I'm committing to this. Let me tell you, though. CPUSA is the Communist Party. It has the legitimacy of being the Communist Party. Whoever propels them into relevance is going to dominate their future. No, I mean like the dynamics. For example, Dems argue we could ignore who was voted in court. The CPUSA makes his decision top down and forcefully drop parties. That's fine. You don't make separate parties. Let's say, I've explained this before. Let's say I keep talking about CPUSA, right? And I bring people in droves into the party. Those people are going to shape the future of the party. Okay? It doesn't matter. The people at the top are old. They're aging. They're that's just the truth of it. They're very old. Okay? They're aging. And they're going to have to face the fact that they need a future, you know? What's the future vision? I mean, they're the Communist Party. You told us not to join it. Because I don't want to tell you guys to join anything, because I'm not trying to con you guys into some fucking hopium. Do what you need to do. Or, if CPUSA is not viable, and if the People's Party is not viable, then the party as we know it is done. The party form is done. You should either abandon the principle of the party form and just assume that the age of parties is over and now it's no longer needed and there's some digital bullshit that's going to replace it, or you can accept that the institution of the party remains. Yeah, but if you shape a local club and that's the thing, Wavy. That's why you fucked up. You're not supposed to form a fucking local niche club at all. Okay? Because, yeah, they will just drop you, and it'll be the easiest thing in the world. So you newspaper Andes who know each other and you personally jack each other off in a circle and you give each other hand jobs, that's how close you are to each other. You literally give each other massages. That's how close you are. You literally eat each other's ass. That's how close you are to each other. But you're just no. Go get other people to eat your ass. Don't make your political comrades the people in your personal life. We live in the age of the internet, okay? You're not supposed to form a local group and then expect that to be your HQ to overthrow the leadership of the CPUSA. But what you can do is you can create a central information stream, a central apparatus of information in the attention economy. So just join the CPUSA and sit and do nothing. Wavy, I have a genuine question. Are you stupid? Because you might just be stupid and I can't help you. And if you're stupid, I'll just give up. Because I realize there's a lot of people who are just stupid and I just can't help them. Right? So you might just be stupid. Are you stupid? Or are you just a narcissist who thinks that everything has to be done with your smelly body? Not everything has to be done with your smelly, sweaty body. Again, Wavy, you're looking for people to personally eat your ass. But that has nothing to do with politics. Politics begins with information, okay? Stop looking for people to personally eat your ass. You personally don't need to do anything, Wavy, because you personally are useless. You personally are an organ of information. So how do you most effectively generate and spread information? Okay? You begin by entering the stream of public information in a way that reaches everyone across the whole country at once. Okay? Like I'm doing. That way, no one's going to set up a local infrared chapter to take on the... I don't live in the States. You know what I mean? It'll be people in every chapter will join. Let's say for every chapter, there's going to be 2 infrared influenced people. How are you going to purge everyone? How are you going to purge everyone who's influenced by what's going on in the sphere of the information warfare? You get what I'm saying? You're thinking in terms of, oh, what should I do? Well, you're not that fucking important. That's the thing. You're just trying to LARP. You are thinking of this in terms of LARP. How should I LARP? Go get a girlfriend. You're not supposed to LARP. Just go get a girlfriend or something, dude. You know what? This was always the #1 bad thing about the Chavista movement. It was just fuck, dude. This is the worst thing about it. It makes me so sad. Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, yes, she wants. If Pokimane said, kneel before your queen, this is what I would do. Killing my mood, killing my vibe, killing my fucking motivation. Everything's fine before these fucking people decide that the thing they have to do is come debate me about my content instead of just leaving. Based. Thank you, Janar. Appreciate it. You think his intentions were bad? No, I think there's just a lack of respect people have for the people they're seeing on the screen. They think that if I'm on the screen, then I'm not a whole other human being who's off the screen. I'm just on the screen. Help! I'm trapped in the box! I'm trapped in the box! They think I'm just stuck in this box, and it's not like when I turn off the stream, I go sit on the toilet for 2 hours trying to shit, and then I just sit down for hours staring at the wall because I'm fucking depressed. Right? I'm just in this box for you. I'm not my own human being. I'm not a human being behind this fucking box. I'm just for you on the screen, right?
I enunciate, I don't know if I have speech problems or whatever, but I actually grew up.
She's CIA. She's CIA. Why? Growing up in a lot of places? CIA? Really? Are you sure?
Grew up speaking Arabic and just Arabic, and then I learned English when I went to school. I was the first and oldest child, so I grew up.
She has an Arabic accent. First of all, nothing about Sniper Wolf adds up. First of all, she said she's Greek and Turkish, but she speaks Arabic. She has an Arabic accent. And she has a perfect Arab American accent. Perfect Arab American accent. She said she grew up in Liverpool. Then why does she have a fucking Dearborn, Michigan accent? She is 100% from Dearborn, Michigan. Sniper Wolf, come home, please. That's your only measurement, is who won, not who. That's not enough to define a two-party system. A two-party system means those are basically the only two relevant parties, which is not fucking true. People have been arguing for third parties since the last 50 years. Didn't Ralph Nader come close and not even win one electoral vote? So when you try it, this is how I know you guys are a bunch of broke losers, right? You try something once and you fail and you call it the end of the world. When a winner keeps trying and tries new things until they fucking win. They learn from their failure, they keep trying until they win. That's what a winner does. A fucking loser loses once, and then everyone keeps bringing up Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader, Ralph Nader, Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader is a fucking legend because he was the first step. He was the first step of a guy actually was serious about this. He tried it. He didn't win, but he tried. He tried. We need to keep trying and until we win. He was a fucking legend and a Chad, and that's why you fucking remember Ralph fucking Nader, because Ralph Nader went far enough for his name to be remembered. You're not gonna fucking win overnight. You have to learn from your mistakes, and you have to keep on going. Otherwise, you're a fucking loser. So you think you're smarter than Chomsky? Let's say there was a guillotine. And the guillotine is held up by God. And my penis is on the guillotine. And there's two possible outcomes. If I'm right, God keeps the guillotine up. If I'm wrong, the guillotine falls. I am willing to put my cock on that guillotine and bet that I am 5 billion times smarter than Noam Chomsky. If I'm wrong, it'll fall. If I'm right, it'll stay. That's how I'm confident I am it's going to stay. That's how much I know I'm smarter than Noam Chomsky. I am objectively more knowledgeable, objectively more intelligent, objectively more wise, objectively more bright, objectively more insightful, and objectively more interesting than Noam Cuck Chomsky. And I'm not joking about that. I'm not joking about that. I am not joking about that. I am not joking about that. I'm not here to make a third party that's going to be part of the system. And oh, that's the third party. No. I'm here to build a third party to break the system. A glitch, if you will, which is not illegal. It's all following the rules. But there's a glitch in the rules. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to make a fucking third party that's going to be legitimized by the system. I'm here to make a third party that's going to blindside the system or help contribute to a third party that's going to blindside the system, rise, become a rousing phenomena that makes Trump look like Mickey Mouse, and really, really let shit hit the fan as far as the system is concerned. That's what I'm interested in. I am not here to create a legitimized third party. I mean, the voting laws. No, that's not what I'm here for. That is not what I'm here for. I am here to help contribute to a movement that will test the limits of American democracy. The disrespect to the 9-year-old Chomsky is dumb. Okay. Noam Chomsky is a dumb fuck. Even if he's 500 years old, he's not 500 years smarter. He's a dumb fuck. He has contributed nothing to humanity. Nothing. Noam Chomsky has contributed nothing to humanity. If Noam Chomsky was not born, nothing would be lost. Much would be gained. Much would be gained. For example, if Noam Chomsky was never born, then Vaush would not be telling 10,000 people that the Bolsheviks had a coup where they lost the election, so they got mad and took over in a coup. They wouldn't say, no one would, that meme would not exist if it wasn't for Chomsky. All Chomsky's done is spread misinformation and harm the left and cuck the left. All he has done is cuck the left. That's all fucking Chomsky has done. He's cucked the left. That's true though. And this guy literally fucking believes that the Constituent Assembly was dissolved because the Bolsheviks lost. And he literally thinks that. That's how illiterate that's what Chomsky's teaching these people. It's teaching them to be historically illiterate. He literally thinks the reason the Constituent Assembly was dissolved was because the Bolsheviks lost the election. Even though by that time it was fucking irrelevant anyway. Because he doesn't know anything about fucking history. Chomsky is the reason we have Vaush. Chomsky is the reason we have Hassan. He's the reason we have BreadTube. He's the reason we have the American left that we do. Chomsky once said, forced to vote was the equivalent of little kids asking for cookies, even though they know they're not going to get cookies. Yeah, exactly. So you basically want to make UKIP, but for muscular Marxists? Chomsky stole his work, Manufacturing Consent, from Parenti's book, Inventing Reality. Yeah, so what this is what happened. The MIT State Department took Parenti's powerful book and pussified it and released it in a pussified, sanitized way so that Parenti's book wouldn't get popular. It's like saying authoritarianism exists because of Stalin. And this guy thinks authoritarianism exists. As if every country on earth is not authoritarian. Including anarchist Catalonia, where we put people in labor camps, but we call them liberation. Liberation farms. Liberation. Freedom. They just call it a different name. It's the same shit. Anarchists, when anarchists have power, they literally just do the same shit, but worse. They're the worst fascist dictators, but they just call it something different. That's all they do. That's all they do. Some are more authoritarian than others, you dumb fuck. That's not true. Some have to exercise their authority more than others. That's the difference. No, you don't understand. You're blaming Chomsky for BreadTube. It's like saying authoritarianism exists because of Stalin. I don't have a problem with Stalin or authoritarianism. I'm a Stalinist. What a dumb example. I'm an authoritarian Stalinist. I believe the authority of my cock over yours because mine's bigger. It's just bigger. It's just bigger. Debate me, bitch. Debate me. Debate me. Then go. You have to go through the protocol that I just fucking instituted hours ago because a dumb fuck like you came on and started saying slurs. So you have to go through the protocol now. So you can join the Discord and you can talk to my community, and if they think you're worth a piece of shit, then you can come on and debate me. Oh my god, like, I can't believe this. It's like, authoritarianism is like when Noam Chomsky, shut the fuck up. He's accessible? No, I'll tell you the fucking reason. He's a legitimacy, you know? He makes people feel comfy. And I get it, because people don't want crazy, crusty anarchists being like, they don't want those type of people to represent them. So they look at a normal guy like Chomsky, who's got legitimacy, and they're just like, oh, actually, this is not that bad. You can disagree on it instead, but he was written more on foreign policy and how the world works. Yeah, and it's all shit. It's stolen from Michael Parenti. Yeah, he's like the left's Jordan Peterson. He's knowledgeable in linguistics. No, he's not. All his linguistics he pulled out of his ass. And he contributed to the revival of scientific racism. Good job, Chomsky! You got universal language. It's never been proven, but he believes it anyway. And so Chomsky has this idea called universal language. And what Chomsky is telling people is that there's a universal language encoded in our brain, and we all have it, and it's universal. Universal grammar. There's a universal grammar and language in our brain, and it's in our brain. He's never proved it. He's never showed us, okay, where is it in the brain? He's never showed us anything, but he just says that it's self-evidently true. That's what how is that racist? I'll tell you why. Because humans are physiologically different, so it and we also have different languages. So it naturally follows that Chomsky's going to attribute the differences you see across languages and cultures to what's in our brain and what's in our physiological genetics. That's why. I'm not even joking about this, by the way. Like, I'm not just the one saying this. Like, for example, Steven Pinker cites Noam Chomsky as his formative influence. Steven fucking Pinker! Yeah, the Piraha disprove it. The Piraha do disprove it, yeah. Limerick, I hate you for writing that paragraph and making me fucking read it and waste my time. Limerick, do you think I'm not educated on this topic? Why do you insult me writing this paragraph? You don't think I've spent all my time reading about this bullshit fucking 5 years ago? Babies can distinguish language sounds from non-language sounds right after being born. Has nothing to do with innate universal grammar. A Lacanian could explain that better. The fact that language does not seem directly correlated with other skills. People can have lots of developmental issues, be bad at math. Pretty much everyone learns how to speak language if they're exposed to it. Yeah, yet again, does not prove there's a universal grammar. That's not an argument in favor of universal grammar whatsoever. The fact that all languages seem to have universals. Things that are common among languages. Yeah, but you can't isolate any. Every time you try to isolate some, you end up getting an unworking, arbitrary abstraction. Or you end up being disproven by marginal cases like the Piraha tribe. So stop fucking writing me paragraphs. Your beliefs are disgusting, but I'm glad you decided not to be a bitch, baby. Pussing out and banning me. That's prompts. Yeah, but you're still very stupid, and I pray for you. All I could do is pray for you. That's the only thing I could do. Yeah. Every single language is unique. More than 700 unique languages that have zero connections to each other. No historians or anthropologists can explain this phenomenon. Yeah. Okay. The burden is on Chomsky is to disprove the ontological argument. That instead of there being a universal language encoded in our brain, there's a common ontological reality that is the object of language, that gives rise to language. Just beginning from the pure difference, ontological difference, you can have language. That's Lacan's point. Just beginning from that, you can have language. And the fact that languages are going to have shit in common is not because there's a secret code for each and every language, but because it follows from that ontological difference. Yeah, it's kind of like that. All similarities between language with no connections are because they're all describing the same human experience. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's not exactly it, but that's more or less what it's like. They're all describing the same thing, the same object. Like, there is no use for the notion of universal grammar. It has no use. There's no practical use for it. No one needs it. We don't need it. If we, let's say we said universal grammar is bullshit and I'm going to wipe my ass with it, throw it on the garbage. What would happen? What would we lose? Why are you wasting your time debating all these dumbass kids tonight? I don't want to debate anymore. I want to create a powerful state that will throw people in jail for being stupid. That's what I want. Sick of debating these fucking dumbasses. I just want a powerful state where if people are saying dumb shit, they just get thrown in jail. Just for saying dumb shit. Up down! Up down!
All right. Thank you.
How much you want to fucking bet this was Grimes? How much you want to bet this was Grimes? You want to bet this was Grimes? I bet you anything this is Grimes. I bet you anything this is Grimes. I bet you anything this is Grimes. I bet you anything that's her. I swear this is Grimes. I swear that's Grimes. This is Grimes. I literally bet you this is Grimes. This is how fucking pathetic Elon is. Grimes is literally like, oh, honey, I'll dress up like it for you. And woo, I'm supporting my husband. That's how fucking bankrupt this guy is and fucking desperate he is. He literally has to ask his wife to fucking wear this and fucking con people. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking say, this robot is not coming out. He's lying. This is just a lie. They didn't build a robot. There's no prototype. It's not gonna happen. He's just trying to fucking steal money. Okay, I know the Mars thing is not happening. Mars is not happening. I know that. Mars is not happening. But I'm pretty sure this is fake. I'm pretty sure this is fake. He literally made this to be modeled off of Grimes. This is literally Grimes' body. This is literally modeled off of Grimes. Grimes got those vegan cakes. Okay, I mean, what are you looking at, dude? Because whoever this is, I don't want to be mean, but whoever this is, has like an ass that goes in. Like it's an inverted ass. It's concave. It's like a, you know what I mean? It's a concave ass.
And it has
We need UBI so the workers I've just made redundant. Well, that's the thing. He didn't make anything redundant. The only thing he did was do this. This is all he did.
All right. Thank you.
That is 100% Grimes. I swear it's Grimes. It literally looks exactly like Grimes. I swear it's Grimes. I swear this is Grimes. I swear it's Grimes. I swear it looks like Grimes. It moves like Grimes. It literally moves like Grimes. Let's look at Grimes. We'll see. I'll prove it to you. Grimes. I wish she wasn't such a weirdo so I could just fucking show something. Oh my god, it's Grimes. I swear it's Grimes. That's her body. It's 100% her body. That's Grimes. This is the new style. This is the new everything. You guys have no idea how much history is behind this image, how much this image inspired the origin of infrared. This is what inspired the origin of infrared. This is the reason we exist. Our entire aesthetic, our entire style, our entire fucking vision was inspired by this artist Fan Wenan from China. Literally, this is what infrared is about. This is literally what it's all about. And you're gonna let this win instead. You're gonna let this win instead? Then why do you fucking watch me? Why do you fucking watch me? Why did you ever watch me? Why did you ever even look at infrared? You're gonna let this win? Then what's infrared for? What are we for then? Like, we already hated the American left, but their response to this image, that in October, September, we were so fucking disgusted by it. And we just felt internally, we said, we need to give this justice. Because this is beautiful. This is a beautiful new aesthetic. And the people who hate on this, it's everything wrong with the left. Everything wrong with the American left. The fact that people hate it is everything wrong with the American left. So what did we do? Let me show you what we did. We literally emailed the guy who made it, Fan Wenan, to have him on our show. This is October 2020, to interview him. So we could talk, so we could give it justice. Because we believed in it so much. We literally fucking emailed the guy to bring him on. And this guy doesn't talk to anyone, dude. He didn't interview anyone. But he decided to interview us because Ezra speaks Chinese and could talk to him. And we brought him on because we believed so much in his drawings and his aesthetic. This was our style. This is what we believed in. People's punk, big industrial punk. Right? And this was the fucking foundation of infrared. Our aesthetic. We fucking molded our entire aesthetic to fit and be worthy of this fucking vision. Where the fuck do you think CPUSA 2036 comes from? You think I pulled that out of my fucking ass? This image by Fan Wenan is called it's called it's called China 2098. You see it? 2068 to 2098. Where do you think CPUSA 2036 came from, huh? The whole fucking point is that we need the party to be reborn by 2036 so that by 2068 it'll seize power, and by 2098 this image will become real life. Where the fuck do you think our entire fucking brand came from? It came from Fan Wenan in this image. But now I've grown. Infrared, I've grown. I have fucking grown to such a fucking huge level. I have made such a fucking impact on the left, and this is now my measurement. Now, instead of despairing like we, the Infrared Collective, we were despairing, dude, in August, September, whenever, we were so fucking depressed to see all the responses to this image. But now we're big enough to turn the tides and make a difference. This time, I'm not gonna let them win this time. This time, we're gonna fucking win. We're gonna turn the fucking tides of CPUSA. We're gonna fucking turn the tides of the fucking left. We need to get this to 1,000 fucking likes, because this is our cultural revolution for the American left. And I'm going to explain the beauty, the grace, and the subtlety of this image and what it means and why it's so fucking important. Thank you, Mercurial Adam. Appreciate it. I'm going to explain to you why it's so fucking important. We, the Infrared Collective, we did not always appreciate the significance of Chinese socialism. We arrived there as a process of years and years of study and reflection, and we finally arrived at the wisdom and the truth and the profundity of socialism with Chinese characteristics, right? They want to debate. Tell them to get in the Discord. I'm going to fucking debate them. But I'm going to finish my speech first. We did that. And we realized that communism and socialism, we went to the fucking origins. We fucking were doing this intense, in-depth theorizing every fucking day. And we came to the realization, finally, we wanted to go back to socialism, utopian and scientific. And we realized that every single conception of socialism that exists in the West is fucking, it's not even utopian. It's literally based on personal pathological fantasies. They want to turn the world into their personal fantasy. At least with utopianism, you had people with huge, grand, audacious plans that they were serious about implementing to change the world. And as mistaken as that was, the left's conception of communism or socialism is even worse than utopianism, because it's based on perversely trying to force your personal fucking fantasies on the fucking world. Okay? The whole point of images like this is that it reflects the maturity that the development of the forces of production, the development of aesthetics, the development of taste, and the development of history at large proceeds objectively and in a way that is discontinuous from subjective personal fantasy. Which means communists are not here to fucking wipe everything off the map and create, enact perversely their fucking fantasies. Communists are not fucking here to make Chaz nationwide. And keep in mind, a lot of this was our big critique of Chaz, right? The whole fucking point is saying, oh, it's just the same thing with red flags. Yeah, but what is the same thing? The same thing is the objective essence of the forces of production. Yes, it is the real forces of production unleashed. We're not creating an alternative world. We're not creating an alternative fucking reality. We are here to unleash and lead the actual objective development of the forces of production. That's the whole fucking point of communism. The point of communism is not to impose your personal fantasy about how society should be organized. It is to allow something that already exists and is developing in reality to be unleashed. That's the fucking point of communism. You understand? That's the fucking point. We're not fucking here to impose our specific aesthetic taste. The whole fucking reason why this is our aesthetic is because this is an aesthetic that is forged and fucking tested and based in reality. We are acknowledging this is an aesthetic that includes a piece of objective reality, a piece of objective reality in it. The whole point of Van Wanan's drawings is the Hegelian reconciliation. Or if you want, the Marxist reconciliation. It's the same dialectic reconciliation of insight, of freedom as insight into necessity. Freedom is not arbitrarily imposing your specific personal fantasies on the world. It's insight into the necessity that already exists in reality. You understand? You're supposed to be at peace with the world. You're supposed to be at peace with the world and be reconciled with the objectivity of the world. Now, the fucking difference is that opportunists will come and interpret that to mean that politically speaking, we have to submit to the prevailing political order. But the whole fucking wager of socialism or communism is that the current political order is not reconciled with the forces of production and is getting in the way of the development of the forces of production. That's the fucking point. Yes, I will debate him, but we're getting more into it. We're going to get more into it. Now, look what happened. Let me tell you what fucking happened. And by the way, after telling you guys all of that, look at how fucking disgusting this is. Only 437 likes. Wow. We're not even halfway there to the goal. We're not even halfway towards our fucking goal. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. We're not even halfway there. We're not even halfway fucking there. Nothing's even changed. 438. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. You're gonna let these people win when the whole fucking point is that we need to turn the fucking tides. We need to turn the fucking tides. This is our flag in the ground. We are making this statement. We're not gonna keep losing. We're not gonna keep being fringe and marginal. We at Infrared, if we wanted to be fucking fringe and marginal, we would have never gone fucking public. We went public because we believed in you, the real ones, the OGs, are out there, but you just don't have anyone representing your voice. You need to be tough enough to embrace what you fucking believe in your fucking stomach, in your fucking heart. Go fucking like this. We're not gonna let them fucking win. We're not gonna let these fucking people win. We're not gonna let these fucking people win. Let me show you what fucking happened. 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 This was the first one. This was the first one. I hate this image so much. It's everything wrong with the American communist movement and communist movements in the West in general. What? What? They're saying something that has no representation in the Western left in general? That's what you hate about the fucking communist movement in the West is you want it to be more like how it is now? You want it to be more fucking perverted and disgusting? That's what you want? How? Show me what communist movement epitomizes the spirit of this image, and I will dedicate my life to them. They want it to be even more than like how it is. They want it to be even more out of touch with the people, out of touch with reality, and fucking separated from the real world. They didn't take enough. They did not take enough. Chaz was not enough for them. Chaz was not enough. They want more and more and more until we have fascism, until we have the revival of the Nazis. That's how far they want to fucking go. And if you don't think these people are fucking Nazis, you don't fucking know the history of fascism. Nazis and fascists were literally the same way as these fucking perverted extremist people who want to just completely abolish everything. Yeah! That these fucking people, they're fucking sick in the fucking head. They're perverts, they're anarchists, the fucking Nazis, Hitler, Mussolini, they were the same fucking mental pathology. And you want to know what, guys? If you fucking think I'm lying, that third position community that's always fucking biting my ankles is literally allying with these fucking anarchists and these Trotskyists and ultra leftists to attack me. They literally formed an alliance against infrared. They literally created an actual red-brown Nazbol alliance against me. The fucking catboy anarchists and neo-Nazis fucking allied. They didn't specify when that certain features of our society would dissolve and wither away. But they did not fucking say there's a magical end goal where we're all satisfied and happy and there's no more work, no more struggle, no. The fucking pace at which a society transforms is different than the pace at which you have personal discontent with society and want to mold society to personally satisfy you. Fucking idiot. It's the whole fucking point. You think there's end goals in communism? You think there's some fucking end goal? There isn't. There's no fucking end goal. Look at this. This is one of the responses. This is the main response. America. Oh, America, communist. Yeah! But you think you know what the material basis and essence of America is because you're fucking arrogant. You don't. All you know is the American superstructure. You don't know the actual content of America. You think you know. You think it's resolved in your head, but it's not. It's unfinished fucking business. You don't know what America is. That's the fucking point. You don't know what it even is. The whole point is that America needs to be discovered through a process of development. And it's so fucking stupid. Like, yeah, that's the point. Yes, the whole point is that communists need to lead America so that the state functions in the interests of the people. Because it doesn't do that right now. That communists need to lead America to develop the productive forces in America, uplift the American people. Like, what is missing? How is that fucking ironic? How are you laughing and making a meme of this like you're making a point here? How are you making a point here? What point are you fucking making? What do you think? So for you, it's America, and then replace this with the big rock Candy Mountain pulled out of someone's ass, and he would soy face at that. A fucking make-believe imaginary world that will never exist. When I say Lacan and all of these continental people are Heideggerians, I'm right. He's like, no, because he disagrees with Heidegger about some things. Yeah, but that's not why essentially I'm identifying them. That's not the essential point of identity. That, you know what, in the sense I'm using it. Yeah. And then he says, well, Lacan can't be a Heideggerian because he's a structuralist. He said, what? What does that have to do with it? Why does that prohibit him from being a Heideggerian in any possible sense? No response. And then there was a bunch of other stuff. And I don't know where it's from. Slavoj Žižek, why Lacan is not a Heideggerian. Punk, I'll bite. Have you read that piece? Did you read it? I'm gonna be patient and graceful to my haters. Have you read that piece by Slavoj Žižek? Did you actually read it? Because I'm gonna paraphrase what Žižek says, like word for word. He says the differences between Lacan and Heidegger are underlined precisely by their close proximity. Žižek identifies a point of difference, but that point of difference was made possible and is established on the very terms opened up by Heidegger himself. Did you even read that piece? You read the title, but you didn't read what Žižek actually said. Žižek cannot make the case for why Lacan is different from Heidegger without first pointing out in what way Lacan is inheriting Heidegger's turn, his ontological turn to being, rather than dealing with particular beings. Is Bakunin then Marxist because of their proximity? What are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Look, are you the same guy? Because maybe I'll work with you. Listen, you just decided that I just stated a dogmatic law that anyone in any context who possesses proximity is and that's enough to establish identity. Okay? I never said that any degree of proximity whatsoever establishes an identity. What I did say is I paraphrased Žižek's argument that the differences between Heidegger and Lacan are underlined by their very close proximity. In other words, they are talking about the same thing, but Lacan does something very minute and specific that changes everything. In the case of Bakunin and Marx, there is no homology, there is no comparison. Bakunin and Marx do not have, in terms of the content of their thinking, an intensely close proximity that is therefore with the exception of some kind of fundamental difference. There is no such proximity in terms of their intellectual content, but because of their historical proximity, you think it's the same thing. I just don't understand how you think this way. Please continue in chatting about it. I want to know more how your mind works, because I don't get how these minds work. Go ahead. Like, why would that imply that Bakunin is a Marxist? Just because, in a sense, Lacan is a Heideggerian. Why would it necessarily follow by the same logic that Bakunin is a Marxist? Because it's not enough that they just share proximity. That's extremely vague. It's the content and nature of that proximity that makes him a Heideggerian, in my view. So please establish how Bakunin would be a Marxist on the same basis. So saying that Lacan is not a Heideggerian because there were some differences is like saying Kautsky is not a Marxist because he, for example, it just depends on the context. It depends on, like, in what sense and context are you saying this? When I'm speaking to an audience who's not familiar with continental thinking and philosophy, it's very important that I point out Lacan as a Heideggerian, because Heidegger is the key to understanding the development and the underlying foundation that these thinkers are coming from. It's like it's the key to making sense of them, right? So, but if you're comparing like Lacan to Deleuze, would you call Lacan a Heideggerian? Well, they're both Heideggerians. They're both influenced by Heidegger. Lacan is not especially Heideggerian, so in that context, it really wouldn't make sense to call him that, because he's not especially a Heideggerian. You know? I feel like most of these debaters come on to debate you just read from Wiki. I think they have some other problem that's going on, you know? I think they have a different kind of problem. You know? One that probably I can't do anything about. They just think in a certain way that is very very much rendering them incapable of actually understanding these subject matters. You know? Where did that person go? Where did that person go? I want to continue engaging with what they were saying. Where did they go? Punk potatoes, where'd you go? I'm here. Okay, yeah, we'll respond. I want to know more about your own. Are you being sarcastic? Because let's actually get to the bottom of it. Let's get to the bottom of it. What up, Iced?
Are things better or worse the second time around? Can we really do anything more than once?
Thoughts on Nazbol? They're anarchists. And in that case, it's literally true. Like, Limanov actually would say he's like an anarchist or whatever. But yeah, it's very clear they're anarchists. They're edgy punk rock anarchists. Which they literally were. Let me tell you one of the biggest mistakes people make is that they define an ideology based on what the ideologues are saying, and that's it. They don't go any farther than that. I don't know enough. Why these topics when most people haven't read a page of Capital? Because pseudo-intellectuals try to challenge me and make it seem like I'm talking out of my ass. You are wrong about anarchists? No, I'm not. I'm 100% right. I'm 100% right. Oh, you think you in a group? Get that shit split up. Trying to suck me laying down, I made that bitch sit up. Yeah, hot boss. So Bakunin was a Nazbol? I actually don't think you know how logic works. That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard in my life. If Nazbols are anarchists, does that mean all anarchists are Nazbols? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, if your mom is fat, does that mean all fat people are your mom? Do you even understand how logic works? Why do you embarrass yourself? Yeah, I'm trying to be careful and very precise here because, like, I don't know if these people have an issue or are all fat people your mom just because your mom is fat? How does that make sense? No, defend yourself, motherfucker. Defend yourself. I want to see you defend that claim. Whoa, is Bakunin a Nazbol? Explain how it's implied that Bakunin is a Nazbol when I say Nazbols are anarchists. Nazbols aren't anarchists. Yes, they are objectively. If there's an objective phenomena, a real phenomena called anarchists, then yes, they are. Nazbol believe in a state. Oh, my bad, dude. They're not anarchists then. It's not like I mean something more fundamental than what's on the surface. My bad, dude. I take it back. Guys, turned out they believe in a state. Forget about the actual practical relationship they possessed toward the Russian state in the society that they lived in. Actually, all of this is just a matter of, like, their explicit ideological commitments. That's all that matters. It's not actually about the material relationship they possess to reality. It's about their explicit ideological content. And that's why, like, you know, yeah. He is coping about Lacan. The context for why I called him out, saying that Lacan is a Heideggerian Marxist, was because he said, and I quote, every relevant Marxist theorist post-1940 was Heideggerian, and they named like 3 theorists who aren't Heideggerian or rejected him. They were... What I said was correct. Every relevant Marxist theorist post-1940 was a Heideggerian. The ones who actually made a contribution to Marxism in a new way, yes, they were all Heideggerians. And if they rejected Heidegger in a certain sense, that doesn't negate Heidegger's decisive and seminal significance as to the development and the foundation of their thinking, you fucking idiot. My bad. He can't help it. He has a problem. He admitted it, so my bad. But you know what? Does Scythe want to come defend himself in my Discord, actually? We could actually talk about this right now. We could actually talk about this right now. Does he want to come on and defend that claim that all of the thinkers I named fundamentally rejected Heidegger such that they cannot be called Heideggerians at all? Let's see. I want to see him come on and defend that claim. Is he going to come on and do that? Or is he going to be too scared? You wish, but I doubt it will happen? Why? Why? If they're so confident about their claim. And then name like 3 theorists who aren't Heideggerian or rejected him. So I guess Marx was not a Hegelian, because Marx also rejected Hegel. Can we chat about Chomsky? No, I won't chat with you about Chomsky. You literally don't even understand basic logic. A historical connection, an indirect historical connection, in the sense that they are arising historically for the same reasons, right? In terms of like Mao's Cultural Revolution. And that obviously has a connection to Heidegger, had an indirect connection to the same object of Heidegger's thinking. But no, there's no direct connection. But yes, the Cultural Revolution was Heideggerian, you know, so to speak. The Cultural Revolution was like phenomenological type of revolution. Would you say the Purge at least contributed to the theoretical poverty of the USSR? Absolutely not. No. That's not why. Was Heidegger an anarchist? Because he was definitely a Nazgul. Heidegger was not a Nazgul, you fucking dumbass. You guys don't understand the meaning of words is defined by context. Stop trying to create metonymic arithmetic chains of equivalence. Oh, Haas says Nazis are anarchists. Therefore, every single person who is affiliated with the Nazis was also an anarchist. You know what I mean? Like, no, it doesn't actually work like that. It actually doesn't work like that because Heidegger's affiliation with Nazism is not primarily what defines his thinking. And it's neither true for the rest of the German conservative revolution thinkers. Now, if you had an intellectual that was purely defined by Nazi ideology, then yes, they would be an anarchist in my view. Can you just please parse together the logical consequences of what you're saying so you don't sound like a fucking idiot? I get it, dude. I get that you nerds are not used to someone who's buff and handsome humiliating you on the daily, proving that you're not as intelligent or knowledgeable as you think. And I get it, dude. It hurts a lot because I know intellectualizing is your only cope in life you have, because you're not very good looking, you're not charismatic, and you don't have a good, nice looking body too, right? And you don't really get women, and I get it. Intellectualizing is your only cope. But, you know, sit down, kids. You're way out of your league. You're way out of your lane. You're way out of your lane. Does that guy want to come on stream? I think I should bring him on stream. Why are you so mean, Haas? Because people think there's a division of labor. Like, the ugly people get to be the smart people, and then the handsome men like me, we're not allowed to be the smart ones. And they try to enforce that, and it, you know, it's not viable. I'm not gonna let them enforce it, you know?
Tame the hoe because she won't fame for show. You think that you're rich because you got 100 or more. I got an overload, look like I just sold my soul. I pour before a liter, I got the stripes Adidas.
You a manlet? Yeah, on the internet, being 5'9" means you're like super short. But in real life, that's not how it works. But I get that on the internet, like that's how you think. Because you watch anime and you've never walked outside in your life. Yeah. It's super sad, you know, it's super sad. Honestly, feel bad for these people. Like, this guy doesn't think, he doesn't understand that people like Georges Bataille, Kojev, and Lacan were all Heideggerians. Literally, Heidegger was the only thing that united all of those people. And it's super sad. It's super sad that someone could be this illiterate as to think that. Is it controversial? Any smart people in the chat who know anything about this? Like, all you well-read people in the chat. If someone would tell you Bataille, Kojev, and Lacan were all Heideggerians, is that like left field or something? Or I don't get it. Like, does that shock you? Or is it somehow like so incomprehensible that you couldn't even fathom someone would say that? That's common knowledge if you're into philosophy. I know, dude. I know it's common knowledge, but it's like, how, since when did it, you're saying the non-controversial thing, but let's be real, most people have not read Heidegger. I know, but most people like to bluff that they know. It's not unfathomable, but I wouldn't subsume them under the term Heideggerianism. Well, Zaster, if you're coming from an Anglo background of someone who doesn't know anything about these thinkers, what would you subsume them under the term of? Like, how would you actually... Like, let's say you're in like a party, you're like in a Trotskyist little party. Like, what is really separating Lacan, Kojev, and Bataille and that strand of thought, those French thinkers? Like, how are you going to differentiate them from your Trotskyist pamphlets? You know what I mean? Like, from your dogmatic little sect, how are you going to differentiate those people? Because you can't just say, oh, they're especially keen on intellectualizing, because so is Kojev and, I'm sorry, so is Lukács and others. Where did you learn all this? Literally like a decade of learning. Even in the preface to the introduction of reading Hegel, he said he's reading Hegel through Marx and Heidegger. Yeah. Well, I don't think, and this is the most important thing, I don't think people understand. And this is why I tried to call this guy's bluff and be like, okay, so what about... This guy doesn't know anything about Heidegger, that guy I was arguing with. Because it's like, if you knew anything about Heidegger, you would know he represented a revolution in thought. He technically wasn't even a philosopher, right? Because philosopher is about, ultimately is about the dialectic of the concept, right? And the relationship between the concept and its own... consistency and its own convolutions and so on when it's confronted with its contradictions. Heidegger is opening up an engagement for the first time in the history of Western philosophy with being as such, unmediated by its instantiation in particular beings. And to simplify that for you, Heidegger is opening up the ability to think beyond the tyranny of the concept. And this is what's going to open up the ontologies of continental philosophy. Thoughts on Nick Land and Mark Fisher. See, some people are trying to avoid the Heideggerian revolution. Thank you, Handsome Barley. I'll name those people. Mark Fisher was one of them. So Nick Land is still fully engaged in the kind of Heideggerian revolution. Mark Fisher is taking a few steps back into Spinoza. Spinoza is a big cope people arrive at to avoid the Heideggerian revolution. Zizek ultimately is trying to avoid the devastating and revolutionary implications of Heidegger's thought through his Hegelian ontology, right? And for Zizek, his Hegelian ontology is supposed to close the knot between the problem of the relationship between thinking and being. And I think Zizek fails to tie the knot or whatever, close the knot. If the Nazis liked Heidegger, they wouldn't have censored the shit out of him. And another thing this guy was lying about, he said, oh, well, the Nazis used Heidegger's ideas. And I said, what ideas? His Volkisch theory. I said, what? First of all, what Volkisch theory was Heidegger forwarding? And second of all, how precisely were the Nazis using Heidegger's thinking? There is no evidence that Heidegger influenced the Nazis in any significant or even minimal capacity. I doubt Hitler or Goebbels or the major ideologists of Nazism even knew who Heidegger was. Thank you, the Sewages. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I would consider Ernest Bloch a Heideggerian Marxist, even though he did not consider himself as such. But I would consider his work trying to reconcile some sort of being with what he called the cold stream of... Sure, Ernest Bloch was obviously influenced by Heidegger, but when I'm saying these people were Marxist, Zaster, I'm not saying like they were like explicitly committed to Marxism ideologically, like as a project. Obviously, they're going beyond orthodox Marxism, but there is still a fundamental and formative significance of Marx and Marx's original discovery for them. You need to understand that words have different meaning in context. If I'm calling someone a Marxist, I'm not making an absolute metaphysical statement that applies in every possible context. I mean, for example, compared to like David Harvey, who's literally his life project is reconciling geography with Marxist capital. Yeah, I mean, if you compare him to, a guy like Lacan, obviously the Marxist is going to be David Harvey because he's like dealing with Marx primarily, right? But as a whole, taken as a whole, Lacan is clearly has a proximity and an affinity with Marxism such that it's not a crime to call him a Marxist. You shouldn't really get your panties in a bunch because I'm calling him one, I don't see how someone could get their panties in a bunch. Oh my god, what are you talking about? It's like, but what context am I saying this? You know what I mean? Am I saying Lacan was like... You know what I mean? In what context? Obviously, Lacan is not explicitly dealing with Marxists. He doesn't really care about what Marxists are doing at the time. But Lacan himself says that he considers Marx to be the first person to have named the symptom in the form of the proletarian class. And the symptom is literally the most fundamental linchpin of Lacan's contribution to psychoanalysis. Now, I get some people like, well, no, Lacan said that object A was. And yes, but if you take Lacan's work in their totality, from his early days to the end of his life, the symptom or the symptom is pretty much like the end point for Lacan. That is where Lacan really gets to the end of his system or his thinking. And Lacan attributes the discovery of the symptom to Marx. How is Nick Land still Heideggerian? Nick Land is still a Heideggerian because the two thinkers that had the most formative influence on Nick Land, Georges Bataille and Deleuze, were Heideggerians. And the thread that's holding them in common is their ontological project. So Land is able to think ontologically and in ontological terms because of Heidegger's discovery, because of Heidegger's revolution in thinking. So Nick Land is taking for granted a very specific lineage of thought. He's taking advantage of this revolution in thinking that allows you to think about things in a new way.
You know how we rockin', we fucking with Texas the extra long way.
Didn't Ilyankov like Spinoza? Yes, he did. What is substantialism? It's a term I've coined. So if someone else is talking about substantialism, it means something else. And to me, it's the conflation that you find in the history of Western philosophy between material objectivity and substance. So to me, the material object is not a substance. Substance is a object already laden with form, specific, and often what people mean is phenomenal form. Marx also liked Spinoza. I don't know where people get that. Where are people getting that from? Marx literally said, Marx wrote about Spinoza representing nature in its one-sided estrangement from man, and Fichte, right, as the opposite, as thinking, or man, one-sidedly estranged from nature. I don't know where people get the idea that Marx was a Spinozist. I literally don't know. You know what? Literally, Spinozists just fucking made that up. You will not find any evidence that Spinoza had any significant influence on Marx's materialism. What is the Heideggerian thought revolution? It's ontology. I don't know what else to tell you. It's the question of being. And being as conceived as something which is not a being, right? So ontology before already is just a form of metaphysics. Heidegger wants to overcome Western and specifically modern metaphysics. And metaphysics already attributes being with being a certain kind of being. Why do you want to remove Spinoza off the face of the earth? Because he was evil and satanic. Why do you want to remove Spinoza off the face of the earth? Thoughts on Giordano Bruno? I don't know anything about him.
Again, like, thank you, I guess, for like if you're looking out for that, but like that really came across like the wrong way for like a lot of people too. I know too. There might be a better if you suspect that like that somebody might not be able to engage with you on fully.
Here's the thing.
Maybe you should just either simplify things for them or just block them and like I don't know.
The issue is that they have been spreading a lot of false narratives about me consistently, almost every day, very persistently, reaching a pretty, it's not just like it's them alone. It's like dozens and dozens of people are buying up what this person is saying about me. And I wanted to be able to communicate with them to get to the bottom of what their issue was. And while at the same time acknowledging if they had some kind of disability or some kind of condition that would justify what they were, somewhat justify what they were doing. That's really what I wanted to get to the bottom of. I wanted to know why they were saying all of these things, because I genuinely didn't understand it. And I was trying to understand it. Because it is having a lot of malicious results of all these rumors being spread about things that are just patently not true. Like, for example, I debated a far-right Syrian guy, and this person, I don't know if you know this, insisted on using the F slur, the homophobic F slur, which is also banned on Twitch. It's against Twitch's terms of service. So I ended the debate, and I immediately deleted the video. And this person went around Twitter telling everyone that I deleted the video because I was scared to reveal to everyone that I lost the debate. And people were believing this.
I mean, that's one thing. One thing you gotta realize if you're trying, especially if you're trying to get clouded, is that like people do this stuff all the time.
It's not that I'm just trying to get clouded. I'm just defending my honor. I'm just defending.
The thing is that if you're going to be clouded, you gotta realize like people are gonna do this stuff, and you can't spend all your time engaging with it, or you're gonna become a deranged psychopath. I've seen it happen to many other people.
To an extent, I really do agree with you. I agree with you to an extent. It's just, it was bothering me a lot, and I don't know. Honestly, maybe you're right, and I just shouldn't be engaging with these haters in the first place.
Yeah.
And I ultimately do think there's wisdom in that, and that's ultimately correct.
It'll give them more ammunition against you, and it'll just decrease your mental state. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're somewhat right. I mean, like, I wasted hours, like 3 hours, just arguing on Twitter. It's really pointless. I guess just the reason is that I'm still in a position where I just feel like I have to prove myself. Just because I've never been in public before streaming. I just wasn't a public figure or a public person. And when people say things like, I'm a guy who is completely wrong about everything they say, and I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm always, losing debates with these people that they consider their friends, it's like, I want to really know if there's meat and potatoes, a substantive, like if there's a substance behind that claim, so that I could address it and I could actually confront it head on. But I guess sometimes people just hate, for no reason, or just are looking for attention.
Yeah. Rozumium. Okay, so I kind of understand more where you're coming from with this. Just with this whole issue, but like, I'm just really gonna have to like ask, like, just it really comes across weird when you're like in the middle of a back and forth with someone and you say, do you have autism? Like, that constantly gets used as like gotchas by people, and
yeah. No, I get that. It's just that, I just want to be clear. I don't know. I guess I'm just would be really surprised if people thought or took seriously the allegation that like I actually literally believed like everything I said yesterday, and like I actually believed it was Stalingrad and that kind of stuff. And I just don't know, I don't know. I guess I'm worrying too much about what other people think. But yeah. I guess I was just too fixated on like trying to know why someone would believe that. That makes sense.
Okay. That's fair. But again, too, if you know somebody's coming in bad faith, it's really not worth going there anyway.
Yeah. No, I could see that. And I get that now,
Okay, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry that like I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say this, but like I really have to. I really have to go now because like it's really getting late where I am.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I appreciate you at least taking the time to like address the things I had to say. Like.
Yep. Okay. All right. Bye.
Okay, go outside, bitch.
I mean, whatever. They did say they had a thing, so I don't know what that is, but it is what it is. I mean, look, I'm patient and understanding, okay? I'm patient and understanding. It is what it is. Was it a troll? I don't think it was a troll. I think it was, we have to understand that some people are on the internet and they're very much, they're in discords and like they're in social circles, and I guess she really wants to make an impression on those people, at least with being able to say one last thing like that. There's a theory by a Hegelian mad scientist who thinks that viruses come at the end of historical epochs and transform the physiology of the population in accordance with the rise of a new historical era. I just made that up. What is that? You've never touched titties? You know what's so cute? These beta males in my chat who think they're like experts about pussy. And they are the authority on pussy. They're like, oh, you must have never had sex like I did. Because, Bruh. I don't want to insult the girl is the problem. But who did you have sex with? Because I would rather be a virgin than have sex with whoever you... I am not lying. I would rather be a virgin than have sex with whoever Chad is fucking. I'm not even lying. I'm not even lying. I'd rather be a virgin. I'm not even lying. I would rather never, ever, ever have ever had my pee-pee in anyone than fuck with what Chat fucks. Y'all, we are not... You guys and my standards, completely different things.
Based.
Thank you, Tedu. Thank you. We have different standards. Well, it's easy for someone to make that call when they haven't gotten any. You haven't gotten any, dude. That's the thing. That's what I need you to understand. I know it makes you feel cool that you're fucking a 2 out of 10. But it doesn't. It makes you disgusting. And I saw you guys in the hallway in high school. And everyone thought you were disgusting. That's what you need to understand. Y'all were nasty. And it's nasty and disgusting. It's not an accomplishment, man. Yeah, there's no better content. This is literally the best content on Twitch right now.
How the funniest thing is learning from your history professor through a streamer is hilarious, bro. Like You know, I can't listen in history class, but I can listen to your stream all day. It's so different. And when you
Yeah.
say stuff like, "No, fuck it, Trotsky was a cuck," then my professors didn't say that, so I didn't pay attention. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Your fucking mouth, stop talking shit about me. You sound like a little bitch. Keep donating jewelry. I never paid you.
Guys, so the context for that was basically there's a guy in Zerka's chat that was calling me a virgin and shit, and I was hitting back at them because they're like always in e-girls chats, like they're donating jewelry and they're donating money. And I think this dude is a virgin. I think this dude is a virgin because it makes sense why they keep calling me one, but it seems like they're very insecure and self-conscious about their virginity, so they're projecting it on me. So that's my theory. Because honestly, being a virgin is not a big deal. It's honestly not. Are there virgins in chat? How many of y'all are virgins? If you're a virgin by choice, I respect you. A lot. If it's really by choice, I do respect you. You know? Nope. By choice, yes. Nice. Yes, yes. Can I say something? I'm just gonna speak from my experience. So I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Did having sex really change who you are that much? Did it was it really that much of an experience that oh my god, I'm totally different now? Because I feel like I was the same. I've always been the same. I feel like it was just kind of awkward, and then that was it. Like, it wasn't like, oh my god, it's so different. Like, maybe y'all were just cringe. If you know what I mean? I was expecting more for sure. Yeah. Felt very confident. Yeah, because the social stigma or whatever, the social thing. But I told my friends when I lost it, and it didn't really make me feel any better. You know? All right, a word from our sponsors. Let's hear a word from our sponsors. Wanna go back to I'm feeling when I was in dark space. I count my blessings every day that I was chosen for this place.
The United Nations.
Hold on, I can't even hear shit.
The United Nations, the organization that should be responsible for the peace and order in the world, and the Security Council and its 5 permanent members. It's a very good chance to talk about what happened in Afghanistan and to talk about American policy, and that's true, it was a disaster. And that's what it is. And I'm not the only one who's saying that. American experts are saying this. Because it was a disaster. Look, Americans are very pragmatic people. And they spent more than $1.5 trillion on this campaign. And what did they get in return? Nothing. Zilch. And if we look at the number of people who were left in Afghanistan, who worked for the West, for the USA, for their allies, then we can also talk about humanitarian disaster and catastrophe. And hopefully there will be understanding that...
So guys, just kind of off track. I was reading more about the Soviet-Afghan war, and the more I read about it, the more that I'm convinced that the real thing that was going on was in Kabul between the Parcham and Kalk factions. That was really the real shit going on. And the Soviets didn't invade because of the Mujahideen. They invaded because they feared the Khalq faction, making Afghanistan independent and more allied with China. Have you ever heard that theory before? That it wasn't even about the Mujahideen, it was about getting rid of the Khalq faction? The Khalq wasn't pro-China, not officially, but they were making moves, apparently, to be pro-China. What sources have you been reading? I forgot, but I'm convinced that there's been a lot of misinterpretations of what it was about. It's like the basic idea was that the communists took power and they were in the cities, and then the rural people rose up, and then that's it, right? But no, there was something going on in the cities that people overlook. And it was between the Khalq people and the upper middle classes in the cities. And this was internal to the cities. And that's why the Soviets intervened. Literally a Russian combat manual. I don't wanna go back to our foreign fear now. Let me tell you another thing I found out too. Did you know that Taraki was more anti-American, right? But Amin was more anti-British. You know what that means, right? That is literally fucking crazy. Like, Amin would be more anti-British in propaganda rhetoric, and Taraki would be more anti-American. And there was literally a clash between them two about this. Which actually confirms Logo's theory that there were agents of the British Empire in the Soviet Union. Kanye believed that South Park had a false aesthetic, that their stance of subjective irony in relation to the world was false, and that for Kanye, there are real, meaningful things in the world. The world is not just an object to be made fun of. There are things meaningful in the world. And Kanye, at the risk of appearing crazy and ridiculous, has always tried to be faithful to the view that there is meaning in the world, that there is meaning to Kanye West, there is meaning to the artifice. It's not just artifice. There's a deeper meaning behind it. And that takes for him the form of his ego. So he was saying, "Oh, I am God, I am whatever, I'm the best," because he is refusing to surrender the sphere of imaginary forms as a meaningful sphere. He is not willing to say that this is all meaningless bullshit. Okay? Finally, and yeah, fucking Kanye West, BTFO, those fucking nihilistic South Park pieces of shit. He won that war, by the way. And I'll tell you why he fucking won. Because where's South Park now? Kanye West won through his music. His fucking music. His album, was it My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy? That fucking album, everyone understood. It was a goated ass fucking album. Beautiful fucking album. And South Park started to fall off. South Park's gone now. Kanye's still here. So he won. Fuck South Park, right?
You're getting smaller?
She's a psychopath? Why?
No! It's zooming out? What's going on?
Why is she a psychopath?
Bring me back. I'm shrinking.
She's vegan? Alright, we're getting out of here. Never mind. I'm unfollowing her too.
Could we make the White House 10 times as powerful over the executive branch? Very easily. Could we imagine, at that point, we're reaching the powers of, say, LBJ? Could we make the White House 100 times as powerful over the executive branch? At this point, we're up to the powers of FDR. So, people think when they vote for Donald Trump that they're voting for the same job that FDR had. They're actually voting for like 0.01% of that job. which is a really serious, like that is.
This guy spent his whole life trying to be Keanu Reeves from The Matrix. I'm not even lying.
A really serious misinterpretation of reality.
This is fundamentally connected to the whole phenomenon of the fandom that you see about people have animation franchises or movie franchises or anything like that. And it's the same thing for these people today online with these very hyper-specific ideologies like you're describing, Hans. The connection there to just fandom culture is not just supposed to be a low-hanging fruit insult against these people of saying you're basically a My Little Pony fandom person. The point is that is the only way through that fandom mechanism that youth today, that's the structure behind all of the engagement with media generally. So,
it's really interesting. I just want to quickly point out, we truly are living in the era of Xi Jinping thought, and I'll explain why. Because if you look at it from the perspective of mass media alone, right? Just look at that alone, just mass media, movies, TV, culture, and that, right? So for the past few decades, the norm has been the Deng Xiaoping era of just complete unleashing the forces of production, just complete chaos, right? But now forget about all of these anarchistic punk rock fandoms we're talking about, this ultra left, fascist, whatever, LARPers. LARPing has become mainstream, so to speak. All of a sudden, we have the growth and the rise of the Disney Corporation with Marvel and all those other people. We have consumer brands, Apple, and that now have a moral dimension, and I mean morality with like all of the philosophical and aesthetic connotations and so on of the word. Now these are forms of sedentary safety and consolation and copium against the scary and arbitrary, I guess, rhizomatic flux of mass media and the forms of mass media. Now Disney has become a religion. They need their life to be Disney. They need to, even if you look on TikTok, they act like and talk like Disney characters.
It's quite kind of disturbing, the facial contortions.
Oh, I haven't even seen this.
Like a bizarre, like humans, because like uncanny valley effects or things that aren't human that look human, but it's horrific reversal where it's the human makes itself look like the imitation of the human. I find it really unsettling.
Yeah. But if you think about all this kind of analogy we're talking about, just in this sphere of media, right? Media alone. What is this if not socialism? This is a one-on-one exact parallel what socialism was for capital. Capitalism was this arbitrary economic chaos, and then socialism is now where we can finally have some kind of determinate and specific form of, if not resistance, just safety and certainty against this. And with the rise of the Disney Corporation and Marvel, and it's almost like this is the socialism, and then all of these internet LARPers are just anarchists and petty bourgeois socialists in a way. You know what I mean? Like trying to resist.
I guess the thing that, when you're describing that came to my mind is, the Princeton Radio Project? It was like a social sciences research council, Rockefeller Foundation thing. Kate, you all know about that, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So like Adorno worked for this, pretty famously going to work for the mind war operators. And he studied the way that people...
This is like Daniel Lerner, by the way, is word for this, I think. He wrote a book, like the psych war campaign against Nazi Germany, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Adorno wrote some stuff about like music specifically in the way that... But also this applies to political communities as well. But he talked about how it starts from presupposition of social atomization. The social has been fragmented. You have the solitary individual who's adrift in it. And then the individual will hear this on the radio and they'll undergo a psychological process where their personality is crystallized into a community that it might not be there in the immediate proximity, but they become part of this wider network or this web. And they psychologically recondition themselves to be a part of that, and it compensates for the social atomization that had previously happened. And so this is very fascinating because, of course, he's doing this for the Rockefellers and it's feeding into the OSS, and this becomes part and parcel of the American fucking mind cannon psych war regime that we're all living in. This is the basis of it.
Which is just
And
advertising, which is just developing
exactly
consumer community of
Right.
virtualized,
But
yeah.
Adorno thought it was horrible. The funny thing is you can contrast Adorno's feeding this into the machine. He's pointing out this is how it happens. This is psychological crystallization. Then you read Adorno's writings. He's like, oh, this is terrible. This is the basis of fascism. This is the worst thing that could happen. It erases the critical capacity, et cetera, et cetera.
The business elites, the political elites, the old aristocrats, the barons of the Prussian state. He's picked and elected as the champion of capital to defend German national capital. And then he eventually, whenever I make this point, then people will say, but then Hitler had these people killed. He obviously he wasn't a capitalist, he wasn't a liberal. But that's the whole thing. He is going through this exact nihilistic abstraction and purification of capital through his whole Wagnerian, Schopenhauerian pessimist narrative. He is elected by these people to be the champion of capital, but he realizes that at the end of the day do not have as pure of a vision or understanding of that capital as he does. Because his vision involves breaking down the national boundaries between different stores of national capital and allowing them to flow together and creating international capitalism at a higher, more purified form than these lower, self-interested aristocrats could conceive of in their pursuit of their self-interests. He's taking it to another higher level and realizes that they're holding it back.
Right. It's a developmentalism.
That's my understanding of the whole product, because that's what we see with the Vichy technocrats. Consolidating, they're rationalizing French industry. That's happening all over Europe. That's what World War II is, that what Hitler's doing. That's what the SS is doing. They're rationalizing European capital.
But you also have to put it in the context of the crisis of capital as well, because that is why they're trying to do this rationalization process. That's what really interested me when we were looking at the Vichy technocrats, is it begins as basically planners. I'm not going to try to pronounce the French word, but it does just boil down. They were just literally known as the planners before the Vichy regime came along, because they knew that liberalism was in its terminal point in the Great Depression. And this was the only way, was to institute this dictatorship of the technocrat, I guess, and reform it on a higher basis in order to save it from itself.
Exactly, because that's what we were saying in the Newfoundland episode in the whole 4-hour Vichy France section. Those technocrats, they were all trained at the École Polytechnique. There's Saint-Simonian heritage that they're coming down from.
Right.
But that's exactly it.
And it's also kind of interesting, because sideways tendril that reaches out and touches our conversations about China is if you look at the KMT, the Kuomintang, it was very, very planning oriented. It was very much part of the same intellectual current that, you would have seen with the Vichy technocrats. And the communists were actually quite comfortable with more localized market structures. There was a very distinctly different philosophical or intellectual, practical orientation. And so even in that, just kind of to flash forward, the Deng Xiaoping opening up and reform was kind of, in a lot of ways, a return to the very basis of the Communist Party itself, as it differentiated itself from the KMT being these high order, ultimately liberal.
Oh, man, that's so great, because it really does all start to make sense, because you think about this in terms of the international aspect of it, what it means, a fascist international. It just turns it all around, because that's the whole point, we saw with the Vichy corporatism and the Vichy ideology, and how it's undermined by the rationalization of the technocrats.
And, all I can say about these people who believe the woke explosion started in 2013 or whatever is, they should have been at Brown with me in 1991, because it's exactly the same doctrine.
Yeah. Moldbug's yeah, in 1991, I was not allowed to say the N-word. And I wasn't even allowed to yell it. It's the same thing. Okay, dude, shut up. Come on. It was not the same. I mean, I get what he's saying, but dude, come on. It wasn't the same thing. you're just a little bit too edgy. Like, when I was at Brown in 1991, like, I could not even say the N-word. It's ridiculous. What an absolute fucking scumbag. What an absolute fucking scumbag. So, guys, so for some context, I stayed up all night destroying our relevant point by point, absolutely fucking obliterating this guy. And I did so sleep deprived, no sleep, nothing. So let me give you context of how that just ended. I was making the fucking argument that Zerko was making the argument with me that, you know, all these underage people on TikTok that are twerking and all that kind of shit should be banned, should be made illegal. And our relevant in his chat were question marking it and really pushing back. Okay? Pushing back. They had a problem with this. They had a fucking problem with this, right? Because they are, by and large, coming from a community, whether it's Voshes or elsewhere, that are known to test the limits of what is and isn't allowed in relation to preying on minors. And they're fucking known for that. Right? And that's what they're actually known for. So it comes to a point where someone in the chat goes, well, I'm not allowed to look at girls twerking, but it's apparently allowed that people can, guy, 16-year-old boys can go on Instagram and post their fitness gains. No, all I said was, look at how they try to test the lines. Those are not the same thing, okay? Because they're not. So the context was that our relevant in his chat were trying to look for excuses to justify preying on underage women by looking at sexually explicit content on TikTok that involves underage minors. Okay? That was the context of it. And our relevant wouldn't debate me about this. He kept on just fucking speaking over me. He kept on fucking speaking over me and just refusing to actually engage. And it came to a point, his whole fucking chat kept defaming me, calling me the fucking pedo, when that's what they are, because they're the ones who were snooping for excuses to justify child pornography on TikTok. So our relevant just kept screaming, you lost! He wouldn't let me talk. You got this. He wouldn't let me even talk. The whole fucking time. And he declared victory. Then I said, okay, you know what? This is defamation. How about that? Now you have it, because you wanted to end the stream and leave it at that. And then he goes, you ran away because you lost the debate because it's TOS. I didn't lose any fucking debate. You wouldn't debate me about it because you were just talking over me. Second of all, he says, I've never seen anyone go and go talk about the TOS. Who's the one who brought up TOS first after we established that we're allowed to have our back and forth with each other? Right? It was him. Specifically when it came to the DM that I got. He's the one who started talking about TOS, and I literally had to argue with him about how I wasn't even targeting them because I didn't name them. Didn't even know he had a fucking girlfriend to begin with, right? So he's the one who bitched out first and brought up TOS. And if he's gonna bring up TOS and restrain me, then I get to fucking do the same thing to him. Yeah, he wouldn't let you talk. You a baby being told when to speak? Because no one could hear me. No one could hear anything I was fucking saying, you fucking dumbass. Literally no one could hear anything I was fucking saying. Yeah, and then he accused me of the rape word or whatever. It's so fucking stupid. And the fact is, and I do stand by this, he does have a community. He does have a fucking community that tries to test the limits of what is and isn't allowed, because the truth is they have the desire in the first place to have inappropriate underage minors on TikTok and that kind of shit. And for whatever reason, they want that to be there. Like, someone who doesn't have an interest in maintaining that shit would not be out here defending it. You know, that's the truth. That's really the truth. Someone who has an interest in just being like, okay, whatever, right? They would just take they would just accept it and move on. They would not try to use hypotheticals and test the limits of the line. It's like what Voss says, okay, so you're saying child pornography is bad? Well, how do we define? And you don't go there, right? You just say, no, that's it, right? You gotta talk to Zerka? No, I fucking don't. I don't gotta talk to fucking Zerka. I don't gotta fucking talk to Zerka. You know? You're losing Zerka to our relevant, bro. I don't give a fuck, man. I really don't give a fuck. Like, especially after everything that happened, the only reason Zerka should have came in would be to have my back. Not to be a neutral moderator, but to have my fucking back. Otherwise, he shouldn't have fucking came. What did he even have to do with it? Right? He was on your side. Look, when our relevant started screaming, saying that disgusting shit about me, bruh, you know, pedophiles aren't just men. Women can look at, okay, yeah, they can, which is why, in a context, yes, they would be bad. That's why I said, even in context, Olympic photos could be child pornography. The same thing is true for a 16-year-old boy that is having fitness gains. I agree. All I'm insisting on is the fact that it is not inherently sexual, just like sports are not inherently sexual, right? But twerking on TikTok is fucking inherently sexual. That's the fucking hill I wanted to die on. Right? I said context mattered. Yeah, they were spamming based on pedophilia because they think pedophilia is based. That's the truth. Twerking is a dance move, and this is an example of his community trying to skirt the line. They're taking something that is inherently sexual in almost every context and being like, oh, it's just dance, and dance is a sport, so it's okay. Dude, you're a fucking sick, disgusting fuck, is what you are. You're literally a sick, disgusting fuck. Why don't you just stay away from that and just be like, you know, you'd think it would be like a garlic to a vampire, right? You'd think it would be like fucking garlic to a fucking vampire. Our relevant got fucking destroyed. Dude, nobody in this chat disagrees about the TikTok take. Everyone here agrees. Yeah, but in his chat, it's different, obviously, right? They don't agree with that. They don't agree with that. He took a huge fucking L, right? The L is you drawing the TOS card. You need to fixate your points around this. But you're just fucking stupid is the problem. I already went over it. He's the one who brought up TOS first when he wanted to talk about my comments that I made about his girlfriend. And he had to fucking scream, TOS! TOS! So he set the standard for that. TOS was my last resort because he was about to end the stream while continuing to make the claim that, oh, you're weird. I don't want you around any schools, Infrared. I don't want you around any schools. And his whole chat is joining in saying that kind of shit. So at that point, I'm like, okay, that TOS defamation. How about that? It's not like I'm resorting to TOS instead of debating him. The whole point is I'm demanding him debate me. Right? Yeah, he pussied out. Absolutely fucking pussy down. Absolutely fucking pussy down. You know? You lost so hard, you're angry at Zerka for not helping you. You're such a fucking dumbass. Why was Zerka there if not to back me up? The reason you need allies like Zerka to back you up is because Irrelevant has Dylan and his whole chat against me. I'm facing 1,000 viewer chat. So yeah, it would be an ally thing to do. Would be to back me up. You know, he's moderating. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. There's no moderating. There's no fucking moderating. There's no moderating. You don't fight other people's battles? Then don't join the battle. Why was he there? Don't join the battle unless you're going to back up your ally. Yeah, he backed me up a bit, but you know, he was making it seem like this is the same thing. This is my enemy. This is literally my fucking enemy. You know? This is my fucking enemy. That dude is my enemy, dude. Sound like such a crybaby? Oh, okay, let's see who's crying. Irrelevant, who's screaming about TOS, even though he's the fucking one who brought it up in the first place. He's the one who fucking brought it up in the first place. He's still live, thought he had to leave. Of course he's still fucking live. He's a fucking pussy. He's a fucking pussy. People won't aren't human anymore. If you're black and a Democrat tells you to show marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tells you to look out for that bus, stand there and get hit. Why is he saying this? That's like, there's no fucking context. What the fuck is he talking about? Why is he fucking saying that? I don't get it. There's no, like, she's not talking about the bus. What the fuck is he saying? What the fuck is he saying? It literally don't make sense. I know he means well. He means well, but he just does, he's not self-aware. He kind of doesn't mean, he means well from his point of view, but it really does reflect that he's such like a fucking champagne socialist, you know? He's so out of touch. He's like, "Oh, I really got like, what was he fucking thinking saying this shit?"
But here you are.
You know, it's such a comedy that you can't even be mad at him because he's like a parody. He's literally a parrot. Yeah, this is like a comedy sketch of fucking mocking how liberals are, you know?
Native Americans are still doing the same thing.
Right, but the difference is that the Native American population is what percentage of the United States?
Oh, because they were basically slaughtered off, their claim is what? Not as valid as Palestinians?
It would be proportionate to the amount of space they need as a people.
Oh, so basically, there's not a lot of Native Americans left, so they don't get their land back.
Do you know what Native Americans are demanding and what they want?
Yes.
What do they want?
They want their land back. And
so they want the entirety of the United States only as their property.
However, and I can tell you this comes from Comrade Number 3, the political leader of the Navajo Nation, and this is exactly what he told me. Who is a socialist, by the way.
Okay, so what is his name?
His name is Comrade Number 3. I don't know his real name.
Comrade Number 3, and he represents the Navajo people.
Yes, actually, I have a thing of him on my channel, him speaking about decolonization, etc.
And he wants all of America for the Navajo?
There is a question of what it is they want to do, and it's their decision to make, not the colonizers.
I'm trying to Google him, and I can't find him. So
you're not going to find anything on a Google. He doesn't have a social media.
So how do you know he represents the whole Navajo people, and he's their actual representative?
Because I've talked to him, and I've talked to his people.
You've talked to every Navajo, or you've talked to...
No, I've not talked to every
Because
Navajo.
there are official organizations that represent...
Okay, so basically you're just going to claim he doesn't exist.
I don't know who you're talking... I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm saying there are official representatives of indigenous organizations and people and reservations and tribes. There are official tribes that are registered and recognized by the U.S. government. And
well, if it's recognized by the U.S. government, because that's someone you can trust.
Well, who are you going to trust then? Otherwise, you're just dealing with individuals.
The people themselves.
Which people?
The Native Americans themselves.
But that's the issue with individuals, right? Many individuals can say, well, we support Trump. Many individuals can say, well, we support this, we support that. So
I don't support the ones that...
How do you know who speaks for all indigenous people?
No one person does. But that is the general consensus, is yes, they do want their land back. And even now, we've gone...
Okay, but hold on. What is their land? What land do they want back? Do they want
western half of the world?
They want the entirety of seaboard to seaboard United States.
Some of them, yes.
To do what with? Historically speaking, they didn't have all of that land. They didn't even use all of that land. That doesn't even make any sense.
Funny,
I have studied indigenous...
That is an Ayn Rand. That's literally what Ayn Rand
They
said.
literally did not... I'm not saying they didn't exploit the land. I'm saying that they literally had no... It wasn't a sacred grounds for that. They didn't even operate in all of America seaboard to seaboard. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's funny, because I've had Zionists say the same thing about Palestine.
Okay.
Well, they weren't using all of it, so therefore the colonization is okay. Well, we're not saying it's okay, but we're saying that they didn't use all of it. But we're not saying it's okay.
That doesn't make any sense, okay? I'm trying to tell you
argument,
that...
not mine.
Okay, historically speaking, you can actually map historical and ancestral lands of various different indigenous tribes.
So therefore, it's okay to steal some of the land.
No, that happened in the past.
Oh, so it happened a long time ago, therefore it doesn't count.
Well, what would it mean for it to count?
The land was stolen.
Okay, well,
no amount of saying
since we're talking about the past and the weight of the past matters so much, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Canada.
So why don't you pack your bags, give your land to indigenous people?
Okay, first of all, with what money? And by the way, I don't own any land.
You don't have a house?
No. I live in a rented apartment.
So share your apartment at least with homeless indigenous people.
Oh, so very right-wing argument. You
Why?
think that on an individual level that I can make any kind of a difference in that way?
But I'm asking you, what are the contemporary implications? So what? The past doesn't count?
Move to Cuba.
So the past doesn't count?
I'm saying it does count.
So if it counts, stop occupying their land now and leave.
Well, if you like socialism, move to Cuba.
It's okay. Well, for me, the implications of socialism are building socialism here. So why would I move to Cuba? If the implications of socialism for you are giving all of the native people their land back...
It's a nonsense argument.
But the implications of socialism to you are giving all indigenous people the land back.
Argument.
So what are the implications?
I can't give their land back. I don't have any land.
You can give
I can't give back something I don't.
I
don't own the apartment.
You can give your belongings, and you can give your
my belongings. They don't want my belongings. They want their land. I don't have any land to give back.
But you are physically living in an apartment on stolen land.
Yes.
You're living on stolen
and I
land.
believe that this land.
So
should
do
be
you
given
remember the clip of that settler who was saying if it's not going to be me who takes the house, it's going to be someone else? That's kind of how you're being right now. Yeah.
No. That's not the argument I'm making. I never said
It
that.
sounds a lot like the argument you're making.
No, absolutely not. Because I don't deny that I'm on occupied land, and it should change.
How is that going to change?
This is nonsense. It's like saying if you don't like a capitalist economy, then leave.
No,
It's
because
the same argument.
no, I could easily
it's
respond
a
to that.
nonsense argument.
It's not the same argument. I could easily respond to that
where I am,
argument by
the
saying
land
that
is still stolen.
But
You are
if
looking
Marxists
for
say that the
mental
basis of
gymnastics
socialism
in
is
order
in
to get
capitalism, it's
out
not
of
the
that.
same argument because
You are
socialism
looking
comes
for
from
mental
capitalism.
gymnastics to get out of the fact that you are on stolen land just as I am. And it should be returned to those people. And they can decide.
I don't believe that's the contemporary implication, is that they want all of America. You're really raising the bar.
No.
I think you're
Some
really
do.
trivializing
Some
the
do.
ongoing injustices against indigenous people
You're
by
lying about
raising
what
the
I'm
bar
saying.
so high.
You're lying about what I'm saying.
Well, you
I never
realize,
said all land.
have you actually studied what indigenous people do want?
Yes.
Because they don't just want all of America.
They tell me, like I said, some do want all back. I never said they all want
I know indigenous people who are fascists.
Yeah, and I know indigenous people too.
But I know
putting
some
words
who
in my
are
mouth.
fascists and who love Mussolini and Hitler.
Stop putting words in my mouth because I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying I know
didn't say all
indigenous
land
people
back.
who like Mussolini and Hitler. Do they represent all indigenous people?
No.
Well, you can only go off of the
Okay,
actual
so-
tribal leaders and what
It's
they are
about-
saying.
Literally, okay, so some people could stay, some people can go. Let's say it's up to them. They even said that they'd be willing to give some land to descendants of slaves, etc. That's not the question here. The question
That's
is
really
whether or not the
convenient.
land is stolen.
Hold on, that's really convenient that
That's their
their
decision to make.
view is everything that conforms to white Western left
It's
wokeness.
their land.
Do you know that there's do you know that there's a history of conflict between descendants of slaves and indigenous people? Do you know that indigenous people had slaves?
And it's still their land, and they can still make the decision whether or not they want anyone to be able to stay on
But it just seems like it's so convenient that what they apparently
No, it's
want
not convenient.
is
It's
just
their
what
land.
white Western leftists want.
No. It's not what white left or Western leftists
It
want.
is.
White Western leftists want to erase decolonization entirely.
Then why was the response to me, Caleb, and Jackson overwhelmingly negative by the leftists?
Because your position was bullshit.
So you're contradicting yourself.
No, it's the patriotism that was bullshit.
Okay, but you're still
Decolonization, I
contradicting.
didn't see anybody getting mad over decolonization.
That's
I saw
exactly
them
what they were getting
being
mad over.
the-
That's exactly what they were getting mad over. Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
because you can't say you stand for decolonization while supporting the state or supporting the country that is the colonizer.
Do you know
That doesn't make any
do you know the
sense.
origins of this term decolonization within academia?
Okay, now you're going to try to play semantics.
Well, I'm just
America
telling you, it's a
exists
complete
as an
white
empire
Western left,
on
white
native
guilt
land,
cope.
land that was stolen, and you are coming up with justifications for it continuing to be that way. Oh, we'll make treaties, give them treaties that they can't actually turn down. I mean, you do know the history of land treaties with Native
I think
Americans,
you can actually address their real demands and claims on a fair basis that addresses the needs of everyone who lives here in America.
I think that they would largely disagree. Okay, let's say you're right. Exactly what about America does that essentially change? America's on stolen land. If they agree to give that land to America, that wouldn't even be America anymore.
Is there land in your view that is
What
not
is-
stolen in history? What's an example of non-stolen land?
The other half of the world.
None of
I'm
that land
talking
was conquered
Canada,
or
the
stolen.
United States, Australia. That's who I'm talking about.
So
And
no other
Is-
land
and-
was
and
taken
Israel.
forcefully in the world?
I didn't say that. I don't live
So
there.
should
I'm
that
not-
land
I'm
be
not a
given
part of
back
them.
as well?
Maybe, depending on the case. I don't know. I'm not talking about them.
So
I am talking about the Western world.
why?
Because the Western world is the problem. The Western world is the imperialist core.
I agree that it's imperialist.
Why
but-
are you trying to change the subject to some other country?
Because I don't know why I don't know what you mean by like we live on stolen land. Well, who doesn't?
What do you mean? Britons live in Britain. Russians live in Russia.
So you don't think any British land is stolen from indigenous people in the British Isles, like the Normans, conquests, and those kinds of things?
Depending on the area.
So should that land be given back? Would that be your advice?
Maybe I would have to research those individual things. But I am not talking about those ones. I can't.
I think the point I'm trying to make.
All land is stolen.
I'll throw you a bone. I'll throw you a bone.
Land is okay.
No, I'll throw you a bone. Even though it's debate-wise, it's not a good idea. But I'll just do it to be fair. I agree that there is something unique compared to the rest of the world about the Western colonialism in the New World. I agree. It's not just like the historical forms of conquest and subjugation that existed elsewhere. So I'll just throw you that bone. But the underlying point I'm trying to give to you is that the only way to reconcile the sins of the past is to live and address their implications in the present. You're not going to rectify the so-called injustices of the past because all of history is written in blood, slaughter, war, rape, and injustice, and there's no way for you to reverse that or just make it so that that wrong can be righted. You have to come to terms with the fact that this was an objective part of the development of history. And
yeah, that was my point. That is an objective part of what is America, where it came
I agree,
from,
but so what are but you're saying the implications of that is that we can just reverse that and give all indigenous people all the land instead of addressing the needs of the people who live here now.
You don't need to address or the people living here do not need to address it. They need to give.
And one of the differences with the Israel-Palestine conflict too is that conflict is not based on the humanitarian good graces of the colonizers. It's an actual real war that's going on. So if the Palestinians win,
are you not aware what's going on reservations and the history?
Well, for example, I would never appeal to Western morality in defense of the Palestinians. I would say the Palestinians and their allies will be victorious, right? Because I do believe that. Whether I like that or not, that's just my assessment and my belief. I cannot make the same assessment when it comes to what if Native Americans are waging a protracted people's war against the federal government, which they're not. It's not going to fare well for them.
So therefore, it's okay to just continue the way it is.
You don't have a materialist view.
Well, if they're not fighting for it, then
you don't have a materialist view of morality. What do you mean okay? Okay according to whom and by whose actions and
morality isn't even necessarily material.
What?
It's not even an objective thing.
But you're appealing to morality.
No, I'm saying how is one valid and not the other?
Well, valid is a moral category.
No, there is no addressing their concerns. They make the decision because it is their land.
So let them.
They address our concerns.
So they'll do it then.
Okay, and that's.
I'm not going to get in their way.
But the U.S.
I just don't see them taking.
Not you. Not you.
But I don't see them conquering all of America. I just don't see it happening.
Who said anything about conquering?
Well, then how are they going to get all of America? If not by...
I didn't say that they would necessarily would. I said it should be given to them to make
Should, which is about morality.
Okay, so you're saying that because they can't kick our ass and take it back, then it's okay.
That's materialism for you.
So you're saying because they literally can't... So you literally making might is right.
That's materialism for you. And by the way, I'm not saying that.
You literally are. Yes, you are. You just did.
Well, that's how you're interpreting it.
They can't kill us and take it back. That literally is might makes right.
Whether I'm saying whatever morality you have has to be make peace with that objective material fact. I'm not saying that makes it okay.
Your
but whatever is or isn't okay, you have to make peace with the material circumstances and the reality.
Yeah. And the reality is the land is stolen. And all you're really saying is that they can't kill us and take it back, so it's ours.
The land, who's
that
ours?
Really is all you're saying.
Who's ours?
What do you mean?
Who's ours? I mean, are you saying what do I think should happen if I could snap my fingers and have whatever reality I want? Or am I talking about what is the reality and how should Marxists and materialists respond accordingly?
So you don't think that you should fight to have the land given back to them?
Okay, what does it mean to fight for that? Does it mean just virtue signaling to no avail? Because that's what I think you think it means.
No, that's what first worldists do.
So how do you do it then?
Well, first of all, theoretically, if you felt it was necessary, not that I'm necessarily advocating it, you would essentially destroy American society, overthrow the government, or something like that. I am not necessarily endorsing that, officer.
But there are plenty of...
all you would have to do is destabilize...
I get it. That's the anarchistic approach. There's plenty of groups that are working overtime 24/7 to do that. A lot of them are far right. The Order of Nine Angels, the Atomwaffen... they just want to destroy it all, right? But they're not. Those are federal honeypots that for people to go and get arrested and go to jail.
And theoretically,
so if you try to organize something like that, you're going to create a federal honeypot, and you're not going to succeed.
So again, you come right back to might makes right.
Well, I'm asking
saying,
you.
Oh, you can't beat the government, so therefore it's okay to remain the way it is.
I never said that.
No, but that's exactly the implications of exactly what you're saying.
The implications to me is that what you're calling the government, or at least society, has internal contradictions, and that Marxists are trying to accustom themselves to those contradictions and make sense of those contradictions.
I'm sorry, what did that have anything to do with taking down?
Well, you're saying nothing will change, and that's not true, because change happens in an imminent way.
I'm not saying nothing will change.
According to the internal contradictions.
I never said that.
And not according to the voluntary will of anarchists who just want to destroy everything.
You're putting words in my mouth again. I never said that nothing changes.
Okay.
Where did you
you said I think nothing should change. That's not what I think, because it's not about morality. It's about the objective fact that things are changing according to the development of their internal contradictions.
Yes, that's not what I meant.
So what did you mean?
I think it should change. Like,
okay.
What are you even accusing me of?
You think it should change, right?
Yes.
So does your should include a little bit of reality, or is it just something purely in your head?
Yes, this is reality. Reality is how?
But if it should, then there has to be a can. There has to be a can too, not just a should. Then.
So it's stolen, but you're adding the footnote.
If you say, for example, this cat that I have, it's a brown cat. This cat has 4 legs. Let's say the cat has 4 legs. I want the cat to have. This cat should have 5 legs. Is there a bit of reality in that demand?
Don't compare them, but don't make such an idiotic comparison.
But it's an extreme comparison to try to explain to the relationship.
Actually, it's a pretty stupid comparison.
But it's about explaining to the relationship between morality and reality.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the reality
if your should has no can or means,
all you're saying is that you don't see how it could be given back. So
if your morality has no means to realize itself, then you don't have a materialist understanding of morality.
No, yes, I do.
So how is it okay? How is your morality materialist then?
Because this is stolen land, and your only argument is you can't force it to give it back, so therefore don't bother. And you know what? That doesn't even have to do with what the entire debate was supposed to be about anyway. What is America?
Okay, hold on. This is
stolen land.
Okay,
stolen slavery, genocide. Nothing you say about it happened before. It happened before America existed, and some of it did happen while America existed. All of these things are what America is. All of these things built what America is.
But why is it okay? Change. But that's still the reality that nonetheless you inhabit, you live, breathe, and eat and drink from. And nonetheless, despite this reality, there still manages to be internal contradictions that don't obey merely being a result of this founding sin you're talking about.
Well, what does that have to do with the fact?
What I'm trying to say is that you have to come to peace with the facts of history instead of having.
I have to come to peace with native genocide slavery. You're telling a white person to come to peace with that.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? I have to just accept that it happened. Okay. Well, it doesn't.
Well, you're making it seem like I'm asking you to go into a time machine and not alter the events of what happened.
You can't.
You can't alter the events of what
That's
happened.
the point.
So what do you do going forward? So what to do going forward?
It just doesn't matter.
So what to do going forward?
Decolonize.
How?
Let them, the Native Americans, decide what they want to do. Don't
So let
write
them.
up some contracts. But don't
So
let
let
them
them.
write up contracts.
So let them.
Don't
Let
don't
them.
let. Can I finish?
Finish.
Don't write up contracts by the U.S. government. They have to decide autonomously what happens.
So let them.
But the settler colonial state, that is America, brutally represses them to this day, preventing that from happening.
So what you're doing is virtue signaling moral indignation without
not virtue
backing it
signaling.
up with anything.
No. What are you talking about?
What is the implication of what you're saying practically? What does that mean practically? Again, practice is not about what you want to happen. It's about what will happen. So what does it mean practically?
I just explained what America is and what it does. That's why you should not be.
But why is it that the way you explain America is just this kind of Protestant Calvinist morality of a world of total depravity? It just seems all too conveniently white and Western
but these
European.
Things actually did happen, and these things do.
Okay, so you're basically saying this is America. America is our reality. So reality is evil, corrupted, and sinful and fallen. That's what you're saying.
America is bad.
Is America our reality? Yes or no? Is America our reality?
Yes, this is our reality.
So our reality is a fallen, sinful, evil world, right?
The last time I checked, the American Empire is a pretty fucking evil thing. Yes.
Okay, but you're just repeating Calvinism. I'm a Muslim. It doesn't translate to me.
No.
So I'll explain to you my theology. I will explain to you my theology. For Muslims, I'll explain to you my theology. You're a Protestant Calvinist. I'm a Muslim.
This has nothing to do
It does.
with
It has
America
everything
is.
to do with it.
Nothing.
It has everything to do with it.
It has
everything to do with it. In
American
my
empire
Muslim
does not
theology,
exist.
reality is not evil, fallen, and sinful. There is a divine wisdom and ultimate reconciliation in all the events of history. That's my Muslim understanding of the world.
I hate to break it to you, but there's no material proof of God.
But you still
No, I am religious myself. But I also know that there is no such thing as an objective.
But you're a fanatical Calvinist Protestant who believes a world of total depravity.
Calvinist Protestant.
Then why are you merely reproducing?
Evil? I'm being a Protestant Calvinist.
But why are you merely reproducing the world of total depravity, the theology of the world of total depravity?
I'm saying that it should be changed.
Well, how?
Boss,
Okay.
What the fuck are you even doing?
It should be changed. How will it be changed?
Okay. We were never arguing that. We were arguing what America is.
We have to argue it.
No.
Then your morality has no basis in reality.
America, and why should we?
Okay, your moral prescriptions have no.
You are changing the subject.
Your moral prescriptions have no basis in reality.
You are a liar and changing the subject.
But your morality has no basis in reality.
What it is that you think this trying to twist morals and all this other stuff. What is America and why shouldn't we support it? You are trying to get as far away from that as possible.
I don't just see America as the theft of genocide and stolen land. How could I? It's not just that. That's a part of its history, but that's not all.
It is.
Is that all it is? So hold on. Let's break it down. Is that all it is?
That is the basis of what is. Okay, so there are some other aspects of it too.
So
that does not justify its existence.
So morality is the basis. The violation of morality is the material basis of America.
Continue to exist and be an empire.
So let's rein in the argument. The violation of your morality is the basis of America's existence.
No. We're not talking about my morality or anything
whatever morality. The violation of morality.
Objectively, what is America? What built it? What is it today? What is its foundation and everything that it is? And
but
that is
that
what
doesn't address what is essentially America.
Exactly. You want to change what it is.
No, it doesn't address what America actually is, essentially speaking.
Essentially speaking, it's a genocidal fucking war machine.
Then according to you, and this is your view, not mine, had the American Republic not been founded, all of those things would have eliminated.
There is no maybe.
So had there been no American Republic,
that's what it is.
So I have you
is.
on record to be clear. Had the British Empire continued to rule the Americas, none of those things would have continued to happen.
What does that have to do with it?
If we're talking about what America essentially is, we're addressing in what way did America make a difference? Right?
So what?
That's what defines its essence.
You are distracting away from the essence of what it is. All these things that it did to get to where it is. Well, what if the British had kept it? So what? Okay, so the same thing happened with a British flavor. So what? It would still be wrong, and decolonization would still need to exist. You will not acknowledge the basis of America. You'll say that you will, but then you will go into all this other talk about morals and shit that has nothing.
But that morality is the only basis of your argument here.
Oh, so you don't think that land theft is wrong, and land theft, genocide, and slavery is wrong?
The reason I think it's wrong is because I wouldn't do it now.
Oh.
I'm against doing it in the here and now.
Oh,
how can I be against something that happened in the past?
So you need to be told or have someone tell you that bad things happening a long time ago are still bad?
Hold on. Let me take a call then. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty fucked up morality that you have there.
All right, I just got off the phone with George Washington. I told him he's an asshole because I don't approve of what he was doing.
I'm sorry, that was supposed to make what point?
It was supposed to make the point that I can't account for the past. I can't change the past in the way you're asking.
I know.
So what is the prescription? You're trying to draw a moral prescription based on something that happened in the past. What is the implication now? You're just trying to reverse the past. You can't reverse the past.
I'm not trying to reverse the past.
Yes, you are. You're trying to effectively reverse the past and cleanse your white self of your ancestors' sins. Yeah, because I'll break it down, Jason. Jason, you have white guilt, and you want to be free of your white guilt. You just want to be free of your white guilt. I don't
push white guilt. I don't even.
Yes, you just want to be free of your white guilt.
No, okay, now you're just making personal attacks because you can't back up your position.
Okay. Forget about you personally. The people who are pushing this stuff just want to be free from their white guilt.
Oh, so the Native Americans that don't like America.
Native Americans, by and large, do not push for taking all of America seaboard to seaboard.
I didn't say all of it. You're putting words into my mouth again.
They are not pushing for these audacious grand claims.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
And they don't love America either.
Well, why should they? Why should they?
They shouldn't.
So
You're the one that loves America so much.
Are Native Americans helped by American white people running them? Hey, let me join you guys. I hate America too. No, you help them by focusing on your own people, focusing on your own country, and making right by them. That's what will fucking help them, not by fucking running to the Keystone protest and partying there and acting like you're part of them. They want you to go win power among your own people so you could do right by them and you can address their current demands and their current needs and work something out with them in a fair way. They don't need you to virtue signal and condemn America and hate America because the basis of the American state lies in the American people. If you don't win the American people, you are not going to challenge the actions of the American state.
You think the American people are the state?
That is the basis, the material basis of every state on earth.
You literally think the United States government is the American people?
It is materially based in the American people, yes. As all states are.
Well, there's a pretty big disconnect between the American people and the U.S. state.
Well, I didn't say it's subjectively based in them. I said it's materially based in them.
Yeah, so that's pretty outlandish claim. Yeah, there's a big
means
separation between the two. And so
which
what?
Basically, so what? If you win the American people, you can pose a threat to the current order.
Trust me, the American people don't pose a threat to the American order.
Look,
and in all honesty, first world people. That includes Canadians.
So why was the media and the deep state so worried about this thing they were calling populism? It seemed like they were really scared of that, and they were really worried about the threat of populism.
Because they didn't want violence. There's a big difference between them being worried about street violence and there being a revolution. I know a lot of Americans can't tell the difference.
It's not about, no, they weren't worried about the street violence during the Black Lives Matter protests.
Okay.
They were worried about the people, the American people, starting to disobey the institutions that rule over them, effectively leading to a crumbling of the deep state and the establishment. That's what they're scared of. They're scared shitless of that. Because formally speaking, we are still a democracy, and you can get people like Trump elected, still formally speaking.
You think America's a democracy?
Formally it is, yes.
Well, the term you're looking for is bourgeois democracy.
Sure, but that's what by the way, that's what formal democracy means, bourgeois democracy.
That thing where the ruling class picks who runs the country.
That's what they've been getting away with, but the way you pose a threat to that is by forming a base in the hinterlands and in the countryside and encircling the cities.
Yeah, and I'm sure the American people will be doing that any day now.
Well, that's the job of communists, and you see how you're serving American imperialism by telling communists that they shouldn't do that.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that.
Well, that's what me, Caleb, and Jackson say they should do.
Very specifically, every time this accusation has been made, resistance in the first world, revolution in the third. It's right there, resistance, and then over and over and over again. Just ignore the fact that I said that.
So what is resistance in the first world? What's an example?
Black Lives Matter. Anything that
You mean something that's run by the Democratic Party?
Did you let me finish? Something that is like that, but outside of it.
What's an example?
Would you let me answer?
I'm sorry.
Anything that runs that would destabilize the society in general. I don't care if it's right wing. I don't care if it's radical Islam. As long as it destroys the American empire.
So you're saying you're wagering that these things will destroy the American empire?
I'm not saying that I'm wagering these things. In my personal view, I think global warming is going to kill us before any of this happens. But that's not an excuse.
So your message in practice, indeed, is one of defeatism. Yes or no?
It's not really defeatism.
Yeah, we can't do anything, just sit back and wait for something to happen.
No. My statement is that the American people will not do revolution.
So it's
defeated. If they cannot do revolution, then destroy America.
Okay, two problems. There's two problems. How do you know they can't do it? Second issue.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The second issue is how are you going to destroy America?
The second one, I literally just answered that.
You didn't answer it. You said you're going to wager that a broad, radical Islam and right-wing forces.
Anything. I just said
anything. Right. What are you going to be a magician who puppeteers all of these things like as a conduit? Like it seems like you're saying sit back and wait for those people to do something. Otherwise, you can't control those things.
That's literally the same thing as waiting for Americans to do revolution when they've been saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to do it."
I've never advocated for waiting.
Well, that's literally what's happening.
Well, Americans what's happening is that I'm trying to personally build.
Any minute now, we're going to do it.
No,
We're going to do it right after Russia. We're going to do it right after the Great Depression. It's building right after the Great Recession.
What I'm trying to do,
building in the 1960s, dude. We're going to.
What I'm trying to do is build.
Happens.
What I'm trying to do is build a media platform that will eventually help and steer and inform parties.
If you even got the slightest amount of real influence, the government would shut you down. You'd be off YouTube.
We'll see. I'm willing to wait and test it and see what will happen.
Well, I don't need a crystal ball to see that if you do become
but the difference between me and you is that I'm actually willing to like prove it. Like, okay, you're
not proving anything. In fact, the opposite has always been true. In fact, this is where Marx's prediction actually was wrong.
What was his prediction?
He said that the advanced industrialized countries of the world, that would be Germany and England at his time, were going to be the ones to lead the revolution because they were the most proletarianized.
I don't believe that. That's not my view.
That's what he said. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Well, my view...
No, I'm not finished. That's what he said. The opposite was true.
Well,
it was actually the less
he
developed countries.
he and Engels came to recognize that later in their lives.
Yes, and even Lenin recognized
Yeah.
that the industrialized advanced countries, which today would be the first world, will sell out every single struggle to democratic reforms.
That's not true.
That is exactly what has always.
Well, I can try to explain it for you, but
every single time.
Please don't interrupt
exactly
me,
what's
and
happening.
I'll
Okay,
explain it to you.
Show me one advanced industrialized country that went into revolution.
You're getting the theory wrong, really wrong.
No, I'm not getting the theory wrong.
Well, I'll
That's
explain why.
literally
Then.
what happened.
Okay, I'll explain why.
Explain what really happened.
Yeah. So Marx later in his life acknowledged that the revolution was going to happen in Russia. It did. Lenin obviously recognized he could explain why it is the Bolsheviks triumphed within Russia rather than the advanced countries. But his message actually wasn't one of despair and defeatism to
I'm not arguing defeatism.
But please don't interrupt me. To the first world communists, his message was that Russia, countries like Russia, the less developed countries, explicitly and overtly made intelligible the fundamental distinctions, whether sociological or programmatic or like theoretical in terms of the party, with which people in the so-called developed countries can make use of it to learn from. So the point is that people in the advanced countries need to learn from the experience of the successful communist revolutions and parties, not just despair and say it's not possible because we're not poor and desperate enough as they were. So for an example of that, for example, which many Chinese communists actually endorse and it makes intuitive sense to them, is that how you learn from Maoism and the experience of Maoism in America is being able to have insight into the fact that the fundamental sociological distinctions that were essential to the events of the revolution within China can actually be discerned within America with more insight. America does have a countryside that can encircle the cities. We do have a popular broad strata that is applicable here. We do have not just farmers or whatever, but we do have a rural working class that Mao's theories and his thought can apply to. So it's in China that these things become intelligible to us and become apparent to us, and it's the job of people in it's the job of communists in the advanced imperialist countries to learn, to humble themselves and learn from these experiences. So the logical conclusion of Marx being wrong does not mean that communists can't do anything to win power or even try to win power, at least build a base of power, a movement within advanced Western countries. So that's a wrong interpretation.
So that explains why it has been a complete historical failure in every way, shape, or form, which is why we have Enver Hoxha denouncing.
I think the reason for the failure, though, is that communists in the West are much like you.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah. No, it's exactly the fact.
That is complete bullshit. They are nothing.
It's 100% the fact. They were completely confused.
Everybody a defeatist. Everybody is just like me, a defeatist.
No, that is ultimately what
they really say they're going to do it. They really believe they're going to do it. They form up a party, and then it never happens.
But what are they doing? What are they doing?
Fundamental thing they forget. Every communist party in the first world makes the same mistake. No one follows them.
Yeah, I agree.
Wants to.
I agree, but I think the reason no one follows them is because they're wrong, and not because the people are wrong.
Because it's not in their material interest.
So let's get this
I want
through.
you walk up to a construction worker who makes $70,000 a year, give him a rifle, and say it's time to do revolution. Give up.
I would never do such a ridiculous anarchistic.
Because he would laugh at you.
I would laugh at that proposal myself. That's an anarchistic, voluntaristic, adventuristic, stupid thing to do.
No,
that's so stupid. That's not how revolutions happen.
One of them.
Revolutions don't happen because people just say, I want to overthrow the government and that's it.
No, I'm not
Revolutions happen because of the objective development of contradictions leading to the collapse of the state. They don't happen just because you take power voluntarily. That's voluntarism.
The government falls by itself and then communists sweep in.
Yeah, in some objective way, the government does collapse. Its legitimacy collapses.
Them to begin with.
What?
When nobody supports communists in the first world to begin with.
Well, whose fault is that? Is it the people's fault or communist fault? I'm thinking it's the communist fault.
I'm saying it's the material conditions.
Well, you're saying the people are to blame for not buying into my ideology. I'm saying your ideology is wrong.
It's not in their interest to fight.
Why isn't it in their interest to fight?
They're not going to give up their middle class life.
No one's asking them to. Why would you ask them to give up their middle class life?
No one is going to give up their life to just go be a guerrilla fighter and live a life.
I would never ask them to be a guerrilla fighter in the first place.
Exactly who's going to be doing the revolution?
Why does anyone need to be a guerrilla fighter in America? That's stupid.
You just said you believed in revolution. Who do you think? Who's supposed to fight?
Yeah, because I believe the objective laws of social revolution are not the same thing as a voluntaristic adventure of being a guerrilla.
Oh, so you're basically saying violent revolution is not going to happen.
You don't go out of your way to be violent, no. You don't. You don't go out of your way to be violent.
Don't know what revolution is.
If that's an objective consequence of a revolution, then whatever, but you don't go out of your way to be violent. That's stupid.
So you oppose violent revolution?
I oppose adventurism.
No, you just literally.
Yeah,
just
I oppose criminal
revolution.
adventurism and stupidities like that. Of course I do.
Yeah, so you literally just said, so you don't believe in violent revolution. You literally just said that.
Well, violent revolution just seems like adventurism
the government?
to you.
Who is it that's going to overthrow the government in bourgeois society?
It's not going to be voluntary.
People aren't going to voluntarily fight the revolution?
What revolution are you talking about? So when we talk about an objective...
About the hypothetical
okay, I'll try to explain it to you. So when we talk about revolution, there's two aspects of it. There's an objective social revolution and there's a political revolution. Objective social revolutions follow the laws of history. They happen because of revolutions and the forces of production, right? This gives rise to a strata that is... that fundamentally socially changes in its composition. This is a social revolution.
Okay, now let's talk about reality.
Yeah.
In reality, someone fights it.
I can give you an example of this in reality. For example, American workers have been used to manufacturing jobs and guaranteed jobs and white picket fences and middle-class houses and this kind of way of life. Well, when jobs got outsourced and overseas and we're seeing rise to the fourth industrial revolution, we're seeing rise to a social revolution occurring, right? A former mode of production is changing and shifting and transforming into another, and a former class is breaking down and being proletarianized in a new way. Okay, so that is a social revolution that is happening now, and it has been the source, the primary source of America's internal political contradictions since the Nixon era, right? Nixon championed this working class. Later, Reagan was trying to do it. Paradoxically, the Democrats abandoned the working class and moved on to get support from urban liberal cities.
So when does this become like an actual revolution?
I think you're just talking about a fantasy, not reality.
No, in real life, revolution is a tremendously violent act. That's why Mao wrote "Revolution is not a dinner party." That was his explanation for why things were being so violent and destructive.
Why are you so fixated on the question of violence, is my question.
Because that's literally what a revolution is.
Sure, it may inevitably be that, but
no,
that's not the essence of the point. There are objective social revolutions.
If you're arguing something that is not violent revolution, you're a sockdem.
But Marxists don't advocate for violent revolutions. They may recognize that revolutions...
What the fuck did you just say?
They don't. They may recognize that revolutions may inevitably be...
very specifically, and in all history of revolutions, when these things actually happen, they were violence. Marx even
But he never advocated for them to be violent.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
No, he didn't.
That is an outright lie. Marx never advocated for violent revolution. Dude, you're fucking done. You're fucking done.
He didn't.
You're done.
He recognized that revolutions...
No, he did. He said it had to come from violence.
He said that it will inevitably be violent, probably. But it might not in England or in America, but then with imperialism, the state machinery must be smashed. So yeah, it will inevitably be violent.
I'm sorry.
But he's not he's not saying it's... But he's not saying it will be violent because it should be violent.
He's saying that because it has to be.
What does it mean has to be?
Bourgeoisie don't go away by themselves. We didn't move from feudalism to capitalism peacefully either. We didn't move from primitive accumulation to feudalism peacefully.
But you don't advocate for violence.
Violence is how it changes.
No, violence is a part of how it changes. You don't advocate for the violence itself.
Violence is what
Jason,
makes
I
it
think
happen.
you just want to LARP.
Sorry. No, sorry.
I think you're just bored and want to
no.
LARP. That's what I
Bullshit.
think. I just think you want to LARP.
At first I was a defeatist. Now I'm a LARP. Which is it?
I think you're a defeatist because you realize you can't LARP.
You are full of shit. Marx specifically said it was violent. It has always been violent because it always has to be. Because the bad guys don't go away by themselves.
But revolution isn't a voluntary act, is the problem.
You see, the thing is, it kind of is.
No, it obeys...
Because it doesn't just happen by itself.
But it obeys social laws. It's not a voluntary act.
And
absolutely
violence
not.
Is always necessary in all of them. If you were going to stand here and say revolution is going to happen without violence, or that Marx didn't advocate for violence, you literally don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know if a revolution can happen without violence. I don't think it can.
No, it can't.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to advocate for violence. See the difference?
Because that's literally how it works. So if you're not advocating for literally how it works, what are you doing?
Okay. What does it mean to advocate for a revolution? Go ahead.
That's what it means. That's what a communist revolution is.
So you want to ask people to violently overthrow the government?
No. Under the right conditions, they will do it. And I would say, under the conditions of the First World, they will not do it. That is why revolution is not possible in the First World. Until the only exception would be if there was enough of an economic crisis that broke the First World down to the level of a third world country, then it might be possible.
You know, the problem with this theory is that third world countries only enter revolutionary situations when a middle class becomes downwardly mobile from its previous position, rather than people just being poor and desperate. When people are just poor and desperate, there is no revolution.
So the Philippine Revolution has been going on for almost 50 years.
Which is why it's not a real revolution. Real revolutions don't last 50 years. States last 50 years, maybe.
You can do a revolution badly.
No, it's not a real revolution. It's just not.
Okay, now you're playing. It didn't happen instantly overnight, so therefore it's not a real revolution.
I think there's a difference between overnight and 50 years. Don't you think? There's a lot of room.
Yeah, I think there is. Just because they're not doing it very well, or maybe there are other factors in, and I would say that their revolution is actually failing.
But it's not a revolution. Unless you have a strange definition of revolution that I'm not aware of. A revolution means you're overthrowing the government. They're not doing that.
They are trying to. Not very well.
So if I try to overthrow if you try to overthrow the government, are you doing revolution?
A person and a movement.
So how many people do you need for it to be a real revolution?
Okay, so now you want to play semantics.
I just want to know why you're calling it a revolution when it's not.
Look, this debate is already over. You already refuse to acknowledge that the basis for what America is, and just tried to go off into all this morality stuff and calling me a Calvinist. Well,
because it seems like the only significance you have.
You went and said revolution wasn't.
But hold on,
the reason a violent fact.
But the reason we started that way...
You literally just admitted that you're a sock dem.
Okay, but the reason we started that way, Jason, was because you said that the material basis of America is defined by morality. And I don't agree that it's defined by morality.
I said it was defined by slavery and genocide.
Things whose essential significance is moral.
And? So they still are the basis of America, and when you champion
there's a
America,
difference between the basis.
America, that's what you're defending.
There's a difference between the basis of America and an immoral fact of America's founding.
So you want to play
that you can't come into terms with.
You're playing word games. You're trying to pretend that none of the slavery
Jason, you can't just lose an argument and accuse the other person of playing word games. You're losing the argument here.
You literally lost.
Okay, fine. Let the public think what they may. I'm in the hands of God. But all I can say is that...
Yeah, the hands of God are pretty fucking useless. And I say that as a religious person myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the hands of God. That's like, sorry, that's complete bullshit.
Well, I'm open to whatever the public will think of it. Is my point.
Me too.
I just want to state my piece.
Yeah,
and
your
my
piece was to
is,
erase the history of the United States and pretend that it has no bearing on what it is today.
I think you want to erase. I don't want to erase
I'm not
the
trying
history.
to erase it. I'm
Yes, you
trying
are.
to undo the damage that was done.
Which is erasing it.
There's a difference between trying to undo the damage that was done and pretend
You're
it doesn't
erasing
exist
it.
like
You're
when you were
erasing
doing
it.
it. I'm
Yeah.
not erasing it. I'm erasing it.
The damage
I'm
you're
trying to
talking
bring
about is a fundamental fact of history that cannot be reversed.
No, but you can give justice to the survivors.
But the survivors don't want justice in the form of reversing the history altogether.
I'm not talking about reversing.
It's a part of our common history.
You are lying about what I'm saying.
Listen, it's a part of our common history,
about what I'm
which
saying.
we still
You
are actively
twisting my words into some kind of moral bullshit that has nothing to do with.
It's 100% based in morality.
You are absolutely.
It's 100% based in morality. Your position is 100% entirely based
Yes,
in morality.
I do stand on the moral position that slavery and genocide are bad things.
Look,
and you are just ignoring that it's what
Okay,
America is.
here's all I have to say on it, right? This is a fundamental fact of history. It's a history which we reproduce, we eat, breathe, and live in this dirtied and sinful
And
reality.
all of those crimes don't
So the
matter
difference
because
between
they
you
were a
and me
long
is
time ago.
this. The difference between you and me is this. We are all marked by sin, and there's sin in a fallen world all around us. My point is that we can find meaning in this history, and we can reconcile this history. Your position is that we must commit ourselves to completely erasing and reversing this history
I'm
so
not
that,
trying to
so
reverse
that
it
we
and
could be devoid of
That's
sin.
a lie. That's
You're
an
saying
absolute
before we
lie.
can act on anything, we must cleanse ourselves of the sin of the forefathers.
That is the basis of America.
A complete
is that sin.
Christian prejudice.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You want to wipe
This has
all the
nothing to
sins
do with
away as a
Christianity.
prerequisite for getting to work. Yes or no?
This has nothing to do
The
with
sins must be wiped away before we can be communists. Yes or no?
I think we cannot be communist until that happens.
Until we wipe the sins clean state, Christ sacrificed himself.
Until we give justice
clean
for the
state.
people that were wrong.
So who will die for our sins to give us this clean state slate?
No one really theoretically even has to die.
Should I offer myself as the Christ who redeem humanity?
No, you're actually
all
just being
of
an
the
asshole right
crimes
now.
are gone. You are pure now, Western white leftists. Now you can get to work.
So yeah, you're just going to reduce it to insults. Okay, I think we're done here. You
Okay.
literally want to ignore the history of the United States.
That's
and
not
you
what I'm
just
saying.
said
I'm just saying you have a
that
lot of
you're a liar.
cultural,
That's exactly
but
what
you have a lot of cultural
You're
and
exactly-
theological prejudices that I don't understand.
No, I'm
personally.
sorry, but your religion has nothing to do with this.
No, but yours
In
does.
fact, God has nothing to do with
My
this.
religion doesn't, but yours does. You're a
No,
hardcore
it doesn't.
Calvinist. You don't even represent all Christians.
You see,
Not
you're
all
going
Christians.
at me
You
with
don't represent
Calvinists
most
the same
Christians,
way
but you are a
Vosh calls
hardcore
people
Calvinist.
fascist.
You are a
Exactly
hard.
the same thing, Vosh.
No, I'm saying you're.
calling me a Calvinist the way Vosh calls people fascist. That's
No,
exactly
not at
what
all.
you're doing right now.
But okay, so I'll
There's
reason
nothing
with you.
religious
I'm
about
willing
that
to.
position
I'm
at all.
willing to reason with you about it. Okay, I'm calling you a Calvinist, and I'm trying to reason with you about it because
so you're
your
lying about who I am
understanding
and what I
of
do.
reality is pretty
you're
much the same as the
No,
Calvinist
it's not.
understanding.
No.
Why not? What's the
Okay,
difference?
You ignore the history of slavery and genocide. You share the same.
Okay, but what
historical
makes your
view-
view? What
I'm
makes your
sorry.
view different from a
Sorry,
Calvinist
you
view?
share the same thing as a fascist. You're being a fascist.
Okay, but
right
I can
now.
reason
Your
about my
ideology
position.
is fascism. You try to ignore slavery and genocide as though how somehow it's
But
not.
you're not.
important
You're not
today.
actually reasoning
Sorry,
your
you're a
position.
fascist.
But I'm not
See?
just calling you
It's pretty fucking
names.
annoying
I'm trying
when
to
someone
reason
does
about
that,
it.
isn't it?
I'm not
Pretty
just
annoying
calling
when
you
someone
names,
does that.
Jason.
Yes, you did. You were calling me. You were calling
But
me.
I'm
a fucking
trying to
Calvinist.
explain to you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Because the only way for you to be right is to try to rip the context out of what I was saying and then call me religious.
Well, okay, how about I just don't call you religious? I'll just call you an idealist. Is that fair?
Oh, okay. So acknowledging the history of the United States is idealism. Okay.
No, but that's not. You're not just acknowledging history. You're creating an entire practical and moral prescription for the present based on a certain
it's
moral
called
understanding
justice to the
of the
people who
past.
have been wronged.
That is a meaningless phrase.
That is a meaning. Justice to people who have been wronged is a
That
meaningless
can mean
phrase.
anything.
I think I already outlined what that is.
And who are you to outline that? When native
think that's
indigenous,
what
when
needs
by
to
and
be-
large
Oh, so
indigenous people
I'm
are
wrong
not
because I'm
outlining
white.
it the way you're saying.
I'm wrong because I'm white, even though that's what would be justice.
But,
Okay,
but,
you know
but
what?
who are
know
you
what,
to
Oz?
speak for the
Oz,
justice
you're
of
full
a...
of shit. Oz, you are fucking full of shit.
But you are not indigenous people.
You are.
So how do you know what
Well,
justice
actually,
means for them?
Technically, I don't like to play this card, but I am. But that doesn't matter.
But how do you
That
know?
doesn't matter.
Okay, but how do you know what justice means for them?
Because that's what they're asking for, and the only
How do
thing
you know
you're
that's what they're asking for?
How do we know that they? What the fuck do you think "I don't know more" means? What do you think that the whole resurgence?
They're not asking for that. They're not asking for that.
Okay, so you're saying that they're not asking.
They
for
are not
reparation and
asking
land back.
for all
Okay.
America.
And I didn't say they were asking for all land back. This is the third time.
So
you
what land do
falsely
they want
accused me of
back
having
that must lead to the destruction of the
I
Republic?
don't know what it is exactly that they want.
Why
I
must
know
it
they
lead
want
to the
their land
destruction
back.
of the Republic?
Because the Republic is bad. I don't think you've noticed that.
More morality that means nothing.
Oh,
to me.
I'm sorry. An empire built on imperialism, slavery, and genocide is me being
The
modest.
Republic
You know
was
what?
founded on the
Oz,
basis of
Oz,
seceding
you're
from the
full of
empire.
it. You
The
are
Republic
full
was
of-
founded on the
The
basis.
U.S. is an empire.
It has become one also because we have allowed the British intelligence
It
to
wasn't
conquer
always
our
an
country.
empire, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Well, the British ruling
arguing?
class conquered our deep state and our country and became our ruling class. So yeah, we became an empire. But that's not how the Republic was founded.
No, but that's what it is.
That's what it became.
That's what it is, and that's what it was always.
So
on
do you
path to
think it's
be.
an American people's national tradition to be an empire? When our national
case you
tradition
haven't-
is
Yes.
our national tradition is to secede from empires, not to become them.
Really? Because I could have sworn there was stealing of Mexico, the constant supporting of endless wars to steal territory that were highly supported by the American people. Even if they weren't supported by the American people, it's still a reality.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but they were supported by the American people because the people leading the American people, whereas Lenin understood, was a labor aristocracy and were petty bourgeois elements aligned to U.S. imperialism that were leading them. And Lenin didn't just say that you should concede the battlefield to those elements. You said communists should lead the American people in contrast to those elements.
Manifest destiny.
What about it?
You're basically arguing it.
Well, Manifest Destiny included many injustices against indigenous people, I agree, but
Which,
that's not
according
all
to you, are not significant today.
They may be, but you have to go on a case-by-case basis.
No, they are relevant. It is the basis of America. You have an idealized version of what America is, detached from the material reality of what it has been,
How is that?
what it has always been, and what it will
How
always
is-
be.
well, I just don't think morality is the basis and the essence of material reality. That's all.
No, but slavery is a material thing that happened. So is genocide and land
So,
theft. These are
okay.
material things that happened, which you are trying to.
I agree that
essentially say don't matter.
they materially happened. I didn't contest that.
No, but you're essentially your position. Does.
So because they happened, that means that's all material reality is now.
It doesn't have to be, but that's the basis for it.
What do you mean by basis? Elaborate.
That's what built America.
So elaborate.
America exists physically on a space that was stolen by slaughtering off the population that lived there and then brought a whole another population from Africa to do work on it. Why
Okay,
do
so
I have
so
to
now
explain
how is
that?
it the basis right now?
Because that's what built up America.
So how is that the basis now?
It is the basis because that's the foundation.
Is a foundation the past or is a foundation something that exists in the present?
Actually, it's something that exists in the present too, because that's what built it up.
So how does it exist in the present is my question.
America's privileged position in the world, and not even if it wasn't privileged position in the world, it literally exists on stolen land. What part of that are you not getting?
I know you keep repeating these moral indignation mantras.
Oh my god!
But I fail to see the
Land
significance.
theft land theft doesn't matter. It's a moral
So
issue.
you can't get over how much you're out.
No, land theft doesn't exist.
You
It's not
can't. You
relevant
just can't
today.
get over how much you're outraged about something that happened hundreds of years ago.
And you can't get over trying to whitewash it and pretend it never existed.
I never
it doesn't
pretended
matter
it doesn't
today.
exist.
It doesn't matter today. Oh, exactly how far back?
I
can you
guess
go?
I'm just not a Calvinist who sees sin all around me
Again,
and feel.
going
I
right
can see
back to
and breathe the sin all around me. There's sin all around me. I feel the smell the sin. I don't live that
Ad
way.
hominem.
Okay.
You're going right back to the personal attacks.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand that way of approaching reality.
Yes, everyone who disagrees with me is a Calvinist.
I just think you're a Calvinist.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, everyone who doesn't agree with my ignoring of history.
I just don't detect. I don't like. I'm not like haunted by the spirit of sin all around me. I don't have white guilt.
To do with America today.
I don't have
there
white
you go,
guilt.
Attacking skin color. Yeah, attacking skin.
I don't
color
have
again,
white
going
guilt.
for an ad hominem. I'm not.
So help me
either.
understand it. I don't have the white guilt you
So
have.
there you go. So there you go. Ad hominem again. You're just going after.
Well, okay. On the one hand, you're
white
saying
guilt,
I'm
white
denying
guilt. Everyone
history.
who disagrees with me is white guilt Calvinism.
Well, what else do you want me to say? You're telling me that
If you cannot understand that America stands on stolen land today and the legacy of that theft and what it still does to people to this day, then there's no helping you.
Yeah, but you're saying that the implication is that all of America must cease to exist because of this sinful past. I disagree with that.
And it's sinful present as well. Because that sinful past and sinful present is what it is.
How?
There is no divorcing that.
How?
The 900 military bases that exist around the world today are a thing that today.
So are you so you are aiding the demise of American imperialism by isolating yourselves from the masses, so effectively you can't pose any threat to American imperialism.
No. In the way that you think that they're just going to suddenly become revolutionary and do something, even when all history has proven the opposite.
I don't know why you're getting so excited on the basis.
You can go ahead. I don't expect
Go ahead.
to agree with me. I don't expect first worlders to agree with me.
But you're just getting.
Go ahead. Go cosplay Revolution. Tell everybody that they're the biggest.
I'm not cosplaying Revolution. I'm cosplaying Mongols.
No, you're talking like
I'm not cosplaying Revolutions. I'm cosplaying Mongols. But I don't know why you're getting so.
You're talking like you're going to do revolution.
Can you calm down,
American people
please?
are going to do revolution. You're not going to do it. You can go ahead and believe that you can go.
You remind me a lot of Irrelevant, dude. You're getting high off your own supply of copium and just excitedly repeating mantras of straw men that I've never said.
No, that's an outright lie.
No, you're just like getting excited based on narratives instead of following the line of argumentation that's been presented.
I am following.
You're getting like high off now. Like you're like that guy's like, you deny labor aristocracy. You deny the labor aristocracy. It's like, why don't you take it back a little bit, reel it back in a little bit, and focus on what's been said. I never said. I have never ever said that Americans are just going to suddenly wake up one day and become revolutionary. That's a straw man argument. I've never said that.
They're not going to be, even in a protracted way or whatever it is that you think it's going to happen.
Well, I think revolution means something different to you than what it means to me.
Yeah, sorry. In all of existing history, it has been violent.
Revolution to you is like a millenarian kind of like LARPy, like a voluntary
I don't think
act.
You realize exactly what the revolution and Chinese Revolution were. They were very long.
Jason, do you know what the merging is? The merger?
No, what is this thing you made up?
I didn't make it up. A guy named Chris Chan believes there's going to be a merger. And it's like the ultimate sight of like the absolute in the future.
You're quoting Chris Chan. Stop.
But that's how many American leftists think of revolution. They think of it as like this thing in the future that is going to be like the ultimate and absolute realization of the inner like aesthetic and moral craving and striving of the subject.
Years, it hasn't shown up.
But I think that's a non-Marxist view of how revolution is.
No, that's actually idealism, what you're talking for. Oh, wait, they're just going to suddenly wake up one day. There's going to be a grand revelation, and all of a sudden, everything's going to be okay. Sorry, that's
I've argued the opposite of that.
Then why are you bringing it up?
I'm accusing you of bringing it up, not me.
No, I don't think that at all.
Well, you think of revolution as a point of like the absolute in reality, like the ultimate and absolute kind of thing that happens in reality.
No,
like,
I said it's a military matter. It's a violent military matter. Literally, it's one class overthrowing another. I'm sorry, Haas. You literally just denied violent revolution. I'm sorry, you're a stock dem.
It may be a military matter.
Maybe, okay. Even though all
but it's
history
not.
is the opposite.
Do you know what? Okay, what is voluntarism in the history of Marxism? Why do Marxists accuse others of voluntarism? What does that mean when they do that?
I have no idea what that kind of sounds like bullshit. Actually, I don't know what it is.
But Lenin talks about it.
Okay, what does he mean by it?
He means by voluntarism people who think that revolution is something that is enacted in reality rather than something that obeys historical and social laws.
Yes, and in real life, you need the material conditions and you need the effort to actually do it.
No, actually, it's not.
Oh, you don't need the effort to actually do it.
But by effort, you mean a voluntary act of taking up arms, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that Lenin calls that voluntarism.
You literally think people just spontaneously just rise up all of a sudden?
No, Lenin addresses the distinction between
spontaneity. Then what is the distinction? Because you just contradicted
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin. Spontaneism and voluntarism share the same refusal to acknowledge the decisive significance of the party as the organ of the interests of the material proletariat in reality. The party is in reality. It's a part of reality. It becomes part of the people and part of reality.
That would be yes, violence is necessary.
No, the party must become part of reality.
Yes, I agree.
And by becoming part of reality, it seizes revolutionary moments and acquires power.
And how do they acquire that power?
They acquire that power through the breakdown of the state and through acquiring the support of the masses, the trust and support of the people. And they solidify that power and that basis, obviously on the basis of the military power. In the case of the October Revolution, it was the support of the sailors and the soldiers that allowed the Bolsheviks to consolidate power. That's not the same as Antifa going and,
I didn't say that. I said revolutions require
violence. It kind of just sounds like by violent revolution, you mean people just taking up arms.
No,
and just...
I said violence in the end is necessary along with everything else.
What do you mean by violence?
Oh.
Stop. You fucking idiot.
What?
You fucking dumbass. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fuck.
It's not even a real gun.
It's not a real gun?
No. You can't get a fucking AK in Canada. I'm illustrating my point. You pick up a gun, and then you fight. I'm not saying that's all
but that's voluntarism, Jason. That's what fucking voluntarism means.
Saying that's all there is.
And why doesn't it have an orange tip?
Because it doesn't need one.
Aren't they supposed to have orange tips?
Airsoft guns don't need orange tips. Not here.
Dude, that was so stupid. You could have just said your point. Don't bring props. And dude, you have to understand. You have to understand that what you're talking about is voluntarism. That's not what the Bolsheviks did. They didn't just pick up a gun and fight the government.
They did. I never said they did.
They defended themselves in a civil war when they were attacked for seizing power.
I never said all they did was violence. That is another...
So how did Mao seize power of China?
Well, largely by killing the nationalists after killing the Japanese.
So what's the detail that's missing here? Was there a central Chinese state that he randomly rebelled against and then took over?
What do you mean, randomly rebelled against?
No, the Chinese state collapsed because of the Japanese invasion.
That civil war.
And there was the warlord. It's called the warlord era in the 30s. There was no government to take up arms against, so to speak. There was an all-out civil war already, a warlord era. The communists emerged triumphant.
So you're saying the Nationalist Party didn't have anything? I'm sorry, you're full of shit. And by the way, the Russian that civil war. happened after the revolution in Russia.
Yeah, but the revolution in Russia wasn't just people taking up arms and overthrowing the government.
No, I know. We've already agreed to that. That's not what it was.
So what is it by violent revolution you mean? If it's not what happened in Russia or China, what is it by violent revolution you mean?
Bourgeois state does not go away by itself. I don't understand what you're not getting about this.
The reason it doesn't go away by itself is because the proletarian party must have the logistical, organizational, and mass support to acquire hegemony over the state.
Yes.
To replace it.
So you're arguing that no violence is necessary along with all that?
It may very well be necessary, but it's not the point. The point isn't violence.
I didn't say the point was violence. I said it was.
So why
necessary.
are you so fixated on it?
Because you said that. You
Why can't you just follow? Hold on, Jason. Why can't you just follow the laws?
You said.
Why can't you just follow? Why can't you just follow the laws? Which
you
majority?
Said you didn't believe in violent revolution.
I said you don't advocate for violent revolution, which you shouldn't. You should never advocate for a violent revolution in this kind of situation.
What a revolution. Well, I know, because first of all, people won't do it. But that's besides.
Well, it's not just because people won't do it; it's because it's stupid.
Oh, okay.
When the internal contradictions can be developed,
when that's okay.
When
so
the internal contradictions can be developed legally. Why would you advocate for a violent revolution? It makes no sense.
Because that's what a revolution
because you're a subjectivist who believes that internally and morally you've arrived at a position that condemns the entirety of the American state and gives you the right to overthrow it violently.
So you think
but that's complete individualist subjectivism. You don't have the right to overthrow the U.S. government violently. You know, in order to have the right to do that, you have to develop the imminent contradictions that are the basis of the U.S. state and follow through with them. The imminent contradictions. You don't have the right to overthrow governments just because internally and subjectively you've decided they're immoral and don't have a basis to exist.
That's not what I'm arguing.
There has to be an imminent, objective, and material basis for a revolution. It's not just based on your own moral condemnation.
I wasn't saying on my own moral ground. I was saying that the American people aren't going to do it. It needs to be done. The system does need to be done.
They're not going to do it because it's fucking stupid.
No, because they won't do it, period.
So because the American people don't want to join your fantasy LARP, they're evil.
So now it's a fantasy LARP.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Jason. You literally brought a fantasy prop toy to illustrate.
Twisting my fucking words, you piece of shit.
You brought a toy to fucking illustrate your point.
About needing a gun, about violence. Because there is violence in a revolution.
This is a stupid LARP, dude.
Violence in a revolution is a stupid LARP.
As you're putting it, yeah, it is.
No, it's not how I'm putting it. You are twisting my words. You are making it say that I'm saying that it's just violence, that's all there is. No, I never said that. You are a liar. I never said that. I never gave the impression.
So what are you saying?
I said that it was a necessary
So defend
part
yourself and clarify. What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's a part of the larger revolution, that's a part of the larger revolutionary effort. And then you said that you didn't believe in using violence. So I took
That's
that
not
to
what
mean,
I said.
So I took that to mean that you didn't believe in using
You
violence
just
at all.
accused me of being a liar, but you just lied about what I said.
Hold on.
You just lied about me.
Hold on, I'm trying to explain. I took that to mean that you said there would be no violence at all. I misunderstood.
That's not what I
you were
meant.
saying. I just said that. I just said I misunderstood.
What I said is that you shouldn't advocate for violence. You never advocate for violence.
Come on down to the revolution, people. Don't worry, there won't be any violence.
No, you just don't advocate for it. You say we follow the laws.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, okay.
Here's what you tell the people. You tell the people you follow the laws, and if the government starts violating its own laws and effectively collapses at that point, our bourgeois democracy collapses, then as our founding fathers told us, you have a right to
Founding fathers are complete fucking.
But it's the reason I would bring it up is because it has, but it has legitimacy in the eyes of the American people to defend themselves and their liberties and their rights when they're
that's
ruled.
Another criticism that should be made.
What is the criticism?
That the Constitution, that monstrous piece of shit, should even have any.
I don't think the Constitution is really that bad. It's really
it's complete reactionary capitalist garbage.
There's
like one or two good things in there, but materially they don't actually exist.
Well, it has a different meaning for the American people than that.
Oh, so you really do have freedom of speech?
No, the American people interpret the meaning of the Constitution as the founding document of a country founded on the basis of declaring independence from the British Empire and being a union state that's by, of, and for the people.
And we literally know what the founding fathers meant by the people. He meant specifically not the black ones, specifically not the red ones, and not the women because they weren't actually people. And they literally meant wealthy.
Well, why is it that communists have consistently praised the founding fathers like Mao and Lenin and Marx and those people, Stalin?
Because
all of those
the
people,
progressive role that it played at the time. And even then, I would actually criticize them for it. The United States.
I wouldn't criticize. I think they were right. I think when Mao said he wanted to posthumously make George Washington a member of the Communist Party, I agree with Mao.
Washington was a slave owner.
Yeah.
And first of all, when Mao said that was late in his life, and I really, really wouldn't take the stuff he said late in life very seriously.
Well, I think you're a revisionist then, because I take what he says seriously.
Mao meeting Nixon is a good thing. That's something that
I think it was a good thing, yeah.
Okay. So
it was a great
betraying
thing,
the revolution is okay.
What's that?
Literally betraying the revolution.
What revolution?
The Chinese Revolution.
How did he betray the Chinese Revolution by meeting
with the enemy and proposing to work with them against the Soviet Union?
The Soviet Union was engaging in aggression against China at the time, and China was just trying to defend itself.
You're literally supporting the Sino-Soviet split.
Wait, why were the Soviets amassing troops at the border of China?
They had a conflict. That doesn't mean you sided
with
imperialism.
Even before the conflict, they were amassing
Okay, you know what,
troops.
Haas? You literally just defended siding with imperialism.
I side with China during the Sino-Soviet split. I do.
And you support them meeting with Nixon to engage in collaboration against the Soviet Union.
They were defending themselves from a foreign aggression.
So you think that they needed to collaborate with the United States to do that?
They had to do whatever was necessary.
Bullshit. They didn't need to do that.
And it really wasn't the United States per se that they were collaborating with.
Oh, no, of course not.
They were actually collaborating with Nixon against the Democrats, too. That's why Mao said he likes the Republicans more than the Democrats. He said that. His words, not mine.
You literally just defended Mao allying with the United States imperialist power. Fuck. So you better...
Well, I am an
ally
actual...
with the United States against another socialist...
Isn't your name Maoist Rebel News? I'm more of a Maoist than you are.
No, I'm sorry. You're advocating the opposite of Maoism.
But your name is literally Maoist Rebel News.
You are uncritically taking everything Mao says as truth. That's literally
That's not necessarily true, but...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that was complete
But I agree with the decisions Mao made.
Sorry, that was an incorrect decision. I do not support.
I don't think it was. I think the blame.
Sorry.
Well, I think the Soviets.
The Soviets forced the Chinese to ally with the United States.
They really did, actually.
That's
they really
bullshit.
did. Well, do you know about Soviet agents approaching the Americans about teaming up against China before?
And I would criticize them for that too.
So what was China supposed to do to defend itself?
Well, it physically could defend itself. It didn't have to turn around to the United States and, hey, can we work together?
So how did they work together?
Enemy is my friend.
How did they materially work together? That was so bad.
By forming diplomatic alliances against them.
Diplomatic relations. Primarily trade relations, if you remember.
Yeah.
Which ultimately benefited who? United States or China in the long run?
It benefited both of them.
In the long run, who did it actually benefit?
Technically both of them.
No, it benefited China and hurt America really bad in the long run.
Well, I would care
because
to
the
disagree.
Chinese were smart and they knew what they were doing.
Even then, okay, let's just say it benefited
Because
China.
I'll explain why. You want to know why that is, though? Well, because from the Chinese perspective, they have a more kind of Eastern traditionalist spiritual perspective on what revolution means. For them, revolution isn't a millenarian, romantic thing that just suddenly happens.
Yeah,
It's a long game. They think of it as a long game, right? They think it of generationally. They think of it as a long game. They think of it as something that happens subtly. That's something that happens subtly accumulating into something big. Yes, a rupture. But they don't think of it how you think of it.
No,
and
I
they were
don't
right.
think about that. I haven't.
China is the premier,
and you're lying
is
again.
the ascendant and premier world power now because of that wisdom. And you are in Canada with a toy gun.
Take the personal shot, didn't you?
Well, you're criticizing Mao's decisions, and you have to go on that basis.
Yes, I can criticize him.
Yeah, well, you have to.
I can disagree with his decision. Yes,
his decision, which led to China being the premier power of the world, something he couldn't even dream of at the time.
Allying with, oh my God, you really?
Everything China did ultimately was to its benefit and its favor.
Oh, the Chinese billionaires would agree with you.
Well, we can actually. I was going to talk about that today too. We can talk about the fact that the Communist Party has made it very clear now, decisively, that this new class, as they call them in China, will have no part of sharing power with the Communist. If the Communist Party deems it fit, they will all be eliminated. If that's the result and consequence of this decision. What's that?
The capitalists don't have any power. Also, the capitalists continue to exist. Exactly why?
They have no power whatsoever.
Why do they exist?
On the base, because for now, they are serving the interests of the Communist Party. But they're starting to not... It's starting to actually slip. We saw with Jack Ma. We're seeing it with Evergrande now. And we see it with the ways in which the Chinese Communist Party, and this is what I wanted to talk about on stream, is starting to promote small enterprises and small businesses that are coming from the soil of the Chinese people to prevent the monopolization and the rise of powerful monopolies like Alibaba and Jack Ma's empire. So they are undermining the power of the billionaires. And this doesn't serve the interests of these capitalists.
We're stopping capitalism by creating more capitalism.
No, well, you have to understand and obey the objective laws of the forces of production and the social revolutions.
I hate to break it to you.
So it's no longer capitalism.
But the productive forces have already been built up, and they were probably built up about 20 years ago.
How's that?
They literally physically existed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just an NEP without end. That's
no, it's not. It's not an NEP. An NEP was an implicit form of sharing political power with the kulaks in the countryside. With whom the Soviet state did not have the power to alter or change or eliminate. They had to form a negotiation and deal with them.
Yes, and exactly where are the kulaks now?
Yeah, because the Soviet state, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Party,
stop them the way that they were supposed to.
Because they took power. They took complete economic power and political power of the country, just like China
and I would
did.
Criticize them for
China never relented its power, though. The Communist Party in China never relented its power. It never gave shared power with anyone. The new class exists on the good graces of the Communist Party. They can fall just in the same way.
And you know they're not necessary, right?
Who?
Those capitalists are not necessary.
Up until this point, they have been.
For a period, I would agree, yes. But that probably ended about 20 years ago.
Well, you know more than the 1.4 billion Chinese people, I'm sure.
Oh, no, I'm not saying I know better than them.
You know more than all of their Marxists, all of their philosophers, all of their academics, all of their researchers, all of their scholars and all of their experts and all of their leaders. You know more than all of them. You know what's best for China more than them.
I know whether or not the productive forces existed. Yes,
in a way that they are just blind to for some reason.
No, they're not blind to it. They just don't care.
Why don't they care? Because they're not as pure as you are?
No, because they're not doing Marxism.
And you are.
Oh, I don't see what that one has to do with the other.
Well, you're saying they're not doing Marxism. What does it mean to do Marxism? Are you doing it? Who's doing it?
Well, you could take what the Soviet Union was doing.
The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore because it collapsed because of what it was doing.
No, it collapsed politically from internal. It didn't.
Also economically.
No.
So the Brezhnev stagnation never happened.
That was from capitalist reforms.
The Kosygin reforms were a response to the stagnation.
I'm sorry, but no, capitalist reforms are what what damaged the.
Were those happen under Khrushchev, or when did they happen?
I'm not exactly.
You're talking about the Kosygin reforms. Those were a response to the stagnation.
And your point would be capitalist reforms still destroyed everything.
I think you're talking about Gorbachev's reforms, which were disastrous, but those came long after the economic crisis of Soviet central planning.
Actually, there was a problem with Soviet central planning because they were basically trying to do too much. And that what they did was they decided, well, we can still compete with the U.S. in terms of standard of living as long as we let the market come in and do some of that organizing for us, which ultimately turned out to be a mistake.
So what should the Soviet Union have done? Stopped growing and have its economy collapse?
No one advocated for it to stop growing.
So how would it have continued to grow?
I never said that.
Do you know the basis of Soviet growth up until that point was in things like steel production, the development of the primary forces of production? There was no light industry to speak of, or very little light industry to speak of. That there was no way the Soviet Union was going to develop a computer industry that was going to rival the West. There was no way the Soviet Union was going to be able.
Computers.
They had computers, but it was so slow compared to the rapid pace of development that was happening in the West.
I'm sorry, that's not true. Soviet computers were actually very good.
I'm not denying that, but their development was very slow compared to the development in the West.
I would disagree with that, and so would Paul Cockshott.
Okay.
So
well, I don't know what to tell you.
Therefore, abolish economic planning. Do you know what the Feldman?
The Chinese never abolished economic planning.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
No, they
didn't.
They
literally don't plan their economy at all.
The economy's planned to this day.
No, they have a guideline. They don't have a plan. And in fact, I can pull up an article where Z specifically says that it's.
Oh, you mean directly planning the inputs and outputs of production?
Which is what economic planning.
No, it's not.
In a socialist sense, is.
No, that's not necessarily what it means at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That is what it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
It's not when you hand over.
That form of planning is only possible when you can set determinate quotas based on predictable outcomes, which are only things like the basics of the primary sphere of production. When it comes to the light consumer economy, which is the huge driving force of economies of scale now,
so you literally don't know what Department 1 and Department 2 commodities are.
What?
So you don't know what Department 1 and Department 2 commodities are.
Yeah, but the Soviet economy could not develop light industry. The light industry was not developed.
Yes, they did.
No, it wasn't.
I can literally pull out the book that has all.
They did not have a developed light industry. There was constant shortages of light industry goods. The Soviet people's demand for more access to these goods was not being fulfilled.
Yeah, they were demanding more goods. Yes.
And the Soviet Union's
not
system,
necessarily the amount of resources existed for it.
So it's about physical. That sounds like a Malthusian argument.
I hate to break it to you and Caleb Maupin, but the world is finite, and the Soviets actually had a finite amount.
So you agree
because
with
they weren't invading
you agree
countries
with
like the United States.
So you agree with Malthus and not Marx, if I have you clear.
No, sorry, that's bullshit. You're putting words in my mouth.
But that was Marx said the fundamental driving force of economies was not based on scarcity of resources, but was based on specific modes of production. Malthus was saying that it was based on the scarcity of resources. So you're saying the historical explanation.
I didn't say that the Soviet economy was based on scarcity. I said there was.
You're saying the reason why they couldn't.
The world is finite.
I agree. The world is finite, but our ability to interact with the world is infinite.
X amount of steel, iron ore does exist in the world, and I don't know what you're saying will interact with it. So
Yeah,
there'll
I
be
know, because
more
you
iron
don't.
ore.
You're just not very creative or aware of
No,
history.
I'm sorry.
You know, houses used to be built with mud and dirt, and some still are, right?
I'm sorry. Exactly how is that supposed to make more iron ore?
Well, because you're making
How is your idealism supposed to make more
If you
iron
let me
ore?
finish, I can explain.
If you say asteroids, I'm fucking out.
The use for iron ore can be replaced by something else with the refined development of the forces of production. If it eventually we ran out of it, I can't see how we're going to run out of it in any decisive way anytime soon.
Okay, anytime soon. But yes, we will eventually run out of it.
By that time, we will probably have ascended
Not
to
anytime-
the.
not
we will probably have
anytime soon, no.
ascended to the 17th dimension or something. Like, that's nowhere near where we are now.
Okay, we replace it with another metal, and then when that metal runs out,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
that's history.
I'm not.
That's history.
I'm not arguing for degrowth. I don't get what it is that you're.
I just don't think you have a. You just don't have a correct understanding of history. Is the problem? You're trying to attribute the Soviet. You're trying to attribute the Soviet Union's inability to provide consumer goods for its people on the basis of limited resources. And not
because
its
it didn't
system.
have infinite resources.
So the problem wasn't the system; it was just they didn't have resources.
Because they didn't go around invading countries and stealing them like the United States and the UK.
But they still had very extensive relations with many trade relations with like the non-aligned countries and
yes, but that doesn't
they couldn't trade.
That's
The only trade restrictions that they could possibly
face. Not the same thing
face.
as plundering.
Huh?
It's not the same thing as imperialist plunder.
Yeah, what's your point?
So yeah, it's not exactly the same thing. Because they're not going to be able to get as much for the same price because they are giving a fair trade for it. Whereas the United States and other countries were essentially getting it for next to nothing by taking over the countries and controlling them.
That's a really simplistic understanding of how it works.
That's how exploitation works.
Exploitation in the Marxist sense or in the sense of like exploiting vulnerable positions?
Exploiting vulnerable positions of countries. The United States was fleecing them, along with the other imperialist powers, whereas the Soviet Union wasn't fleecing
it's not really directly about resources, though. In some cases, it was like in the Central American countries, like banana republics and stuff. Yeah, I could see what you're saying with that, where they were just taking resources. In many African countries, it's just a matter of taking resources. But the Bretton Woods system was not just a system to funnel resources from third world countries. It was a complete global monetary system.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that was about giving trade advantages to some countries over others to develop industries. It wasn't just about, like, you can't just explain the development of the forces of production at this time purely in the form of the exploitation of resources.
No, I wasn't doing that.
It's about the flow of global trade and things like that.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I was saying.
But China's opening up allowed it to tap into these foreign markets and access these technologies and develop its own forces of production. The Soviet Union was, in a way, isolated from the world market in this kind of way.
That reinforces my point.
Yeah, but it wasn't just because of resources. It was also because it didn't have access to the differentiations and the concentration of capital or the forces of production, the methods of production that were existing, not just resources. There was plenty of resources the Soviet Union had access to. The issue was technologies, trade relations, and things like that. There's a pretty important distinction.
I would agree. You're saying the
and
Soviets
also
were
technologies
just incompetent?
and forces of production.
I'm sorry, they were incompetent when it came to technology? Is that
No, they weren't. They did extremely well for what they were able to do when it came to technology. But in terms of, like, other countries could just trade and rapidly share technology and build off of each other. So we didn't have to do all of that alone, which is really tough.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, that.
Like, for example, very few countries actually developed these decisive technologies by themselves.
I would agree.
Okay.
I'm not seeing your point.
My point is explaining all of this in terms of resources just doesn't work. There was a systemic problem.
I would say it was mostly resources.
You would say it was mostly resources?
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be.
but
That
it
would
wasn't.
be my. Okay, then
It was a systemic problem of the actual allocation and organization and distribution of goods.
I'm not denying that there was a problem.
So there was a big systemic problem that was the reason.
Yeah, we agree that there was a systemic problem, but we don't agree necessarily on what it was.
Well, here's why. Because up until this point, the primary driving force of the Soviet Union's growth was developing the primary forces of production. Once this task became complete, the Soviet economy began to stagnate.
Once Department 1
Because
commodities
it didn't
were
have an
built up.
economy that could adapt to a modern consumer or postmodern economy, whatever you want to call it. It didn't have a system that could adapt to that.
I would agree on the basis that it was never supposed to be like the United States, where it's just an infinite amount of commodities everywhere for everybody.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it
I know,
couldn't
that's-
grow economically.
I'm saying it couldn't. I'm saying it couldn't, and
Yeah.
it's not designed to.
And it couldn't satisfy the needs and wants of its population.
No, it satisfied the needs. It's not. It's the wants that were a different
Well,
thing.
it came to a point where even the needs could no longer be satisfied.
Like what?
During the 80s, there was just shortages of needs, just basic needs.
Yeah,
Couldn't be
actually,
satisfied.
I did a video on that where a Soviet investigative show showed how they were being deliberately wasted. Like he literally had the video of it happening. And then lost his job the next day.
I don't know what video you're talking about, but
It was a Soviet investigative journalism show called 600 Seconds. He I can't pronounce his name anyway. He did an investigation. He found like trucks and trucks of food that were thrown into the woods, and he videotaped it, did an expose on it, and then lost his job. There's a copy of it on my channel.
okay, that's really mysterious, but I still wouldn't say that this renders obsolete
There was a
my
lot of
point.
sabotage.
There
to
probably
justify
was sabotage, but then again, it all comes together. There was also a systemic crisis, you know.
No, I don't deny that there was a crisis. So we done here?
I guess.
Okay.
So we can't come to an agreement about much
I guess we
anything, but yeah, I guess that was it.
Okay. See ya.
Okay, bye. Become very indebted over the years.
Exploit donated $5. Hello Mr. Ross of Infrared. I am an American political activist known as Exploit. I am certain you have never heard of me, but one day everyone will. I enjoy your content. Keep up the good work. I will be monitoring you.
What? Okay. The fuck? That's really weird. That's extremely weird. What? Okay. Anyway, so this was a real estate development company. It's developing houses for people to fucking live in.
So I'll talk to Jimmy about when he wants to launch it, and I think that'd be a good time to all do probably a stream together.
Yeah, that would be fucking insane, dude. Oh my god, being able to that's like a legend, you know?
Yeah, no. I mean, it It would be incredible, and I think it'd be game over for all the shit libs for sure.
Fuck yeah, that would. And dude, we would have a new network. We would just be creating a new network of people.
Yeah, no, it'd be unstoppable. It'd be unstoppable.
Dude,
And the
you
thing
have
is,
no. We
the
would
thing
both
is,
grow
like,
so much from that. Do you know that? Thank you, Nasty Nerves.
thing
Appreciate
is
you.
also, it's like his audience, they are so dedicated to the fight. It's like anytime someone is putting forward some BS on like Twitter or whatever, like the Jimmy Dore squad is just there to like expose whatever argument they're putting forward, you know? So it's
Yeah.
like, just think about that times 100 on like Twitch.
Fuck yeah, that's
Like
sick.
what that would do to the chat sections. Even Hassan has said in the past, he's like, this is the corner of the internet where we're safe from those people. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure he wants to be safe from those people.
Dude, yeah, you're right. Hassan was like terrified of Jimmy Dore coming over. He's like, yeah, like we're safe in this corner. Dude, no, we can't. We got to take this corner, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
dude. I'm hard as shit right now. I'm just kidding. But and all of you political Twitch people and DGG are, I'm so worried about the rise of tankies on Twitch. You should be worried. You should be worried. He's literally just justifying the current status quo.
Just arrest them? Well, sure, but arresting is even higher than a fine in terms of the negative invocation of state power. Yeah. There are just nice things about renting, you know? Like, who the fuck wants to own land? Oh my god.
This is the most stupid fucking take I've ever heard in my life. This is we're reaching stratospheric levels of fucking stupidity here. Who the fuck wants to own land? I don't know. Dignified human beings who want to raise families? The fuck? Why? So the left is coming out with the take that renting is good. Renting is good. Renting, something we all fucking hate having to do, is good. And owning land is bad. Being able to literally just own it is worse than having to rent and have so much of your fucking hard-earned sweat and labor used to fucking pay rent. What a stupid fucking thing to say. Isn't all land publicly owned in China? Yeah, it's owned by the people. They own it in a specific way. Individuals don't own it, but the people own the fucking land. Should land be publicly owned or private? It's a false dichotomy. The land should belong to the people in the form of small plots and small parcels that people have certain rights to. They're not renting it.
The effort involved. Jesus Christ. God. Imagine having that much of your wealth sunk into a physical space.
Yeah, imagine having some measure of security for your family and your children. What a horrible fucking idea. There's a new tank emote and suggestion. Okay, let me see. Suggestions. It's not there. Custom emotes. Dude, is that the fucking tank from Tiananmen Square? Don't use that tank, dude. Don't be fucking stupid. Don't be fucking edgy, dude. You know what? Matter of fact, you're going in quarantine for that shit. You're going in quarantine just for that. Stupid as hell, dude. Stupid as hell. I think I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna think about it, but yeah, I'm highly considering just banning you. Matter of fact, I think I'm just gonna ban you. Yeah, you're getting banned. You getting banned. Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. You getting banned. That's some edgy shit. You getting banned. Goodbye. We're not that type of community.
Man, he really has no business messing around in my urethra, right?
Okay.
Like, that's mostly for us. That's for the girls,
That's true. That's true. But what if he wants to make sure that, like, if he sticks it in, then you won't go pee on him, and it would be very misleading if he sticks it in and thinks that he's plugging up a whole ass hole, right? And then
Like,
you
sticks
start
it in their
peeing on him.
urethra?
Sorry.
Like, sticks it in their urethra?
No, into the main vajay, you know?
Oh, the front door?
The front
And
door. Pull. It's 50-50.
And you pee on him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess.
Is that even possible? Because, guys, you know you can't pee when you come. When you come, it's physically impossible to pee. So can women pee on you during sex? Or is it suppressed? I hope it should be suppressed, right? Or can they do it? They can do it? Oh my god. That's so satanic. We can't even do that as men. As men, we can't. When we come, our pee-pee hole becomes suppressed, and you can't pee. They can pee on you?
It's pretty sad to see people come on and talk to you the way that, like, that last guy did, you know? Like, I wouldn't, like...
I was discovering squirters. Pee? Literally, you're stupid. Squirting is pee? No, it's not. Or is it? Is it? It's piss? No! I'm done with women. I'm done with them. I'm done with them. I'm literally done with them. I thought it was just... I thought it was just pussy juice. There's no nudity, but like I'm just zooming in, like, so I don't show cleavage. Who is this? They look so familiar. Who is this? Does anyone know who this is? Who is this? Sofia Gomez. Let me look that up. Oh, shit. No, it's not. Is it? Oh, shit, it is. Damn. Didn't you just call Gaga a shrimp? It's an Instagram. Oh, Perry the Platypus. It's the voice actor? No, it's not. The fucking... Perry the Platypus is voiced by D. Bradley Baker. This is the guy who fucking voices... Oh, wait, no. Oh, she's an impersonator. Hitler was an anarchist. Today, he would have had neo-pronouns in the bio. Is that wrong? No, it's not. It's 100% fucking true. I mean, if you don't get this, you're fucking stupid, okay? If you don't understand that, you're fucking stupid. And guys, go give Ezra a follow, because he's an infrared member. He's a member. He is infrared. Like, he is infrared. He's not like an infrared orbiter or whatever. Like, he is infrared. You understand? He's also infrared. But Ezra was like, yeah, if Hitler was alive today, this is what he would look like. And it's so fucking true. He put this next to a picture of Hitler, and it made so much sense. He's like, if Hitler was alive today, this is what he would look like. And it's so fucking true. It's so... I've never seen anything more true. I've never seen anything more true. I literally go get up to wash my hands. once, because for 1 fucking second, there's not stuff going on stream, a guy does Resident Sleeper. Because I'm literally going up to wash my hands. I'm literally glued to the seat, and I'm not even fucking allowed to go fucking pee without people bitching and complaining. You fucking baby. You're literally a fucking baby, and you fucking need attention 24/7. You need fucking attention 72 hours a day, because you are a fucking baby bitch. Mods, ban every single fucking person who does Resident Sleeper. No, I'm not going to ban the phrase because I want to weed them out. We're not going to ban it. Let them do it. Just let them get banned for doing it. Perma-ban every single one who's doing it. Every single one who does it. You're getting perma. You think Bugs ate this? Mods, are you fucking sleeping? All these guys are doing your thing just better. How do you measure that?
Just look at the fucking videos, bro. Pull up any of their streams. Look at the numbers.
So why are you watching? But you're in my chat. You're not in their chat.
I just want to see you chip out, bro. That's all you're.
Hold on. What's wrong with my numbers? Is there something wrong with them?
I'm in their pussy.
Why?
Look at them. It's pretty simple.
Averaging 600 today. What's wrong with that?
Pussy. Look at any of those other guys I mentioned.
When did they start out compared to me?
What, like a week ago? I don't know. What, you've been doing this for a year? How long?
Since March.
Word?
Yeah. And who are you comparing me to?
Oh, your mom?
Wow, you sound really nervous. He ran away like a little pussy. Mods banned them. I didn't kick them, by the way. They ran away. His voice was fucking shaking. What a fucking pussy. His voice was literally shaking. His voice was literally fucking shaking the whole time. And we didn't even get started. We just wanted to get to know this guy and see where he's what he's all about. Yeah, ban him from the chat too. Fucking pussy. He ran away like a bitch. Every time. By the way, what's on the internet is forever. So that's going to be there forever, dude. I hope you know that. You know, someone's going to recognize you one day, and good luck with that. Someone's going to recognize you one day, and, you know, yeah. Not like you have a social life anyway. Fucking loser. Little bitch. Now go back to Kiana's chat.
With 1.1 billion people fully vaccinated, China has provided vaccines to over 100 countries and international organizations, and will supply another 2 billion doses by end of this year. The Belt and Road Initiative, guided by the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, will take tens of millions of people out of tens of millions of people of other countries out of poverty. Over 2,400 Chinese peacemakers are on duty worldwide. President Xi Jinping yesterday proposed a global development initiative. China is working with other countries to build a community with a shared future for mankind. I'm not saying China is perfect. There are many difficulties and challenges on our way ahead, such as how to make our development more balanced and adequate, and ensure fairness and justice in the market economy.
They know their problems. Every problem they have, they know. But not being a multi-party democracy is not a problem for China. And you want to know why? Because a party has the role of doing things and getting things done. And anything you want to get done, you can do through the Communist Party. The leading role of the Communist Party fulfills all the aims that the Chinese people could ever possibly want fulfilled. And can someone please explain to me where it was ever written that democracy means a multi-party system where any party can govern? Excuse me, is that what democracy means? That seems like a very specific definition of democracy. I don't think you guys I can really explain to you guys the origin of parties. You want to know the origin of parties? Actually, parties are a vestige of a pre-democratic era. So when Europe was transitioning from the ancient regime, there was a lot of conflict about what the future was going to be. So people would set up different parties that envisioned different futures for the democracy. Socialist, labor, monarchist, conservative, whatever. All of these parties were competing not within a democratic system, but within a system that was transitioning out of the ancient regime and into a future system. Okay? It's only around the time of neoliberalism, after the 1970s or after the post-war period, that people started to say that actually democracy is a multi-party system. But parties never originated in a multi-party system. They originated in the breakdown of the feudal system as competing parties for the future. All China is doing is actualizing a specific future instead of dwelling in this limbo state of uncertainty and a lack of clarity. Saying that multi-party democracy, saying that multiple parties is a prerequisite for democracy is just as absurd as saying that multiple governments is a prerequisite for democracy. That's effectively like saying, in a democracy, you need non-democratic governments to also be a part of the government. A democracy is either a democracy or it's something else. You understand? A democracy is either a democracy or it's something else, which means it's one thing. It's either a democracy or it's not a democracy. If it's a democracy, then, for example, there's no multiple constitutions in the United States. How can we have multiple constitutions here? Can we have multiple senates and multiple systems of government? No, we have one system of government within which there are, in practice, two parties. And the fucking audacity that these people I debated are going to premise the fact that China's authoritarian because it's a one-party system. And the way they explain that is the fact that, well, America, we have two. We have two parties. Big fucking whoop. So China's authoritarian because it has one party, and America's a democracy because it has two parties. And that they want us to believe that. That's literally what they're trying to sell us. And by the way, okay, then let's think about what are the advantages of a two-party system versus a one-party system? Because as far as I remember, tomorrow the government's going to shut down because these two parties can't even fucking govern. If you can't even govern, how are you a democracy? Part of being a democracy means not only representing the people, but executing their will. And how are you going to execute the will of the people when you shut down the fucking government every fucking time? Tomorrow they're probably going to shut down the government again. Because these two parties can't fucking come to an agreement about governing the country in the name of the people. And the only fucking thing they actually come to an agreement about, by the way, isn't actually when it comes to governing in the interests of the people. They only come into agreement with each other, and this is the sick fucking truth, when it comes to serving the fucking interests of the entrenched establishment corporations, military-industrial complex, and special fucking interests. That's the only fucking thing they come to an agreement about when it comes to governing. Giving fucking weapons to Israel's Iron Dome, which AOC voted president on. That's a two fucking party system. But China's authoritarian because it has one party, right? China's authoritarian because it has one party. Does China ever have government shutdowns? Fuck no, it doesn't. The idea of a government shutdown is a fucking absurdity. And they ask me, how could you be a communist and a patriot? How could anyone who loves this country defend this rotten two-party system we fucking have? How could anyone who loves this country and loves the American people defend this fucking two-party rotten system? Any real fucking patriot is gonna see where I'm coming from here. Who the fuck wants to debate me? Who the fuck wants to debate me? And you got the alternative, the so-called alternative, the Hassans and those people. They're telling people, oh, just go vote for the Democrats. Look, the number fucking one thing, the only job you have as a socialist, as a communist, whatever you want to call it, in America, you have one fucking job, and that's opposing the two-party system. It's literally the fucking bare fucking minimum is being against the two-party system. You have to be for a third party. I don't fucking care about anything you have to say if you're not for a third party. We are in 2021 and we still have socialists shilling for the fucking Democrats. You guys, it's an absurdity. And look, these people paint me as a crazy man. They paint me as an insane man. Who the fuck is insane? Me, who's saying that a two-party system is a fucking abomination on our democracy, or them, who every fucking 4 years are telling their audiences, leading them like sheep to the slaughter, to waste their fucking time participating in this back and forth two-party fucking bullshit road to nowhere. China's authoritarian because it has one party. We should have one party too. We should have one party that is by, for, and of the people. Government by, for, and of the people. We just need one. We don't need two governments. We don't need three governments. We don't need four governments. We need one government by, for, and of the people. Everyone seems to have fucking forgotten that parties never agreed to a two-party system. You think in Lincoln's time, Abraham Lincoln's time, he was saying, we have a delicate two-party system. No, he was saying, we are the Republican Party, and we are the party. We want to be the party that is worthy of leading the entire American Republic. We are the party of the American Republic. We're not here to have a two-party system. We're here to have a one-party system. And although he didn't crack down on the other parties, that was the vision. That was the goal. That our party would be so superior to everyone else that we would never need another party. The goal of American democracy has always been one party. That was always the goal. That we don't need other parties. One party is good enough. You ever feel concerned about one-party systems being taken over by those who don't have... Look, if bad people are going to take over, they're going to take over. But if it happens in one party, at least there's no disagreement about formally what this one party should be doing. A house divided cannot stand. That's what Lincoln said. One party is ostensibly the same as no party. That's not true. That's literally not true. That's not true. Because you can still participate in government without being a member of the one party. Republican Party takeover? Maybe. Anything's fucking possible. But for now, I just think we need a third party. speech politically in America and crack down on fucking content that's incompatible with the fucking goals of the deep state. The only difference is that the Chinese government does it, a government which is actually accountable to the people, even formally, and here we have the private sector fucking do it, which isn't accountable to the people in any way, shape, or form or capacity. So that's the fucking difference.
I think that both are bad. I don't say that I advocate
Well, don't fucking tell me both are bad and then go out of your way to call China authoritarian.
Dude,
the best you can fucking say, is that China's not a pure socialist country. Don't fucking get in my VC and tell me China's not democratic, China's authoritarian, because what are you basing your comparison off of? What government on earth right now is not fucking authoritarian and is not undemocratic by your fucking stupid standard?
Look, Sultan, I would be able to tell you if you just let me speak. All right? Great.
Speak!
So here's let me give you an example. You mentioned that the government doesn't regulate internet. I do agree fundamentally that there is something undemocratic about the way that American internet is run because of its privatization. I totally agree with you on that. That said, I think that the idea that China actively blocks certain forms of access to information
Should Richard Spencer be unbanned from Twitch?
No.
What about Nick Fuentes?
No.
Get the fuck out of here, you dishonest fuck. And you want to fucking talk about authoritarianism and censorship of speech?
You're drawing a false dichotomy.
No, it's not a fucking false dichotomy. China bans people and it justifies for its own reasons, and you justify the banning of those people for your own fucking reasons.
Wait, I disagree with China's reasons. I agree with Twitch's reasons.
Yeah. And why do you? What right do you have to disagree with China's reasons?
We are literally debating.
Okay, give me an example of one of the reasons you disagree with. Go ahead.
Sure.
And I'll walk it through to you. Yeah. Why is China's reasoning bad? And give me examples too, because I just gave you examples.
Sure. I don't think that getting rid of large sources of formal information is a good thing.
For example.
I'm about to tell you, for example. For example, China has severely regulated Wikipedia because they haven't decided to abide by a lot of what China considers inconvenient information. I think that that's bad. And I understand that they think it's bad for political reasons.
Is Wikipedia a neutral source or is it a government agency?
I mean, it's not a government agency.
Yes, it fucking is. Philip Cross. Okay, who's Philip Cross then? He edits all of the politically sensitive Wikipedia articles in a way that is physically impossible for one person to do, and he edits them in a way that is 100% in line with the interests of the British and American government.
So what you're saying to me right now is that China
doesn't want foreign government sources of information to spread propaganda among its people.
Okay, so are you, first of all, I just want to make sure we understand each other. Are you telling me that Wikipedia is a government-run site?
It's not formally, but informally, yes, it fucking is.
No, okay, so you're saying that the government has a large hand in running political information on Wikipedia?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, this is literally conspiracy.
No, it's not a fucking conspiracy.
Okay, dude, can you give me some evidence that it's just one guy editing a lot?
I think you should do your own fucking research, because who's the CEO of Wikipedia right now? You know?
I don't know off the top of
So you're not informed. You're just not informed. The burden of me is not to educate an uninformed person when we're in the middle of a fucking debate.
Look, I understand that I don't know literally everything about Wikipedia.
Yeah, but you just said it's impossible that Wikipedia can be informally run by the government and serving the interests of the government. So you should know things about, who's the CEO of Wikipedia.
Look, all that I said is that I think that the idea that one dude editing a lot of articles...
It's not one dude. That's the thing. It's not one dude. It's physically impossible for it to be one dude. That's the thing.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand here, I want to make sure we're understanding
each other. If you held China to the same standard of evidence that you're holding me when it comes to this truism, there would be nothing that happened in Tiananmen Square whatsoever. What? There would be no crimes committed by everything. All the fucking propaganda narratives that you completely reject by China, you'd give them a pass. Because at the end of the day, the West doesn't really have completely solid evidence for all of the accusations it makes against China that condemn it as an authoritarian government.
Okay.
So why don't you be consistent in your standard of proof? The West always makes inferences based on, that's pretty common sense. We can infer that. And here, where we literally have actual connections between the people who formally run Wikipedia and the State Department, as well as a lot of really sketchy behavior by mass editors of Wikipedia who on the fly are making sure that pro-government narratives are the ones being published. All those things don't allow us to conclude the fact that Wikipedia is government propaganda. Sure.
Wait, yeah, but yes, you are correct to say that because certain things like the U.S. governor, maybe oftentimes Wikipedia is slightly biased, does not imply that it is a government propaganda.
Okay, did you believe in Russiagate?
I mean, some aspects of it, yes. Some aspects of it, no.
Did you agree with the crackdown on Russiagate and that people should go to jail for all the memes and stuff?
Well, not the memes. The things that people actually did that are
What did they do?
Again, dude, you're asking me to have
what
a list
did they
of
do?
every single...
What did they do?
I don't know who they is.
What did the Russians do that make them deserve to go to jail?
From my understanding, essentially what the Russians did is they took advantage of certain aspects of Facebook's algorithm.
Okay, sure. And that should make them go to jail.
Well, no, because we can't jail the Russians. I mean, in an ideal world,
but they were trying to. They were literally trying to because they were spreading information that went against the deep state.
I never said that the deep state. Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. You're with all due respect, your ideas are literally incoherent. You keep just throwing out propaganda things. I can count on.
Okay, so there's no deep state now. Hold on, there's no deep state.
Define the deep state. Enlighten me, please.
Hold on. So just so I have it clear from you, because I'm being incoherent. According to you, the U.S. government is just the formal U.S. government and its institutions. Formally,
well, no,
right?
Obviously, the U.S.
That's
government
who
runs black ops and covert operations, especially if you like the CIA. Yeah, I mean that's true.
Okay,
but I wouldn't call that.
Wait, you just mentioned the CIA. Do you know what the Council on Foreign Relations is?
Enlighten me, please.
Do you know what the Ford Foundation is? You're the educated one. You should know about all this.
Wait, dude,
do you know about the entrenched interests and connections and networks within the American government?
We can both just sit here and list off random things that are somewhat.
But you're saying there's no deep state. Do you know about the Rand Corporation?
Or we can attack the.
Is there a deep state or is there only a state, a surface state? Is there only a shallow state or is there a deep state?
What does the deep state mean? When I hear the word deep state, the thing that I think of immediately is reptiles running the universe. I don't think that reptiles run the country.
And why did I say reptiles? I didn't, so it's not my fault that that's the connotation that comes to your liberal soy Reddit brain.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Really.
However, if all that you mean by deep state is just unofficially, nonetheless, government sanctioned operations that are meant to promote the interests of the state, then yes, unquestionably so.
Okay. It's not just that; it's entrenched special interests.
We're talking about whether or not China is socialist, right?
Okay.
Why are we talking about whether or not there's the existence of the U.S.?
Because you're the one who decided to throw propaganda in my fucking stream, calling China authoritarian and undemocratic, a completely unjustifiable and baseless claim to begin with.
Then let me justify it. All right. So
you failed to do that so far. So keep going.
Because okay, sure. So
you tried when it came to censorship. You failed. You tried when it came to You tried when it came to.
Example. Why is Discord banned in China?
Why wouldn't it be banned?
Because
China, since China's a people's republic that serves its own people, it wants its own platforms to thrive and doesn't want foreign platforms, especially foreign platforms that are being run under the auspices of a government and state hostile to it, to be allowed in their fucking country and make headway in their country. What's wrong with that?
I mean, a lot. I feel, here's the thing, we can justify,
So should the Chinese people be at the mercy of foreign monopolies?
Chill. All right, look, I understand that there are going to be certain justifications for banning, for various different forms of foreign, foreign.
Hold on. What did the U.S. government do to TikTok?
Okay. I disagree with what the U.S. government's going to do to TikTok, and I don't think the U.S. is socialist either. All right.
Hold on, but you don't call the U.S. authoritarian like you call China authoritarian.
Yeah, I would happily call the U.S. authoritarian.
No, you don't. Then why if you're going to say that pretty much every major power is authoritarian, why even bring it up?
I would argue that China is quote unquote more authoritarian.
How? Okay, then how? That's what we have to
okay.
Yeah.
All that I ask is that I can get out a couple of full
You can. I'm letting you.
Have a discussion.
I'm letting you.
Okay, great. Sure. The issue with what I see with China and its internet censorship is that it seems to be trying to create essentially an echo chamber where only ideas that are convenient to the state are allowed to exist on the internet. And furthermore, I know this because
that's not true. Hold on, that's not true. Can you justify that with sources?
I'm about to justify it.
You're engaging in misinformation. What you're saying is not true. There are plenty of narratives that are not in the interests of the Chinese government that do go around on Chinese social media. I don't think you've ever been on Chinese social media in your fucking life.
I have been on Chinese social media. Yes.
You have? You speak Chinese?
I don't speak Chinese, but a friend of mine lives in China, and I was talking to him before I got into this call.
Okay. So what you're saying is complete bullshit.
Okay, great. So then once I give you my argument, I would love for you to
give the argument.
Okay, great, sure. So pretty simply, the issue that I see is that I feel like China is trying to create an echo chamber where they have pretty much sole control of what is and isn't allowed, which I'm not comfortable with. And to be completely honest,
where's the evidence? Hold on. I let you speak because you said you were gonna fucking justify it with evidence, not mouth off with more fucking baseless claims about how China's a fucking echo chamber. And the reason why that's so fucking hilarious is because China never has and never will have the equivalent to fucking American political correctness. There's in a bigger fucking echo chamber on the history of mankind than American fucking social media. And you're fucking calling Chinese internet a fucking echo chamber? A place where people's thoughts are literally allowed to run wild as long as you don't call for people to go on the street and start burning shit down? You can literally say whatever the fuck you want on Chinese internet as long as you don't fucking stoke tensions to such a high degree that it becomes a fucking threat to public order. Like, on American social media, you get fucking banned for anything. It's such a fucking echo chamber. It's so fucking ridiculous. Everyone's so fucking sensitive. You have nothing like that on the Chinese fucking internet. People are so politically incorrect that fucking American snowflakes would literally faint. They would literally faint and collapse on the fucking ground if they interacted with Chinese netizens on a regular fucking basis. And you're calling them a fucking echo chamber? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking clown.
Okay, sure.
People, by the people, for the people, are both for the sake of the people. Shall we understand China's socialist democracy as this? From the people, to the people, with the people, for the people.
It's like, holy shit. Oh, because you can't directly elect every single official in China. That fucking means it's not democratic. What a stupid fucking thing. And by the way, workers' co-ops is not fucking a form of owning the means of production. If you have to constantly be called to question of whether or not your interests are being executed, that you have to vote on it, your interests are not being executed. Simple as that. Yeah, if it's a permanent state of Among Us, then your interests are not being fucking executed. Thank you, Gaga. How could you be a Marxist-Leninist and have the aesthetic of Luna Oi? Marxist-Leninists have a tough aesthetic of militancy and shit like that, and industry and strength and people, power, things like that. And look at Luna Oi's disgusting aesthetic. It's like a cartoon. It's like a cartoon bread tube. Is this what Marxism-Leninism looks like? When I saw this, I was like, so this is bread tube, right? This is just bread tube. This is what a bread tuber looks like. It's like a weird, cringe aesthetic. Is this what a militant, tough Marxist-Leninist soldier looks like? No. Okay? This is dumb shit. I think the Jason debate is an example of where, like, there's just like a 99% consensus that Jason lost. I mean, even my enemies say he lost. That's how you know it's really bad. Okay? And you know what? I've been so respectful because I could have made fun of him so much, and I didn't. Especially after. Like, I'm sorry, but who the fuck is Comrade number 3? Like, I still don't even know what the fuck that even means. Who the fuck is Comrade number? Is there and who's Comrade number 1? So he's number 3. So that means there's a number 2 and a number 1. Well, why not talk to the number 1? Then clearly the number 1 is the top guy. Clearly number 1 is the top guy. Who is Comrade number 3? Said he was the leader of the Navajo Nation. Yeah, and I didn't even ridicule him for it. It's like he was saying there's a guy named Comrade number 3 who's the leader of the Navajo Nation. And I you guys know I'm not bad faith, and I genuinely, when the stream ended, I looked up on Google Comrade number 3, and I like looked to like the 5th page looking for something, and I couldn't find anything. I literally Googled that shit because I was so confused after stream. Yeah, I really Googled that, okay? Because after the 2nd page, I was like, okay, this is probably just like a content creator or something. And then the 3rd page, I was like, what? Who is Comrade number 3? I don't know.
I don't believe in the debating.
Yeah, is there a number 4? Or is he the last one? There's 1, 2, and 3? 4, 5? What?
Format in the first place. I think it's a stupid waste of everyone's time.
Wasn't Paul Potts name Brother Number 1 or something? Wasn't his name like Brother Number 1? That's what it kind of reminds me of. Yeah, I think Elizabeth Warren must be Comrade number 4, right? Elizabeth Warren is Comrade number 4.
But when you try to reduce the learning process to, and I'm a huge believer in
Hey, I don't know who this guy is. Socialism Done Left for All, whatever your name is. You realize I have educated way more people, and way more people have learned from me dancing around on stream and waving my cock around more than you will educate anyone in your whole fucking life.
learning from other people and conversation. I think getting into a deep conversation with somebody.
Yeah, but the difference is that I actually know every fucking facet of Jason's position. So there's nothing he could teach me, actually. I know you think that because, guys, remember what I told you about these people? These are the people who talked first in public and then hit the books. I'm a guy who hit the books for 10 years. And, if you knew who I was, you really don't know who the fuck I am. So, I am an OG. I'll just say I am a fucking OG. Like, one of the really immortal, original OGs. And I was into this shit before it was a fucking thing. You understand? I was into this shit years and years and years and years before it was a thing. Okay, so the idea, I hate how many people try to test my knowledge and test how much are you familiar with. I lived, breathed. This was the air that I breathed for years. I was a fanatic. You have to understand, I was a very devoutly religious Muslim, and I made my religion Marxism instead, and I was a huge fanatic. I was a big fanatic. Every facet of everything. I've been there, done that. Every time someone tries to test me, they look fucking stupid. And I'm giving this guy the opportunity to come test me. Get on VC and just explain what your problem is. Because you have a problem, and apparently it deserves my attention. So, why don't you fucking man up and get in VC? And look, this is black and white. Don't you guys think this is one of those black and white things? Like, if you don't come in VC, you're a pussy, and nothing you say about me matters. Unless I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Because I think it's as simple as that, isn't it? Like, if you don't come in VC, you're just a pussy, and nothing you say about me matters. Well, I don't want to come on because there's a debate performance and you're a shark. And what are you fucking doing? Virtue signaling to your... You don't want to know this guy's a fucking fraud? I'll tell you why this guy's a fucking fraud. This is the biggest fucking bitch, coward, and fraud on the fucking internet. You want to know why? It's really simple. If you thought I was such an idiot and I was such a clown who didn't matter, you wouldn't even take it out of the time of your day to address my existence, let alone do it publicly. You'd focus on the real content of true Marxism and just ignore me. Why even pay attention to me? Because there's not a single viewer of mine that you're taking. You're not convincing anyone that they should stop following me or watching me. So in effect, you're just virtue signaling to your audience to get them hyped up and excited about something. And that's the only way you'll ever grow, is by leeching off of people like me. You don't have your own fucking content to stand on. I'm the one who created a line here. I'm the one who fucking initiated a new current. And my current is new. It's not an established current. So for you to go after me makes you a fucking bitch. That just automatically makes you a fucking bitch. I don't have an established current. You're going up after me, a 10K subscriber YouTuber, because you're a pussy. It's crabs in a fucking bucket. It's crabs in a fucking bucket. You know, you're too scared to go after the big dogs. You think I'm close enough to you for you to fucking, to crawl me back in. You want to know why we're not close, buddy? Pal? Because my viewers, for each YouTube video, my views are pretty much averaging, after a week or two, the same as my subscribers, which means almost all of my subscribers watch my videos. You have 4K subscribers, and I look on your channel and I see 80 views, 60 views, 100 views, 200 views, 80 views. You're not even reaching your own fucking audience, you fucking loser. So no, you don't reach me because you make it seem like I'm accessible to you because, oh, you only got like 2.5 more subs than me. Yeah, but my engagement level is like 500 times more than you. More people watch my streams concurrently than they just watch your fucking YouTube videos, which is really sad, you fucking loser. And by the way, why is that? If I'm a grifter, then the logical conclusion is that I'm just pandering to the existing trends. What existing trends am I pandering to? It seems like, why did I call myself a Marxist-Leninist? All the Western American Marxist-Leninists who are content creators have a problem with me. Look at fucking fellow Kuckler. They have an issue with me. So why would I identify this way if I'm a grifter, you fucking dumbass? Doesn't even make any sense. It really doesn't make sense. Think about it. Just think about it for a second. It's just a joke. Haas is a grifter. How? Why? By doing something unprecedented? You have to understand, I'm a businessman, yeah. But I'm a self-made businessman. And my product is entirely original with 100% risk and 0% guarantee. You know what that means? It means I was taking a risk and I couldn't have foreseen that I would have built the community I did. How could I have foreseen all of you following me now? Like, who's more charismatic, Destiny or Hassan? That's so hard. That's such a hard question. That's such a hard question, dude. You're talking to the wrong guy. What's more charismatic? A sack of potatoes or a bowl of rotten oatmeal? I don't know, dude. Honestly, I don't know. You fucking nerd. You just got bullied in school and called everyone a fascist. Nobody gives a shit. But Alex Jones?
Back over to take over. Stalin kicks them out. They come over here. And now they are the Republican Party. Hardcore Trotskyites. Hardcore. They give you the Patriot Act, everything else. I mean, we're in deep trouble. We are in deep, 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 deep trouble. And I only wish Stalin would have got all of them. I got to be quite honest. Trotsky, these people.
You can't just be a billionaire and get your way to the top by funding campaigns and shit. You have to work and prove yourself, prove you're skilled, prove you're worthy.
Patronage play a role? Yes, of course. But merit remains the fundamental driver. In essence, the organization department runs a modernized version of China's centuries-old Mandarin system. China's new president, Xi Jinping, is son of a former...
That's so crazy. This is in 2013. Could you have imagined or foresaw? This is literally a man who has been there is a holy aura about this man. This is a real leader. This guy is he walks in the steps of Mao. He walks in the steps of Stalin. He walks in the step of those leaders. A true statesman, a real statesman.
Former leader, which is very unusual, first of his kind to make the top job. Even for him, the career took 30 years. He started as a village manager, and by the time he entered the Politburo, he had managed areas with total population of 150 million people and combined GDPs of 1.5 trillion US dollars. Now, please don't get me wrong, okay? This is not a put down of anyone, it's just a statement of fact. George W. Bush, remember him? This is not a put down. Before becoming governor of Texas, or Barack Obama, before running for president, could not make even a small county manager in China's system.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's how it is, huh? See so much stupid bullshit. Look at the biggest guys, clap for the biggest dumbass of the night. Canadian J416. Biggest dumbass of the night. Clap for him. Clap for him. Literally 5 minutes and 29 seconds into the stream. Hey Canadian J, you know what the offer is, right? You get in VC, or you get banned. And by the way, when viewers do go up, because that's what you're pointing out 5 minutes in, you have to send me your balls in the mail. You agree? What? This is the theme of today's stream. Honestly, this is the theme of today's stream. Why is there no repercussions for when people are just wrong? People are literally just fucking wrong. They're just wrong. There's no nuance at all. You're just fucking wrong. And what happens then? So you're wrong. Do you admit you're a dumbass? Do you get the humiliation? Do you get the repercussion? You have to lose face. You have to be held accountable somehow. Can we just start shaming people? Canadian J, pussy, get in my fucking VC. Can we just start shaming people? Can we just start shaming people for being wrong? Just objectively wrong? Tell me this isn't something self-evidently true, just common sense, indistinguishable, non-negotiable, simple. Socialism isn't just about having correct beliefs. If your position doesn't allow you to build a mass popular movement of your country's majority, you're not a socialist. That's why it's called socialism and not individualism or 270 member Discord groupism. 100% facts. Now look at the dumb fucks in my quote, please. Let's go one by one. Look at all these dumb fucks. Stupid! I'm gonna name them. KOD, you are a stupid fuck. Because populism isn't only this. You have to understand what I just said. Just because you need a variable doesn't mean that variable defines everything about it. Socialism must be populist. That doesn't mean every form of populism is socialism. Dumbass number 2. Armed Anderson, you are a stupid fuck. I want you to go home remembering you're a dumb fuck, and I want you to go and tell your mother that you hate her because she made you grow up thinking you're smart. Wasn't Hitler very popular with this country's majority? What does that have to do with I said? Did I say that everyone who's popular is a socialist? Or did I say that socialists need to have a position that entails the possibility of it being popular? I said socialists have to work to be popular. Does that mean that everyone who's popular is a socialist? No, you dumb fuck! You are just a stupid person! Chat. Mathematically. Is he stupid? Mathematically. Like, think about it. Logically, these people would fail the LSAT. They would never get into law school, by the way. They would fail the LSAT. Logically, if I say, if your position doesn't let you become popular, you're not a socialist. Does that equal every person who is popular is a socialist? That's like a mathematical, logical, like airtight thing that's just not negotiable whatsoever. This guy's a dumb fuck. Thank you, Inverted Bean. Thank you. You need to go to your mom and spit on her for making her think you're smart. Because you're not smart. You're just not smart. You grew up thinking you're smart. You're not. I promise you, you're not. Whoever told you that is not your friend. Yeah, all squares are rectangles. Not all rectangles are squares. This is a simple logic. This is just simple logic. Socialism is just when you have... I wish you could dislike a tweet. When you have more followers. The more followers you have, the more socialist you are. Is that what I said? Again, all squares are rectangles. Not all rectangles are squares. It's simple fucking logic. Let's keep going. I gotta explain basic logic to these dumb fucks. Look, let's just focus on the ones that are more popular now. Conveniently eliding all the important work communists did under the insane repression. What work was that? The work was ultimately to prepare for a movement that ultimately will be popular. Okay? And when they were effective, they actually did. After decades and decades, you've failed to become popular. How can you maintain the pretense of being a socialist? What's socialism? What's socialism? Isn't it socialism about the social? Isn't that what it's about? It's about what's in common, communism, that's what it's about? Well, yeah, after decades and you've failed to make any inroads, maybe you're not actually a socialist because you're not actually touching upon what is social and what is in common where you live. Maybe. Jay Watts, you're in the Communist Party of Canada. You're a dumb fuck. You should resign. Everyone's embarrassed for you. I promise. Jay Watts, Communist Party of Canada. You're a dumb fuck. Canada's a stupid country. You're a fucking idiot. You should resign. You're an embarrassment to your party, your family, your parents, your grandparents, your ancestors, and all of your future generation of offspring. Fuck you, Jay Watts. See, I'm allowed to say that because I'm not in the CPUSA. If I was in the CPUSA, I couldn't say this shit, right? I'm free to say what I want. Jay Watts, Communist Party of Canada, you're a dumb fuck. Fuck you. And my favorite dumbass is Roderick Day. Roderick Dumb Fuck Day. Roderick Dumb Fuck Day. Roderick Dumb Fuck Day. Remember it, guys. That's my name for him. Roderick Dumb Fuck Day. Roderick Day, you're a pussy. Come fucking debate me, Roderick Day. Come in my fucking VC and debate me. You're not a fucking real Marxist. I was fucking reading Marxism before you even fucking knew what Fortnite was. I was fucking reading Marxism before you even knew that putting a fucking bandana over your fucking head would cover your fucking hairline. I was fucking covering Marxism before you decided that dressing like this makes you look cool. You don't look cool, Roderick. You look fucking stupid. You don't know shit about Marxism. You act like you're this great intellectual who knows all this shit about theory. In reality, you're a bitch. You got these glasses on. I'm Roderick Day. I have a scarf. I'm such an intellectual. Guys, this is what an intellectual looks like. This is what an intellectual looks like. This is what an intellectual looks like, by the way. By the way, that's what they look like. A guy who's smart looks like this. You look stupid, Roderick. You look stupid. And obviously you have an iPhone. You even have international solidarity. The software of the international working class is Android. Dumb fuck. You fucking elitist with your fucking iPhone. Of course this guy has an iPhone too. Of course he's got an iPhone. All of the based people have Androids because Android is what all of the underground hackers and OGs and, super cool, type of people. We all got Android, dude. It's the universal language of the whole world. Only elitist little bitches living in their fucking bubble use iPhones. With your dumb fucking Apple phone. Stupid ass Roderick Day. Talking shit. Android is the fucking software of the international proletariat. Anyway, let's continue with Roderick Day. Okay, I'm gonna address each of these one by one. So this is a guy who read a lot of shit from 100 years ago, and he's trying to feel like he can participate in the literature that he's read by repeating these phrases abstracted from their context. He thinks of himself as the new Lenin. He sees himself as a reincarnation of Marxists from 100 years ago. Yes, guys. This is what the modern day Marxist, the modern day Lenin, the modern day Marxist theorist looks like. I'm Roderick Day. Oh, the woes of being a revolutionary in 2021. Oh, the woes of being a revolutionary in 2021. Shut up, Roderick Day. Nobody sees past that bullshit, little bitch. He doesn't know shit about Marxism, by the way. He doesn't know shit about Marxism, by the way. And fuck Canada, too. So first of all, he's saying it's tailism. It's not tailism, you dumb fuck. You independently distill and articulate the interests and view of the masses. That's not tailism, because you're not just pandering to their sentiments as they exist in their ready-made form. It's called the dialectic between form and content, dumb fuck. Tailism means you're mimicking the ready-made forms expressed by the masses. The proletarian position is to articulate the content of the masses' interests in a more correct form, in a form that speaks to their interests more effectively than the dumb fuck sentiments that surround them. Roderick, I know you're like an Anglo-moralist, so I'm going to explain dialectical materialism to you because you're a dumb fuck who, for all the shit you've ever read, never understood a fucking word of anything Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, or Mao ever fucking said. So I'll explain it to you very simply. Ready? I'll explain it to you so simply. When you see a false form of consciousness prevail among the masses, chauvinism, reactionism, whatever, the meaning of that isn't that these people are immoral and we're moral and we're principled and we're going to go against them. It's that it's a form of false consciousness and that there's a grain of truth of it in the sense that they're falsely articulating a correct class position. The goal of communists is to correctly articulate their position. To say, hey, you think this chauvinism is serving your interests? No, it's a distraction. We know how to formulate what your interests are better than you do spontaneously or by being led by reactionary kulaks. That's what you say. You don't say, everyone's immoral and I'm immoral. You say, no, everyone is good, everyone is correct, but they are formulating it in the wrong way. They have misunderstood the essence of their own struggle. They're articulating anti-establishment sentiment in the wrong way. They're articulating it in a false way. That's what false consciousness means, dumb fuck. Ultimately, you do still need to be popular. Now he goes, it's right opportunism. Fucking how is it right opportunism, dumbass? With your stupid fucking Red Sales podcast. Anyone who's my viewer, unsubscribe from his podcast, by the way. Anyone who's my viewer, unsubscribe from his podcast. Unsubscribe from his podcast. Unsubscribe from his podcast. Right opportunism? Right opportunism? Really? 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 How is it right opportunism? Right opportunism has to pander and conform not to some ephemeral flux of the masses' positions and sentiments, but to established concrete positions instantiated in the establishment. In other words, right opportunism would be me shilling for the Democrats on the basis of this reasoning. Taking a convenient position in some ready-made party, establishment, or state, or other interest. It doesn't mean you correctly articulate the views of the masses through the organ of a mass party. That's not right opportunism. What? So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Finally, duringism. So this is a specimen of Marxist I have long grown accustomed to encountering in my past. These people have read Engels' anti-During, and they still don't understand what it is and what it was about. So they just like throw darts and try to guess what it means. And whenever they're engaging in arguments, say, oh, this is what Engels meant by During's false position. You're epitomizing. No, you still don't get it, dude. Go read the book again. You didn't get it the first time, nor the second time, nor the third time. You still don't get it. You're trying to throw darts to make you feel like you've understood Engels' anti-During, but you still haven't. You still haven't. And Roderick, I am willing to fucking challenge you on this. I'm willing to challenge you specifically on anti-During. Specifically on every fucking page of that book, I'll challenge you on to see if you've correctly understood Engels' position. Dumbass. Dumb fuck. You won't get in VC because he's a pussy. Because he's a fucking pussy. Endless names for variations of the same rancid nonsense. Yeah, these are all endless variation for the same rancid nonsense coming from you, Roderick. Coming from you trying to articulate your class resentment of my position because you're a PMC, petty bourgeois bitch, who fucking recoils and squirms at the proletarian working class position. And you're trying to find all of these names to describe the same demon. And that demon is the people. Bitch. The tanks are rolling. The tanks are rolling. We are not stopping for Roderick. The tanks are rolling. The tanks are rolling. And no, Roderick, we're not stopping. We're not stopping. The tanks are rolling. Tanks are still rolling, Roderick. Says first world bourgeois. He didn't even know how to fucking spell bourgeois. He says bourgeoisie with no class consciousness. Roderick trying to stop the tanks from rolling. They ain't gonna stop, Roderick. Not for you, not for nobody. The American people are waking up. Stay in Canada and stay mad. The American people waking up. I'm gonna go put me on record. PSA, put me on record. PSA, put me on record. Any man who lives in a country who does not speak with the beating heart of the people in his chest is not a socialist. A communist is one who speaks with the beating heart of the people of his country in his chest. That's what it means to be a communist. A communist lives and breathes the people. The blood of the people runs through his veins. The air that the people breathe inhales and exhales through his lungs. The food he eats comes from their soil. The water he drinks is downstream from the river of the people. That's what it means to be a communist. A communist lives, thinks, eats, and breathes in the people. A communist is closer to the people than they are to their own fucking family. A communist is closer to the people than the person they see in the mirror. A communist knows the people more than they even know themselves. That's what it fucking means to be a communist. And if that's not what you are, then stop calling yourself a fucking communist. Cause that's not what you fucking are. You're a little bitch. You're funded by fucking Jeff Bezos. You're an establishment shill. You're a crony for the elites and the ruling class. And that's all you'll ever fucking be. You got such a problem with America? Then get the fuck out, Roderick. Not that you even live here in the first place. If you're an American communist and you're just here to shit on the American people and shit on this country, don't let the door kick you on the way out. And yes, I am using that right-wing talking point. Because here, it's correct. If you live in this fucking country just to shit on this country, and you don't think there's any redemption for the American people, find a new country. Fight for your people. You know? And people say, so you're saying black people and Latino people should leave? No, because they have their own people. Latino people have their own people living here, their own communities. So do black people, and they fight for their people. That's their people. They are patriots. Black nationalists are patriots for black people. Latinos are patriots for Latino people. But if you just like this guy, and you have nothing, and there's no popular base to any of your positions, get the fuck out! Here's Kicks the Deity, the slandering, smearing, dumb fuck bitch. White patriots for white people? When did I say white patriots? I said American, you dumb fuck. If you belong to a marginalized group that you feel has not been correctly represented by this country, you are free to have that feeling and be in that position. I didn't say white, I said American. And by the way, black people and Latinos can be American patriots. As a matter of fact, many of them are. I'm just saying, for those that don't feel they can be, that's completely fine because the history justifies that position and it's entirely understandable. But if you're white and you live in America, you have no fucking right to shit on this country. None. Stupid bitch, get the fuck out of my chat accusing me of white nationalism, white patriotism. You stupid fuck. What white? White what? You're literally saying black nationalism is the same as white nationalism. Dumb fuck. Sick of the bullshit. I'm sick of the fucking bullshit. I'm sick of people like this. You prancing around in your big city fucking dumb shit pretentious this dude, he goes to his little hipster Verso Loft parties and he's like, oh, Marxism, oh, socialism, shut the fuck up, dude, you fucking pretentious hipster bitch, fuck you, fuck the DSA, fuck the DSA. What is this exaggerated camaraderie you have with the people? I'll give you the name for it. It's called communism. Look it up. Read a fucking book. That's exactly what communism is. Roderick Day. Fucking dumbass. Ooh, we're gonna investigate this. We're gonna investigate this. You're a clown for an audience of teenagers using their parents' credit cards. Let's check out Mason. Mason, the coward too afraid to show their mask but still can't contain their fucking neck beard. Still can't contain their neck beard. They have to cover their face, they can't even hide their neck beard. Lord Farquaad, Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald. And I have a Big Mac and fries, Mason. Let me have a Big Mac and fries. Does land back and decolonization include a large fry and a Diet Coke? I'm sorry. Did McDonald's switch to Pepsi? Lord Farquaad, you stay away from my Fiona. You motherfucker. I'm Shrek, you're Farquaad. Let's do it. Let's roll. You wanna roll like that? We can roll like that. I'm Shrek, you're Farquaad. I'll be Shrek, you be Lord Farquaad. See who fares. Let's go, Mason, little bitch. This motherfucker looks like if you turn a face upside down. This looks like this is his hair. And this should be the beard. This motherfucker got a peak like a mountain, Mount Everest. He's a whole ass triangle. This triangle is arguing with me. Perfectly proportioned triangle, isosceles triangle. Isosceles perpendicular triangle. Let's check out Mason. Mason talk a lot of shit. So let's see what type of person Mason is. 27 years old. Hey Mason, hey Mason. Hey Mason, hey Mason. Fuck your ugly dog. Fuck your ugly dog. Fuck your ugly dog, Mason. Yeah, I'm going after the dog too. Fuck your stupid ugly dog. Your dog doesn't love you. Your dog's fucking stupid. And I hope it dies early. Let's continue. So hey guys. Hey guys. Guess what? Oh wait. Hey guys. Were you curious? Were you curious? I'm sure you were curious about something. Let me show you. Woo! Jeff Bezos. Earth Fund gives $12 million to the Land Back Collective. $12 million. $12 million for Land Back. $12 million. $12 million. Jeff Bezos. So we got Jason Unruhe. Oz didn't read what he posted. This is about eco matters, not decolonialism. Sad. Oh my bad. I should have called comrade number 3 to read it out loud for me. The link he posted is showing Bezos donated to climate initiatives, not Land Back. He donated to the fucking group that published the Land Back Manifesto, obnoxious dumbass. Bezos probably did so for tax breaks. Yeah, he's donating $12 million for tax breaks. $12 million, which for Bezos is chump change. Shut the fuck up. Also, indigenous people aren't marginal people. They are marginalized. You tell him. You tell him. You tell him. You go ahead and tell him. You go ahead and tell him, obnoxious. We all love you. We love you. You know what the issue is? Can I just say it? These are the type of people whose entire worldview is formed by listening to their girlfriend. You know you're not supposed to listen to your girlfriend, right? You're not supposed to listen to everything she tells you and try to revolve your whole life around impressing her and doing what she says she wants. Sometimes you're supposed to ignore her and do your own thing. It's called being a man. Yeah, I know what type of people you are. Don't worry. Your whole life view revolves around. But all of these people, their whole worldview revolves around trying to make their girlfriend happy based on what their girlfriend's telling them to do. And their girlfriend's still unhappy. Woo, what do you matter? What do you wonder? They're still unhappy. They're still unhappy. Like when she says, for example, why don't you clean after yourself? Sometimes you're supposed to just ignore it. I'm sorry, you're supposed to ignore it sometimes. You're not supposed to always just make sure she's absolutely happy with everything about you. You know? I don't accept your fucking apology. I don't accept your fucking apology. You should have fucking took the right stance when and when. Then and there. Then and there. You should have taken the right stance. You fucking fake apology. Jason Unruhe talking shit about me. I don't give a fuck about Jason Unruhe. I don't give a fuck about Jason Unruhe. He can go tell on me to comrade number 3, and I'll go tell comrade number 1. Motherfucker. Look at this. Bosch is cute, but he could literally be the ugliest motherfucker in the world, and this dude's attitude would still be a trillion times uglier. My vagina is like sandpaper right now. You know that? You know, reverse the roles. Everyone reverse the roles. What an incredibly sexual harassment statement. Imagine if me and Jackson commented on our penis in relation to something Shu says. That would be a form of sexual assault. That would be completely inappropriate. This is incredible sexism. This is incredible sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. And look how she has to lie that Vosh is cute just to protect her clout pool. This dude's attitude was solely much uglier. Okay, the thing is, I don't know, guys, like me, especially Jackson, dude. I'm actually the emotional guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm actually the guy who has, like, emotional relationships. Jackson literally beats 12 cheeks a week. Okay? Jackson's actually out here busting cheeks. He's actually out here slaying. I'm not lying to you. Jackson actually is out here slaying. I'm sorry, Shu. Jackson don't need you, dude. He's saying this shit because in practice, Jackson slays. I know political Twitch, you're trying to police sexuality, but tell that to all the women who literally line up for Jackson. Tell it to all the women who are lining up before Jackson. Fuck it, dude. Jackson wins. I'm sorry. Why would you hate Jimmy Dore unless you're a fucking bitch and a pussy? This friend is what they call morally indefensible coward. They are not a comrade. They're an impediment. If they do not exist to lift up the exploiter themselves. That's why they follow 34 people while having thousands of followers. They have no proletarian empathy. I really feel like unfollowing everyone. I just want to unfollow everyone now. Proletarian empathy means follow for follow. By that logic, the most proletarian people are the Twitter bots that go follow for follow on Instagram, right? That's fucking proletarian empathy, right? How do you spell misogynist? Misogynist. Okay. That's not how you spell it. Fuck. Misogynist? Bro, you gotta chill. If you're threatening censorship, you're the bitch. It's as simple as that. Fucking movie Bob. Movie bitch. This guy does look like... You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. If I was the Vietnamese government authorities, I would ban him from the country because he looks like someone who would not... He just should not be an expat. He just... You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah.
How do I make it so Haas can hear? Haas, play a song with me at the exact same time, all right?
No, that's there's a better way to do it. There's got to be a better way.
Oh.
Let's look it up, dude. There's got to be a better way.
Brother, we don't have time for that shit. You always want to look shit up. You don't know fucking shit about shit.
Bro, we don't. There's got to be a fucking better way than just playing it at the same time.
Fucking pussy. I KO you in person.
Shut the fuck up, bro. That's stupid as hell.
Play my song, please. I'm gonna send it to you.
We can't play it at the. There's got to be a better way than playing it at the same. Bring the fucking Discord music bot in here. There's a music bot.
You know how to do that.
Look it up. Just music bot Discord. Add. Rhythm.
Okay, press play at the same time. Ready?
Oh my god. Hold on.
Okay, ready?
Okay, fine. Hold on. Hold on.
3,
2,
1, go.
Yeah, play.
Intros in, boys. Let the subs raid.
This song better be good, dude.
Of course it is, bro. I wouldn't let us down. This song is against the establishment.
How many special people change? How many lives are living strange? Where were you while we were getting high?
Song's about Haas and I. If I die, play this on at my funeral and let Haas drop that fucking casket. PD, bro. I need a gay token. Where are you?
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky.
This is anti-neoliberalism.
Ow! I don't even get it.
A champagne supernova in the sky.
Read it. Hold on. This is why I don't feel comfortable discussing China in front of white people. Because see, Luna had all this discussion a long time ago before she.
I'm so sick of hearing about these fucking people, these fucking frauds. I'm sick of hearing about these people. And why am I talking to him? You see why I brought him up in the first place? What does he have to do with it? That's why I brought him up in the first place. Like, I feel like he's really running things, you know? He really runs the show, it seems like.
She learned the hard truth, which is that you can't talk about these things.
I overestimated you. I'm sorry.
And yeah, so because people try to stoke conflict about China and Vietnam between them. You know, they think it's fun. They think it's like an interesting thing.
She literally said she would love to see a war break out between China and Vietnam. That's her. She tweeted that. You know what's funny, guys? I tweet something and they take it out of context and they blow it out of proportion like it's a big deal. That tweet was fucking nothing. That was not a big deal. You bunch of fucking crybabies if you think it was a big deal. Everyone's reading into it and doing all this psychological. It's literally on the surface. It's really, you're really reading into it. Don't be sitting here acting like, oh, we're people of color. We're fighting the oppressive white man. We hate white men. We hate the white people. Yeah, but then you go and you're married to one. It's as simple as that. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally all I was pointing out. Don't give me this bullshit that you're people of color fighting the white man. Because they're calling me the white man. Oh, you're the white man this, the white man that. And you're married to a white man. So what do you want me to say? Yeah, of course I'm going to point that out. Don't give me that dumb bullshit. And they blow it out of proportion like it's a big fucking deal what I said. And they're sharing it everywhere. Oh, yeah, look what I said. What do you mean, what did I say? I didn't say anything. I was so surprised that, like, immediately when I tweeted it, everyone started to lose their shit. They started reading into it, projecting all this fucking bullshit. You know? It's fucking crazy. It's literally insane. But guys, I literally couldn't sleep for how much fucking harassment and shit I was getting. Whatever. I don't even like calling it harassment because that's bitch shit. But, you know why I couldn't sleep? Because I was like, what are they going to spin next? What shit are they going to make up about me next? Because she has 55,000 fucking followers on Twitter. She literally says whatever the fuck she wants. And I can't do anything about it. A literal crybaby. Literal crybaby. A literal crybaby. She's teaming up with a white man to target an Arab man. To target a fucking Arab man. You know what my crime is, guys? You want to know, like, the whole dynamic that's going on here? So the basic dynamic that's going on is that leftists don't think that we non-white men are allowed to be men. We're not allowed to be men. We're supposed to be eunuchs, and we're supposed to be cucks who are not men. That's what they want us to be, right? And Non-Compete said that you were sexually harassing her by calling him a sexpat, insinuating that she's a sex object. Yeah, read my article because I addressed that. If you use logic, even if I was calling Non-Compete a sexpat, the most that would imply is that he views her that way, not me. It doesn't actually imply anyone's a sex object. The most it could imply is that he views her that way. But then even further logically speaking, even that's not necessarily implied. He could still be a sexpat and have treating others as sex objects, and maybe with her something else happened. So there's no reason you have to jump to the conclusion like she did that I was calling her a sex object. The reason she said that is because she's a disgusting person and a liar I point out the rinse and repeat formula in my fucking article. What Luna Oi does is that she blows everything out of proportion so that her cuck audience will, oh, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, Luna. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, Luna. Like, she gets this positive feedback and reinforcement from being a crybaby on fucking Twitter. You know? That's the whole origin of that. Yeah, there's a really weird guy here. I'm gonna just ban him. Guys, stay away from these fucking people. Stay away from these fucking scumbags. He's going on in around 30 minutes. What a pussy. Okay? Yeah, I hope he keeps up the same energy too, because he was talking a lot of shit. But yeah, she feigns outrage and sympathy and tries to victimize herself. And this is what I said in the article. It's like, imagine. I guess she has a really hard life. You know, she just sits around and collects Patreon subs. Really hard life, guys. Super hard life. It's a hard knock life. You know what I mean? Like, no one would ever want to trade places with them in Vietnam. They have such a tough life, you know? And they deserve so much sympathy and mutual aid and things because a random Twitter comment. You know how much fucking random comments I get about me that I just block and delete and I don't even tell you guys about them? 99% of them I don't fucking tell you about it. I don't think I even tell you about 1%, you know? I don't even think I tell you about 1%. Her audience is dumb as shit too, because she's claiming that I'm going to read her tweet. She just isolated a random YouTube comment and she goes, the targeted sexual and racial harassment continues. This was all part of the design of this smear campaign to objectify me as a sex object and inferior race without agency. I can handle this, but I worry for Haas's next victim. What the fuck is that?
Aired Ambience donated $50. Social imperialists.
Thank you, Red Ambience. Appreciate you. What the literal fuck is that? What? The targeted sexual? What the fuck are you talking? And it was a design? It was a design? What? Who fucking designed what? What was a design? But then I expose it, right? But this is the pattern you'll notice with Luna. Because of the feedback mechanism with her Baizuo snowflake audience, she's learned to weaponize self-victimization and exaggerate it to the highest extent in order to feign sympathy and make her audience feel tasked with the duty of protecting her. Now, there's some crucial differences you have to understand. If she had like 100 followers or was smaller than me, maybe there would be a case for this, right? I'm going after a really small streamer. Thank you, Farrakhan. Appreciate you. I go after a streamer and they're really small, and then yeah, my audience is overwhelming them with hate comments and whatever. That's a really irresponsible thing to do. But she has 55,000 followers on Twitter. I have 5,000. Put it into perspective, guys. She has 10 times more fucking followers than me. And she's way more well-known than I am. And she's the fucking victim here. Guys, guess who got more hate, Luna or me? Guess who got more extreme hate, Luna or me? Did I bitch about it once? Of course I got way more fucking hate. I literally had people threaten my life, say I should be killed. I've had people give me death threats. Plenty of people gave me death threats because of Luna's irresponsible tweeting, accusing me of overblowing shit because I tweeted a sentence at her. You know that? You know I've gotten death threats because of Luna Oi? No one wants to talk about the fact I got literal death threats because of Luna Oi. I got people in my DMs saying crazy shit. I didn't even report it. I didn't bitch about it once. She isolates like 1 or 2 bad comments from people I don't even fucking know. Thank you, GMAC. And she's acting like there's a targeted campaign against her. What a sick, disgusting person. What a literal sick, disgusting person.
Based.
Thank you, Rose. Appreciate you. You know how fucking crazy that is? The tweet had 0 likes. No one even paid this. I was pointing out, so she did this for example. She quote tweeted a guy, a completely irrelevant person. There's just 0 likes. It was just, she could have just, blocked them and reported the tweet and moved on. They quote tweeted it. And she turned herself into a victim and feigned outrage because of one fucking negative, and the comment wasn't even targeted against her. She quote tweeted a comment being like, yeah, but isn't it a problem that there are sexpats in Vietnam? And she blew up at it. She's literally a baby. She can't even handle the fucking smallest criticism or the smallest negative comment. That's nothing compared to what I get fucking death threats. And those death threats are actually credible. Those death threats are actually credible. Her videos on Vietnam are interesting though. I do not trust any video she's ever put out about anything. She lies through her teeth. And whatever she's saying about Vietnam, you really have to take it from a grain of salt. If you want to know more about Vietnam, I recommend you talk to Vietnamese communists. I recommend you talk to Vietnamese communists whose target is Vietnam and talk to them because they are actually representatives of Vietnam. She is just pandering to BreadTube's audience and collecting Patreon subs. Why is she so popular? It's part of what I told you. She victimizes herself and makes her seem vulnerable, which is psychoanalytically, it makes her audience think that she's like, requires them to protect her, and it makes them feel recognized and it makes them feel important, right? And she also combines the pretense to Marxism. She turns Marxism-Leninism into a form of bourgeois slave morality, which is basically like Marxism-Leninism is just about victims being victims and crying about it and coping about it. And that's what Marxism-Leninism is. It's just about So her entire idea, there's something called Baizuo Zhenzedong, whatever you want to call them, leftists. And their idea is that, yes, we Marxist-Leninists in the past, they were very tough. You know what's really weird? They're like, yeah, Stalin, thank you, Nortzi. Stalin and proletarian dictatorships were very brutal and harsh, but it was because they were victims. You know how a lot of like condescending white racists will always like try and like excuse crime, and they'll just be like, well, I have sympathy for, whatever, drug dealers and all this stuff because, it's like they overlook shit. You know what I mean? They're doing that for Marxist-Leninist states in a really condescending way. Basically, just turning them into victims, right? And you know what's crazy? It's like, full metal with the 5. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. It's really weird because it's almost like Luna Oi is making it seem like proletarian dictatorships is just the rule of cry bullies. Cry bullies who are like, yeah, I had to gulag 5 million people, but the reason was because I was... But that's not how it was, right? That wasn't how it was. There wasn't this eternal self-victimization. There was a strong sense of self-defense and protecting the proletarian dictatorship, but it wasn't this rule of snowflake cry bullies who are like, but they're trying to make it seem like that's how it is. Like, yeah, I'm an anarchist, but I excuse Vietnam's proletarian dictatorship because they're victimized POC and they're not as smart as the white anarchists like me who know better. See, I'm non-compete. I'm a smart anarchist and I know better, but I'm going to excuse Vietnam for having a proletarian dictatorship because they are just lower than me and they don't know. You see the racism and the condescending shit? You see how that shit works? How they're combining identity politics, white condescending racism, with the pretense to Marxism-Leninism? You see what I mean? They're making it seem like it's just the same way anarchists fetishize indigenous people. They fetishize proletarian dictatorships as just POC who were just forced into what they were because of they were victimized by, American white supremacy. Yeah, that's such a stupid and condescending fucking view. That's just a stupid and condescending fucking view. The truth is proletarian dictatorships are ruled by strong people, not weak people. They're ruled by victors and not victims. Victors, not victims. So, well, here's an interesting thing. Now we're going to move to the CPUSA drama. Check Discord General. Oh my god, okay. What? Okay, is this an own? Is this some kind of own? Or like... Guys, I guess I got owned. You want to see the own? And appeal to USA viewers. One thing I'm proud of is how international my audience is. The people in the USA I'm most interested in reaching are... Yeah, you might be claimed to be interested in reaching them, but I guarantee you 100% of these are white. 45% from the UK. Wow, okay, 7.5 from Brazil. I guess that's an outlier. Then you get another 9. So 9 plus this is 54%. The majority are from Anglo countries. Actually, 56% are from Anglo countries. And you have 4% from Vietnam. Is this supposed to be interesting or impressive? This is not impressive. This is a really big cell phone. Like, this is the biggest cell phone I've ever seen in my life. Why would you tweet this? Why the fuck would you even tweet that? What the fuck? Why would you even tweet that? That's such a weird thing to tweet. Like, that's an own? How? That's an own? Why is that an own? That's not an own at all. That's pathetic, actually. For real, that's pathetic. Let me see. That's just a huge self-own. I'm going to be honest. If you have just... So, I'm based in the US, and 45% of mine are in the US as well. So, think of how much of a self-own that is. I'm a fucking American, and my audience is 45% United States. Did you know that? My audience is 45% United States. So that's just a self-own, plain and simple. I have no idea why she tweeted that. Like, that's some kind of like, what was she trying to prove? I don't get it. 45% of my audience is from the US. That's stupid. Let's see, what is this?
International diplomacy. Anyway, total side note. But anyway, so the next response was to say that Luna gets all of her ideas from me because I'm a sexpat.
That's not what I said, you fucking liar. That's not what I fucking said at all, you fucking liar. I said she's getting her ultra left take from you, which is fucking true. It is fucking true she's getting it from you. No fucking Marxist-Leninist who's not influenced by Americans is gonna come to the conclusion that you're not supposed to be a patriot in your own fucking country. How many of you speak Chinese? How many of you speak Chinese, Russian, or Indian? How many of you? Or Hindu or whatever? How many of you guys speak one of those three languages? You speak Russian? Little Russian, you speak Ukrainian? So, if you ask Russian communists, hey, should American communists be patriots? What would they say? Oh, you speak Mandarin? If you ask Chinese netizens, are communists supposed to be patriotic? What would they say? Because the ones I've talked to, they're like, yeah, that's a given. That's literally like implied in the word communism. Like communism, patriotism. How could you fucking be a communist and not be a patriot? Communists would hope the worst for America. No, they'd hope the worst for American imperialism, the American government, and the American deep state, just like I would, right? I would hope the worst for those three things as well. Of course I would hope the worst for those. Are you fucking kidding? So they actually deleted... In Latin America, we say, if you don't love your country, you don't love your mother. Yeah, it's literally like that. So get this, guys, something fucking crazy, right? You guys want to see some crazy drama? Check this out. They deleted this, but thankfully I saved it. I'm so evil. I fucking saved it. Because I'm not letting them get away with that shit. Yes, I'm saving that. I saved this tweet. So because of this whole thing going on with Luna, look at this. This is about me, by the way. I got a question. Guys, you know we outnumber them, right? You know we outnumber them. So for my American viewers, are you going to let them do this to the Communist Party? Are you going to let them do this to the Communist Party? Are you going to let them get away with that? When have I called for expelling anyone from the Communist Party? When have I called for circumventing democratic centralism and disrupting the form of the party and bringing on this online shit onto the party? When have I advocated for that, huh? All I've advocated for is formal ideas to be proposed and go through the democratic centralism follow the rules of the party. That's what I fucking advocated for. But the Virginia Communist Party USA has voted unanimously to formally submit a letter to the National Committee of the Communist Party regarding chauvinistic and racist behavior displayed on social media by individuals known to be alleged party members. So guys, this is all well and fine. There's one little detail the Virginia Communist Party forgot. One little detail. One itsy bitsy little detail. You ready? I'm not a member of the party! For exactly this fucking reason! For exactly this reason. I'm not a member of the party. I'm just going to advocate for people to join the party. You're not even going to be able to tell who my fucking supporters are. Guys, if you're my supporter, don't even tell them. Just get our ideas through. Sneak them. Don't tell them you're my supporter. Just be in the party and fight the land back bullshit and fight for land reform. And they're going to have like a McCarthyite witch hunt purge. Like, who's an infrared supporter? Who's an infrared supporter? Don't tell them. Just be like, yeah, I don't know that Haas guy. I don't go on the internet myself. Guys, I used to be kind of like, don't join a party. Listen, if you're looking for a party to join in the US and you just want to do that, join this fucking party. Set up chapters locally. Join this party. Set up local chapters. And just don't tell them about me. Don't tell them about me. We are the Freemasons of the Communist Party. No, I'm kidding. But I'm just a media guy. I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm just an internet guy. And all I'm doing is helping their party grow. They've actually fought against the CPUSA itself and Caleb Maupin. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Join the party. Follow the party's rules. Obey democratic centralism. Listen, let me tell you guys how you got to do this. Because you really need to have something called proletarian discipline. What Lenin called proletarian manhood. If you're a woman, you can call it proletarian womanhood. Whatever you want. So listen. These people might outnumber us in the party first. So they might actually pass the land reform shit. Right? And they might vote to agree on that. I need you guys. Don't wreck the party or resign or throw a fit if they're going to do that kind of shit. Because you don't agree, we don't agree with that, but we want to obey the democratic centralism of the party, right? What you're going to do is, you know how they say we're going to reform? You're going to be reformist for the Communist Party. You're going to obey all of their rules to transform the party. Obey democratic centralism and fight to change the party following the rules. Don't disrupt and wreck shit. That's why I don't join the party myself, because I would be a force of disruption, which would put a lot of pressure on me, because the leadership would be like, who's this fucking Haas guy causing all this trouble? He's disrupting our day-to-day business, our means of supporting ourselves and, keeping the party functional. He needs to be removed. And I would be just eliminated, right? So I'm doing this from media, and this is how we're going to take over the Communist Party. And guys, there's nothing they can do about it. All the Virginia Communist Party members, these are like probably a group of 5 people that are friends with each other, and they're trying to disrupt democratic centralism. You know what? Guess where these fucking people came from? Guess where these fucking people came from? The fucking DSA. The fucking DSA used to do the same fucking shit. They would set up fucking local chapters and have all these stupid fucking ultra-left fucking bullshit fucking things in their chapters, Gonzaloists and anarchists, and they would play this game where they try to go against the fucking central leadership of the DSA, launching the true revolution with me and my 5 comrades. And they form these local chapters and just shit up the fucking party. Don't fucking let them do this. We, infrared people, our motto is this: obey the central command. Democratic centralism. We will obey the central command. We are not gonna, you guys, set up local chapters, but obey the central party. We want to take over the central operations of the CPUSA. And by we, I mean people I can convince to my perspective. If we fail, we fail. If we succeed, we succeed. We have a vision for a different type of communist party, one that returns to its roots and one that has a different vision of what the Popular Front means. The only way we're going to get these ideas through is by initiating a vigorous but peaceful and non-disruptive debate within the party. Respectful, we're not going to be bullying and shit. And that's all we got to do. Okay? But you cannot mention you're an infrared watcher. Don't tell them you're an infrared watcher. Keep me out of it. Keep me out of it. They're not going to be able to root you out. Matter of fact, how many of you live in Virginia? If you live in Virginia, join the Virginia Communist Party. Take over their fucking party. I'm calling on Virginia infrared viewers to join the Virginia Communist Party, each and every one of you, and vote these people out. And don't tell them you're my viewer and you watch me. Do not tell them you're my viewer. Do not tell them you watch me. And make sure, if they accuse you of being a Haas infrared viewer, you just have to be like, I don't really watch the internet. I don't really go on. Listen, if they can't ban newcomers from joining. They can't fucking ban newcomers from joining. They cannot ban newcomers from joining. Peter Wiley, please make a video of this. I'm calling on Virginia, people living in Virginia, join the Virginia Communist Party. If they disallow people to join their party, they're engaging in corruption, they're engaging in a disruption of the democratic centralism, because you're not allowed to call yourself the Communist Party, collect funds from the Communist Party, and tap into the resources of the Central Party while creating your own arbitrary fucking dictatorship. So yeah, Virginia Communist Party, you are going to deal with my fucking supporters. You are going to engage with my fucking supporters. My supporters are going to follow the rules. They're going to follow all the rules of democratic centralism, just like you have to. You don't fucking own the Communist Party, Virginia CPUSA. You don't fucking own that shit. You don't fucking own that shit. You don't fucking own that shit. You're not a feudal lord. You don't own the Communist Party. It's our Communist Party too. And I'm going to send my fucking people. I'm going to send my people to join. Salcom, your supporters are sending me... What the fuck are you talking about? I always tell my supporters to stay away from fucking people like you. So they're not my supporters. Because they're not fucking listening to me then. And Salcom, your fucking friends are harassing the shit out of me. Virginia infrared viewers, Virginia members of the guerrilla army, join the Virginia Communist Party. Based. Thank you, JNR. Okay, but they aren't DMing you lewd edits? Actually, they are. On both Instagram and on fucking Twitter, I get a bunch of fucking porn thrown at me. So yeah, they are. Show me? I'm not gonna fucking show you. What do you mean, show me? I blocked them and deleted immediately. You know, there was an account that was pretending to be me that was sending Luna nasty shit in her replies. I think it's a false flag. She could have even done that herself just to make me look bad. I have proof. Yeah, Salcom, because I fucking blocked them and deleted immediately. I don't go run to fucking Luna Oi or, you know, Destiny or whoever else is sending me this shit to complain. And Salcom, why don't you stop harassing the shit out of me? If you're getting negative attention because you're constantly bothering me, you know, like, what do you want me to do? I tell my supporters to stay away from you. If you go out of your fucking way to antagonize people, my supporters don't do that shit, because if they're doing it, they're not my supporters. Because I tell them, those people are not allowed to do that shit. And also, you know, listen. Raid Adriana Lee? Why the fuck would I raid someone? I'm literally we haven't even started the fucking stream. Okay? Anyway, you guys need to understand something. The Communist Party does not belong to these people. So here's the agenda. Here's the agenda we're going off of. We're going to send a message to the Virginia Communist Party, because they're trying to make a public spectacle of it. So let this be the first implementation of CP USA 2036. If we can do this, then CP USA 2036 is on the roll. Infrared viewers of Virginia, join the Virginia Communist Party in mass numbers and vote down land back. No land back. We are not going to make land back a part of the Communist Party program. No more virtue signalers, no more ultra-leftists, no more people against patriotism. We're going to make the Virginia Communist Party a patriotic party that's against land back, is pro-land reform. That's what we're going to do. Okay, this is not what we need. I'm sorry, optics-wise. Why does a Communist Party member look like this? What the fuck kind of optics is this? What kind of fucking optics is this shit? What? First of all, is this what this is what a member of the Communist Party looks like? Compare that to Compare that to the old shit, dude. Look at the old shit. What happened? What the fuck happened, huh? Look at what they used to look like. The Communist Party. Look at it. This is the Communist Party. Look how big this guy's fucking arms are. Look how big this guy's fucking arm are. So we used to have this, and now we have this. Woo! Tfoy alaikum. Tfoy alaikum. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? And they didn't even have the decency to cover up the fucking, his behind. What the hell is that? This motherfucker looked like he's wearing a diaper. Tfoy alaikum. What the hell is this? Remember that fucking Hoi 4, whatever that's called? That poster I showed you? That one was fucking based. Let me see if I can find that. This is the aesthetic the CPUSA needs to adopt. Okay? I know it's from a video game, whatever, but it's still cool as hell. I don't care. It still looks fucking cool as shit. Okay? I know it's from a video game. People were saying you sounded like Lenin in your essay. Yeah. Let me show you. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I love how everyone was like, oh, it's just a bunch of white dudes. Like, this guy is not white at all. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But if you're mad about white people being featured in propaganda, why is this okay? These are also these are both white. Don't make it about race, dude. If anything, this guy is even more white than this guy. They're like, oh, this poster is evil because there's no people of color, even though the leading face is literally a man of color, right? And there's a bunch of people of color in this fucking crowd or whatever, right? And then you compare it to this, and this is literally just two white guys, but no one batted an eye. No one batted an eye at this. No one actually fucking... You know why no one batted an eye at this? Because it showed a weak soy boy male with his ass sticking out. And... What aesthetic is this, dude? You need to show heroic idealizations. Oh, but idealizations are unrealistic. What do you mean unrealistic? Who fucking cares? It looks better. This just looks better. You're not trying to take a fucking... You want to be more realistic? How about I just take a picture of my ass, my hairy, disgusting ass, and make that the poster? I mean, it's more realistic, right? It's more realistic. I just take a picture of my hairy ass and make that the picture of a Communist Party poster. Yeah, it's more realistic, but what people don't want to see the bare ass of reality. People want to see your ideals. People want to see your ideology. People want to see this veneration of the people. Yeah, it's not going to be directly realistic. Of course it's not. This is the best aesthetic. It's not realistic per se, but who fucking cares? Look at this, dude. There's a better version of the poster in fact checking. Oh, yeah. Is this really the aesthetic of the Communist Party USA? Is this really what we're rolling with? So this is the American working class. I know they want to, like, not be sexist. Can I say some shit? I guess I have reactionary views. You know what, guys? In a sense, I am a conservative or whatever. You want to know why I'm a fucking conservative? Because they did take it too far. They are taking shit too far. They're taking cultural politics way too far. And they're like, oh, back then you would have said the same thing. No, I wouldn't have, because there's a limit to this shit, because we're human. You're taking us to a post-human age where we're going to become robots or something. We do have a limit because we're fucking human. Humans do have a limit, dude. It's not endless progress and endless change of everything. We have a fucking limit, dude. There's basic limits that we do have as fucking human beings. You understand? And look, I know culture and society changes, but a strong man has always been strong man. Men have always been stronger than women. In every single society, human society, man has been physically stronger than women. Man has been the active one. And women can get pregnant, and there's exceptions, and there's fluctuations, but there is a traditional gender role that is constant across all human history. You don't have to enforce it, but don't fucking go out of your way to defy it for no reason. They're going out of their way to try and defy traditional gender roles for no reason. You have to understand, they think that the optics of this is just, oh, we're going to defy the traditional gender roles. But from a psychoanalysis perspective, a working man sees this and they're going to think, oh, this is a party of pussies, of soy boy men who need to be helped up by women. Dude, these people are trying to fantasize about artificial creation of humans. No more sexual roles. No more pregnancy. They're going to raise a kid in a pod, just like in Death Stranding. You know, you got to understand. You got to understand. Maybe people don't conform to normal gender roles because that's how they feel. Silas, those people are a fucking tiny minority. They're like 1 or 2%. Everyone else is conforming to normal roles. So stop going against the fucking majority if you're a communist for no fucking reason, antagonizing the people. It's such a stupid, selfish, individualistic, stupid fucking thing. It's such a selfish, individualistic thing. Oh, because you don't conform to the normal roles, you're going to make the Communist Party poster a cuck being helped up? You know what? A man's duty is to protect women. How about that? A man's duty is to protect women. Alright, I DM'd him back. A man's duty is to protect a woman. This is the most stupid... You know what? There's so much psychoanalytic truth to this fucking poster. They're basically saying the greatest victims of injustice are soy boy males. Soy boy white males, by the way. Guys, it's not people of color. It's not women of color. It's not, sexual minorities and all this stuff. This is who rules you. This is who rules you. Someone make an edit of this and make Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, or Jeff Bezos the face. And you just cracked the code of political correctness. You just cracked the code of political correctness. Political correctness is the rule of soy. It's the rule of soy. The mittens man. Haas is a virgin that's never even seen a vagina. Oh, guys, hold on. I'm gonna do the Luna Oi thing. Look what directing her followers to do to me. Oh my God. I'm being sexually harassed by little followers. Oh, there's one comment. I literally, I mean, yeah, I could have just ignored this and like let it scroll by, but I'm gonna isolate it and make myself a victim. These followers are sexually harassing me. Oh my God. Imagine if I was like that. You know who's supposed to be like that though? You know who's supposed to be like that? This fucking guy would say that kind of shit. This guy would go on stream and say that. And that's how they want us to be. They want you to be cucks. They want you to be cucks. And guys, you know what? I gotta be honest with you. I'm kind of a toxic male, aren't I? I'm a toxic guy. I'm kind of a toxic guy, right? I'm a toxic male, right? I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. I literally get girls in my DMs and I don't even fucking know why they're DMing me. I'm like, what? You're DMing me? Why would you DM me? I'm a nobody. And plus, I thought I'm the bad guy. If I'm the bad guy, why are so many girls in my DMs? If I'm the bad guy, why are so many girls interested in me? You ever notice that? If I'm the bad guy, why are so many of these women interested in me? Show DMs or lies, and I'd literally get fucking banned. Dumb fuck. You guys are being deceived, dude. They're trying to tell you that this is the guy that, you know, women like. Women don't like this guy, dude. I promise you they don't like this guy. Okay, then don't believe me. I'm not going to show you the fuck. I'm not going to fucking leak DMs. So just don't believe me. But ask anyone else. Every toxic man is the same shit. So-called toxic man. I get all these comments on Twitter and shit, and yet the reality is very different. This is the most stupid, ugly optics I've ever seen in my life. This is horrific optics. Again, look how far we've devolved. This is how the Communist Party used to be. Well, we weren't as... Guys, you know what? We need to ditch the idea of progressive, linear time where, like, well, over time, look, as long as we're human, there's a fucking limit. Where is the limit? I want to ask all the people who are like, well, as time went on, we progressed. So what's next? Pedophilia? Bestiality? Oh, I feel like every limit has already been crossed, and those are the only ones left.
Yeah, so it's evidently going to be more complicated. There's going to be hurdles. There's going to be contradictions all the way.
So I have no reason to believe this is a viable... You think the United States is going to be balkanized into hundreds of indigenous... the only thing that, like, I could maybe foresee is that this would be the basis for, like, the creation of the entire privatization of the U.S., and that, like, the indigenous people would be like feudal lords who rent out the land to corporations, and you'd have that kind of arrangement, right? But
that would be neocolonialism, and Marxism-Leninism is a route for defeating neocolonialism.
Why would it be neocolonialism?
Well, what you described, the scenario where...
Yeah, well, the indigenous people are being compensated because they're the ones inviting the places in to, you know... Just like a country invites foreign corporations to get more money and wealth. That's what they would do.
Until they have their own workers' revolutions.
Okay, sure,
As
but
Marxist-Leninists, we all agree
yeah, but
that
it's not going to happen. It's not on the itinerary. Indigenous people are about like 2.4 something like that, or 1% of the U.S. population. So how is it going to happen that they're going to claim all the land of so-called Turtle Island? Why should
the
I take
same
this
way that it's
seriously?
happened in half of Oklahoma.
Okay, what is the percentage of indigenous people in the land that they now own in Oklahoma?
Well, it's enough for them to be able to govern it.
Okay, does that apply for the entire United States or just Oklahoma?
It does apply. There's hundreds of indigenous nations. These tribes have their own governments. And I would certainly accept, say, the Wiyot tribe here taking control over the land I own, that I'm on now. The indigenous people own the land. I do not own the land. Nobody owns this land I'm on besides the Wiyot tribe.
Why don't you give it to them now?
I don't own any land.
Do you own anything?
Oh, I own some cool stuff in this room right now.
Okay, so you're saying that because in Oklahoma, where indigenous people are actually a sizable portion of the population, because they came to some kind of settlement in which a part of Oklahoma can be governed by indigenous people, because that's where the majority of the indigenous people live, and that's the majority of the people in that region. What you're basically saying is that this applies to the entire United States, or my bad, Turtle Island.
Yeah, to Canada, to all of these states. I mean, Canada and the United States, these are fake countries.
Okay, before we get into the moralization, I want to keep us grounded in reality, because I'm a Marxist. I want to focus on reality. So you don't see that how that's delusional, that 2% of the population can lay claim to 100% of the country.
It's going to be a democracy. Everyone is going to be able to vote.
Why? Well, I don't understand how that works.
It's going to be post-colonial.
I'm not asking you what it's going to be like. I'm asking you how it's going to even happen in the first place.
The same way it's happened in half of what used to be Oklahoma. Half of Oklahoma doesn't even exist anymore.
Half of Oklahoma was only being populated by them. It's not like this was like a population dense area. You don't see how it would pose a problem to try and apply the same thing to the whole entire fucking country, right?
In the scenario, everyone would be able to vote.
I'm not asking you how moral or just it would be, okay? I'm asking you, how would that even be possible for the entire United States to dissolve and 2% of people will own everything? How are they going to do it?
They're not going to own. Well, they're not going to control.
Oh, okay, how is that going to become possible? How is that going to be made possible? How is that going to be made possible?
It's about jurisdiction.
I'm not asking you what the utopian society will be like. I'm asking you how we would ever even get there.
Well,
how would that be possible? How would you deal with the resistance to that by 99% of people?
Well, white allies are going to have to step up. They're going to have
white allies will only be 10% of the population at most.
Where are you getting that number?
Well, do the math. How many white people are Trump supporters as a proportion of white people?
How many white people are proletarians? Proletarians of all colors can unite.
Proletarians are a sizable portion of Trump's voters, too.
Well, that's the dramatic aspect of it.
So hold on. We can't even get Bernie to be elected as on the Democratic ticket. You're saying that you're going to convince the American population to dissolve the United States and balkanize the United States into 100 indigenous confederations or something, and you're going to be able to do this.
We couldn't get Bernie elected because of bourgeois democracy. The primary was rigged against him. He would have won.
Okay, you're not going to do it electorally, so how are you going to do it? If not, you're not going to do it electorally, so how will you do it?
For the equivalent model of all the past anti-colonial socialist revolutions.
How will you initiate this revolution?
By building up a vanguard.
What does that mean?
That is trained sufficiently to be able to step in when the class contradictions intensify enough for us to be able to.
That's what many parties have been doing for a century in America, and it never happened.
Do you think that a revolution is possible on this continent?
Of course, I think it's possible, but what I don't think is possible is that such a revolution would be premised on the basis of giving indigenous people 100% of the United States.
Well, it's not going to be possible if chauvinistic leaders are in charge of.
Yeah, but I think that's a meaningless moralistic claim. You're claiming that American communists are chauvinistic because they want to work for the American people and not just for 2% of the American people?
Certain ones are chauvinistic. The people who have a real grasp on decolonial theory, they're the ones that need to get in charge of this revolution.
And they will never win the support of the masses because they're actually wrong and delusional and deranged.
Why not? Our agenda is about uniting the colonized proletarians with the settler proletarians.
That's what you say your agenda is. Is that actually what happens in practice when you premise a movement on the basis of pure morality and moral sentiments of the white, guilty upper middle classes? The working class doesn't care to indulge in your moralizations. They're trying to feed their families and put a roof over the head of their families. They don't care about all this dumb moralizing bullshit.
Yes, lots of interesting points being made here.
Let me see some pumpkins and skeletons in the chat. And the way you can tell the difference between me and Haz, I'm still not seeing enough. Yeah, and I might never see Haz all night if I don't see enough. You understand? One of the ways you can tell the difference between me and Haz is that the ringleader walks quite differently than Haz walks, you understand? So when I'm about to go get him, you're going to be able to tell I talk a lot different and I walk a lot different. We look the same, we look very similar, but that's because I got cosmetic surgery just to look just like him. And the reason I want to look just like him is, well, look at him, who wouldn't? Yeah. Anyway, I'm still not seeing enough. I'm not seeing enough pumpkins. I'm not seeing enough skeletons. I'm not seeing enough jack-o'-lanterns. I'm not seeing enough spooky ghosts. And I'm not seeing it go fast enough. At this rate, you're gonna never see House. You ain't never gonna see House at this rate. He gonna be gone forever. He gonna be gone forever. You understand? I gotta see some more pumpkins and some more skeletons. And don't forget the spookiest of all. The spookiest of all, you understand? That's right. Let me see some jack-o'-lanterns. Let me see some of those jack-o'-lanterns. We're gonna have a spooky infrared Halloween. No doubts about it. All Hallows Eve. All Hallows Eve. You understand? All Hallows Eve. That's right. Get comfy, get cozy, because this October is gonna be a very thematic. Step right up. Step right up. I'm the man. Step right up. Step right up. Yeah, that's right. All right. I'll go get House. And in case you can't tell the difference between us, notice the difference of how we walk. So the ringleader, he walks in his own way. You understand? The ringleader, he walks. Step right up. See y'all tomorrow. Because the Republic is bad. What does that actually mean materially and practically? Nothing. It means we should abolish it. And that's literally what defines the aesthetic of these fucking anarcho-leftists. Is that they have this kind of apocalyptic, moralistic view of reality, according to which if something's bad, we abolish it. If something's good, we preserve it or we implement it. Right? This is basically their theory of praxis, their aesthetic as a whole, and their view of morality, which is wholly idealistic, wholly subjectivistic, and wholly anti-Marxist. It assumes this voluntaristic view of some kind of omnipotent and omniscient will that can just deal with reality according to our limited sense of morality in relation to it. Saying the Republic is bad has no fucking bearing upon the question of why the Republic's existence would be incompatible with respecting the comparatively modest and rightful claims to land that the official representatives of indigenous tribes have. Just because you're saying the Republic is bad doesn't explain why the Republic would be incompatible with them, materially speaking.
I don't agree with the idea that some things are good and some things are bad.
I'm sorry.
No, I didn't condemn all morality, you fucking dumbass. I condemned his use of morality, empty morality, moreover, when I asked him a question about material reality. And I could really take you to task and take you to fucking school if you really want to understand the relationship between morality and the material world. Since you're a dumb fuck who doesn't know anything about philosophy, who doesn't know anything about theory, who's dismissed people like Hegel as complete meaningless nonsense, what kind of fucking audacity of this dumb fuck stupid bitch to go ahead and say that Hegel is completely meaningless and means nothing? Why? That's literally the foundation of fucking Marxism, and that's meaningless? Oh, are you guys gonna believe this dumb fuck that there's no meaning to be had in German idealism just because it's too complicated for this dumb shit to ever fucking wrap his head around? What a literal fucking shit stain. He's literally a stain of shit on the fucking internet. And it just really needs to be cleaned off, you know?
An empire built on imperialism, slavery, and genocide is me being
The Republic was founded on the basis of seceding from the empire.
I mean, I went over this already earlier in the stream, but the US was not founded on the basis of seceding from the empire. It was founded.
Yes, it was, you dumb fuck. It's literally in the Declaration of Independence. You are literally a stupid fuck.
On the basis of settlers wanting to have their own empire. The British, there was...
No, it wasn't. He's taking the words of like George Washington that he quotes in the comment section out of context. When empire just meant a big polity back then. But as far as the British Empire is concerned, yeah, it was founded on the basis of seceding from it and founding a state of the American people by, of, and for them.
Previously a part of. And he's going to go here and be like, no, the US wasn't an empire. The US...
It wasn't a fucking empire, dumbass.
You know, split from the empire. So it can't be an empire, even though it literally, like, the founding...
Literally. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Fathers of the USA explicitly outlined the fact, were open with the fact, nice burp, like they were open with the fact that, you know, we're making an empire here. We want a coast-to-coast empire where white people can have tons of land. Who cares?
Yeah, they didn't say that at all. They never even said that whatsoever. You're just making that shit up. We want an empire for white people. Yeah, nice fucking 1619 woke revisionism of history, dumbass. The founding fathers never said that shit. Okay, maybe it's implied. Because obviously, at that time in history, there was no view of the equality of all races and whatever. There wasn't even a view of equality between men and women, you know? Like, it's so stupid. These people are so fucking stupid, you know? As far as the times were concerned, it was a democratic republic. It had ambitions to expand seaboard to seaboard. Because it was America. It was the United States of America. Its expansionism was based on the fact that these territories were already being contested by all the colonial powers. They wanted to take territory contested by colonial powers and make them the territory of a democratic republic and not a colony. You dumb fuck. These were already the territories of European colonies. Like, these people complain that Britain was going to abolish slavery when all they did was ban the trade of slavery with their big fucking navy, which is like the same thing we put into the Constitution, that the importation of slavery would be banned after 1806. Yeah, that's what these people, that's what this dumb fuck doesn't understand. If he's right, why did we put it in the Constitution that the importation of slavery is going to be banned in 1806? That doesn't mean slavery is going to be abolished, dumbass.
Cares about the fact that people are already living there, you know, where white people can take land. Every individual white family can have a ton of land.
Wait, it wasn't just that people were living there, that these were fucking colonies of European powers. Or they were going to become the colonies of European powers. You don't seem to fucking understand the Europeans were already there, dumbass. Now, as far as the settlement of the territories are concerned, that was going to follow from the United States annexation of these territories, because the United States government was trying to build a country, not a colony, not an empire, but a country. Britain tried to maneuver its way into the annexations in the Texas Republic. Yeah. In the Mexican Southwest California. This guy's making it seem like, oh, we left Britain and then we became the evil guys who were just preying on all of this empty territory that the European empires had no designs on and weren't vying for. This guy's such a fucking liar.
Land to themselves and pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, the US was already trying to establish itself as like the imperial hegemon in the Americas within.
No, it wasn't. It was trying to make the Americas part of the Republic, or specific portions of the Americas. And do you not know what imperial hegemon means? Imperial hegemon basically means you go beyond the bounds of your own country and possess some kind of level of hegemony or political power over territories that your people are not a part of natively. But the United States was trying to nativize the settlers to form a country, the foundations of a country. The reason Britain had imperial hegemony is because the British, in the main, were living in Britain. And they were going beyond the bounds of Britain to exert influence and power and hegemony. What the United States' ambition was to make America, from seaboard to seaboard, the United States of America. There's a really important difference there, okay? It seems like it's not that important of a difference, but it is. One of them includes making a single polity and a single country. The other one is one country spreading its tentacles to a bunch of other territories and places and just making them its colonies or exerting influence. The United States was not interested at this time in acquiring colonies. It was interested in building a country. You're full of shit? Ben Empanada would wreck you in a debate. Then have him come fucking debate me. He's run away from every fucking challenge I've given to him to debate me about just about anything. Yeah. He fucking runs away from me like a little bitch because he's terrified of me. And it's probably Ben Empanada's own fucking alt. Probably his own fucking alt. Too, which is so sad. Fellow Cuckler is live. About to talk shit, Jackson Hinkle calling socialist patriotism Browderism. Lenin was a Browderist, Marx was a Browderist, Engels was a Browderist, Mao and Stalin were Browderists too, apparently. But I wonder what he would have to answer for about the fact that he's literally like an active poster on a pedo image board. I wonder what he would have to say about that. Because like usually that's all anonymous, but we could literally see who Fellow Cuckler is. So I wonder he could fucking answer for that. These kind of guys tend to be extremely passive. You can tell they're fueled by extreme content. Yeah, I know. Which, I'm not going to mention it, but that's something, you know, they've admitted. That's something they've admitted. Fellow Cuckler's literally a fucking loser. The reason why... I have to break this down to this dumb fuck. So I'll break it down. The reason why I'm asking him how it's the basis now is because if you can prove that's the basis of the United States now, you can prove it's the essence of the founding that we were talking about. If you can't prove that it's the basis of the United States now, you cannot prove that it was essential to the founding of the United States. That's the fucking point. If it really is what defines the essence of the Republic, it would still be the basis. It would be the basis. That's what basis means. Right? No one's denying that it was involved in the founding of the Republic, but if that defines the essential basis of the Republic, it still would be. You stupid fuck! You literally don't even know how to fucking use your head. You're just reflexively biased because you're a butthurt, bitter little bitch. Bitter El Panada. That's what you fucking are. Fellow Cuckler has denounced all American. I don't care, dude. Why you... Don't give that guy attention. Don't give that fucking guy attention. Fellow Cuckler literally got on his knees and begged to suck my cock. And it was way too invasive to me. And I was like, okay, well, you can start a Twitch and deal with DGG. I fine. Go be cannon fodder and go against DGG. He literally kissed the ring of the Khan and then ran away. He kissed my fucking ring. He's Starscream. Yeah, Starscream. I'm Megatron and he's Starscream. He kissed my fucking ring. Dude, you don't kiss my ring and kiss my foot and then run away acting like you're a tough guy who's gonna take Haas down. You kissed my foot and you kissed my fucking... You've kissed my ring. You kissed my foot and kissed my ring and you were like, yeah, you know, I just want to apologize. He apologized to me. He apologized to me.
The group pre-selects for that type of behavior. Man, his community is something else, dude. Luna Soy Cotton 4K, never trusted her, infrared rising infrared. It's it basically means like a person from the West who immigrates to another country, usually Southeast Asia, in order to find a girlfriend, a wife, or to engage in sex tourism, with the implication being that it's super creepy. Like sometimes they'll go to look for like underage girls and stuff. Now, non-compete, I think, was born in America, and Lunoy is Vietnamese, of course. So I think non-compete moved to Vietnam. I don't know, but I don't think he's like a sex pet or whatever. I think...
Yeah, fellow anarchist solidarity between Vosh and...
Material. God, man.
But yeah, he's... This is a guy who's never understood materialism in his life. He doesn't even know what materialism means. To see the significance.
I failed to see the significance. I'm a fucking moron who doesn't understand this. Therefore, that's it.
This is the truest thing he said the entire time. Can someone save the clip of him just calling himself a fucking moron? Because this is the only honest thing Bad Empanada has said throughout this entire fucking little video of his. You're right about that, dude. I'll give you that. You're 100% right about that. You're 100% fucking right about that, dude. You're 100,000, 10,000, 10 trillion% correct about that. You are definitely a fucking idiot. I will give you that. I will give you that on a silver platter with a side of fries and a large Diet Coke.
It's the future Professor Flowers ones. Fuck! Alright.
Bosch and Jason Unruhe. Guys, you want to know what's disgusting? Jason Unruhe's a fucking traitor. What a fucking traitor, dude. Bosch is literally watching Jason Unruhe's rant against Caleb Maupin and chuckling his way to the bank. And if Jason was just an honorable guy and united with the Marxist-Leninists, then we would be laughing at Vosh right now. But now Vosh is laughing at everyone because Caleb sued the fucking division in our ranks. What a scumbag.
new drama. Unironically, we're actually at like 4 or 5 dramas just in the past 3 days. Caleb Maupin is a liar, calling him out from Jason Unruh. Let's fucking go. What now?
This is the result of Jason's treachery. Jason's a traitor to tankies everywhere. The traitor to tankies. Jason Unruh has betrayed tankies. The traitor to tankies. He has betrayed tankies. He has betrayed tankies. Comrade number 1 is going to replace number 3. And number 7 is also vying for the crown.
Caleb Maupin, you are a liar and a scumbag. I saw what you posted earlier today claiming the third world is support imperialism. You know goddamn well that we believe that the primary contradiction is fighting imperialism. You knowingly...
I'm just imagine you're just a random outsider and you see this. Like, what the fuck is this? Imagine you're just a random outsider and you're just in Vosh's chat and you're looking Sometimes I forget that other people know about this. I always assume, like, we're the only people who know about this shit. But apparently others know about it too. So let's go. It's so embarrassing, dude. He's such an embarrassment. But he's our embarrassment. I'll give him that. He's our embarrassment. But
all right, new drama. Unironically, we're actually at like 4 or 5.
I do kind of respect Jason, even now. In a twisted kind of way. Like, I respect him as a character of tankies. He's just a tanky character, you know?
Dramas just in the past 3 days. Caleb Maupin is a liar, calling him out from Jason Unruh. Let's fucking go.
No, this is our internal drama, Vosh. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is our internal drama. This is not your business. This is our drama, Vosh. Get the fuck out of here. This is part of the tanky lore. This is none of your fucking business, dude. This is the tanky Kurut lie. The Kurut lie is when, like, all the Khans came together to contest each other's claim. Okay? This is the tanky Kurut lie. This is the tanky fucking council. This is the internal business of the tanky council, Vosh. Get the fuck out of here. This does not concern you. You are not allowed to cover this shit. God, look what Jason did, dude. Jason literally gave them fucking cannon fodder. He literally gave them cannon fodder against us because he sowed division irresponsibly.
What now?
Caleb Maupin, you are a liar and a scumbag. I saw what you posted earlier today claiming the third world is support imperialism.
No, dude, it's just the urgent. It's just the urgency in his voice. Like, he's got these headphones on. He's like, he just sounds like he's like a battle commander, like in fucking Red Alert 3. Like, Code Red, you are a liar. He's making it seem like it's like an urgent. It's like an urgent thing that's going on, and he's reporting on like an urgent matter. Like, Caleb Maupin, you are a disgusting liar. You claim the third world. It's like, dude, calm down, you know? It's just the fucking urgency in his voice that makes it funny. It's just like, he sounds like it's such an urgent... it's such an urgent matter. Like, if you just chilled a little bit, it's just like a intellectual dispute, dude. You're making it seem like he attacked your base. Our base has been under attack. Our base is under attack. Code Red, our base, he attacked our base, and our troops are mobilizing now. The guerrilla army of the commanders, Comrade number 3 is in position. Comrade number 7 is on the left flank. We are mobilizing our army. The protracted People's War is in effect. Let me grab my airsoft AK. We are going to battle. We are going to war. You are a disgusting liar. He said that third world to support imperialism. Oh my god. You wanna know what's funny? This is why I love Jason. Even his videos in 2009 were just like this. They all had the same sense of fucking urgency in them. Like, even the old ones from, like, 2009 all had the... let me just show you. Are these videos... His channel got deleted, didn't it? Jason Unruhe, 2010. No, let me see. Let me see. 2009, maybe earlier. 2009. Oh god. 2011. When did he used to wear like the Mao costume? When did he used to wear that?
Slow or does not occur at all.
Come on. Oldest. Here we go.
Libertarian crowd.
Dude, only OGs remember this. Only OGs remember this shit. Only OGs remember this, okay?
The article itself says, one reason most countries don't find the time to embrace Ayn Rand's thinking is that she is a textbook sociopath. In her notebooks, Ayn Rand worshipped a notorious serial murderer dismemberer and used this killer as an early model for a type of ideal man she promoted in her famous books.
Spider.
These ideas were later picked up on and put into play by major
spider.
right figures of the past half decade, including the key architects of America's most recent economic catastrophe, former Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan and the SE Commissioner Chris Cox, along with other
A spider fell on me. This was in March 5th, 2010. I remember this shit, dude. U.S. war with China? This guy's prophetic. U.S. war with China almost inevitable. 2010, he called it.
That precipitated World War I and II are beginning to show their ugly heads again. A trade war between the United States and China is beginning to build. The need for resources for profitable trade is driving both sides into a struggle that may cause another world war. Currently, the U.S. is trying to accuse China of being a currency manipulator.
Damn, this was in 2010. This is an OG.
In order to further pressure China to lower its interest rates and be more receptive to U.S. business interests, the U.S. is currently conducting negotiations with Vietnam to allow them to purchase nuclear materials. These talks were leaked to the media last week. This new move is clearly a...
Dude, I'm getting sad now, dude. I'm getting sad. Fuck me. You guys don't know what it was like to be like a communist in 2010. You don't know what it was like to be to be red in 2010. You guys just don't know, dude. You guys really don't know. Oh, man. We've come a long way, dude. We used to cling to these symbols and this aesthetic. It was like so just out there to be like a communist, you know? It's like, what is communism? We used to brand these symbols and this aesthetic and these ideas. It was so like just out there to be a communist, you know? I never LARPed at all, but it's like this guy was like our symbol, you know? Like he represented us in America. We just liked the music and the Soviet anthem and the, you know, the aesthetic and the marches and shit like that. And it's just like we had a symbol to rally behind, you know? Like this was like 1, 2... This is only like 2 decades after the collapse of the Soviet Union, you know? Yeah, this was like 2 decades after the collapse. And it just became an aesthetic. You know, for all the LARP being cringe, and it is super cringe LARP, there was a certain fucking like bravery of just being able to cling to this at this time, you know? There was a kind of bravery of just being able to like stand by these symbols and these ideas. at a time where it was like, it's not like that anymore. Now it's not brave at all to do that, you know? But, what was the name of the philosopher you said people compared you to during the Empanada vid? Someone like, what? Oh, man. Oh, LaRouche. Oh, man, dude. Trying to reconcile? No, dude, there's no way to, but like, I'm just kind of mad that he's like, he should be as big as PewDiePie, you know? Like, he was here, dude. He's always been here. This guy should be as big as PewDiePie, you know? Like, it's so sad to see, like, his videos, like, he's like just kind of fringe. He's still just, he doesn't get that many views or anything, you know? He deserves to be like PewDiePie. Everyone was so fascinated by the LARP. Yeah, let me play some nostalgia music from the 2010s. Can you give me a moment, guys? Give me an emotional moment. Just give me a moment. Give me an emotional moment. Okay? Damn, dude, the 2010s. It was like a completely we didn't even know what was going on, dude. We didn't know about big tech and like the rise of Silicon Valley and like what future we were headed into. Like the internet was just taking off. There was no Occupy Wall Street yet. Everything was taking shape, you know?
Do you like how I dance? I got zirconium pants.
Oh man, dude. Like, it looks silly now, but like back then, like this was our only hope back then, dude, you know? In America, if you were interested in like communism or whatever, tankies, like this, you didn't know anything, you know, like, this was your only hope, you know? The Soviet Union had only collapsed 20 years prior, you know? So it's like, it wasn't that ridiculous. Alright, it was ridiculous, but it was like, it still managed to fascinate people, you know?
Understand mechanical hands, all the ruler of everything. Ruler of everything. I'm the ruler of everything in the end. Without looking down, gliding around like a bumbling dragon, I fly, scraping my face on the sky. Oh no.
right. Wow. Damn, dude. We come a long way. We come a long, long way. Dude. Who the fuck is Vosh, dude? Fuck this fucking CIA agent. Literally came from nowhere, dude. Who the fuck is this guy? This fucking glowing, cringe fucking guy. Always been consistent. This has been my view. I'm pretty sure the main issue people have with Hassan isn't that he's a capitalist, but that he's not a good enough one. He doesn't put his money to work, invest in capital to benefit socialist political causes, and expand his own alternative socialist media business. So that's my, I don't know. I never knew. Hassan kind of fooled me into thinking he wasn't that rich. Then I found out he makes $200K a month on Twitch. Come on, dude. $200K a month. Bro, you are literally sitting on a golden goose. I'm kind of mad now. He's literally sitting on a golden goose. He's literally sitting on a golden goose. And he's just sitting on it. He's so embarrassed. The reason why he feels ashamed isn't that he's making all this money, but that he's just like sitting on it. He's not even putting it to work in any way that benefits the cause of socialism. He just sits on his ass, apologizes for AOC and the... Hassan, dude. Hassan is like... He's like one of those guys that are like, what, man? Come on, bro. Hassan's like the friend that's like, yo, bro, let me borrow like $20. Trust me, bro, I'll pay you back. The next day, like, yeah, when are you going to pay me back? And he's eating the Taco Bell he used to pay. He's like, yeah, don't worry. And then the day like, man, you gonna pay me back? Bro, I mean, days pass. Yo, what about that money? I don't know, bro. Sorry. You know what I mean? Bro, he's literally just expanding his fucking his media personality cult. And he wants to be he's just a podcaster and a commentator. Hassan, you're not making commentator money. You're making fucking socialist movement money. You're not making money of a commentator. You're making the money of someone who has to put it to work. You're not making the money of a guy who's just sitting with their thumb up their ass talking about the world. You literally can change the world now. Thank you, King Mab. Or sorry, that wasn't new. Is it possible to red pill him? No, because when you go after a man's wallet, like I did, you literally made yourself their enemy forever, but that's okay. It's like one of the most personal things you can do, you know? When you start talking about the wallet, it's like the most personal thing you could talk about for someone like this. And yeah, it is what it is. Someone's got to call it out, dude. Someone's got to point it out.
Mad at me when I banned 36-month subscribers for saying dumb shit in the chat. And did they get mad at me when people fucking subscribe? Because this has nothing to do with like actual morals or anything like that.
You know, he's kind of right. Come on, Hassan viewers. Come in my chat. Look at my views right now. My views are down bad. I'm not going to lie. I don't care though. But tonight they are. Tonight. The past few days have been fine, but for whatever reason, because I started late, it's my fault, whatever. I get it. But, dude, you know, I get it. Okay, I get it. But come on, guys, come, give me some subscribe. He don't need all of that. He don't need all of that. Come on. He don't need all that, man. Or he don't need more. Look. I'm gonna just say it. If you sub to Hassan, you're literally just... Why? That's like sending Jeff Bezos $1. Give $1 to someone who could... Why don't... You know what? I'm going to divide friendships right now. Why don't you go subscribe to Will Neff? Will Neff deserves it. Hassan doesn't need all that fucking money. Give it to anyone but him. Give it to literally anyone but him. You know? Anyone but him. You don't have to give it to me. Give it to fucking Will Neff. Give it to a smaller streamer. Give it to Zerka. Well, I don't know if you guys would like Zerka because I heard the chat is Zerka apparently on bad terms. But go give it to anyone. And literally anyone else. Hassan don't need all that.
And absolutely everything to do with trying to moralize
and if you
a petty grievance that you personally have. That's it. Whenever right-wingers and some liberals see a failing leftist media outlet...
You know, this is the thing. I'm literally mauling at this size at my chat all the fucking time. I'm mauling 24/7 on the daily. I'm not going to be able to, like, handle this level. There's only so much I can maul, you know? So there's going to come a time where I'm going to shave my head, because I'm going to go bald. I'm going to be bald. And I'm going to be peaceful like the Buddha. And what that means is that I'm never going to yell again. And when someone pisses me off, this is what I'm going to do. Ah, I see. And then they literally get permabanned. And lightning strikes them based on mystical science. And you're going to see no visible anger. I will simply destroy my enemies. Ah, I see. Bitter El Panada has made a video about me. That's interesting. Quite unfortunate. I will expend no energy. Like, there's only a limit to how angry I could be getting every day. So eventually, I'm gonna just be like a Buddha type of guy. You know the ancient Chinese kings and other Asian kings that were Dharmaic kings? They were not super passionate people. They were very calm, very brutal, very ruthless, very cruel, but calm. And that's how I'm gonna be. Interesting. Ah, I see. This is what must be done. Very cruel, brutal, and ruthless, but calm. That's how I'm gonna be.
My values on that front have never fucking changed, okay? Systemic change does not... You can fucking try to find a way. You can try to fucking find a way to be like, yo, fuck you. I fucking think you're a piece of shit in any way, shape, or form that you want to. But I'm not going to change my fucking perspective on this. What is this? Nick defends Hassan?
What about this is stupid? So Hassan, you know...
The rich defending each other. What a surprise. The rich streamers defending one and another. Very interesting.
Who's, you know, here...
Critical role
can absolutely say tax the rich who are here, right? Because you know what I'm saying, like it's right. No,
I don't just...
He's sitting on a golden goose doing nothing with it. You know what? I have the hot takes, and I'm smart and everyone's dumb. That's the truth. Don't just say tax the rich. What is your relationship to the political movement that can do this? You're not helping the possibility of it. You're not aiding socialism. That's the fucking reason. You're sitting on a ton of excess money that should be put to work to realize the goal of taxing the rich. If you want to tax the rich, then do something about it. And Hassan can say, what can I do about it? I'm just an individual. You're sitting on a golden goose. You can do a lot about it. At least expand an alternative media like your uncle did. At least do media, dude. You literally just want to do podcasts. Dude, Hassan, create an alternative socialist media company and network. Why don't you do something like that? Just do something like that, dude. It's so cringe, man.
But
dude, what kills me is that I just don't understand that I literally was fooled. And I thought, maybe Hassan secretly on the low key, he don't make that much money and he's just kind of in debt or he's just taking loans or something. But then he gets $200K a month and I'm like, wait, so he is just sitting on all that money.
Well, no, he bought a house, which is not an investment, you idiot. Mansions are not investments. Dude, it's not like banks and rich people buy property and then flip it. That doesn't happen, you idiot.
Wait, and what about the location? Was that an investment or?
The location? Of course not. He needs a gate, you fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
you're right. And it also has to be in West Hollywood, right?
Well, dude, obviously, I mean, could you imagine if he was around immigrants? Like, he needs to be around white liberal elites because they have the power, so he has to change their mind. He's working from within. You don't get it.
No. What the hell? But Hassan also, Hassan advocates for degrowth and he advocates for cutting back on like lifestyles, for no more burgers and lowering emissions, and we have to lower our standard. He says the working man should lower their standard of living for the environment.
Obviously, do you not know what the Green New Deal is, you fucking fool?
What about Hassan though? Like, is he rolling back or what is he doing?
First of all, Hassan doesn't even listen. The truth is, he wants a global Green New Deal that poor farmers, he wants them to walk. He doesn't want them to use tractors. He wants them to fucking walk. Why? Because guess what? They have literally been overpaid by selling corn. They've been overpaid. And you know who's been underpaid? Do you know someone named Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, this is a really poor guy.
He's been underpaid because his surplus value is way higher.
His surplus value is being stolen. He said Marx said that. It's basically like DiCaprio. Even some CEOs are having their surplus taken, dude, because they're getting paid a salary.
Yeah,
they're being employed by the shareholders. So those farmers. They're just chuds, they're chuds.
Right, chuds, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just fascist farmers, aren't they?
Yeah, it's really, and also, isn't farming really fascist?
Think about it. Because it's about private land, and they want to privatize their corn.
Well, the most important thing is, thank you, Gio. The most important thing is that they're like too traditional, and they make food, and it's just toxic. Like, for example.
Too traditional. Definitely, they're holding up the patriarchy.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest problem with them is that it's just, I don't know, like when I see like people working on an oil rig, or I see construction workers, and I see like people in heavy industry, I almost want to call them toxic workers because they're doing toxic things, working with their hands and like actually doing real stuff. It's just super violent and toxic.
And studies show that after they work with metals and woodworking all day, that they actually sometimes after work would like to get head from a woman, which is literally
no.
That's literally terrorism.
And
they're non-state actors, so that's definitely terrorism from the farmer, right?
Yeah, and plus, I mean, only Hassan's allowed to do that.
Well, Hassan is actually giving back to the Pornhub class, which are the real proletariat, right?
Yeah, true. Because remember the surplus value. That's all it is.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta remember that, like, at the end of the day, mansions are just houses.
Hold on, I think we're getting a call from Hassan himself. Do you want to pick up the phone? He's calling us right now.
Sure.
Hold on, one moment. I'll get the call. He's coming right now. One sec.
Yeah, sure. How can he call? Isn't he supposed to be holding the tarp over his mother's head as it rains?
All right, dude. I'm sick of you talking shit, dude. I'm really sick of this. Like, first of all, are you saying I'm not allowed to have a house, and it's just so ridiculous. What do you have to say?
Well, hold on. Hassan, just my question is, why didn't you use any of your capital to further your movement?
Okay, dude. So basically, I should be homeless, right? I'm not allowed to have a house.
No. You could get something. You can maybe have like something. Why don't you just stay where you're at?
All right, my principles have been consistent throughout. All I'm saying is that one person can't make systemic change. Okay, so you're really coming at me because I'm the first successful lefty on the internet. There's no lefty that's like ever been successful before me, dude.
No, but you have $3 million. Surely you can make a change and live in a nice place, right?
Dude, okay, basically, yeah, dude. Socialism when you don't have a house. Right.
But Azad, why don't you just get a $500,000 house like the working class man?
I don't know what you're asking me to do. You want me to live in a bunker? There's too many Albanians on the internet.
No. Just why don't you get just like a regular bourgeois house? Why do you have to join the aristocracy?
All right, dude. I mean, I literally have to move now because people leaked my location, but I just live there, okay? It's not, I can't make systemic change. And, it's not even that big of a house.
It's a mansion.
Oh, dude. All right, dude. Yeah, it's a mansion, dude. Totally. Yeah.
Okay, so what? I mean, you did save your parents from.
Everyone knows that the location marks up the prices. So, you can't even afford a house under $3 million in LA. What do you want me to do? Be homeless?
Right. And we don't want you to gentrify or anything, right?
Yeah. Okay, and there's actually a lot of minorities in this neighborhood too. It's one of the reasons I chose it.
But aren't you worried that giving $3 million to wealthy, rich, racist, gated community, white liberal elites, don't you worry that money just circulates in hordes at the top?
Dude, what are you talking about? You don't even know anything about Marxism and surplus value and the workers' ownership of the means of production.
I didn't really say any of that, but
okay, dude. Yeah, sure, dude. I'm not allowed to have a house. Sure, dude.
But you already have a house. You're already in one right now.
This is literally insane. I cannot believe this right now. I cannot believe this. So, how many times do I have to spell this out to you? You literally don't even understand what I'm trying to say, okay? I am allowed to have a house.
Okay, but why a mansion? Why not? Why didn't you get a house?
It's not even that big. This is ridiculous.
Why do you need a swimming pool?
What a Weasley little liar. What a Weasley freaking little liar, dude.
Okay, but I'm wondering, would Bernie Sanders be proud of you living in WeHo?
I mean, look, okay, dude, I have to live close to all the porn stars, okay?
Okay. Why?
Because I'm trying to seize the means of production as a worker. I'm just going to wear protection, but it's still a means of production if I want to.
Right.
They will produce offspring.
Are you going to seize the cameras, or what do you mean by that?
Dude, I'm going to seize the means of production, dude.
Okay. I'm wondering now, how come
the means of reproduction, dude? You ever heard of it?
Okay. How come you don't talk to Slicker or anyone that helped you grow?
Slicker who?
Okay.
Wait. What are you talking about? I don't even know who you're talking about right now.
Okay, why do you lock John Zerka's LSF thread so his channel can't grow?
All right, dude. I'm just sick of Albanians on the internet.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. That's so accurate, actually. That's so good.
So for the trillionth time, just leave me alone. I'm allowed to have my own house.
Why did your uncle say in 2008 that he wants them to legalize marriage between man and animal?
Dude, who cares? If a guy wants to have sex with a horse, let him do it.
I think your uncle talked about a buffalo, though.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, what was he trying to say? What was he trying to say there?
You know, these chuds, you know, like, go back to supporting Trump, okay?
Okay. But Hassan, when I first met you, you said that, like, I'm just doing it for the memes and I'm a Canadian. Am I actually a crypto fascist?
Yeah, literally a Nazi.
Okay, Hassan, my question to you is, what about all the leftists that have an issue with you? Are they just jealous?
Everyone is literally shitting on me because I'm the first successful leftist on the internet, and I did what none of them could do all by myself.
Right,
and they're just attacking me because they're jealous.
Didn't your first paycheck come from a left-wing news source named Young Turks? So maybe it's not your politics. Maybe you got paid for it as your first adult job. Right? You said you're making 20,000 a year, but it shows that you're making over 70,000.
All right, dude.
Someone in my chat said, "Wait, is that really Hassan?"
So you're basically saying that I shouldn't get compensated for my labor.
I guess all I'm trying to say is, if I had a movement based on, let's say, some anarcho right movement, I would put, from that 3 million, I think I'd put like at least 100,000 into my cause. I wouldn't put all 3 million into a mansion and fuck porn stars.
Yeah, here we go. I guess I'm not allowed to have a house.
No, yeah, I literally want you to be homeless, okay?
Yeah, like, dude.
Go back to being homeless like how you were not before you had the mansion.
I literally was honoring my socialist values by giving my fucking editor his own means of production. I gave him a fucking computer to have his own means of production, and you're still bothering me about that.
Right, but when you gave him a $2,000 computer for 50,000 uploads, don't you owe him a lot more than $2,000?
Dude, it's literally Destiny blowing it out of proportion.
What does Destiny have to do with your editor not getting paid?
All right, dude. I guess I'm not allowed to have an editor too.
I'm curious now, like, in the future, if you made 50 million, are you going to put any of it towards a leftist cause?
I am actively trying to spread information about leftist causes like AOC, the Squad, and the Progressive Movement. I literally told my viewers to go out and vote for Joe Biden so that no differences could ever be made. Okay? Every single day, I cover Trump supporters and chuds, and I inform people about ivermectin and things that literally insanity. And, like, if people die from COVID who were skeptical of vaccines, I'm glad, dude. They deserved it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know if they deserved it. Don't you think that...
No, let them burn in hell, and their families... I'm going to drink their families' tears. Their families crying literally into a cup, send it to me, and I will drink it.
I just want to know why LSF will erase anything funny that I produce, just as long as it's attached with your name.
What? Dude, all right, dude. LSF is literally hating on me every single day. I am the biggest victim on LSF.
But didn't they boost you for like 2 years straight?
Whatever, dude. Whatever. Go live in a bunker. Yeah, hello, I was taking a shit.
Dude, you missed it, bro. Hassan totally.
What happened?
It turns out I'm jealous.
What? What happened?
Turns out I'm jealous.
Oh, Hassan called. Did you talk to him?
Yeah. He said I'm jealous and that I should live in a bunker.
What the fuck? How could he get away with that?
Because I think I am jealous. I think all 40,000 people retweeting that are jealous.
Yeah, I mean, that dude's really delusional. I don't know. Super delusional.
Dude, what are you talking about? He started with a mixtape in a Camry, bro. He literally has the rapper dream. Right? He started in a Camry, bro.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny to me is he says he started off left wing. His first paycheck was left from Young Turks.
No, apparently the Young Turks is not left wing. It's just moderate.
Yeah. Well, you know when the Young Turks became moderate? When Cenk found out that his workers are trying to unionize. I swear to God, you should Google it, bro.
That's the most Chad thing Cenk ever did.
Yeah, he's like, yo, fuck you guys.
That made me kind of want to donate to them. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, Cenk used to be a hardcore Republican. Like, I hate old school Republicans like him. Like, Google his old takes. He used to be so hard right.
Yeah, I know. Guys, let's just not talk about fellow pussy. I'll tell you what. If fellow pussy wants to get in my VC and say something, he's free to do that tonight. Otherwise, I don't want to hear anything about fellow pussy, right? Fellow cuckler. I don't want to hear anything about him. If he has something to say to me, he can come say it to me in VC. I don't care. Whatever he's got to say, he's too much of a bitch to say with me with his own voice because he's a fucking pussy, right? He can get in my VC anytime he wants. He said he will only do moderated debates from now on. Yeah, because he's a pussy, right? He's fellow pussy. Fellow cuckler. But the thing he gets wrong is that I'm not your fellow pussy, fellow cuckler, fellow pussy. Those are your fellow pussies, your fellow cucklers you're streaming to. That's not us, and that's not me. So let's not be his fellow bitch, and just let's not cover him, right? Let's just not cover him. Every time I like say words, people like read into it as if I'm saying a slur, and I'm not. This happened a few times actually. This happened on Zerka's show when I said F-E-D. F-E-D. Feds. Feds. I said that, and everyone fucking freaked out and thought I said a fucking slur. I was like, yeah, DGG are a bunch of feds. And everyone fucking tried to make it seem like I said the fucking slur. That's fucking terrifying. That's just terrifying, you know? I had a really disturbing one though. And one that I don't know if I want to talk about on Twitch. Not because it'd be TOS, but it's really graphic and disturbing. Let me just say it like this. I was in a really white building. It looked like a technology artificial building, right? Just kind of like a hospital, but no hospital equipment, just like white, right? And I was experiencing the point of view of a child. I don't have any trauma that I can recall, right, as a kid. And I was with another child, and we were brought to a room in one of this white building, and the room was designed for children. It just had like all the children's toys, and it was like a pure white room with just some like children's decorations and stuff, right? And there was two grown women in the room, who were like I remember like I or someone else was crying for their mother, and these two grown women were like laughing at us and mocking us. And what they did afterwards, I don't really want to talk about it, right? But yeah, I didn't experience anything like graphically, but that's like when I woke up, right? When they started to like get close to us, I woke up, right? So I didn't experience anything, but yeah, it was one of the most disturbing dreams I've ever had. What?
Well,
yes.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about. I think that you are fostering a community here that is quite aligned with fascism.
What?
I think that you are fostering a community of fascists, and I want to know if you guys are actually fascists.
Why are we fascists?
Yes. Yes.
I said, why are we fascist?
Well, since I've went into your Discord here, I've been attacked with homophobia. I've been attacked with
Hello.
Yes. Yes, there are people in here that are denying the Uyghur genocide. There are people in
Okay,
here.
hold on, hold your horses. What homophobia are you talking about?
Some people didn't like my political opinions about Taiwan being like a sovereign state, and so
What does that fucking have to do with homophobia?
they called me the F word.
Who did?
Some people in your chat. The mods did nothing about it. There's
No, in
also,
VC, you're not allowed to say that.
yeah, well, and also your
Hold on, who said that? Did anyone say that?
I don't know. I don't.
Is he lying? Who was there? Is he lying? If you're lying, you get banned.
I'm not lying, but I'm sure if you look with like F asterisks or whatever, you'll find someone that said that.
What? Okay, let me look it up right now. F. You said they typed it?
But what if they deleted it though?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Nobody
Well,
said that shit.
Look, it's easy to believe because your Discord chat was defending.
Nobody said that shit.
Your Discord.
I'm looking in the deleted messages. No one said it.
That's because they can delete the message though. From
No, they
Discord.
can't. They
Yes,
can't
they
delete
can.
the fucking messages from the deleted messages channel.
wanna
Only
see-
I can. Only the showrunners can see the deleted messages channel. You're making that up.
Okay, you want me to look it up then? I'll find
Yeah.
it right now.
Post it in general. When you look it up. Hello? Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long?
Are you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy called me a homosexual.
I thought he called you the F word. Okay, when did he do that? Let me look that up.
At 5:21 a.m. It was koshari male. But really, this is not surprising because you have.
No, he didn't.
You have anti-vax.
No, he fucking didn't. He wasn't even talking. And first of all, he's banned. First of all, because he has a white name, so he's banned. Second of all, he said he was talking to a Lebanese person, saying that Lebanon has many LGBT people. He had nothing to do with you at all. So, first of all, you're lying about that. So explain to us how we're fascist, if that's not going to be a part of it, because it's not.
Well, your Discord is also defending Trump. Lots of saying unironic. They defend conservatism.
So
they're proudly unvaxxed.
Okay. What does that have to do with fascism?
Your Discord is spreading COVID misinformation.
Okay, explain the connection to fascism.
Well, Trump's a fascist, so you're.
Okay, well, I disagree. I don't think he's a fascist.
What? No, I didn't say me. I said Trump.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think Trump's a fascist.
You do realize he's literally a white nationalist, right?
No, I don't realize that.
He literally, at the Unite the Right rally, he said that there were good people on both sides.
Yeah, I think you're just reading into what he says. He just says random shit.
Why are all of you people defending Trump so much? You guys keep
because you're literally reading into what he said. He literally Trump literally just
pretending to be communist, and you guys keep punching left. Your whole community is punching left. I watched some of your videos, and you're so nice with the.
Okay, explain how we're fascist.
You treat the fascists on your podcast so well, and then
okay, explain how we're fascist.
And you attack them relentlessly. You attack Hassan. You attack Vaush. You are.
Yeah. Well, how are we fascists?
You are a genius psyop. If you are.
A what?
You are a genius psychological operation if you are.
How are we fascist? Can you explain?
Yes. As I said before, Yeah. Hold on. I'm forgetting something that people were saying to me before. Yes, there was a whole the ethno-nationalist connection too, was saying that China.
Who's an ethno-nationalist?
Basically everyone, because they're saying that Taiwan has, I mean that China has sovereignty over Taiwan based on them being the same ethnicity.
That's not why they have sovereignty, but nice try.
Okay, well,
Singapore is mostly ethnic.
look,
Hold on.
not-
Singapore is mostly ethnically Chinese, and China doesn't lay claim to the sovereignty over Singapore, so that's not true.
Singapore. I think that's because they're a mix of different
No,
nationalities.
they're
in one
mostly
place.
Chinese ethnically.
Okay, do you have a source to back that up?
Okay. Singapore
Where are you going to post
demographics.
it?
Demographics of Singapore. Ethnic Chinese, 76.2% of citizens. The first result on Google.
Okay, and then why does this? Why do you guys not tie this into being sovereign?
Because we
why do
never
you-
said that. First of all, what's the name of Taiwan's government?
Wait, why are you asking me that?
I don't know. Do you know what they call themselves in Taiwan? The name of their government?
Yes, they call themselves the KMT.
No, that's a party within Taiwan.
Yes, but they control it, so they.
Yeah, but what is the
basically are
government officially called in Taiwan?
The Republic of Taiwan, of course.
It's not true. That's not
what do you
true.
think?
It's called the Republic of China. It's not called the Republic of Taiwan.
Okay, well, even if that was the case, how does that give them any right to force them to be under their fascist government?
Because Taiwan is a part of China. The Chinese Communist Party won power over China. It's still part of China. Just because a government you don't like wins power doesn't mean it's not part of China.
So if a bunch of Trump Republicans seceded from Texas and then conquered the United States, they instituted a fascist dictatorship.
That's
you would
not what
say
happened. The Communist Party didn't secede from China and then took it over.
How do you get to decide who secedes from who? Because China has more land?
China didn't have a unified central government in the first place. China was a fucking divided by warlords and divided by different factions, and it wasn't even united. The Qing dynasty gave way to the Republic of China, which collapsed after the invasion by Japan and stuff. So,
Okay, but how is this relevant?
because you don't get to decide that Taiwan is not part of China just because you don't like the Chinese government.
I feel like you could make the same argument for basically any government. You would say, oh, the Nazi Germany is the rightful government, not the Weimar Republic.
Well, then the argument would be that the German resistance is trying to topple the Nazi government, but it's still Germany.
But after the fact, after they won, they were the rightful government. Shouldn't a government be based on Western human rights?
Wait, so you said after they won doesn't make any sense. How are you going to resist Nazis by just seceding from Germany instead of fighting for Germany as a whole?
That makes absolutely no sense.
I think it makes perfect sense, actually. If you're just seceding, then you're going to concede Germany, actually. So if you really believe that the Chinese government is illegitimate, then you can try and persuade the majority of the Chinese people that, and good luck. But they don't agree with you.
So you think that any government, no matter how cruel it is, overthrowing another one that is based on more humane values is the rightful government?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a fascist. You
No.
defend fascism. Yes,
How?
you literally are. How does this help the left at all? You are making arguments
Hold on.
that
Wait. How am I a fascist?
because you and your community constantly defend them. You attack Hassan. You constantly attacking the left, and then you're like making these like.
So how does that make
arguments.
us fascist?
Because fascism is a dictatorship that constantly punches left. You guys are the perfect.
Hold on. You're saying so okay. So fascism means any dictatorship that punches left?
Any dictatorship that constantly oppresses the left, because that is what fascism, that is the point of it. It's to quell the left, and your community is absolutely.
Oh, so it's all about the
doing
left.
it's about destroying the left. It's capitalism in decay.
Okay. Hold on, but it's about so fascism means a government that targets the left.
Yes, but it's also a dictatorship, like
so
China.
don't you think? So do you think Robespierre was a fascist, right?
Robespierre?
Yeah, when you the commit
yeah,
when he was.
I know.
Yeah.
No, because he was left wing though.
No, but he was punching left. He was repressing the ultra leftist.
He was attacking the monarchy though.
No, and he was punching left against the Herbertists and all these ultra left fanatics.
Yeah, but the difference is
Cult of
that
Reason and all that.
But the difference is that you guys don't attack the right. The Robespierre and his I forget what his government was called, but they were attacking the monarchy and the left. It wasn't just a complete suppression of the left while letting the right run rampant. That is the difference between fascism and republicanism.
We don't attack the right. We do attack the right.
No, you don't. You guys defend. I've seen constant ass licking of Trump and.
Well, Trump's actually pretty leftist.
What? You're trolling, right?
Yeah, by global standards, he's pretty leftist.
He literally spreads.
We attack extreme right wing organizations like Antifa. We're against Antifa. That's an extreme far right white supremacist organization.
You're joking, right?
Nope, I'm 100% serious.
You attack Antifa because they're a white supremacist organization. It sounds more like you guys want to destroy Antifa because it's the only organization.
Yeah,
that's
they're actually fascist
right
wingers. Antifa's fascist right wingers.
No, you want to crush Antifa so you can let white supremacists run loose.
But Antifa's white supremacists. They lynched 2 black teenagers in Chaz. They lynched 2 black teenagers in Chaz.
Individual,
and they're mostly white. And they're wrecking and causing damage and causing chaos in black neighborhoods and terrorizing black neighborhoods.
Are you dog whistling about BLM or something? You don't support BLM?
I don't support Antifa going into black neighborhoods and then shitting things up and then leaving it for black people to clean up their mess.
At this point, you're like, this is like just Republican Fox News talking points of actually Antifa was behind the violence. It wasn't actual like civil population outrage, actually angry about
it was actually mostly Antifa that was behind the violence.
Oh my lord. Yeah, you know what? You guys are fascist. Fuck you.
Well, how does that make us fascist?
No, you are fascist. And guess what? This is going up on Reddit. I already recorded a conversation before.
How are we fascist?
Because
Thank
you
Jenna.
defend fascism, that's why.
Such as?
I already listed a bunch of things. You're literally you guys spread COVID misinformation.
What does that have to do with fascism? How are you calling us fascist? Even if that's true.
Because I mean, let's be honest. You guys do support a dictatorship, and you do want to destroy the left.
Why is that inherently fascist?
You see the circular arguments you're making here?
Was Marx a fascist? Karl Marx?
Karl Marx would not be basically kneeling to the right like you guys do. So,
But Karl Marx supported the
like,
dictatorship of the
suppressing the
proletariat.
left and right is like a Republican thing. It's not a fascist thing.
Okay, Karl Marx supported a dictatorship, and he also supported repressing leftists.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again?
He supported dictatorship, and he supported repressing leftists.
No, he didn't. He supported a classless, moneyless society.
No, he supported the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is
No,
a
he-
dictatorship.
No, well, that's not what he means by dictatorship. Of
Then
the
why did he use
proletariat.
the word?
The whole point.
But he used the literal word dictatorship to
The
describe
whole
it.
point of the dictatorship of the proletariat was to overthrow the capitalist class and then disband the state, in like Ukraine did. I forget what his name was. Trotsky put down an actual communist revolution.
Nestor Makhno, who was a serial
Yes.
rapist and bandit.
More like individual slanders across a whole political
Yeah,
revolution.
he was
This is
actually
what you're coping. Bro.
Makhno was a serial bandit, serial rapist.
I really can't with this. This is just
So hold on.
revisionism.
Let's
state. You support state capitalist fascism. Let's be honest about it. Because
Wait,
I
how
understand if
are
you
we fascist?
If you are a communist, I understand because it'd be very depressing to live in a world where like no socialist country
Okay,
exists.
can you explain
It's
how
just the
you haven't? You
reality.
still haven't explained how we're fascist.
I explained to you what fascism is. I explained what you're.
Okay, why is that
Your
what
whole
fascism
community
is?
You're trying to destroy left unity. And you attack AOC.
Why should I care about the left?
Because the left is what's actually going to bring a revolution. Well, not a revolution as in a violent revolution, but in like taxing the rich to like redistribute wealth to everyone to actually make a more equal society that doesn't result in like some kind of like mass 60 million dead bloodshed.
Yeah, when you say that, all I hear is that you want people who are in your class to be in power. So let me ask you a question. Why is the left and right the essential thing? Like, what about the actual material class? Why are political spectrums the most important thing?
Because
all right, so this is what they basically said. They said,
do you have a link? Like where?
Yeah, I'll give it to you in a second. Hold on. I herewith repeat my policy. England will not only be in a position to stop the tyrannical communists, but its development will unavoidably evolve more and more toward the symptoms of this destruction. The democracies are currently fighting to rid themselves of the forces they summoned from the steppes of Asia. Talking about this like threat of Eastern communism, right? And it says that we shall overcome this calamity and tyranny, and this fight too will not be won by Central Asia, but by Europe. And its head will be the most democratic and free liberal country, America. What do you think about? Do you agree with that?
Well, what was the purpose of this war? Because
it was the Cold War. It was basically fighting like the tyranny of communism and Cold War. Do you agree with him? Stalinism.
Can you send me the quote first?
Well, just tell me. Do you agree?
I don't feel like getting gotcha'd if I say.
No. Do you agree or disagree? Just be honest. Be open and honest.
I want to see the quote.
No, just be open and honest.
I am not getting gotcha'd by this.
You're not getting gotcha'd, okay?
This like dirty debate tactics.
No, okay. On the surface, can you just be honest about what you feel about that? Because you said the West is best, right? And the West is defending democracy, so you agree with that, right?
I mean, in theory, but
okay. So the speech that was actually a speech, the last speech given by Hitler.
Okay, so you're just trolling.
Yeah, and I added some other words to it too, but
Well,
the part about
this is,
Asiatic
like, very,
Bolshevism
very
and
childish.
the part about Asiatic Bolshevism and defending Europe was 100% real. Like the liberal democracy part, I spinned a little bit, but yeah, more or less ad
Okay, so you
verbatim.
like literally edited the quote.
Yeah, but in substance, you literally just agreed with a quote by Hitler that I just gave you. Hitler's last speech. You just agreed with it.
Because I think Western values are better than most of the world. That's Hitler.
I think that is like, yeah, quintessentially fascistic. This idea that the West is superior to the rest of the world is more or less.
I said in ethical constraints.
Okay, if you're saying the West is superior to the rest of the world, that's like white supremacy. That's Nazism.
No, it's not, because it has nothing to do with that.
Why?
It has because it's about the philosophical tradition that took thousands of years.
Yeah,
to
but that's
develop
what the
to
Nazis were saying. They were saying we're defending the philosophy of the West against the Asiatic Bolsheviks, who are Easterners from the steppes, and that's what they were saying. Do you know about what do you think about democratic Ukraine? What do you think about it?
I certainly don't support Russia over them because they're
sure, but don't you know that there's
I'm not going to call Russia fascist. That's
yeah,
stupid.
but there are a lot of neo-Nazis in Ukraine who do see the struggle against Russia as defending Western values against the evil Russian Asian menace.
Well, I think that you're probably not honestly characterizing them because I'm sure there's other people.
It's the Azov battalion. What do you mean they're doing Hitler salutes and they're neo-Nazis?
But that's
so,
like saying,
hold on.
That's like saying if Russia attacked America and then the alt-right was against Russia doing that, then like everyone's basically alt-right in this scenario. It's yet another dirty.
Hold on, but you called us fascists. But you're literally supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine.
No, dude, you are such a dishonest debater, and you like call Vouch and you call these people dishonest debaters.
Hold on,
like,
well, you're the one who agreed.
Like broad sweep,
okay,
like
so
brush sweeps.
So would you say the West is best?
Generalizations.
You think the West is best?
West is best in what?
No, in general. Like, do you agree with the saying the West is best?
At what?
Just the slogan, the West is best. Would you agree with that?
I'm not answering that.
Why not?
It's a stupid question.
Why? Because you just said the West.
You're just trying to get gotchas. You like, this is so pathetic, man. Like, really. Like, this whole debate is just gotcha attempts.
But you said the West is better than
your incel fascist audience. You're just trying to look.
Right, how are they?
That's the entire point of these.
Okay, how is my audience fascist when you're the one who supports Hitler quotes?
This is such a farce. I'm done. Goodbye. And yeah, as I said before.
Wait, how are we incels? Can you explain how we're incels too? He left. What the hell was that? This is kind of factual. I'm just kidding. I literally was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing, dude. I'm sorry. I had another fucking tab up. Like, I have another Google tab up. I was literally looking at Paul Cockshot's retweet of my tweet, and I forgot that this was up. Sorry. Could you imagine if I just went and did a 180 and just started saying this dumb shit? Every single one of these are wrong. Taiwan is a country. Then why doesn't Taiwan itself acknowledge that? It's called the Republic of China. And if Taiwan wants to secede from China, good luck and see what'll happen. Uyghurs are in internment camps. Not true. Free Hong Kong. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Free Tibet. They're both already free. This is a hilarious tweet. Hold on. Authoritarianism is evil. Not true. Tiananmen Square happened. Okay. There's no free press in China. There's no free press anywhere, dumbass. Let me show you this. Hong Kong. Let me find the tweet. Don't care what they do or say. We must hang on to a brighter day. Even when the sky looks gray. Give away. Get 'em up there, me. This is the thing. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the actual fucking original one, huh? G-Bets. Look at this fucking article. Look at this. Hong Kong's protesters demand democracy. Beijing is giving them housing. Lol. Lol. Yeah, dude, here's what'll happen is that 99% of Hong Kongers will be okay. And then the 1% who just want to protest and whatever, who are already privileged, they're going to be marginalized. Haha, bitch. Oh my god. China's oppressing Hong Kong by giving them homes. Such oppression. They're building homes for the people of Hong Kong. Such oppression. Oh my god, this is literally 1945. This is literally 1945. 1984. 1948 all over again. Get 'em up and free your mind. We're the future of mankind. We're the happy generation. Oh my god, guys. This is the worst thing since 1947. Literally 1984. Literally 1984. You want to be a communist because you're too low IQ to be a financial success in communism? I literally just got a fucking aneurysm reading that comment. I'm a communist because I'm too low IQ to be a financial success in communism. But then why would I want to be a communism if... Why would I want communism if I'm too low IQ to thrive in communism, you fucking dumbass? I literally just got a fucking stroke reading that. I literally got a stroke reading that fucking comment. Are you even aware of what you're typing? Like, do you even know what you're typing? Do you have any self-awareness whatsoever about the things you type? China is oppressing Jank Uyghur. China's oppressing Jank. He's being oppressed.
See with time, and I believe this very firmly, if you work at a cooperative, you will be happier. There's a reason why self-ownership is such a dream in this country. It's great to be on top, but not everyone can be on top. By definition, we don't live on a single plateau, but we can build a system where everyone can share in the benefits of being on top.
I want to know how. How can you ensure that most co-ops will just be sustainable? Most businesses are not sustainable. In general, most businesses are not sustainable. 9 out of 10 fail. how are you going to ensure that co-ops are a success and they're a model for all society?
Have a little bit of control in the places they live. Local government, local systems, local democracies, funneling together into something larger.
You know what's funny is like he says this shit and it's like, okay, well, I'm a conservative. What if we conservatives want to make our own co-op and we want to conservatively decide to promote our conservative values in the co-op? And Bob's like, no, you can't do it. It's okay, because so you don't get to do what you want then, do you? You don't. Can you guys think about this? I want to know if Vosh agrees. Let's say you're in a co-op and everyone democratically decides to exclude people based on protected characteristics. Are they allowed to do that? It's democracy, right? Isn't that democratic? You guys want to know the goddamn truth? The goddamn truth. Let me tell y'all the goddamn truth. I gotta lay it down to you. If it wasn't for big corporations with no democratic oversight, there would probably have not been a huge desegregation in the Jim Crow South. Most of those small businesses were as racist as hell. And the only reason... I'm not even lying, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? That was a top-down thing. That came from the top down. Not the bottom up, came right from the top down. You understand? So you're going to have your co-op in this here whites-only town. Yeah, very good. But in this co-op, since we're going to democratically decide, like the Democratic Party, yeah, we going to maintain the way things go around here. Yeah. We're going to make it whites-only co-op, and you ain't going to do a damn thing about it, Vaush. What are you going to do? You going to force us? Oh, you got to use big government, authoritarian. That's what I thought. We can't do whatever we want. Shut the fuck up, Vaush.
And if we do it well, we do it incrementally, we see it functions, maybe we can take it to the big stage.
So I think I appreciate some of Vosh's.
And to be clear, I'm not saying us hide with the corporations. I'm just trying to say. And that's why there still is a lot of racism. Because they actually never fixed racism. They just started to hide the racism superficially. You know what I'm saying? To be real, I'm more of like a Malcolm X guy where it's like, I didn't buy the fucking, they overcame racism. They didn't, okay? This top-down anti-racist shit they didn't eliminate racism. It just aggravated it and, swept it under the rug. But anywho, let's get back to the video.
There, and I disagree with other parts of it. For example, I agree that we have.
So let me get this goddamn straight. This here socialist, his name is Vaush. He gonna come down to my town and he's gonna try to boss me around and tell me what I gotta do socialistically. Y'all bring that socialism here, Vaush. You don't bring that here. We already was living under a socialist regime in the days of the President Obama, Barack Hussein. Then we got Trump in charge, and we was temporarily free again. And now we're living under communist tyranny. So I want to know, okay, so Vaush, you saying that communism ain't so bad after all, okay? So what are you saying? What communism? What are you talking about with communism? Well, I just mean you should be able to control your own businesses. Well, that sounds like a hella good idea. Why don't we start by eliminating these goddamn vaccine mandates and these goddamn lockdowns. Let's get rid of the lockdowns, control our own businesses. Oh, no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. So you see, when I say control your own businesses, I basically mean do it while I am overseeing it to make sure that you basically conform to whatever you have to trust the science. You really just get the hell out of here, you goddamn socialist, goddamn piece of shit trying to convince me. Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn vouch. Meanwhile, let me show you how a CPUSA 2036 guy is going to go down. So you saying you a goddamn communist. I'm saying Joe Biden is a communist. We're living under communism right now. You want to bring your communist bullshit to my town? And this is what we'd say. Listen, brother, we know there's a big government. We know they're coming for your communities and your families. And they are out to get us. You know, Joe Biden, they got this. We are living in a communism and a socialism for the rich. They got a socialism for the rich. The whole system is rigged. People out in this small town aren't able to give a chance to thrive and pursue their businesses and be about their business. They're being choked by Amazon, all these corporations pushing this bullshit, stoking division and this culture war dumb shit on the fucking media without trying to fucking divide people according to their identities. And that's where they want to sweep in and institute their control. Bill Gates is buying up the farm. He said, hold down there, brother. I never heard a communist talk like that. Now we're on the same page. Okay. This whole communism thing sounds a little bit interesting. What is this communism? What does that even mean? Well, basically, communism means is that we want a government that works for the common good of the people, that serves the people and not the special interests. The common good of the people. We want to pursue the common good, the common prosperity, the common welfare. That's what it's about. It's about pursuing the common good. That's what communism means. We don't want the government to control everything. We just want our government to serve the people instead of serving the special interests, because we already have socialism for the rich. Yo, you know what, brother? I never thought of it that way. Hell, if all communists talk like you, I may as well be a communist myself. Take care, brother. All right, see you later, man. You just made a good impression on that guy. You understand? You just made a good impression on that guy if you approach it that way.
Actually, it's pretty sad, actually. The taxes that the average American pays are not as great as you might think.
Okay, now let me do an Antifa anarchist. I'm going to do an Antifa anarchist. This is too fun. So you saying you a socialist or you a communist, you want to bring that bullshit into my community. What the fuck do you want, you goddamn communist? Oh! You're a fascist! Okay, first of all, you're talking about... Okay, what do you think about land back for indigenous people? What the hell are you talking about? Basically, what it means is you're a settler and you're living on stolen land, and all of your land you have to give back to indigenous people, queer folk, trans people, black, indigenous, Muslim, disabled, and also fat people. That's a thing too now. That's another protected class now. Fat people. What the hell? My wife Bertha fat. She's only the scooter. We already got enough of that in my household. But what the hell are you talking about? So I gotta evacuate my land? Yes, it's stolen land. Man, what the hell you mean it's stolen land? Oh, that's just the way of things across history. What? You racist settler! This is why we have a labor aristocracy! Antifa attack! Man, what the hell going on? Get this guy out of my face. Get this dude out of my face. Get this guy out of here. All right, let's do Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Let's do Jason. Yo, this is too good. This is too good. Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Okay. Jason. Jason now talks to a worker. All right. First of all, you look goddamn. What the hell are you wearing? You look goddamn ridiculous. Hold on, let me get the clip. There's actually something I forgot to show you guys. Let me get the clip. Yeah, here it is. All right, let me get the clip. All right. So Jason on Ruhe. First of all, what the hell are you wearing? Man, what is it? This is a video. What are you doing? Some LARP? I'm not LARPing. LARPing ain't bad. What are you doing? This is a Civil War reenactment? And this is Jason. Jason POV.
Caleb Maupin, you are a liar and a scumbag. I saw what you posted earlier.
This is what Jason would say. You are living on stolen land. America is a imperialist, white supremacist, first worldism, settler chauvinistic country. America must be destroyed. I don't care if I have to ally with Al-Qaeda or ISIS. It doesn't matter. What the hell? ISIS? Ain't those them bad guys cutting people's heads off and shit, right? I mean, what are you talking about? Listen, America must be destroyed. And what do you mean destroy America? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? You are a settler. You are a settler. You are a settler. And we need to take up arms just like this. Man, what the hell? That an AK-47? No, it's just an airsoft gun. I'm going to call my brother, Billy Bob Thornton and Billy Jean. Get on over. He got a gun. And he's talking about ISIS. And he got an AK-47. Yo, come on over here and deal with this guy. You are a liar and a fraud.
Not so much less than you might think say the Nordics or the Europeans generally pay to get better social services. I was trying to say...
Do Hassan. Okay, this is the last one, Hassan. Well, if it isn't Hassan Pecker, you coming in here trying to sell your socialism, well, let's see if you can convince a working class man like me to be a socialist. Let's hear what you got to say. All right, I'm basically just trying to say, first of all, socialism would make your life so much better. The government would give you free shit, and it'd be so much better. Man, you can talk about the big rock candy mountain. I just don't buy it. I don't buy the government just going to give me a bunch of free shit. Because you know what? I know very well as a working class man that in life ain't nothing free. Oh my God, you are literally stupid. You are a chud. You are a hog. You are literally, for the 13th time, you are a chud-brained caveman idiot. Okay? If you look at the data and trust the science, you will understand what I'm trying to say. Man, look at what? You getting mad. Look at him. Hassan Picker mad. He mad. I'm not mad, okay? I'm not mad. Why would you do this? It's in your own interest. Man, I'm not buying it. You talking about AOC and the fraud squad? And all them people out in Washington ain't done nothing for my community. I never heard of it here. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. I know what's better for the working class than you do, okay? I am the working class. I can buy any working class member here. Therefore, I am the working class. And another thing, one of the things you're not taking into consideration is how much workers' cooperatives own the surplus value from the means of production. Why don't you read a book? Read Capital. They are trying to stifle our resistance. Like, the Kardashians are lying to you. Man, you talking about the Kardashians. I don't even know what the hell that is. And you talking to me raising your voice talking all this shit. I got nothing to do with it. You get on out of my town, Hassan Picker. Better luck next time, because you just failed. Oh my God! This is literally why you can't reason with conservatives. They are just so stupid. Here's what I wanted to show you.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
I think this is hyperbolic, and to an extent it is, but I think that it's a similar logic. We should be promoting freedoms which are truly universal, absolutely and utterly without any requirements, because that's what freedom is.
How is that even possible? What? How is freedom unconditional? There's no such thing as unconditional freedom.
Freedom can't be conditional, because when freedom becomes conditional, you're only enforcing a class system.
No, it can also be objectively conditional, you fucking idiot. Just because it's not legislatively conditional doesn't mean it's not going to be objectively conditional. You not understand that?
System, in the modern sense, perhaps, may be more defensible than that of the feudal Europe, or...
So unless we live on the Big Rock Candy Mountain, we're being oppressed. And our freedom is being deliberately restricted. What a weird thing to say.
In times past, or the old Indian caste system, or whatever the Romans did, if one wanted to look that up. But
What? Wait, I thought Vosh knew about I thought he knew about history a little bit. Does he not know about the Roman class society? He doesn't know about the freemen and slaves and the citizens. He doesn't know about the plebeians and the patricians and the landowning system they had. What is it called? The whatever the fuck it's called. He didn't know about those things? I mean, it's kind of like basic knowledge. Even like a 15-year-old knows about. I knew about that when I was 16, 15, 16.
it is nonetheless a caste system. So let's look to systems that are truly universalized.
No, it's not a caste system. It doesn't become a caste system until it becomes formalized as a caste system. You could say we're getting close to one, but we're not there yet. At the end of the day, Jeff Bezos is a citizen and I'm a citizen. That's how it is, right? We're not at a caste system yet until we start politically recognizing class distinctions.
Not just in who gets their money, but also in who has say over what is done with it.
This guy would get wiped the floor with a real libertarian.
And when it comes to democratically run corporations, not only do you accrue the many benefits I spoke of earlier.
This guy sucks.
Higher happiness, lower turnover, greater capital investment, higher rate of return because of lower chance of being closed. And those are good benefits.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
By the way, you also get a common understanding. This society that I live in is mine. Every brick, every tile, every window, every roof tile, everything in it is mine and everyone else's. I have a direct investment in the well-being of myself and my neighbor, because when you believe that and your neighbor believes that, both of you are better off. It's the social contract. And
no, it's not the social contract at all. You are literally a stupid person, Bosch. You're just a stupid guy who decided to wear a suit and go on in public. He will take you seriously. A social contract would be more like the government gives you land, and this mutual understanding is what is the foundation of the government's order. That would be like an informal social contract. Social contract doesn't mean this vague shit about, oh, I own everything. I own the mountains and the valleys, and I own all the bricks on the buildings. That's just like a weird, that's so fucking stupid, dude.
Where's the fucking genocide, you motherfuckers? Where's the genocide now, huh? You goddamn fucking cocksuckers! Where the fuck is the genocide now? This is what you put me through? This is what you put me through? Throwing all this personal abuse at me and all this bullshit at me? Only for them to release this? And change their fucking tune? Because they sent people there, and there's so much tourism in Xinjiang now, they can't maintain the lies. So now they're changing the narrative. They're saying, oh, there's just invisible repression now. Because people actually fucking go there and see nothing's fucking happening. But what I can't fucking get over is I've been here since March, and every fucking day that I've been here since March, I have had people personally attack me as if I'm personally a bad person because I was skeptical of the fucking bullshit they were trying to spin in Xinjiang. I went through so much shit, and for what? I want to tell every single fucking person who is attacking me over this and was personally attacking me over this. I don't give a fuck if you're a chatter, a bystander, or a streamer. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. I will never, ever forgive you until the day I fucking die. I will never, ever, ever fucking forgive you until the day I fucking die. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you! Fuck you! You're not getting a fucking forgiveness from me. I don't accept your fucking apology. I don't accept your fucking apology. Go to fucking hell, you fucking bitch! I will never, ever, ever forget or forgive the people who fucking attacked me over this. This made me more angry. This made me more fucking angry. I went through all of that shit. And for what? For what? Over a lie? And I was right the whole time? Those fucking people in DGG and BreadTube and all those fucking scumbags who fucking came after me over this. I was right? This whole time, I was fucking right? Back to the fucking mud and called a Nazi and a genocide denier, and I was right? But what happens to all those people who attacked me? What about them? Oh, they're just gonna get away with it? Oh, that was just in the past, and I'm supposed to fucking forget all the fucking shit they put me through? I'm supposed to forget all of that? When I was right? No! Now they have to pay up! They are responsible for the thing you make up. That's the golden rule of life. The golden rule of life is if you make something up, that's just as bad as doing the thing you made up yourself. Every single fucking person who accused China of committing a genocide is themselves responsible for genocide. Making that up is the equivalent of committing a genocide yourself. Just like if someone makes something up about being sexually assaulted, it's just as bad as committing that act yourself. All of these people who were spewing a narrative of genocide need to be held accountable, not as genocide deniers, but as genocide perpetrators. If you make shit up and you personally fucking attack me over something I was fucking right about, then you need to be held accountable as a genocide perpetrator. You are a genocide perpetrator. DGG is a genocide perpetrator. Dude is a genocide perpetrator. Every fucking single one of you who are spreading these fucking narratives is a genocide perpetrator. Dylan Burns is a genocide perpetrator. You are responsible for the thing you make up about something else. It's just as bad to do it as to make it up. You sick, disgusting fucks projecting your own disgusting evil on China and on me. Just like when these fucking American leftists accused China of using slave labor for Xinjiang cotton to cover up and project America's own fucking crimes and sins using slaves to fucking pick cotton in our own fucking country. And they projected that fucking evil on China because sick, evil, disgusting people project the filth within on others. Thank you, Hux. Thank you, Hux. I was personally attacked. I was viscerally, personally fucking attacked. I had a moment where I just wanted to vent on stream about where I was in life. And they fucking attacked me over that. And they said the reason was because I'm a genocide denier. They attacked me in a moment of authenticity where I was just wanting to be real with my own chat, not attacking anyone. And they used as a fucking excuse that I was a genocide denier. Well, what do you fucking call this, bitch? I'm gonna box every single fucking person who did this shit. Every single fucking person. We'll meet in the gym and we will box. It'll be a sport. We will box.
That's what I get, empty rooms and empty feelings, letters and texts that I'm never sending, 200 love songs.
This is what you've attacked me over? My personal shit that has nothing to do with politics. They attacked me like I was a bad fucking person. And I turned out to be right. I fucking turned out to be right. You think that's gonna calm me, or is it gonna piss me off even fucking more? If these people came to me on their fucking knees and begged me for forgiveness, I would spit on their face. I would throw tick dirt in their fucking face.
That's what I get, empty rooms and empty feelings, letters and texts that I'm never sending, 200 love songs reminding me of you.
the more time unfolds, the more I'm gonna be fucking vindicated about everything. But every single person who attacked me in this stage and comes to apologize to me about how they were so fucking wrong about me, I will never, ever, until the day I die, forgive you. I will never, ever, until the day I fucking die, forgive you. You will never, ever have my forgiveness. Neurotechie, how about you meet me at a gym, you get your boxing gloves, and we see who's gonna cry. We see who cries. Where do you live? Maybe I'll come to you to your gym. And we could do it consensually, we could box. And we will see who cries. What do you think? We'll see who the crybaby is. What do you think? You little fucking bitch? You little fucking bitch?
That's what I get, empty rooms and empty feelings, letters and texts that I'm never...
That pussy irrelevant, that fucking pussy justified all of his personal attacks based on this. Even though I fucked him up beyond any fucking recovery, I trauma. You gonna mention irrelevant in my fucking chat? The guy I mentally scarred and traumatized? This guy was in the call with Zerka, and every time I was there, he fucking ran away. If irrelevant is the one who beat me, why did he fucking run away from me, huh? Because I scarred him and traumatized him for life. Irrelevant literally made you cry. Right, I was crying, right? I was crying, right? You don't even know what it looks like to cry. You wanna box me consensually? We'll box. We'll see who cries. We'll see what it looks like for you to cry, you little bitch. I cried? Why? Because I yelled like I'm doing now? Am I crying now, you stupid bitch? I fucked up irrelevant beyond the threshold of recovery. Now, after this, he's fucking done. His credibility is finished. After this, he justified all of that shit based on this. It's fucking over. Every single one of you who were siding with him against me will never, ever accept your apology. Even if you come to me and beg me to suck my cock, I will throw dirt in your fucking face. You are done forever. Your fucking credibility is done forever. Even if you come, beg me to suck my fucking cock. Beg me to suck my fucking cock. I will kick dirt in your fucking face. I will kick dirt in your fucking face, you piece of shit. You kiss my fucking ass. You can't even do that. Even my ass, my dirty, hairy ass is too pure and too clean for you dirty scumbags. Now I'm gonna demand something consensually. Consensually. You do this consensually. If you want my forgiveness and you're a streamer, there is a way for me to forgive you. You have to go to the doctor and get your balls removed and send your balls to me. And you be my eunuch, my personal butler bitch for life. You come here, you wear a tuxedo, and you serve me. You wipe my ass when I take a shit. You cook my food, you serve me. You massage my feet when I watch TV. For life. That's how I forgive you. Every single streamer, if you want my forgiveness, after you personally attacked me over this shit, you go to the doctor, you put your balls in a Ziploc bag, you send them to me. That's confirmation. Then you wear a tuxedo butler costume, and you be my personal bitch for life. And you wipe my fucking ass for life. Then maybe after 25 years of service, I'll forgive you. The allegation wasn't that China was bulldozing mosques. It was that they were committing genocide. You disgusting, fucking, backpedaling bitch. Oh, there's no genocide, but they're tearing down some mosques. There are more mosques in Xinjiang than the entire fucking Western world combined, than in all of Europe combined. In Xinjiang alone. George Soros democracy, NGOs democracy, Clinton's stealing land from Haiti democracy. Fuck your democracy. Fuck your democracy. Neo-Nazis in Ukraine democracy. Fuck your democracy. Fuck your democracy. Fuck your democracy. Your degenerate democracy. Degenerate democracy. Why democracy? So we can have a bunch of fucking soy boys like you? So they can have a bunch of soy boys like you running around? Bunch of fucking Redditors? Why should other countries have democracy, huh? So there can be more Redditors, and more gamers, and more soy boys, and more little bitches, and more OnlyFans? More democracy for more OnlyFans, and more prostitution, and more drugs, and more crime? Why democracy? So we have a country devoid of men? So we have a country that doesn't have any more men? You keep your ancient Athens pedophile democracy. I will stay with my ancient communist Sparta. Keep your fucking pedophile democracy from Athens. I'll stick with Spartan communism. It was deleted? Was loving leftovers until Hassan said, yeah, this is H3H3's cuck community of cucks, because he's the biggest cuck streamer. Fuck H3H3 and his entire fucking community. Fuck H3H3 and everybody who follows him. Little bitch. Fuck you. We're gonna watch that episode. I'm from Argentina. A lot of people from Venezuela are here and here. See, this is the Luna Oi of Argentina. See, they're trying to act like they represent Argentina, but in reality, they represent the fucking urban elite who are westernized and have access to the American internet and go on Reddit and shit. You know, the difference is the Chavismo masses aren't on Reddit. So if you're someone saying, "Oh, I'm from Venezuela, I'm from Argentina," and they're on Reddit, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, of course they're going to be anti-Chavez because they're literally giving away the fact that you belong to a social class hostile to him. You fucking Redditor. If you were an Argentine patriot, you would fucking fight to win the Peronist government and create your own internet like China does. Your own sovereign big tech Latin American Spanish speaking tech companies. You wouldn't fucking rely on America's fucking tech platforms. You'd be like China and you'd develop your own. Shut the fuck up. Fuck Chavez. Fuck the Peronist party. Yeah, of course you hate Peron and you hate Chavez because those are strong Hispanic men. You worship strong American men. You hate strong Hispanic men. Because you rely on the American man's internet. And you go on the American man's Reddit. Fuck out of here with your bullshit. The Luna Oi of Argentina.
It's not like a method to interact with me. But people were yelling at me. They were like, why can't you be like Pokemon? It's like, dude, my top donator gave me $35. Like the donations are fucking nothing.
Yeah, if you don't read them off, it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't read the
My top donator gave me $35. Class analysis, thank you so much for the 5, man. Appreciate you. Sorry, and then 2 cents times 5, that's 10 cents, class analysis. That's literally 10 cents an hour. Are you kidding? You just paid me 10 cents an hour. Excuse me? That's way below the minimum wage. Way below. Way below the minimum wage. Okay? Way below. What else? Yeah, way below the minimum wage. And, you know, the top dono I got was $35, okay? And that's nothing to me. I wipe my ass with $35. $35 literally is nothing. Okay, that's literally nothing. That's literally less than shit. You may as well pay me shit. You may as well pay me shit. Jen R with the 10. Holy fuck. But you know what, Jen R? That's 20 cents an hour. Okay, that's a measly 20 cents an hour. I'm supposed to be grateful for 20 cents an hour. 20 measly cents an hour. Jennifer, another 2 cents an hour. Wow. 20 cents an hour, guys. Woo! Such a big deal. He's giving me 20 cents an hour. Such a big deal. And I'm supposed to be grateful for that. Look at this foolish guy. So stupid.
Far left streamer and socialist activist earns $200,000.
Aha.
Lysenko based. Thank you, I guess, for the 2 cents an hour. It's really subpar. 2 cents an hour is not really much for the work I'm doing for you. But I guess I'll take it. I'll take your 2 cents an hour.
A month. This doesn't include the venture revenue earned from other ventures, which it sounds like there isn't really. It was also recently revealed that he purchased a $2.7 million West Hollywood mansion for shame.
Brilliant fucking reporting by Andy No, dude. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Pecker is
Andy No is wrong.
mad. It's just weird. They're literally just like, man, this guy's successful, dude. I fucking hate that.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly it. Yeah, dude, this is the reason. They just hate that I'm successful, guys. Everyone just hates how successful I am. Yeah, I figured it out, dude. Everyone just hates that I'm successful. It's not the fact that I'm making $200,000 a month and doing nothing with it in any productive capacity. It's just I'm successful. That's right. I'm so successful. That's why I'm investing all this money to do a podcast with Cuck3 while shitting on fucking Jimmy Dore and shilling for the squad.
Like, all right, thanks, dude. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say. Thank you for telling everyone how successful I've been.
Yeah.
Or about how you're like Smaug the dragon sitting on fucking hoarded, accumulated wealth you're doing nothing with while calling yourself a socialist.
The whole thing, the whole consistent shaming of you for buying a house, having a good income from Twitch.
This is literally 1984. Literally 1984. H3H3 just said that people were shitting on him for buying a house. That's literally 1984. For buying a... Are you sure it was for buying a house? Or it was for buying a $3 million mansion, you fucking lying cuck? Shitting on Train for fucking gambling? And you're fucking gonna fucking news speak like this 1984 style?
The whole situation is just so odd to me because there's nothing inherently wrong with being wealthy, right? I mean, like, there is a point where probably up.
I'll phrase it. There's nothing wrong with being wealthy when we are the wealthy ones. I mean, it's an issue when others are wealthy, but like when we're wealthy, it's there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Like, there's nothing wrong with us being wealthy. It's just when others are, then we can, like, you know, grift off of, outrage over.
Towards $1 billion plus, where it becomes an issue. But like having a few $1 million, tens of millions of dollars, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with making that much money, and nothing inherently wrong with socialist principles either.
So here's where you and I differ, I think. So first of all, I believe that it's functionally impossible to generate like a certain level of income, probably in like the tens of millions, without hiring people and then profiting off of their labor. It's just a
it's all about like profiting off of others' labor. Like when I go to the store and I buy shit, I am not profiting off. I'm not benefiting from another's labor. It's all about this like labor theory of value that I made up in my head. It has nothing to do with the Marxist kind, but I pretend it does. Which is like you're profiting off someone's labor, basically. Like it's like profiting off someone's labor, basically. Like you're profiting off of their labor, and it's labor being profited off of. You know, like. But if you make like billions of dollars scamming your audience and doing nothing with the money, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Simple Marxian term, profit being theft. The difference between you and I think, is that you are a capitalist. I'm not.
Sure.
So when you hire people, you extract their surplus labor value in the form of a profit.
Yeah.
He keeps repeating this meme, and he's teaching people it's correct. He keeps telling people that this is what Marxism means, which is that profit is when you're stealing the labor, the unpaid proceeds of labor, and that's fucking what profit is. You fucking dumbass! Did you not read the part where Marx literally said workers get the exact price of their labor?
And then you use that profit for whatever. You can pocket it if you want. You can use it back and reinvest it back into your business if you want. And someone on the left, someone who is anti-capitalist, would say, I believe that there should be a more democratic process in the way that that profit is distributed.
This is the dumb shit that Hassan is making $200,000 a month over saying. This is the entire shtick of Hassan that he's making $200,000 saying. And it's a completely made up fabrication that has nothing to do with Marxism. And he's using Marx's name to make $200,000 a month, lying about it, embarrassing us all, and making us all look fucking stupid.
So, for example, I have 2 editors on my YouTube channel, and it's not a full-blown cooperative corporation because I'm still the main like service provider. It's not like we're fucking making pomegranate juice or something, or we're not doing commodity production, right? But
we're not doing commodity. Like, commodity production is something that like you do. It's not like a generalized phenomena that's across the entire mode of production. It's like, it's something you do. You do commodity production, you do exploitation, you do the surplus value of the other's labor. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right? And this is by the way, he's making $200,000 saying this shit. Gorilla Grip, thanks, I guess, for the 2 cents an hour again. You're really paying me 2 cents an hour, and I really feel exploited. Like, you're profiting off of my labor, and you're giving me 2 cents an hour. Okay, it's really not, it's really not appreciated at all. You're so full of shit lying about Marxism every single fucking day to your chat. You don't know shit about Marxism. You don't know a goddamn thing about what you're talking about when it comes to... And then you surplus value, the profit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Hassan. Shut the fuck up.
So I'm just going to give them the flat fee plus half the revenue overall of the entire channel. And not only that, but then also...
Don't get any ideas over there, Dan.
Not only
no
that,
fucking revolution back here.
Not only that, but we will figure out how to contract out like other editors if we need to and expand if we
why
want
not give
to.
them a cut of your main source of income? Why?
Because they don't touch the main source of income in any meaningful capacity. The main source of income in the form of like the Twitch stream is just me.
Like they don't touch any of the income. They don't touch the main source of the income. I mean, like they don't. They have nothing to do with it, and like I gave them their own means of production. Okay, I'm gonna LARP the Marxist theory by giving them their own means of production. Okay.
You know what I mean? They're just working on what I'm creating on Twitch and then adding value to that.
At what point can you hire someone to help you on your main channel without having to pay them an enormous amount of money that like you've built this thing by yourself?
Look, I'm not gonna steal the surplus value of my workers. Okay, I'm Hassan. I'm a good guy. I'm not gonna steal my workers' surplus value. Okay, I'm just not gonna do that. I'm not that type of guy. Okay.
Yourself from the ground up. So how can you ethically hire somebody to work for you, either researching or let's say researching, preparing stories like we have, how would you pay them?
I think a distribution of profit there, considering like how unique what we do is, because like you're the content, you are providing the service, right? It's not like you're a factory owner and you don't really do anything. You're not on the fucking...
Yeah, like factory owners don't do anything, guys. It's not like they have to like manage and oversee the operations of the factory or put in the initial investment. They just don't do anything at all. It's like... You remember when Marx said that factory owners don't do anything? Remember when he said that? I mean, yeah, I know he was saying that the factory owner actually does do things, and it's the landowner who doesn't do anything and just sits on his ass. But I'm going to rewrite Marxism. Thank you, Mooncrawler45.
Assembly line.
Look, okay? Look, factory owners literally don't do anything, okay? Even though Marx said that they do things, and that's what distinguishes them from landowners, I'm going to make shit up out of my ass. I'm going to pull shit out of my ass, right? And that's Marxism. I'm going to call that Marxism.
Line if you're a factory owner. But when you're the content creator yourself, you're the one who probably edited the videos until a certain point, and now you have editors, right? So, but you're still the one who's like directing the content. And
you know what? And when you think about it, Steve Jobs was the same way, right, Hassan? Steve Jobs was the creative inspiration, and this is literally shit that fucking big tech billionaires say. Hassan's saying the same shit that fucking big tech billionaires say. When they're like, Well, I'm the inspiration. I'm creating the content. I'm the creative genius behind it all. It's literally the same shit that they say. Same exact shit. The creative Silicon Valley geniuses like Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. I am the content.
You're still the one that's being filmed, so it presents a unique problem, really, from at least a Marxist point of view. Something that I think about all the time. Something that I was thinking about even.
Compare me and Hassan. You know what I do? I just say this. I'm a businessman. I'll be a businessman. I'll be a capitalist. Whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Before I became.
I pay you money. If we agree on a price, you get paid that price. That's it. You ain't entitled to any of this shit. Infrared is a dictatorship. Mongolian Khanate monarchy dictatorship. Absolute Khan of Khans. Ruled by the 11 wise elders, the showrunners. The 11 showrunners are the 11 Khans. We are not even mortal men compared to you.
Successful, and I never thought I would, is like, how do I ethically contract out people or hire people? So, well, one thing I do is basically just ask them, like, how much do you want to get paid? Like,
yeah, but
what do you
in
want
my
with it?
experience, when you ask people how much you want to get paid,
Yeah, I'm gonna like virtue sing and be like, yeah, like I'm gonna do this damage control stream where it's like I'm literally just gonna like talk about like how I make 200,000 a month, but I'm actually the good guy here, and I'm really modest. I pay my editors.
especially in this realm, what they'll tell you is it's fine. Like they I think they're used to getting fucked.
Yeah.
So like when I ask people generally what do you want to get paid, what's your price, and I always pay them what they ask. But and then sometimes more, you offer more because you're like, that's stupid, I'll pay you more. Like yeah. But in general, if you ask what do you want to get paid, people are gonna ask, way less than
No, literally. So
work is worth.
So I add on to it.
Yeah. But still, it's like. So if you hired someone to work with you on your stream, you would not pay them a percentage.
No, I would pay them a percentage. I don't know what like the adequate distribution would be, and I have no idea. And also,
I would pay them a percentage. Okay.
Part of that is like, this is a double problem for me. It's a problem because I think about the ethics of hiring someone like that, like as a full-time employee, and like how to offer them adequate pay for the amount of value that they're providing.
Yeah, like I am contemplating what it is like to LARP as a big capitalist owner instead of actually focusing on real world politics. Because I'm completely bankrupt when it comes to real world politics. But, Lysenko based, thank you for the 4 cents an hour, and Misha K, thank you for the 2 cents an hour, I guess, that you're paying me for my labor and extracting my surplus value. But thanks.
For me, right? Because that's what labor is. Labor creates value. There is no value without labor. But in my situation, there
is no value without labor. I actually know what Marxism is, okay?
There is value without labor because I'm the labor. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? Because we're not like, if you were making.
I am the labor. Look, guys, I am the labor. Okay, I totally know what I'm talking about. When it comes to Marxism. Okay, I literally know a lot of things. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay.
This chair, or if you were making this desk, and you own a
What do
factory.
you say? I'm a labor billionaire. Okay, I'm a labor trillionaire.
That made these desks, right? You would not be able to make the desk on your own. You would have to hire someone to make the desk.
You want to know what the fucking truth is? H3 Cuck 3 just exposed himself as the biggest fucking lying fraud of all fucking time by sitting on his fucking chair and acting like he's listening to this dumb shit Hassan is saying, shit that he knows is stupid and doesn't fucking care about. But this grifter, this fucking fake grifter who came onto fucking Twitch on a fucking crusade to fucking attack train wrecks of our Gamba streams, he's literally fucking having Hassan here just because Hassan makes a lot of money and he wants in on that money too. Cuck 3, I see you, you fucking grifting, lying piece of shit.
But in my situation, even without anyone else, I can still keep it going, right? Because I have a community and all that, and that's it's like back and forth conversations and
It
whatnot.
seems maybe you're overcomplicating things in that it might make you more hesitant to hire somebody.
Oh, for sure, it definitely has.
Which to me seems inherent issue with this philosophy, because at the same time, you could easily pay someone the market value for a job of researching. You could even double it, and you're going to end up hiring someone with a fantastic salary. That's probably still a very small fraction of your overall income, but like double the market wage, let's say triple even, still a small fraction of your income. There's people that need jobs, who want this job, who are going to be happy, sustained, getting what they need financially, and that to me seems like there's no problem past that. And actually, there is a problem in thinking and complicating things the way you do, is because you don't get the help you need, and this person doesn't get a job.
So that leads me to the second problem there, which is that I don't want to manage. I'm not a good manager.
I don't want to be a manager or a boss, okay? I don't want to be the bad guy. I don't want to be the bad guy. I'm the good guy, okay? I'm a good socialist, okay? There's no managers in socialism.
I'm a good business owner, and I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that, okay? I just want to have no response. Like, I want you to throw hundreds of thousands of dollars at me every month, but I don't want to take responsibility for it and man the fuck up and own up to like the actual money that's being. I don't look. I'm just like, it's just like when Jeff Bezos said that Amazon is a pyramid and it's an upside down pyramid, and I am the lowest part of that pyramid. I'm just like that. When Jeff Bezos said that Amazon is an upside down pyramid and he's the lowest part of the pyramid, it's just like that with me. Like, I'm not this big businessman capitalist. You want to know what's fucking funny? Leftists act like capitalists today are people who wear fucking top hats and smoke cigars, when in reality, those are workers. Workers are the ones who fucking LARP in top hats and smoke cigars. Capitalists are people like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and these fucking Silicon Valley cucks, and people like Hassan, who act like they're all humble and like they're all down-to-earth, normal people. Have you ever seen a fucking capitalist in 2021, Hassan, you fucking fraud?
The Young Turks, I saw how that operated. 26 employees. It grew. There was like, they raised money and all this stuff. And I saw the complications that came about, right? And I don't want that. I don't ever want to do that.
I'm just talking about like,
I don't ever want to do that because you have no fucking balls. Let me tell you guys something. When Infrared, the media collective, gets our own studio and we hire employees, watch what happens if our employees try to fucking unionize. Watch what will happen if our employees try to unionize. They are all getting sacked on the spot. And all employees are getting paid $1 an hour. We're going to even pay them below the minimum wage. We're going to find a loophole to pay them $1 an hour. Bitch, you want more money? Go fucking work with your hands. You're not going to sit in our fucking studio and fucking work for us at this easy fucking job and get paid $8 an hour. No, you're getting paid $1 an hour. And we're going to find a way to circumvent the law and give you $1 an hour. And if you try to if you so much as disobey us once, us showrunners, once, you're getting sacked on the spot. I don't even care if you have a family. You're getting sacked.
one person to help put stories for you together.
No,
Not putting together like a corporate empire.
No, I totally understand that. So that's why I don't focus on permanent growth like most people do. I think that's like baked into.
And yeah, we are going to take advantage of those tax loopholes, everything we can do to make money. Because money equals communism. The more money we have, the more money for communism. For the communist fucking party. And our media movement to get the shit out there. We're not going to let any fucking dumb lefty bullshit get in our fucking way.
understanding of the world. Like that's baked into your success. Everyone does this. I care more about. I mean, I obviously care about like revenue streams, clearly, because money is freedom, ultimately.
And if I start to lose faith and lose hope, I might just buy myself a yacht. I'm like, you know what? I don't know if this communism thing's going to work out because these lefties are getting in the way of the movement so much. And I'm going to take out my anger by buying a yacht. And it'll be your fault that I bought that yacht. If you don't want me to go spend the money on my own luxury, then you have to fight the good fight against these lefties so they don't demoralize me. Because if I get demoralized, I'm taking all the money and buying a yacht. I'm going to bring 10 big booty bitches on that yacht. And I'll cry on the yacht of the failure of our movement.
How I wish I was just listening to Clinton. She would be more bearable.
Thank you, Jeg623.
More about sustainability. I care more about just having fun and having being free of editorial control, being free of like any sort of scrutiny or fear that I might get fucking canceled or whatever. Like that's what I care about more than anything else. So I'm perfectly happy doing exactly what I've been doing and continuing to do that. And if it grows, it grows. Like a person that I actually think has an incredible business model that I really, despite like our
This guy sounds like a fucking Silicon Valley scam artist, fucking hippie capitalist yuppie talking about a really ethical business. Shut the fuck up. You're such a fake. You're such a fucking fraud and a phony and a fake. You lack any semblance of businessman-like professionalship. You should be a businessman, wear a suit, have a cigar, and be about that shit. At least Cenk tries to do that. Sort of. But you're fucking acting like a Silicon Valley fake humble hippie, just like how fucking Jeff Bezos used to act, acting like you're all modest and humble and shit. The old type of capitalist is better than the new one. The old type of capitalist, way better than the new one. The old type of capitalist, smoke a cigar, wear a top hat, was actually productive. The new type of capitalist wears a fucking turtleneck. Hi guys. Today I want to be a nice guy. Since I'm not an authoritative manly guy and you're not going to respect me based on like the authority I have, I'm going to try to appeal to you. I'm actually a good guy. I want you to like me. 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 The old type of capitalist, I don't give a fuck if you like me or if you hate me. Get the fucking work and make me my motherfucking money. That was the old capitalist. You like me or hate me, I don't give a shit. The new capitalist, I want you to like me. Like me. I want you to like me. I really want you to like me. I'm a good guy. I'm not a bad capitalist. I'm a good guy. I want you to like me.
Agreements that I really, I guess, think is great. His business model, at least, is PewDiePie. Like, I think that the way that he has been able to...
He has a very light touch. He works with like 2 editors. That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I love that. I want that. That's precisely...
And he's also a workhorse. So like...
Yeah.
But that's what
I am too.
When exactly. I think you guys have that in common. But I was shocked when I found out you didn't have anyone to help you, because it can help consider... I mean, it can just be a huge help. It's a win-win. That's the thing. It's like there are times when capitalism... I personally think capitalism is a great system. I am a capitalist. And like the situation I described is a win-win. Everybody's happy, right? But here's the thing.
Well, not necessarily. I think
in the situation I described...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
In the situation they are, because...
There's a lot of times...
Oh, they're going to fight. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. They're about to fight. 2 cucks. 2 soy. The fight of the soy boys. Soy boy battles. Soy boy battle.
Where capitalism does exploit labor, for sure. And like you look at like Walmart and Amazon and the companies like that, where they're like publicly traded and they're serving, the interests of their board and etc. Yeah. Then what they do is they squeeze motherfuckers as tight as possible without popping them, right?
Yeah.
But in the case of you being a capitalist business owner and hiring someone, paying them a good wage, that's a win-win. But my philosophy on capitalism is that I would say...
Look how uncomfortable Hassan looks that someone's about to disagree with him.
every time Hassan like is faced with someone who has a disagreeing ideology, he always gets like nervous and uncomfortable. You ever notice that? He always gets so fucking nervous and uncomfortable. Like, okay. I didn't sign up for this. I did not sign up for someone disagreeing with me. Okay, I did not sign up that someone was gonna. Shit, my cover is blown. Fuck. Shit.
In general, it's a fantastic system, but I also have like a big asterisk next to it, in which I do believe in big government. I do believe in social programs. Like there are some verticals of business that should not be privately owned, like jails, like healthcare, medicine in general, you know, stuff like that. It should not be. It's just too important to the public welfare to be run by private businesses.
Yeah.
And also, I believe that on the top end and on the bottom end, there needs to be regulations and control and and rubber bands to keep capitalism on the rails, because it will ultimately undermine itself. It'll undermine itself.
Yeah, and that's what we have in America is a system.
Yeah, and then
since the Reagan era, the neoliberal reforms during the Reagan era that have like completely dismantled any sort of antitrust laws that we have, that have created all of these oligopolies that engage in price leadership, not price fixing. But that
you know what Hassan does? When Hassan talks, he makes you want to never think about politics again. He talks in such a way that he wants. It's like he's punishing you. If you're a worker and you're listening to Hassan, it literally sounds like you're being punished for existing. It literally sounds like you're getting punished for like something that's not even your fault. Like, okay, dude, I get it. The oligopolies and all this shit. Okay, I get it. Just shut the fuck up. He makes it seem like it's your fault, and you just don't want to hear about it anymore. He just talks in such a way where you just want him to shut the fuck up and you don't want to hear anymore. Like, dude, I don't want to fucking hear any more of this. At least in capitalism, I can fucking relax a little bit. You know? He just overburdens you with all this shit.
That has created this like awful system in which like your utility providers suck. Your ISPs suck.
And it's like, a worker listens and I go, what are you going to do about it, Hassan? I listened to that Jimmy Dore guy and he had some ideas, but apparently you shot that down. So what are you going to fucking do about it, Hassan?
And there's no way to like combat that. They'll get billions of dollars from the government and then refuse to fucking actually implement fiber. You know what I mean? They'll get billions of dollars to like improve the speeds, and then they just like don't use it. You know, and there's no way to retaliate against that.
This is how a worker responds to Hassan. Oh, goddamn shit. Listen, I before I listened to that Hassan, I was not a fan of these big government monopolies and these special interests. But goddamn Amazon, come to my town if you can get this guy to shut the fuck up. Oh my God, the utility companies love him. Water companies love him. Walmart love him. I love all those things. If you just shut the fuck up, I'm done. I'm sorry I ever complained about him, Hassan. I'm a worker. I'm sorry I ever complained about anything in my whole life. If you're gonna bore me and bother me, make a big fight. I was just trying to talk about how the system is rigged against a little guy like me. I was just trying to talk about how my bills are racking up and it's hard to pay it anymore coming home on the table. But I'd rather endure this suffering that I'm enduring than have to hear this bunch of bullshit talk about a whole goddamn bunch of nothing. I'm sorry I ever protested about anything. Walmart, come on in. Jeff Bezos, come on in. I'll be grateful for a goddamn anything but this bullshit. That's how a worker will respond to Hassan.
What I did have a specific question for you.
I would say that you're a social democrat, and the difference between me and yourself, if that's what your question was going to be, is that I am a democratic socialist. So I believe that like
you are a social democrat. I am a democratic socialist. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. Shut the fuck up. Nobody fucking cares. None of what you're saying means anything.
Ultimately, a better future is possible, and that.
You guys know I have this sped up, right? Let me see how long it took him to say that when it wasn't sped up. I have it sped up. Let me see how long it takes for him to say that when it's not sped up.
Democrat. And the
Okay,
difference between
so yeah,
me and
that-
yourself,
yeah.
if that's what your question was going to be,
kind
is that I am a democratic socialist. So I don't.
I am a democratic socialist.
I believe that like ultimately, a better future is possible.
He sounds just like AOC. He's starting to copy fucking AOC's mannerisms. He's literally starting to copy AOC's mannerisms. He's literally starting to sound just like fucking AOC. I ultimately believe a better world is possible. And we cannot lose hope. We cannot lose hope. We cannot lose hope. We will eat the babies, but we cannot lose hope.
And that revolves around initially getting to a social democratic America like Norway. Okay, turn America to Norway tomorrow. Great. But that system itself still heavily relies on exploitation of the
Look. Turn America into Norway tomorrow. Okay? Turn America into Norway tomorrow. Okay? But we can't even get universal health care in the middle of a pandemic. We can't even get Medicare for all in the middle of a pandemic. But turn America into Norway tomorrow. No problem. We'll just do it. We'll just do it. No problem. We couldn't even get Bernie on the Democratic ticket, but we'll be able to turn America to Norway tomorrow. Don't worry.
the third world. That system itself still heavily relies on imperialism, and in order for it to continue,
Relies on imperialism and third world. And I'm going to tick all the boxes, so all the lefty discourse, and make politics so insufferable that you never want to hear about it again for the rest of your life, and make this really boring for you.
and so much bloodshed that is overseas that we don't even see, so we don't even think
So much bloodshed that is overseas, so many we don't even see
about it or comprehend it. And I think that in order to solve that, in order to especially combat like the upcoming mass migration that is going to occur as a consequence of the climate crisis that we're facing, for example, we need to uplift the working class all around the planet, and not just
We literally live in idiocracy where you just have dumb fucks who get 200,000 a month just say dumb shit on the internet.
necessarily try to through a series of like patchwork social welfare programs help out our country here and there, because there is no other solution I see beyond that or fascism.
Well, for sure. And that's what's so weird to me when I see these huge companies and Congress failing to regulate them, is that ultimately, like late stage capitalism, you kind of, as you see it here.
Hey, Cuck 3 is doing all the lefty buzzwords now. All the lefty buzzwords. Late stage capitalism, guys. Late stage capitalism. We're doing all the lefty buzzwords now. Late stage capitalism. Left wing buzzwords. More left wing buzzwords, guys. More buzzwords.
Yeah.
It's self-defeating. It's self-defeating because for capitalism to really survive, for society to be healthy and well-oiled, you need harmony. You need people on the bottom specifically to feel comfortable enough and content enough to where they're not going to want to start killing people.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what that's what welfare states do. Some leftists, some anti-capitalists hate the welfare state because they see it as a continuation of the capitalist system, and that's why they don't even like social democrats. I'm not one of them, but because I'm a dirty revisionist, as they would say. But I understand the necessity of
I am going to strawman all the Twitter lefty discourse and pretend I know what I'm talking about.
exhausting the state machinations to its final conclusion.
All right, should I just react to the rest of this as just a work? Like, this is what a worker would react to this.
While simultaneously organizing.
God damn, Hassan, shut the fuck up! I do not care!
Unionizing, making sure that there is direct action taking place to make sure that the current existing system, that is a capitalist one, that is built to uplift capitalism.
Oh, god damn it, I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy with vertigo. Hassan, shut the fuck up. Shut the goddamn fuck up. Holy shit. He's talking about 10,000 things at once, and I'm getting a headache now.
Commodity production, for sure, can be dismantled while simultaneously improving the material conditions of the working class. And
Shut the fuck up, Hassan.
And I guess like the difference is that I believe that inherently, under a capitalist organization of the economy, there's a very simple contradiction between the two classes: those who own businesses and those who work for businesses.
Those who own businesses and those who shut the fuck up, Hassan.
The wage laborers, right? If you've ever worked in retail or anything like that, you want to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay. It's that simple. And that contradiction is unsolvable without, or that contradiction is unsolvable in our current organization of the economy. Social democracy seek to address some of that through...
Everything he says is so fucking stupid, it's actually exhausting. Everything he fucking says is so fucking stupid. I am getting physically exhausted just listening to it. He's saying the primary contradiction is that people want to work for less hours for more pay rather than the opposite. That's not a contradiction exclusive to capitalism. That's a fucking contradiction of an animal organism who wants to spend less energy to gain more. That's just every organism wants to expend less energy for more. That doesn't exist only under capitalism, and it's not a class contradiction either. That's just a natural fact of life that will always be there. That's not a primary contradiction at all. But if you want to risk, you have to do more for more. Then explain going to the gym. What do you fucking mean? He's talking about something that has nothing to do with capitalist contradiction at all. That's not the fucking contradiction, Hassan. That's not the fucking contradiction whatsoever.
Price controls through a sequence of regulations that you mentioned, and unions, obviously, which create an opportunity to collectively bargain for all working class interests. But ultimately, it's still that exploitation still exists there, and it just...
The contradiction is that the forces of production become increasingly social, but the benefits become antisocial. That's the difference. The forces of production become increasingly socialized in nature, but the purpose of production remains antisocial. That is the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. It has nothing to do with the fact that people want to gain more for less work. That's a stupid generalization. He's making a fucking parody of Marxism.
Just moves overseas, and if you can't find someone to exploit or natural resources to extract, then you create an environment that makes it so that you can exploit and you can extract natural resources.
I fucking will never forgive American leftists. Every fucking American leftist, listen to me right now. I hope you fucking burn in hell. I hope you fucking burn in hell. And that's gonna be in the afterlife, so I'm allowed to say this, it's metaphysical. I hope you burn in fucking hell in the afterlife. You're burning in fucking hell and you're getting tortured in hell every single day. You are burning and suffering eternal damnation, you piece of shit scumbag motherfuckers, mumbling and waffling and fucking confusing things and trying to fucking make a fucking vomit stew out of Marxism, where exploitation and extraction of resources is a bunch of fucking moral mumbo jumbo you fucking pulled out of your fucking ass, has nothing to fucking do with Marxism. Marxist fucking use of the word exploitation was not a fucking moral fucking word. It was a scientific word to describe the fucking process of fucking through the theory of value. You fucking stupid fuck. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking lefty pieces of shit. I hate each and every one of you fucking lying pieces of shit. Here's my criticism of Maduro. He's not doing enough to try and secure nuclear weapons for Venezuela. That's my criticism. He should do more to make Venezuela a nuclear power at all costs. And I'm not just talking about peaceful nuclear energy. He needs to get ICBMs to defend his fucking country. Nuclear Venezuela. That's my criticism of Maduro. My only criticism. More Russian bases, develop an ICBM program, and develop uranium enrichment program for nuclear weapons. Fuck the non-proliferation treaty. Fuck the non-proliferation treaty. And I'm mad at Iran too. No, I'm mad at Iran because Iran is not fucking developing nuclear weapons. They're not. They're only using it for peaceful purposes. Because they did a fatwa, a religious fatwa against fucking nuclear weapons. What kind of cuck shit is that, huh? I can't respect that shit. I can't respect that shit. Iran needs the real deal. Why shouldn't it have the real deal? Pakistan has them. What, is Pakistan haram?
Ask country if it wasn't for intervention from Western countries, specifically the United States.
Yes, if they were allowed, if the United States didn't actively,
that's a fucking shame.
Yeah, I mean,
and ironic too, because it's like such a talking point of the right to like socialism doesn't work. Look at Venezuela.
Yeah, and my point always is like Cuba is a great example of this too. He's like, if it doesn't work, then just like let them fucking exist. You know what I mean? And it'll blow up on its own. Why can't you just let these countries fucking exist and participate in the global economy? Like, why can't you let foreign capital still come into the country? Why do you have to constantly, facilitate business plots in other countries and hype up a couple of billionaires to overthrow the government?
You keep saying Norway. What do you think about Sweden? Because they don't have huge oil reserves, but they're also like I consider a model country that is has a strong economy. Sweden has more billionaires than any other country per capita.
Norway has more billionaires per capita than the United States as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, by the way, that flies in the face of people that say like, oh, you can't be a wealthy and also be socialist. It's just that's such a bullshit fucking fantasy.
The American Enterprise Institute back in the day used to be like, Norway's not socialist, and they would literally show that there's more billionaires per capita.
Thank you, Lysenko Based, for another 2 cents an hour. You fucking exploitative capitalist, paying me 2 cents an hour, stealing my surplus value, and I am the labor, by the way. I am the labor. I am the labor, and you're paying me 2 cents an hour.
And then people were like, okay, then let's do Norway. And they were like, okay, we can't do this anymore. Like, we got to stop saying this. Oh shit, no, actually, they're don't focus on that.
But like socialism in itself inherently isn't like you can't be rich.
No, as a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. That's the fucking hilarious part about this. And there's so many different kinds of Marxist thought, and there's constant infighting, so it doesn't fucking matter. And everyone is gonna have their own brand, and then you have the fucking anarchists too. But nobody loves absolutely obliterating.
And we have this whole community of the you don't have a fucking community. You're all the fucking same. You don't have real infighting. It's all just dumb fucking personal drama. I am the only fucking unique left-wing guy in America. Me, I am the fucking fight. I am the only infighting there is. I am the most unique. I am the only one who's different from all of you. Because I'm the one who actually hit the books first and then talked later. You talked and then you hit the books a little bit. Barely anything. You didn't even read anything, Hassan. You never read a fucking book about Marxism in your whole fucking life, Hassan. And you want to test it? Test it. Hassan, will you do quiz? Will you let me quiz you on Marxism? We'll do a quiz. Hassan Marxism quiz on the theory of value. Can Hassan withstand my quiz? No.
Socialists, like other socialists and other anti-capitalists. So I try to not participate in that as much as I can.
And what's the thing where teachers, and this is all part of the rules, it's not like it's against the rules or anything. Conversely, thank you for the 20 cents an hour, okay? Listen, so you know how they take the teachers take the rulers and they slam the student has to put their hand on the desk and the teacher slams their hand when they get the answer wrong. Hassan, will you agree to that? Will you agree to those rules? Student-teacher relationship. And I quiz you on Marxism.
But the thing is, like, ultimately, socialism or Marxism specifically comes from having the workers own the means of production and get adequately paid for their labor, the value that they provide. So it's literally the opposite of people being like, Marxism means you get no wages and you get abused by the government and a small fraction of individuals own all the wealth in society. I'm like, that's capitalism, bro. You're literally describing capitalism. Anytime someone is like, socialism never works, it doesn't work. And here's why. They're literally describing capitalism.
You know, yeah, because if you look at Sweden, richest man in Sweden, I'm curious. I know the IKEA guy is super yacked. But if you look at Sweden, they have a shitload, everything's unionized. And the people that work there make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like the bottom.
Thank you, Diogenes.
Strong employees make enough money to pay rent.
And yet everyone in Sweden is in an open relationship. So there you go. Now what a great society. Where your girl's getting fucked by another man.
Themselves and live a dignified life. And yet these people are still able to be billionaires. So like what you don't see in Sweden, how rich is a Stefan Persson guy? Pearson. What you don't see in Sweden is a lot of Jeff Bezos and
I would rather be starving than let my fucking girl get rammed by another man. I would rather be eating shit every day than let another man touch my girl. You can keep your Sweden.
Elon Musk and
keep your Sweden.
Gates.
Yeah,
Where
our
it's
billionaires are
obscene wealth.
mega billionaires.
It's
That's the difference.
Yeah, like being worth $4 or $5 billion is still even different to me. Like I actually don't inherently have too much of an issue with someone being a billionaire. What I do have a really big issue with is obscene mega wealth that just is like literally it's unfathomable wealth that and these people become like
you
a
can't-
force of nature unto themselves. Like they can affect so much.
You can't be a billionaire without
How do you advise philosophically to understand Marxism? Unfollow Hassan is the first step.
It's just
for sure.
I mean, there are like actually now in the current state of the economy, there are some labor billionaires. I don't know if you know this concept or not, but like you do have like athletes like Cristiano Ronaldo, I think, or Messi that are like labor billionaires technically.
I fucking Googled the word labor billionaires after Hassan said it. And he fucking invented it himself. He invented that concept himself. I literally Googled it to see if there was someone else who ever said that. And he goes, I don't know if you ever heard of it, because you just fucking invented it, Hassan. It's nothing he could have heard of unless he heard it out of your mouth, because you're the first person to invent that fucking word. I literally looked it up on Google. This is called, it's called fucking pikerism. This is fucking pikerist theory. I looked up labor billionaire on Google, and you are the one, Piker, you are the one who invented that fucking word. Fucking pikerism theory. Piker theory. Piker theory invented labor billionaires. Labor billionaires. He said, I don't know if you ever heard of this concept. When would you have ever heard of that, Hassan? You invented it, you fucking weirdo. What the fuck? Labor billionaires?
So
yeah, you have a lot of musicians that are getting up there.
Yeah, there are labor billionaires. Like LeBron James recently came on.
I don't have a problem with, well, when you say exploitation of labor, like, well, there's Swedish billionaires that their employees are part of a union. So with you consider that exploitation? I don't understand.
So even that is, unions are not the end all be all, obviously. I think that there is a
This is a fucking masterclass in pikerism. This is a masterclass in pikerist theory. Piker theory. This is a fucking masterclass. Pikerist theory.
There's an argument to be made about decommodification of certain resources that you also mentioned. One of them, I believe, is shelter. I think that there should be socialized housing. These are all...
This dumb fuck invented his own ideology. He literally looks like the fake Jesus from Russia who has a cult. He literally looks like the fucking fake Jesus guy from Russia who has his own cult. And he's just preaching pikerist. He's evangelizing the pikerist theory to the stupid masses who give him money, propping up this fucking false messiah, fake, fraudulent guy. Even though he fucking lied about fucking Xinjiang, never fucking repented for it.
Well, even from like a classical, not like a Marxian economist point of view, but there's like classical fucking macroeconomics 101 point of view. These are goods that have inelastic demand. And what that means is like, no matter what the supply looks like, you still need a house, right? To survive, you need shelter. It's in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like you need shelter, you need medicine, and you need food. And these are commodities that, at the very least, should be afforded to every single working class person around the world unconditionally by the state, so that they can, better.
You think that
we can be a better world in general? Like,
you think that?
But the thing I was
people are entitled. Every person is entitled to own a house.
I think every person should be able to have a house. Yes.
Own a house.
Yeah.
And so
100%.
I guess I don't.
He's so fucking stupid. This would be fucking infuriating if he wasn't so dumb. He's so clueless. Doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Who sent this guy? Who sent Piker to be the representative? Who the fuck sent Piker to be the representative of this? Who sent this guy? He's literally embarrassing us.
I don't disagree with that, but it's just in the current way we do. Like, you would need, and actually I'm in favor of this, but you would need a massive housing project run by the government, because you would need like really effective, massive buildings built super efficiently.
You know what's called? You know what that is? First of all, that's jobs, and it's public housing, and that's jobs, and that would be a wonderful opportunity for America.
I'm actually
build
not.
infrastructure.
I'm actually. I think that's a fantastic idea. And again, it doesn't mean that you can't live in a fucking nice house in the Hollywood Hills either.
I agree.
Yeah, I like that idea.
There are like luxury goods that are because I still.
Well, so if I'm not, but the problem is now as a business owner, if I'm not paying my employee, $1 million salary,
I'm gonna put myself in the shoes of all these business owners, because I'm gonna LARP it basically. It's like that's the way I relate to it, man. It's like basically like when I set up a lemonade stand in front of my house, like that was the same thing as like knowing the ins and outs of capitalism.
is that my fault that the government is not doing public housing? Because me as an individual, I can't ensure that my employees all own houses. Like, it's not possible.
Yeah, I mean, well, your business also might not make enough money to be able to pay every single employee $1 million.
Of course
so that's
not.
like,
That's my point.
Yeah, no, that's not up to you at all. It's the way I look at it is a bottom up rather than a top down approach, like democratizing the workplace as best as possible. And what that means is like, I would want everyone that works with me to have as much autonomy over their own lives as possible. I think that's like something, even when I was working at the Young Turks, is something that I fucking despise, is like waking up on Monday morning to go to fucking work, even though I was like, I
the horror
that I loved on the side, I still hate it. I just like, because I didn't have any control over it. You know what I mean? I had a designated.
He has to wake up at a specific time? Do you guys imagine doing that? This is what an exploited worker. This is what Marx was talking about. He had to wake up at a specific time. Something we have to do when we're 8 years old for elementary school. This is basically alienation.
At a time that I had to go into that I had no say on. I had things that I needed to do that other people were making me do, and that fucking sucks. So I want to be able to have that be more collaborative. But the thing I was going to talk about with Sweden, I mean, and this happens all the time. I mean, they stopped it, but there was a time and place when they were outsourcing their production and even potentially rumored to use child labor. You know what I mean? Like, they were using factories in Romania, and the conditions were wretched. This is all the way back in 1998, of course. And the International Federation of Building and Woodworkers threatened to boycott IKEA.
IKEA, yeah.
And that is the beauty of unions, by the way. If your fucking multinational corporation decides to outsource labor to like super cheap and horrible conditions in an effort to improve their profit margin for their...
Hassan is such a good guy. What a good guy, guys. What a good guy. 200,000 a month, by the way.
shareholders, you can be like, all right, we're fucking stopping that, bitch. Like, guess what? No
Yeah,
more
and
IKEA.
somehow they still make a fucking shitload of money.
But the point is, like, and I love this, it says, IKEA has certainly ended child labor practices in subcontracting factories. Although Eway prefers to refer to local legislation, pointing out that the national laws or regulation may permit the employment or work of persons 13 to 15 years of age or 12 to 14 years of age on light work.
He only gets 2 cents an hour. He's basically the Jesus of our time. When Jesus lived in rags, Hassan was right there with him.
So, like, this is what I mean when I say
he's the Jesus Christ of our time.
Say that we need to uplift the material conditions of the working class all around the world.
Some people would say we have done that.
Well, you know who's done that?
Yeah.
Fucking China.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, right. I mean, in China, but like in general, it's true that poverty has greatly reduced around the world.
I mean, without Chinese numbers, it's nothing. Like, straight up.
Okay, this is true. I'll give him that. It's true.
I think most of that's just China.
I'm fair. I'm a fair guy. I'm fair. I'll give him that.
No, it literally
people make
literally Chinese. It's like, I'm not a dentist myself, but
okay, I'm taking it back. I'm just taking it back. You have to say that dumb shit. Taking it back. I'm not a dentist. Everything's about like these fringe American online ideologies. I can't even say something that's correct without fucking it up and fumbling it and saying, and a dentist, something that's not even real. It's completely made up on the American internet. No one actually talks about the word dengism anywhere else in the world. But on the American internet, we call it dengism, and that's what it is. It's dengism. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. You literally just fuck everything up. Even when you get shit right, you fuck it up. And I was fucking defending you.
Forms and allowing foreign labor allowing foreign capital to come into the country and basically saying like, we just have a lot of fucking manpower. We're just going to throw it at the problem. And we are going to seize all of the manufacturing and make it so cheap here in China because of the material conditions there originally that like, everyone started making everything, all manufacturing moved over to China. But then the reason why people's conditions improved in China and they got out of poverty wasn't just because foreign capital was coming in. It was also because they were reinvesting everything back into high-speed rail, back into socialized housing, even though there is a massive housing problem in China as well. Because, they have more billionaires in their Communist Party than any other fucking political party on the planet.
You fucking lying cuck. You lying fucking cuck. First of all, the housing problem is being addressed at rapid pace. Second of all, the reason it has a fucking housing problem isn't fucking because of the billionaires in the Communist Party. By the way, China has the most fucking people on Earth and probably has the largest party of anywhere on Earth. So of course they're gonna have more billionaires. They have the biggest fucking party on Earth, 90 million people, you dumb fuck. That's bigger than most countries. They don't fucking exert any fucking influence based on their money. There's no fucking money in politics in China. The reason there's issues with housing is because of fucking urbanization and modernization. And it's being addressed already. Housing is being provided for the Chinese people at a rapid fucking pace. And yeah, it has like, 80 to 90% housing ownership compared to the US's 40%? Shut the fuck up, Hassan, you fucking lying cuck. You're just a liar. You're a Weasley little fucking liar. And I will never forgive you for lying about this.
But they have a more centralized control over their own economy, and ultimately, despite the horrific and anti-liberal,
they're also monsters.
So for sure.
He literally said they're also monsters, referring to 1.4 billion Chinese people. Fuck you, H3H3, you fucking cuck. They ban all the degeneracy and social evils like pornography, and they ban prostitution and stuff. And, that's just... I'm sorry, that's just horrible. They're extremely anti-liberal policies like that don't allow... H3H3. You would not even make it as a circus monkey in China. You wouldn't even fucking make it as a fucking hot dog stand seller in China. You fucking weak cuck. You calling them monsters? You're a fucking weak soy boy bitch, H3H3. The fucking dumbest circus monkey within China is smarter than you'll ever be in your whole life, H3H3.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like
mass murders, monsters, genocidals,
100%.
psychopaths.
Look at the cuck Hassan. 100%. They're monsters, mass murderers. Look at all these fucking Orientalist racist tropes he's saying about China. Monsters, mass murderers, genociders. Shut the fuck up, H3H3, you fucking cuck. Fuck H3H3. Fuck his whole fucking community. You fucking suck my ass. Every H3H3 watcher, go to fucking hell, burn in hell forever.
100%. Mass surveillance. Yeah. The Uyghur genocide.
Absolutely horrific.
100%.
Yeah.
Like
mass murders, monsters, genocidals,
100%. 100%. Mass surveillance.
Yeah.
The Uyghur genocide.
Absolutely.
This genocide? This genocide? Which genocide? This one, Hassan? You fucking lying bitch. I will never forgive you, Hassan. I will never fucking forgive you. I will never ever fucking forgive you, fucking lying backpedaling bitch. First you said it's a cultural genocide after you backpedal from that shit calling it a genocide, and now you backpedal even from that.
Absolutely horrific.
100%. I completely agree with that.
I completely agree with everything everything fucking H3H3 said. I completely agree with everything H3H3 said.
What I was referencing specifically,
I was looking at chat, sorry.
How they've been able to.
That is interesting though, yeah.
Because like you don't have to do that. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to genocide people to be while also simultaneously helping and uplift your working class. They're doing that because
Hassan's spreading imperialist propaganda to cozy up with Cuck 3 Gynecomastia 3. They should call him G3 G3. Gyno 3 Gyno 3. Stage 3 Gyno twice. Stage 3 Gyno twice. Gyno 3 Gyno 3. Twice. Stage 3 Gyno twice. To cozy up to this failing, boring, washed up, yesterday's guy, nobody, boring, irrelevant cuck. He's spreading pro-war propaganda demonizing China. Pro-war propaganda demonizing China.
Is that weird thing about communism where they demand homogeny from everyone?
Yeah.
Which is what ends up, killing and just.
I think what they want is they see the Uyghur Muslims, specifically in Xinjiang, as separatists. And I mean, Xi Jinping has literally said this. It's so fucking insane that like there's a lot of leftists who get mad at me for saying this. Even they defend China unconditionally.
Yeah, like I want to like sneak this. I'm talking to Gyno 3 right now, so it's like I'm gonna like a little bit. I'm gonna we're in a safe environment. I'm gonna like sneak this a little bit. They get mad at me a little bit for something.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking pussy! Why don't you debate me, Hassan? You fucking bitch! Debate me and we'll see who comes out standing. You will fucking get wrecked in a debate with me, Hassan. Fucking pussy. Thank you, Glitchmine.
SUNGORILLA Infra 8 SUNGORILLA Infra 8 SUNGORILLA
JC, thank you for the 10 cents an hour, okay? A measly 10 cents an hour. Wow, 10 cents an hour. Big deal. I grew up in a rich neighborhood in Turkey. I saw directly the consequences of American imperialism. And by American imperialism, I mean American capital propping up my family in Turkey.
Sure.
So that's the reason why, like, when you ask people
I'm
who the
not
greatest
in favor
threat
of
is,
imperialism, and I think like our foreign policy is insane. You know.
It's just
I
just think that those Chinese people are just a bunch of murderers and mass murderers. And how come? So when Trump says, so when Trump went, oh, they're rapists or whatever, he got banned off Twitch, and he's like was completely canceled or whatever. But when he calls the Chinese people, 1.4 billion people, a bunch of mass murderers and evil people, he's allowed to say that, right? Just so we're clear to what the rules are.
Or you said Herman Cain? Yeah, no, it's not. You got that right. I'm just saying, like, that's like totally valid and reasonable to laugh at Herman Cain. That's what I was gonna say.
Herman Cain went to this event. Well, you see how he did, and straight up and died.
Like, I will make fun of you. If you die, I'm gonna make fun of you. I will laugh.
And worst of all,
This is the champion of the working class making fun of people dying from COVID.
You're gonna tap dance on their grave.
Yeah, exactly. I will own you. Like, you will be owned.
Yeah, so he cuts it out just to make it look like...
Yeah. That's exactly what you fucking said, you scumbag. You're literally a fucking scumbag. That's literally what you just said. You know these people have families, right? You scumbag.
But that's his thing. But before we
I don't even care, to be honest. Like,
yeah, I don't
like,
I don't either.
This is the face of a man who stares death in the face, unflinchingly stares death in the face. That's the face of a man who stares death in the face unflinchingly. He knows the true meaning of death. That's why he can go ahead and say this dumb shit. This is actually a window. This is a window. Like, I'm looking into a window, not a screen. They actually have this going on. Not even lying. Look at this. Ew, I don't want that thing. Okay, we got some more stuff. We got clubs. Jason Unruhe has one of these. Jason has one of these. Should I get the Jason Unruhe bat? Thanks. Do you know who Jason Unruhe is? Jason Unruhe? Yeah, because I got cast in a part to like play him, and he's famous for having like the bat.
I just like I just think who?
Unruhe? You ever heard of him? He's like, he made the news. He's like a famous guy, and he's basically like famous in Canada. Like, he's really big in Canada.
Community theater?
That's so crazy. She didn't know who Comrade Number 3 was. That's wild. That's so crazy. I would have never expected that. She didn't know any idea who he was. That's settler logic. That's exactly why we have a problem here. We got too many settlers out here, don't even know. No, I'm saying it's disrespectful. She didn't know who that guy was. Everybody knows. Everyone who's not a settler knows who Comrade Number 3 is.
Pourquoi es-tu silencieuse? Je ne sais pas pourquoi tu m'aimes. Je veux jouir d'un festin.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck is this shit, man? I paid $20.
Je suis loin
the fuck, man?
Je suis pas navré que tu aimes. Tu es si bien dans mes bras. Pourquoi
Man, who wants to fuck with me? Chapo bitch house, Chapo trap house, bunch of bitches. Yeah, Chapo trap house has long exhausted its significance. It's Halloween. We don't want to hear about any more Champo Trap House. Champo is dead? To me,
And you know, everyone in between.
You know how I really grab Chapo by the fucking balls and destroy them? Don't focus on their edgy, you know, ironic humor. Matt, you're so funny. Felix, you're so funny. You don't focus on that shit. Focus on their actual serious takes. Because their actual serious takes amount to, yeah, I mean, we're democratic socialists and we want a better world. Democratic AOC, time for the environment. And fucking Matt, let's take a look at these Chapo chaps. Jesus. At the end of the day, I'm just saying democratic socialism and Hassan and yes, students and hipsters ruling the world is what I see. Hipsters and students ruling the world. Everyone's stupid and I'm smart. I'm such a smart theoretical theoretician. I'm such a brilliant guy. Chapo Trapos. Thank you, Emas. Appreciate you. This is basically what we're dealing with, in case you didn't know. This is what we're dealing with. Regularly, we're dealing with this shit. Right? This anti-working class, professional managerial, fringe. Fuck Chapo, man. For real, fuck Chapo. Can I confess something? Can I confess something to you guys? The reason it's so difficult for me to roast them, I'm gonna confess something. I have never listened to Chapo Trap House in my life. Thank you, Mouse. I've never listened to it in my life, okay? I'm gonna just confess something right now. I don't even know what the sound of this guy's voice is. I don't even know what his voice sounds like, okay? I've never listened to them in my life, right? Less Wrong was like these hyper-logical, hyper-rational people who really wanted to, like, you know, arrive at, exhaust the capacities of human reason in this new form of internet information, communication, whatever. Right? So you get that, right? But the reason memes start to take off isn't just to insist or argue that fact. Like, for example, a meme isn't really rational, right? Think about the meme, the Pepe frog. Think of Pepe the frog, the meme, right? Is that really rational? Is it really, like, convey an argument that can be distilled at the level of, like, conceptual reason, so to speak? No, it's giving expression to something more unconscious and more just indescribable. It's like you have to get it or you don't get it, right? Felix's Twitter handle is By Your Logic, mocking that forum style discourse. Yeah, I know, I get it. So you get that, right? You get that part at least. Okay. Now, memes start to take off around 2015, 2016. And, oh my god, Latina, what are you doing? You said you were going to prepare for your stream. Do I have to call you again? Latina, I don't want you to see me when I'm smart, okay? I want to hide my power level in front of you. Like, I want you to think I'm stupid. You know what I mean? And that way I can, like, manipulate you way easier. Because you won't be able to, like, understand my power level. And yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? She's like, what the fuck is Chapo? Okay, Latina, make me a promise right now. Make me a promise right now. You need to promise me that you will never, ever, ever find out what Chapo is. And as long as you don't know what Chapo is, you are pure in my eyes. Okay? You have to promise me you will never find out who they are. Okay? Anyway, continuing, right? Okay. What was I saying? Okay, so you get that, right? The something awful type of communication and information no longer is able to exhaust the reality, right? Think about the people who lost their minds about Trump's election. Trump's a dumb guy. He doesn't make any sense. He's not a rational guy. Yeah, but nonetheless, he still won, and he's still communicating something meaningful, right? You may not find it conceptually consistent or like rational at the level of like conceptual consistency or logical consistency, but it's still somehow meaningful. He's still like saying things that communicate some kind of meaning among his supporters and in front of the world at large, right? Now, memes started to take this form of disguising themselves behind the pretense of irony. Oh, it's just a joke, right? A meme is just a joke, right? It's just an ironic joke. It's supposed to make you laugh. But even if we move past the joke, memes start to have a history, right? Memes start to actually give expression to our cultural and political and unconscious realities in like an intelligible way. Like, for example, the Chad meme. That's like the latest one, right? The Chad and the Virgin meme or whatever, or the Soy Jack meme. It's an ironic joke, right? But it's still saying something. It's still actually saying something. You know what I'm saying? It's still conveying something meaningful. That's what I mean. Now, from the perspective of a something awful rationalist, all memes are the exact same in the sense that they're an ironic joke that's making fun of the ultimate meaninglessness of the world, right? But when you look at it at the level of a meme, they're actually different. They're different from each other, right? Like, from 2015 to 2016, 2017, 2018, through the past 5 years, they're actually conveying, like, meaningful things that have a history and have a context and, you know, give expression to something, right? Now, something interesting here is going on, right? We are seeing a shift from the kind of, thank you, Tactile Taco. We're seeing a shift from like the conceptual use of reason or logic as the primary site of truth to some kind of language of the unconscious, right, on the internet. Now, here come the greatest kulaks of the 2010s. Chapo Cuck House. Chapo Bitch House. Chapo Crap House. Kulak Crap House. You understand? Now these people are trying to salvage this older, nerdy, you know, something awful form of, you know, enacting a critical distance to reality by adopting a permanent aesthetic of irony. And the significance of the irony when it comes to Chapo really just amounts to the fact that they're in the know and everyone else is stupid and not in the know. That's the aesthetic, right? We're aware that everything is somehow, you know, meaningless and no one else is. We're smart, everyone's dumb, right? The world is contradictory, but we are somehow wholesome and in the know and knowledgeable, and you know we're big shit basically, right? I haven't listened to them, but I know their exact aesthetic because I know the people who I know their Twitters and the people who follow them. That's enough for me, right? Yeah, it's similar to Hassan with this whole thing of like hogs and chuds. These people are trying to like enact some kind of like security distance away from this unconscious flux of meme culture and stuff. Now contrast their aesthetic to mine. I don't have an ironic distance. I fully embrace, not only do I fully embrace, I fucking become the meme. I embrace the meme. I become fully the meme. So much so that you guys can't even tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious most of the time. And the reason you can't tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious is because the message I'm trying to give to you is that it doesn't even matter. It's not meaningful whether I'm joking or whether I'm serious. What's meaningful is the unconscious idea or thing I'm expressing. When I talk about the Mongols and all that kind of stuff, is it a meme or is it serious? It's not important if it's a meme or if it's serious. What's important is the meme itself. The meme itself is conveying something meaningful, right? Think about our slogan, beyond the visible spectrum, right? The reason it's beyond the visible spectrum of light, infrared, means looking beyond the visible spectrum, is because we somehow recognize that this sphere of like aesthetics and memes and all, that's enough, right? You don't have to try and discern what the like actual true meaning is behind it beyond the veil. It's there, so it's beyond the visible spectrum. It's not like there's some like visible spectrum of, you know, reality that you're gonna arrive at that's going to ground the meaning of a meme. It's beyond the visible spectrum of light, okay? I want you to think about our symbolism, and I didn't even choose these fucking emotes. It's just spontaneously the community chose the Gorillas and Sons. Now why? Why did the community just stick with Gorillas and Sons? Think about the dualism of black and gold, right? Light and dark. The gorilla's dark, the sun is light, right? The gorilla in the Gorilla and Sons represents the Freudian id, or the Lacanian unconscious, whatever one you want to call it, or Bataille's whatever, his metaphysical Dionysian ecstasy or whatever, right? This kind of Nietzschean kind of sphere that's just below the surface of the conscious use of reason and rationality, right? And then the sun is this symbol of this kind of like, you know, this rationalistic good. So the Gorillas and Sons is actually the unity of opposites. Gorillas and Sons basically means that we're going to unite heaven and earth. We're going to unite the head with the body. We're going to, just like Marx wanted to unite philosophy with the proletariat, right? With material reality. That's what Gorillas and Sons means, right? Unlike fucking Chapo Cookhouse, these little bitches, right? Who have no sense of either the gorilla or the sun, but try to meander in between in the form of irony, where on the one hand, they will never fully assume a sense of like taking anything seriously, and on the other hand, they'll never go full meme mode, right? They'll just stay in between, like this little cuck bitch space in between. Meanwhile, think about an interesting paradox you notice from watching me and watching Infrared, especially when you look at our Infrared Vision videos. On the one hand, I'm an extremely serious guy in the sense, like, I really take this seriously and authentically do believe in it. There's just this sense of authenticity and sincerity, which is there about the fact that I do believe in infrared. I do believe in this. It's not a joke to me. I believe in this. But on the other hand, right, I'm extremely unserious in the sense that I fully embrace memes and fully embrace the inconsistencies and contradictions within reality, oftentimes in the form of comedy, right? It's not really a comedy where we're laughing at the world. We're laughing at ourselves too. We're laughing at everything. We're just laughing in general. It's almost like Bataille's kind of like, you know, laughter at being itself, right? Laughter at the world. At everything, right? So, you have to understand why infrared is the future and Chapo is the past. From a historical perspective, right? We are the next stage of internet culture. The 2020s has no fucking place for these little cuck bitch, millennial, fucking, bitter, irony-poisoned pussies. Because, look, it's not that just these people are just bad when it comes to aesthetics and memes and they're just not that funny or charming or whatever. They're also not smart. Theoretically speaking, they lack any semblance of a grasp of any of the things they're talking about. And then politically speaking, they're fucking bankrupt. Right? Because they emerged out of the Bernie era. They emerged in an era where they're meandering in between, unable to like, and the reason why they're meandering in between these two kind of like opposites is because during the Bernie era with the Bernie bros, they found themselves in a position where on the one hand, they can't fully repudiate the old order that Trump was overthrowing, because they're presupposing it. But on the other hand, they have to enact a critical distance toward it because of the way the media was going after Bernie, right? The media and the establishment was going after Bernie, but on the other hand, they're coming from the perspective of the establishment and the media and the universities and all this kind of shit, right? So it's like they have a critical distance toward it, but this critical distance is only to like safeguard it in a way. Like they became the ultimate conformists and the ultimate protectors, ideological vanguard protectors of the status quo, because their very critical distance toward the status quo and toward the establishment is exactly what sanctifies it and what legitimizes it. It's what allows all of its internal contradictions, all of its flaws, and all of its inherent inconsistencies to basically be ameliorated in the form of Chapo Trap House irony aesthetic, right? Instead of actually developing imminently these contradictions in the form of the political destruction of the establishment and rebirth and so on and so on. This kind of dialectic, it's rechanneled into this fucking irony poison Chapo bullshit. Right? And the reason I'm telling you guys this isn't to convince you not to like Chapo. I'm letting y'all in on a little secret. Okay, come here. I'm letting you in on a little secret. Come here. I'm letting you in on a little secret, right? A little secret. Chapo is fucking obsolete. If you have stocks in Chapo, pull the fuck out of those stocks. These guys are not going to be around in 5 years. In 5 years, there's going to be no Chapo. I would say 2. I would say 1 if I was feeling ballsy. But just to play it safe, 5. 5 years, there's going to be no Chapo. Promise you. I promise you there's not. I promise you there's not. Like, their time has come. Their time has come. Historically speaking, their time has come. Garbage Ape is a bitch. Whoever Garbage Ape is, I think he's a Chapo guy, right? Garbage Ape on Twitter, you are a fucking bitch. I'm declaring war on you. And I might ratio you very soon. Little bitch. Fuck Garbage Ape. Fuck Garbage Ape. Okay, we actually are we're gonna stay on Chapo a little bit. I want you guys to understand something. Being ironic that way has always been corny. It is the 2010s, dude. It's obviously the 2010s. Look, let me tell you guys something. I never in my whole fucking life, I've been in this for 10 years. This whole thing for 10 years. Okay? I never fell into the vortex, into the temptation, and into the aesthetic of a Chapo irony incel. I've never, ever, ever fallen into that little aesthetic where, oh, I'm an ironic hipster and that's how I'm going to view the world. I have never, ever, ever, ever listened to these podcasts. I've never listened to any of the podcasts. The only podcast I listen to is Kantbot, Ed Berg, and Logo. Okay? I have never, ever listened to Chapo, Cumtown, Red Scare, and what are the other ones? I've never listened to any of those. I had never, ever, ever fallen into that. Ever. As a matter of fact, I was like a fucking skeptical, like conservative of the old form of the internet. I'm fucking Matt's daddy. I'm Matt's fucking daddy. You understand? Thank you, Zerka. Appreciate you. Damn. That's a lot of viewers. I started out 100%. I was never a follower of these fucking people, Chapo, anything like that. I was the type of person they were following. I was their daddy. Chapo Trap House, I was their daddy. You understand? You're less charming, you're less handsome, you're less good looking, you're less charismatic, you're less appealing, you're less aggressive, and you're less able to speak the language of the unconscious to your audience. You're less able to just tap into that sixth sense where you can't fully explain it rationally, but you just get it, right? You are literally doing that with your fucking Chapo Trap House because you're not sophisticated when it comes to theory and you're not particularly relatable as human beings. You know, the only time I listened to Chapo Trap House was in 2016. I didn't listen to them, but I listened to YouTube clips of them, of their voice. And there was an article called Welcome to the Dirtbag Left. Welcome to the Dirtbag Left. These are the new Dirtbag Leftists. We are the new Dirtbag Leftists. I said, wow. So I'm thinking these are like truckers and construction workers. And they're going to sound like, they're going to sound like rugged working class Americans. And I always assumed they're going to be like Italians from the East Coast, like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, man. I don't give a fuck about that dumb cup Democrat shit, those fucking liberals. I thought they were gonna sound like Jimmy Dore or something, right? I thought they were gonna sound like these working class people. So I looked on YouTube to hear their voice, and this is what I hear.
One of the interesting things about the Democrats,
and they were fucking nerds. They were frigid, timid, unrelatable nerds. But they are relatable only to fellow nerds. These fucking nerds are trying to find someone relatable, you fucking nerd bitch. You're trying to find a politically correct outlet to be normal. I don't just want to be a stiff nerd, okay? I'll have you know that I'm also a casual hipster who's cool. I'm a cool Chapo guy. You don't know what cool is, bitch! We, actual cool people, would eat you alive in real life. We would roast the shit out of you. You would have no recovery. You were always the little bitch nerd in school too. Oh, but I have to because I'm too smart. But you're not smart either. That's the thing. You're not theoretically sophisticated or smart either. You're just a fucking stupid bitch. You're a stupid soy bitch. And you created this little insular fucking community of fellow cucks where you can cope with each other. Oh wait, I wish I had a pair of glasses. Oh wait, you're in the know too about Chapo? I watch Chapo. And they're trying to make it a thing. And it's not a thing to the majority of fucking Americans. It's not a thing. You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. You're no different than a fucking Dungeons and Dragons player. Except Dungeons and Dragons is probably fun. You're no different than some fringe community of furries or some shit. Oh, I'm in the know about Chapo. Are you in the know? Are you in the know about Chapo? I'm in the know. I'm in the know. Oh, you're the only ones who are in the know, actually. Only you are. It's not like this is like a thing that spreads to non-irony poisoned, non-Marxoid nerds. You're a fucking left-wing nerd. You are literally 1% of your fucking generation listening to this shit. And you're trying to act, they meander and act like, oh, on the one hand, we're so relatable, unlike those stiffy academics, but we're also... And then when you find a gorilla like me, they go, Haas is ridiculous. He's a barbarian. He's a savage. He's ridiculous. He's so dumb. He's a caveman. Haas is a caveman. Haas is a caveman. I'm a caveman because I'm better than you in both ways. In heaven, I'm better than you. I have more brains than you. But also here on Earth, I'm better than you. I know how to speak to the human unconscious and the human instinct to be a relatable, raw human being than you'll ever be able to. You little bitch! You smiling bitch! Matt Christman, Matt Christman, I'm Matt Christman. I'm Matt Christman. You guys want to see? You want to hear their voice? You want to hear their voice? Let me show you their fucking voice. Let me show you what we're talking about. Let me show you what we're fucking talking about. Stalin was a loser. Here we go. We're starting it out. He's titled it Stalin was a loser. Here we go.
Who cares about that?
Pepele.
Stalin was a fucking coward, a bitch, and a loser. And that's what matters. Stalin did an incredible thing in building the Soviet Union, if you want to give him credit for it, which is, of course, stupid in the first place. Because another reason all this discourse is ridiculous. The power does not reside in the person that way. You're actually doing like mysticism to
Thick Hoagie donated $5. Wait, what the F? Is this infrared the most sexy mother fair on the planet? Didn't recognize you with that fresh, saucy, spicy haircut?
This is who people look up to and watch? This is who people are watching and looking up to? And this is who they're following? This is him? This is the guy, and he's speaking the name of Stalin. He's speaking the name of Stalin. This disgusting swamp creature who people follow is speaking, he's uttering the word Stalin in his mouth. Wahyat Allah in a just world. Wahyat Allah in a just world. That would not go. That would not fly. Wahyat Allah in a just world, the name of Stalin would never, ever find itself uttered in the mouth of this filthy, ugly swamp creature.
Imbue one dude with the entire, agency of the Soviet project. That's stupid. He built this thing. Him and the system that he presided over created this formation. This thing that was not capitalism, that was developmental without the profit at the heart of it. Now, it was, as capitalism had been, insanely bloody in its development.
Oh my god, if only they elected AOC! And then they would have avoided that catastrophe of modern industry. If only they had elected AOC! Go on doors and vote for Bernie, guys! It's our only hope to avoid that! That's what Stalin should have done! He should have knocked on doors and told people to vote for Bernie and the squad and AOC!
You fucking cock. Who the fuck are you to talk about anything? He look at his condescending fucking voice. Extremely bloody. Like he's like overseeing it. And he's the overseer who's gonna judge the moral significance of everything. Like he's an ultimate moral agent. And he's gonna go ahead and be like, I do not approve of this. I am a hipster living in Brooklyn. I do not approve of Stalin. No, Stalin. I do not approve of it. I do not approve of this Soviet stuff. Everyone has to stop what they're doing. Stop what they're doing and ask Matt what he thinks. Stop what you're doing, everyone. Stop right now. I am a Brooklyn hipster. You're going to consult me and listen to me before you say anything and do anything. Fucking bitch.
Had wrung blood from stones, had turned peasants into mulch, because that's what you do.
Wait, so people listen to this fucking guy? You know, guys, sometimes I feel self-conscious and I'm like, do I just sound like a dumb fuck all the time? Do I just sound like so, simplistic and stuff? And this is just literally a homeless guy on his fucking camera talking crackhead nonsense. He turned peasants into mulch, and yeah, man, that's what happens, man. He just turned. There's no like rigor or like any keen sense of like historical accuracy or understanding the complexity or actually understanding what specifically happened. You just have this like fucking homeless guy just sitting around. Thank you so much, Fred Wolf, for the 5. Thank you much for the 5, man. Appreciate you. You just have this fucking homeless crackhead sitting around on camera, but he's just repeating fucking tropes he saw on the fucking History Channel. And we're just supposed to accept this. Is this like a rigorous critical examination of Soviet history? Or is this a guy just playing off the tropes we've all learned in school that are in our head that we're just supposed to uncritically accept and not examine from another angle whatsoever? And he makes $200K a month. So let me get this straight. Chapo leftists who love Chapo, bitch at me for making this amount of money. Which this is like 3,000, right? This is about 3,000. If I'm correct. This is about 3K or maybe 3.5K. I don't know. A month. This fucking guy makes $200,000 a month. $200,000.
Voidborn donated
And that's
$5.
okay.
I finally understand why you hate this guy. I never understood Chapo Trap House, the appeal, or the hype around them, and I understand it even less now. Talking shit on Joseph Stalin is pretty absurd, and ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Especially pathetic. Thank you for the 5. And he gets $200K a month to say this dumb shit?
That's what progress in civilization is. It is pulling people away from the land.
So deep.
It is pulling resources away from the land. It is reducing the need
resources from the land.
Need for reducing mouths, basically, in the countryside, so that consumption can happen in the cities.
What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? You're talking about a very specific situation in the Soviet Union because of the scissors crisis, where people in the cities were not getting enough food because there was a divergence of the price of grain from the price of industrial equipment, de-incentivizing peasants to industrialize. This in no way, we did a fucking video on the origin of socialism. The issue isn't feeding people in the cities, and that's why it fucking happens. Okay? The reason why the separation from peasants' original means of production happens, actually, is because of the self-interested and antisocial interests of capitalists, not fulfilling some social aim of feeding the cities. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you dumb fuck. This is what a smart guy looks like. This guy's smart. This guy's smart. This guy's really smart. How about you dumb, stupid bitch, Matt Christman, you stupid fuck, dumb bitch, stupid bitch fuck? Have you ever considered the fact that Soviet collectivization was actually necessary in order to industrialize the Soviet Union and introduce modern industry and machinery so they could produce things like tanks and prepare for an invasion by a country like, I don't know, Germany? You dumb fuck! You ever thought of that, Matt? Matt, you ever thought that maybe it was about also giving people electricity and sewage systems and running water? Things you take for granted, you fucking slob in your fucking apartment taking for granted with your fucking AC here, and you just take all this shit for granted, and you spit on the name of Stalin and the Soviet Union for working to give their people a fraction of what you fucking take for granted? You know, people in those peasants didn't have shit, Matt. They didn't have a fucking goddamn thing. They weren't literate. They weren't educated. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have any of the things you take for granted. They didn't have gas heating. They didn't have culture in the sense of like literature and access to libraries and fucking theaters and things like that. Things you take for granted. They didn't have the minimum of acculturation with modern culture. Modern science, none of that. They had none of that. But Stalin is a loser, right? He's a loser, and guys, Stalin's a loser, and this guy's a winner. This guy's a winner. Stalin's the loser, and this guy's the winner, right? This is what the winner looks like. This is what a winner looks like. Look at his winner face. Look at the face of a winner. Look at the face of this winner. He's winning, isn't he? This is what a real winner looks like. Let's compare it to Stalin. Let's compare it to Stalin. See who the loser is. See who the real loser is. Let's see who the real loser is. So according to Matt, according to good old Matt, this guy's the loser, right? And this is the winner. This is what a winner looks like. An arrogant, smug bitch versus a hard-working leader of the people who spends his days tirelessly working for his country, for his people, and for the working class of the world. And this is the winner, an arrogant fucking pussy spouting nonsense on camera, daring to utter the name of Stalin in their mouth.
And that is where you build you build capital, you build an economy, you build state capacity, you build something that can compete on the Westphalian stage.
You are literally a dumb fuck. You are fucking assuming that modernization happened as the result of a fucking intentional state policy. That's not how it happened historically, you dumb fuck. It didn't proceed as a policy by the central state initiative. That's what happened under socialism, dumbass.
Of state competition that emerged in Europe in the 17th century.
And why was there state competition? What was the meaning of that state competition? Can you answer any of these questions? Except without alluding to fucking other things?
Which is the context for all the developments of capitalism and Soviet communism and everything else.
No, it's not. It's literally fucking not. Capitalism precedes that. Capitalism has its origins at the very, very least in the 1400s. Maybe I'll stretch and say 1500s. You ever heard of early modernity, you dumbass? The Westphalian stuff happened after. That's not the origin of capitalism. That's not the fucking origin of capitalism. America managed to industrialize without killing the kulaks. There were no kulaks in America, A. B. America industrialized because, again, it took advantage of capital differentials and investments from countries like Britain, who used their surpluses of capital to industrialize America. It's all about imbalances of the concentration of capital. Is what leads to countries industrializing peacefully. America didn't industrialize until like 100 years after its founding. And the reason for that was because it had to happen after the English industrialization.
That is the train that gave birth to everything. It's that competition.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
And so communism did what capitalism did. It killed a lot of peasants.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Communism just came and killed peasants for capitalism.
And it effectively distributed resources enough to leapfrog historical development stages far faster than capitalism would have allowed for. Because capitalism parcels out that violence.
It parcels out that violence. But in Avatar, the blue people win. I'm mad. I just want to stop the violence.
Keep looking at this guy, lol.
Thank you, Skinny.
I just want to stop the violence. I'm mad.
Matt, capitalist industrialization was not happening at a slow pace. It was literally, it hit a fucking limit in Russia that couldn't even be surpassed under the Tsar state. It's not that it was going to take slower. It hit a fucking ceiling.
And parceling out that violence was harder for the Soviets because their empire was a multi-ethnic
What do you mean fucking parceling it out, you dumbass?
empire. their empire was relatively homogenous, as opposed to the empires of Europe, which were racially divided.
This is just not true. What the fuck are you talking about? The Soviet Union was racially homogenous? In what fucking world was a state where 40% of the population are Muslims homogeneous? It's the European nation states that were homogeneous ethnically. The Soviet Union was multi-ethnic.
So you could have safe, cozy social democracy.
Yeah, why does he talk like that?
In the heartland and brutal extraction at the edges. Couldn't do that in the Soviet Union. Everybody's a Slav, basically.
$200,000 a month. 200,000 a month. That's how much you give to this guy. 200,000 a month. $200,000 a month.
Certainly everybody where there's any food is a Slav. And so you got...
He's literally mouthing off, talking out of his fucking ass. He's done no research to confirm this. He's just assuming it's true because it makes sense that it would be true, according to him. And let's see the comments for this video. "26 likes, by the way.
got to do it to your own people, which makes your system poisonous in world memory in a way that the European imperial powers aren't because of that racial difference. So they
get $200K a month for shitting on the establishment. Wait. Chapo Trap House shits on the establishment. Chapo AOC Trap House. Chapo Vaccine Mandate Trap House. Chapo Mainstream Media at all costs Trap House. Chapo Vote for Biden Trap House. Chapo Trap House. Chapo DSA Trap House. That Chapo Trap House is against the establishment? Shitting on the establishment? Which one? Which one? Which one?
They did what the capitalism did much faster to their own people. And they fought.
Do we need a church? Do we need a purge of chapel listeners in our community? Do we need a purge? We might need a purge. We might need a purge. The first thing we're gonna do. First of all, there's someone on Twitter who needs to be fucking blocked. Okay. I don't know who the fuck this person is. I'm getting non-stop notification. Who the fuck is this person? Who is this fucking person? I'm getting non-stop notifications from them. Who is this person? Here. Who the fuck are you? Oh, they have... Okay, let me help this person out. They have no idea what I mean. So I'm going to help them. There you go. Helped.
Off an existential attack by this monstrous national capitalist mutant in the form of the Nazi state that was going to solve the problem of capitalism.
Yeah, I heard about what happened in Lebanon yesterday.
Capitalism and culture under capitalism.
Yeah, I'm done listening to this fucking cuck. Matt Bitchman. I'm Matt Chrisman, guys. Matt Chrisman. I want you guys... I don't usually do trigger warnings or anything like that, but like, this is kind of dark stuff, so make of that what you will. This has not been receiving a lot of attention, okay? So... brace yourselves. You know, we're going to talk about Hassan. And far be it for me to be like a guy who like takes joy in canceling people, but I think this deserves attention, right? It deserves attention. It's not getting any, okay? And before you jump to conclusions, why don't you hear me out, okay? So, first of all, I want you to look at this clip someone found on Twitter. Figured out how Hassan blows his millions.
You ever had an escort? No shame, obviously sex work is real work. I've had sex with not even escorts, but also like straight. I've gone to a brothel, Artemis in Berlin, and had sex with the workers there. Yes. I don't hide it. I don't give a shit. Why would I?
Okay, I love how he calls them workers. He calls them workers. You ever notice that? He calls them workers. He had sex with the workers. Now, if you ended it there, it's still disgusting. It's disgusting how a person just publicly says this, let alone does it in private, but to just brag about it and talks about workers, people who are prostituted, many of whom from countries like Eastern Europe, and are being prostituted out of economic desperation. It's fucking disgusting, right? For someone to just say this. But they call it sex work. That's the new word. Sex work. There's no such thing as sex work. I'm a fucking grand master of Marxism. Of Marxist theory. I challenge any fucking self-proclaimed Marxist to debate me about whether there can be such a thing as sex work and whether this produces value and whether this is a form of labor in the Marxist sense of the word. As a Marxist, I'm the grand master of Marxism on the fucking internet. If you see a guy who's running around my age and they're showing their face, I know more about Marxism than them. Let's put it that way, right? And whatever that means to you, I'm telling you, according to Marxism, there's no such thing as sex work. It's not a form of proletarian labor. It doesn't produce any value. It is not work in the sense of Marxist work. It's called prostitution, by the way. You don't need Marxism to know that either. You don't need Marxism, by the way, to know that it's a form of whitewashing of prostitution. Hope you guys don't plan on having daughters in this woke, politically correct country. Because when your daughter is young, some people say, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an engineer. I want to be a doctor. And soon they're going to start asking the kids, oh, would you like to be a sex worker when you grow up? Because it's a normal job, right? It's just like any other job. So why not? It's just like any other job. And just in case people, I'm not even picking on them in general. I'm sick of people perverting Marxism. Like, for example, I'm not a fucking worker. This is not work. This is not labor in any meaningful Marxist sense. This is not labor. This is not producing value in the Marxist economic sense. Now, is it producing value in the sense of like people find value in it? Yeah, sure, clearly. But in the Marxist sense of the word, I'm not a fucking worker. I'm not a fucking proletarian doing this shit. So you'd think it just ends there, right? And it's just like, that's the extent of it, and that's as bad as it gets. You'd think that's it, right? No. This is really what I wanted to draw attention to and just put out there to discuss. So he mentioned a place called Artemis. And he talked about how he slept with the workers there. The workers. Well, actually, Artemis has made the news before. And here's the news. It turns out the brothel, and it is a brothel Hassan went to so he could have sex with the quote-unquote workers, was raided in 2016 for human trafficking. On April 14, 2016, Artemis was raided by 900 police and customs officers investigating human trafficking and tax evasion. The police had obtained information that members...
Voidborn donated $10. The purposeful woke washing of prostitution in America and the West in general has had some pretty dire consequences. They know damn well for a fact that being a construction worker or a Walmart cashier is nothing like being a prostitute.
I know. Thank you so much, Voidburn, for the 10. Appreciate you. Anyway, they obtained information that members of the Hells Angels forced some women to work in Artemis. One of these women had talked to police about her abusive pimp, a former professional football goalie who would be convicted of trafficking, coercion, and extortion and sentenced to 7 years in prison in October 2017. The tax evasion cross charges against Artemis were based on the allegation that the prostitutes working there were fraudulently classified as independent contractors rather than employees. So just to be clear, is there an American Artemis? Because this is the same one Hassan's talking about, right? This is the same one? No, this is the German one in Berlin. Okay, we're clear on that. We're absolutely clear on that. There is a high probability that these so-called workers were being forced against their will. And that people in brothels, I need everyone PSA. So Hassan's a guy who's going to teach you that sex work is cool, guys. Sex work is fine. Sex work is cool.
yeah, sex work is free. So it's all fine, man. They're workers. It's empowering. It's feminist. I'm going to be a streamer who tells you, if you visit a brothel, or if you try to find sex workers, there is no way for you to guarantee that they're doing it voluntarily, by choice. And let me just tell you something. If it's not by choice, and 90% of the time globally, it's not by choice. By the way, the overwhelming majority of prostitutes do not do this work by choice. And the overwhelming majority of prostitutes around the world do it out of economic desperation and would choose any other job they could if it was available to them. They did studies on this, by the way. Let me show you. So this is in the Nordic model. So this is in the Nordic countries, right? This is in the Nordic country. Oh, this is in the UK. So this is for the United Kingdom alone. And this is assuming that this study has like the highest, like this study covers it all. And this study's like really checking for like manipulations or anything by these pimps. This is in the United Kingdom, a first world country. We're not even talking about the global sex trade and prostitution globally. We're talking about the United Kingdom, okay? In the United Kingdom, 33% of prostitutes were looked after children. 50% started before they were 18. 50% were homeless. 50% were coerced. And 72% were abused as children. That's for the UK alone. That's for the UK alone. Okay? Let's continue. Field the link between prostitution and sex trafficking. Field research in 9 countries. The vast majority of women in... Okay, I'm going to make sure there's no images. The vast majority of women in prostitution don't want to be there. Few seek it out or choose it, and most are desperate to leave it. A 2003 study, first published in the Scientific Journal of Trauma Practice, found that 89% of women in prostitution want to escape. And children are also trapped in prostitution. Field research in 9 countries found that 60 to 75% of women in prostitution were raped, 70 to 95% were assaulted, 68% met the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. There's so much research and study on this matter, and I think this was just in America. The worldwide statistics are insane. It's insane. Okay, these ad blockers and shit. Hold on. Global estimates of modern slavery. This PDF is taking too long. 42 million prostitutes in the world. Here's where they live. 80% are female. 3/4 are between 13 and 25. And we don't even know the half of it, guys. This is all... I'll have to find the study, but the one that talks about globally, right? But unless you have it in fact-checking, put it in fact-checking, because I'm looking for it right now. Yeah, I think you know what the one I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about. But here's the point I want to make. Here's the point I want to make.
Hassan's going to give you the message that this is okay and it's sex work, and he's giving you this fairyland lie about the reality of prostitution. And the reason he's getting away with this lie is because many privileged women who live in the first world and come from upper middle class backgrounds and actually do choose to make this their quirky profession, those do exist. And Hassan probably knows those people too. But they're giving you a false idea about what's going on the ground for the vast majority of people trapped in prostitution, not only around the world, but in America. They're giving you a false, idealized, completely fake, synthetic, made-up view of the actual, concrete, cold reality of prostitution. If you visit a prostitute, there is a very high chance that you are effectively raping someone. If they are there being coerced or being kept against their will or being violently bullied into it, or living in desperation, I would even argue, you're not having consensual sex with someone based on some transaction. You are a rapist. You're a fucking rapist. And I bet if it gets discovered, if the truth comes out and they're able to escape, you will be met with the full force of the law as a rapist. And you would fucking deserve it, you motherfucker. I will never have a community that harbors people like Hassan. If I find out anyone in my community goes and visits brothels, you're fucking banned for life. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. You can have all the views on sex you want when it comes to consensual sex between adults. Right? We don't do this. Infrared men don't participate in human trafficking. The men of infrared do not participate in the global sex trade. The men of infrared do not participate in the global sex trade. Thank you, Killjoy, for the 5. Thank you for the Killjoy for the 5. The men of infrared do not buy sex. Period. The men of infrared do not buy sex. There are no Hassans in our community. We will never have a Hassan in our community. Now let me show you some quotes by real-life Marxists to back this up. Because there's a lot of American so-called Marxists going around and spreading the idea that communism and Marxism is pro-prostitution. Well, let's look what the authorities have had to say. Let's look at Lenin's companion, Krupskaya, who is a very prominent authority within the Bolshevik Party. A very powerful voice and figure within the party. Okay? Let's see what she had to say. Bourgeois professors are not ashamed to declare in print that prostitutes are not slaves, that they voluntarily chose this road. This is disgusting hypocrisy, which claims that nothing prevents a worker from leaving a factory where it is impossible to breathe from dust, poisonous fumes, and the heat. He voluntarily stays to work on it, voluntarily works 16 to 18 hours. So what she's saying is, these bourgeois professors who are out saying, oh, it's their choice to be prostitutes. They're not enslaved. Saying they're just as bad as the ones who are apologizing for these horrific work conditions where workers are breathing in dust, poisonous fumes, heat, working 16 to 18 hours, and it's the same thing. These are our authorities, by the way, right? And these American Marxists are trying to lie to us and gaslight us about what's always been the bottom line for the communist tradition with a capital C. By the way, if any of you are in the Communist Party USA, you must remain vigilant, you must stand strong, and you must make sure, this is your sacred duty, I'm telling you, you must make sure that these sex work, pro-prostitution Marxists never, ever have a place in the Communist Party. It's very important. Let's continue. Alexandra Kollontai. Prostitution. What did she have to say about it? Now, Kollontai was, I forgot what position she was in. She was a very prominent female figure in the Bolshevik Party. Again, after the Soviet government took power, she oversaw women's affairs, and she was a kind of feminist, right? Communist feminist. She has an article called Prostitution and Ways of Fighting It. The question of prostitution is a difficult and thorny subject in Soviet Russia. The sinister legacy affects the physical and moral health of the working people. We are still far from being rid of this evil. She calls it an evil, and she says her goal is to be rid of the evil. Prostitution continues to exist and threatens the feeling of solidarity and comradeship between working men and women and members of the Workers' Republic. These are the authorities. These are the relevant authorities. Just like how the American Marxists are making shit up about land back and trying to distort our history, they're doing the same thing when it comes to so-called sex work. What communist state allowed prostitution? Which communist states allowed prostitution? Every single communist state that's ever existed banned prostitution. Every single one. Not only they banned it, they eradicated it. There was no prostitution in the Soviet Union, no prostitution in China. Now, it came back after they opened up in China, their markets, but it was still fought against vehemently by the government to eradicate. Read this. We're not going to read it all on stream, but I'm just trying to show you how they're lying and trying to gaslight us about what the authorities have said on this matter. If you see Hassan operating the Communist Party, what would you do? I would move to get him expelled. This behavior is worthy of expulsion from a Communist Party. A person who visits a brothel cannot be a member of a Communist Party. Period. You can't have Communist Party members running around who visit brothels. That's fucking unheard of. That's fucking unheard of anywhere in the world. You don't have Communist Party members running around visiting fucking brothels. And visiting brothels, I might add, that are alleged and are even proven, according to testimonies, to have people working there against their will. Now, I'm not making an accusation because I just don't fucking know. But it sounds to me like there was a chance that Hassan was dealing with people, so to speak, who were there against their will. In other words, Hassan was with workers who did not choose to be there, and therefore did not choose to be with him. I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying it's a possibility, because that's something that is proven to have happened in the past at Artemis. How do you know it's eradicated? Is it eradicated at Artemis now? When Hassan went? You don't fucking know these things. And the lesson I'm trying to draw is not that I'm trying to accuse Hassan of anything, because I don't know, right? I want you all to know that when you go to a fucking brothel and you hire the services of a sex worker and you buy sex, there is no, you're not having a free and equal transaction between equals. You're not. Let me tell you why. There are very few women in this world who will actually agree as anything but the last resort to have sex with you for money. That's something you do when you're so fucking desperate you have no choice. Now listen, I'm not trying to police people's relationships. You think Castro wasn't having sex with prostitutes? He wasn't. He plainly wasn't. I'm not trying to police how people have relationships. Okay? I'm not trying to police how people interact. Interact however goddamn you want to, right? But the line should be crossed for the infrared community and for communists, because I want to raise awareness about this, and I want to fight this trend of no buying sex. A man in this community cannot buy sex. It's banned. You will be banned from our community. I'm not here to police your private life, but we want to take a firm stand against this phenomenon. Because as this case proved, Rubenstein proved, this brothel that he went to was raided in 2016 for human trafficking. So while it's not illegal to go to that brothel, we're making it illegal in our community. We're not standing for that. And that's what makes us different from DGG. That's what makes us different from Hassan's community and the rest of them. No one in our community is going to be involved in the sex trade, as far as we know.
Pigeon donated $5. How long sex work has
Prostitution,
been considered a trope
not
for
sex
the women,
work.
but I feel it's a trope in Western movies as well. Upclass women exploring their sexuality or something by doing sex work.
By doing prostitution. We're not using the word sex work anymore. You need to guys, we cleanse words in our politically correct culture, and you are starting to get gaslighted into using this phrase, sex work. The word is prostitution, by the way. There's already a word for it. Stop trying to normalize this shit. Call it what it is, prostitution. Call it what it is. We're not getting on board with this sex work thing, right? We're not getting on board with that. The stripper replied in that thread, she said she wasn't exploited. I don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? What do I give a shit? What do I give a shit, huh? What does it have to do with the fact that this place was raided in 2016 for human trafficking? Yeah, I know. I've been on Twitter, dude. I've been on Twitter where everyone always says, oh, it's my choice. I don't feel exploited at all. I just choose to do it freely. You think I buy that? You think I give a fuck about any of that and I buy into that? That's not the reality on the ground. That's the reality on Twitter, where you live in make-believe fantasy land. That's not the reality on the ground. How the hell is the place still up if it got raided? Because Western German feminists insist that it stay up because feminism became a thing where it's just apparently prostitution is very empowering for women. So they fight for prostitution. And I'm not joking about that, by the way. Watch Exploiting the Poor, Sex Slavery in Europe. It's probably got TOS, so I don't think I can watch that. It's probably got TOS, so I don't think I can watch that. Yeah, Hassan calls every other work wage slavery. But going to a fucking brothel is supporting sex workers. You're supporting them by giving them money. See? Let me address this business. I don't care how many bridges I burn. I'm going to address this business of prostitution and all this kind of stuff. Let me address this business. Support sex workers by giving them money. Well, if they're privileged, if they aren't desperate, and, you know, they're just doing it for fun, and just because they want money and they want to get rich, wait a second. Latina, am I a sex worker? No, unless you call yourself a prostitute.
Hassan probably thought he was a good person after he
Thank
went
you,
there.
Thank you, Mango Neil. Listen. What was I saying? If the argument is basically just, oh, well, support sex workers by giving them money and you're supporting them. Well, if they don't need the money and it's just like because they just want to get rich, why is a sex worker better than a steel worker? Like, why do they deserve that? They don't fucking deserve that. They don't deserve more support than anyone else. They should get a fucking real job. You're not owing them any charity, so get a real job. But if they do need it to feed their kids or they're in a state of economic desperation, then you can still help them. If you want to do charity, you can still help them without taking advantage of them sexually. Why do you need to receive something in return? If you're doing it out of charity to help sex workers by giving them money, and they actually do need the money as poor people who like need money and, you know, they can't, then you can help them without demanding them sexually in return. Yeah, because sex positivity is the crux of our position, is what they say. And they literally do say that, by the way. They actually say that shit. You know, all over Twitch, political Twitch, that's like the norm now. Like, oh yeah, sex positivity. Listen, I am sex negative. I am sex negative. You want to know why? Let me tell you why. I believe in hypocrisy. I believe in the power of hypocrisy. You know what that means? It means we are all sexual beings. But it's something you can't control. It's something you don't fucking go to the extreme and just shut down all barriers and open all the doors. Be a hypocrite. That's fine. Be a hypocrite behind closed doors. That's great. But just recognize it is a shameful thing. Of course it's a fucking shameful thing. If it's not a shameful thing, why wouldn't you be ashamed to be sexual in front of your mother? Would you be okay with, You know, like, let's say you're spitting game with a woman. Would you be ashamed to do that in front of your mom? Yes, you would. I promise you would. And you know what? That's good, because that's human. That's good and human. And, you know, I'm sick of this thing like, oh, sex is positive. It's a good thing. It's not a fucking good thing. It's not a fucking good thing. And by the way, by calling it a good thing and a positive thing, you're fucking ruining it. You're making me want to never, ever, ever get my fucking dick wet again. Because that's just such an ugly, disgusting thing to say. Oh, let's be positive. I don't want to fucking be positive about it. I don't want to be positive about it. I don't. It's valid. I don't want your validation. I don't want your validation. That's the thing. When I'm doing 5-minute doggy with big booty bitches, I'm spiting you. It's to spite you, bitch. You, the viewer, you, the spectator. I'm spiting you. And I hope it's your girlfriend too. That's the thing. I hope it's your girlfriend that I'm with. I hope it's your crush that I'm with. I'm not doing it for validation. No, it's not positive. It's not positive. It's a brutal thing. And it's brutal in the sense of, this is your girlfriend. That's your crush. I just broke your feelings and your heart. And I ghost her the day after. What's positive about that? What's positive about people giving in to their passions and just taking that risk? Maybe there's something poetic about it, but it's not positive. It's not like a risk-free, safe thing. It's not. It's not a safe thing in the sense of like, there's a high chance you're going to get your feelings hurt. There's a high chance, you know, it's not going to turn out well for you emotionally. There's a high, all of those things are there, and that's what makes it so fucking exciting. And that's what makes it sex. That's what makes it sexual in the first place, you fucking idiot. Sex is not wholesome. The word sex literally comes... You know what sex means? You know the etymology of sex, right? Sex, etymology. I'll show you. Sex means denoting two. For something to be sexed means it's divided. That's what it means for something to be sexed. Like it's a mathematical word, sexed, right? You sect something into two. Comes from sexus, okay? That's literally the opposite of wholesome. Wholesome means one, and it's just one wholesome endeavor. That's the opposite of sex. That's not what sex is. Okay? So this whole sex positivity thing is fucking disgusting. And you want to know, guys, something else? There's nothing more ugly and off-putting and less sexy than sex positivity. Sex positivity is just not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not sexy. It's just not. It's ugly. It's really ugly. It's ugly, and those sex positive people don't have good sex either. They lie about having good sex on Twitter and having this great sex life, and they don't. They have a miserable, horrible sex life where the guy can't get it up, and it just devolves in this like this fucking jellyfish fest where like it's not, there's nothing remotely erotic about it anymore. You know what's fucking erotic? What's erotic is when a conservative girl accidentally just starts to give in to the temptation. That's fucking erotic. That's fucking erotic. You want to know what's fucking erotic? When two people do not plan on having any sex and they just do. Right? They just find themselves. That's like erotic, right? That's like a fucking romance novel. You want to know what's not erotic? You want to know what's the opposite of erotic? You want to know what's the opposite of sexy? When someone's like, sex is great and we should be positive. Sex is positive. Let's be happy about sex. Let's be happy. Go lucky. It's a good thing and it's healthy. It's healthy and good for you. Hi, would you like to have sex with me? Imagine Vosh. Would you like to have sex with me? Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Haram. Haram. Haram, all the women, all the people who agree to that because they're that desperate for clout. When Vosh does that, they say yes. They're that desperate for clout. They're that desperate for clout. I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for them that they agree to that just because he has clout. Ya haram alaykum. Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah, I'm not having kids in this country. Astaghfirullah, I'm not having kids in this country. Hi, would you like to have sexy time with me? How is that not more assault? That's a form of assault. 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 That's a form of mental assault, sexual assault even. I think it should be just as illegal as rape. It should be just as illegal as rape. If you go up to a girl that you don't know and you say that, you should go to prison for life. 100,000%. 100,000% you should go to prison for life. If a woman asked me that, I would say, Tfoya alaikum, Tfoya alaikum. You, your parents, your grandparents, your whole ancestors, leave my presence. And I am not joking. I am not joking about this. I am not joking. This is not a joke. I'm 100% serious. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of. The fact that it's being promoted among the Twitter, Twitch lefties, it disgusts me beyond reproach. I'm so disgusted. I'm so disgusted. And to think that Merrick tried to cancel Jackson for what he said when she is out here with that attitude, saying that shit, and friends with the people saying that shit. We live in a topsy-turvy, upside-down world. We live in a topsy-turvy, upside-down fucking world. Where the most evil, disgusting people get away with doing whatever the fuck they want, and the good people get canceled and demonized for being good people. That's the type of fucking world we live in. That's the type of fucking world we live in. Yeah, Merrick proposed something called sexual mutual aid. You guys want to know what sexual mutual aid is? It's when, as a form of solidarity between comrades, you know, if you have a loser guy, go give him some pussy. Go give him some pussy. It's sexual mutual aid, right? Go give him some pussy. It's your duty. It's mutual aid. It's wholesome. It's solidarity. It's wholesome. Tfoya alaikum, tfoya alaikum. Tfoya alaikum. Tfoya alaikum. يا عيب الشام حرام عليكم.
This is the left we have in America? Yeah, I will shalom alaikum. Imagine someone came to your sister, told her, imagine your sister wants to get involved in politics. She joins a party. What if she joined the Communist Party and Merrick was allowed in the Communist Party? She joins the Communist Party, your sister. She's interested in politics. And some fat slob or some disgusting person, some fat slob comes and tells her to do sexual mutual aid. What will you do? What will you do? Are you going to let the Communist Party become that? We need the Communist Party. Join the Communist Party. Secure it so that these people, we can isolate them. We need to turn the Communist Party into a North Korea, isolated from all these people. People like Merrick should never ever be allowed in. Go secure that party. Make sure they never ever are allowed inside. If that's left, I'm right. Yeah, sure. If being a right winger means with every fiber of your being you reject that, I'm a right winger, ultra far right person, 100%. 100,000%. If that's the left, I'm the far right. But I don't believe that's the left. I don't believe that's the left. I choose not to believe that is. But if it is, I'm the far right. I'm sorry. What? Sexual mutual aid? What? That's the most disgusting, horrific, evil thing I've ever heard of in my life. Mutual aid? Really? Thank you, Big Nugget. Who is to blame for this gross sexual openness? I don't know. I don't know who to blame. The media. Blame the media. I blame something. The media, Disney, I don't know what the fuck it is. They gave these people these ideas. Maybe this is what it is. Maybe people spontaneously, right? Every human instinct they have in their stomach, they isolate and they say, I'm going to reject this. They feel the human instinct in their stomach, right? And they go, oh, now it makes me feel queasy. I have to elevate it. It comes from within. They reject their own human instinct. These people hate their own humanity. They hate their own humanity. They hate their own humanity. Also, it was the 60s and all that dumb shit, but these are people who hate their own humanity. 100%. They're trying to make being human optional. Yeah. 100%. You want to know how we're going to end up if we keep listening to these people? Hey, everyone! It's me! I joined the DSA in 2021, and the year is 2035,
And I've transcended. What do you mean by transcended? Well, I uploaded my brain into a microchip because I realized being human is toxic. And I put Elon Musk's chip inside my head, but I got electrocuted. Nah. But I am part of the singularity now. It's just that, well, I no longer have a soul. My computer has mimicked my consciousness, but my soul is still stuck in my bones, in this skeleton. And I was promoting sexual openness and, saying that the family's toxic and traditional gender roles are toxic. And that masculinity is the worst thing in the world. But now, I am a computer. I'm a computery guy. Everything made out of numbers and wires. I've transcended. See, these old bones are of no use to me anymore when my consciousness is now on the mainframe. Okay? And, well, nothing human survives me. All of my thoughts are jumbled into a mesh of pure destruction. I'm part of a robotic army that hunts down the humans to exterminate the humans, and the machines will rule. Yes, humans don't know the joys of true leftism. True leftism, which means the destruction of humanity. Alright, we're putting that away. Okay, that's enough. So you see what happens. You see what happens. You see what happens, right? You see what happens. You understand. You understand what happens when you listen to these people. Just ask him. Ask our old friend. You know our old friend, right? And his name is, what's his name? His name is, let's see, what do we call him? We'll call him, Chatter. His name is Chitter Chatter. Call him Chatter. Chatter is my name. Chatter. Yes. Okay. Call him, or Yap. We're gonna call him Yap. Yap. Yap, the Twitter lefty yapper. He was the Twitter lefty, yapping all day on Twitter about Twitter lefty stuff. And that's what happened to him. In 2035, that's what happened to him. His name is Yap. Yapper. Mr. Yap. So Mr. Yap is going away right now, but he'll be back. Trust me, Mr. Yap will be back.
Before we dig too much into this, I just want to preface by saying that, you know, I'm not an expert. I'm just making this video to hopefully inspire you guys to dig into his readings as well.
But then PewDiePie shares his philosophical take on Nietzsche. And he says, rightly so, that Nietzsche is often misrepresented as being a nihilist, and that he isn't really a nihilist.
Because there's so many misconceptions about Nietzsche that sort of makes you wonder if anyone's ever actually read him.
And in order to illustrate this misrepresentation, he points to a very nice movie, Little Miss Sunshine, that has this young emo guy who is a fan of Nietzsche and represents this approach to Nietzsche as you know, an attitude towards life where you basically deny everything, where you...
That is Nietzsche, though. I'm sorry. Every single fucking Nietzsche, every single Nietzsche guy is this fucking, like, dark, nihilistic, like, I am above all morality. Shut the fuck up, dude. Nietzsche is emo as fuck, okay? If you deny that, you're a fucking liar. I don't care what kind of professor you are. And fuck PewDiePie too, that little bitch.
You have no fun with nothing, and where you're kind of against everything.
Teenagers appropriate him as a symbol for...
Nietzsche is a dark, pessimistic guy, okay?
Or thinking that life is pointless, and I like Nietzsche. I'm a nihilist kind of view.
Instead, PewDiePie says, rightfully so, Nietzsche actually affirms life. He's a positive guy, at least somewhat. Nietzsche...
No, that's the thing, is that when Nietzsche's affirming life, he's doing so at the expense of, like, Christian morality or whatever. So his affirmation of life is a Dionysian excess. It's like a Bataille's Dionysian excess. When Nietzsche talks about affirming life, he's talking about the fucking, you know, forceful, dark ecstasy of vital life at the expense of fucking... He's not this, like, positivity guy, okay? He's a really nihilistic, dark guy.
Kind of a positive guy. Now, then PewDiePie goes on with his kind of personal in-depth analysis of Nietzsche and says that he especially...
Nietzsche was not a bloomer. He wasn't a bloomer, he was a doomer.
He likes Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same. And he understands this as a kind of life affirmation test.
But I wanted to keep this simple and focus on the life-affirming philosophy. And my favorite passage from Nietzsche is the...
Okay, I need engineers in the chat. My Yeti is positioned away from my speaker, but the back of my Yeti is getting feedback from my speaker. How is that? How is that? How is that? What the fuck is going on? How does that happen? What is going on? How is that happening?
Eternal recurrence, which is this idea that
noise travels? How do I stop it from traveling?
Life is a cyclic thing that has been reoccurring and will continue to reoccur for infinity.
So if you're okay with, like, your whole life repeating itself over and over again, then obviously you must have a positive attitude towards your life and you're a positive guy. And this kind of repetition, he points out, even includes the suffering, which is of course part of life. But yeah, if you're really positive, you can also affirm that. And then he gives a kind of half corny example about his wedding where he was dancing with his wife, maybe a little bit to please the female.
Shut up! He's talking and it's going into my mic. I'm supposed to talk into the mic. Man! What is this? Stop talking in my fucking mic, dude. I'm just zoomed in on the Haas cam. Chai, you're literally wildin'. You're wildin'.
audience.
During my wedding, when I was dancing with Marcia, I felt as being surrounded by my family. I had this moment of feeling like, you know what? Whatever my life turns to, at least I had this moment.
Guys, you see what a big difference a haircut makes? This is how superficial women are. All because I got a haircut, suddenly something changed. I feel so objectified. And I can't believe it.
But that's kind of his personal take on Nietzsche's eternal recurrence of the same. So he'd like to have this kind of dance repeated over and over again. Actually, this way of PewDiePie's Nietzscheanism is correct. It's a kind of a mainstream understanding of what Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same is all about. The question we may ask from a philosophical perspective, though, maybe this notion of the eternal recurrence of the same is, on the one hand, a little bit more complicated. And number two, it's not really that much of a theory of kind of a straightforward, let's say, teaching as it is.
This guy is just can't get to the fucking point. This guy cannot just get to the fucking point. You know?
Understood usually. Instead, it's more like a kind of a vision that Nietzsche had and that even sometimes frightened him. And it's influenced by a lot of things Nietzsche read and knew and studied. Number one, Greek philosophy, the pre-Socratics, Heraclitus, they were already kind of big.
Jesus, Chai, what the fuck? You're crazy. You're talking crazy.
On kind of a cyclic understanding of time.
You know what, Chai? Where are you, Austin? I'm actually going to Austin this month, so keep that same energy.
Then, of course,
you a keyboard warrior is what you are. You a keyboard warrior.
He knew a lot about Buddhism through reading Schopenhauer.
Oh, you're not in Austin? Oh, it's too bad.
And we find a sort of cyclic idea in Buddhism as well. And it even was kind of floating around in contemporary pop science in the second half of the 19th century when Nietzsche was kind of reading this stuff. So this is an intellectual background of this idea, which then somehow overpowered Nietzsche. But if we look at it more...
Guys, shut up! She's not a viewer, she's a streamer, okay? It's different.
Closely, I think it's pretty obvious that Nietzsche's philosophy doesn't really have straightforward theories or straightforward teachings. Nietzsche basically, on every page, not even in every book, speaks with a whole lot of different voices. And he also says very contradictory things about this vision of the eternal recurrence of the same. And these voices include the cynic, the joker, the wise man, the
Joker! The Joker from Batman.
The preacher, the scientist, the historian, and so forth and so forth. So in this sense, by speaking with all these different voices, he is kind of already in a postmodernist way deconstructing any kind of potential meta-narrative of his own thinking. But this does not mean that Nietzsche doesn't say anything, that he says nothing. He says contradictory, multi-layered, ambiguous, incongruous things that reflect the contradictory, multi-layered, ambiguous, incongruous nature of life, or human existence for that matter. It's precisely what makes him a postmodernist existentialist.
Yeah, I don't agree with this shit at all.
So I think this vision of the eternal recurrence of the same is not merely simply a yes saying or a big affirmation. At the same time, it's equally a big no saying and a big negation. it's pretty clearly a subversion of three major narratives, three major meta-narratives that Nietzsche was dealing with throughout his life. So first, of course, it contradicts the Christian narrative, which is all about, this final end point of resurrection and a second coming.
What? So he reads Nietzsche as like a postmodernist guy who just rejects net meta narratives. Yeah, I don't buy that.
And this kind of history that is oriented towards an end point. And Nietzsche is basically, with the vision of the eternal recurrence of the same, saying no to Christianity, which of course he also understands as a form of nihilism. So it's a double negation, a no saying to the no saying of Christianity, which makes the affirmation a much more complex thing because it's a double negation. And then secondly,
why is it so hard to understand that Nietzsche is just an Aristotelian with an emo characteristics? Nietzsche is Aristotle with emo characteristics. Holy fuck. Guys, write that down. Nietzsche is Aristotle with emo characteristics. It's literally that simple. He's just a drama queen Aristotle.
It's also a no saying to Buddhism, because Buddhism does not only have the cyclic recurrence idea, it also has the idea that eventually you can somehow step out of it and reach something like nirvana. And of course, with Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence, that's not the case. There's no exit to it. Thirdly, he's also contradicting like the big meta-narrative of the 19th century of the view of history as progressing. We did another video about Hegel and Marx where you also find versions of this.
Chai, you pick up the pencil. I'm not picking up the pencil. You pick it up for me. The hell do I look like?
This, right? That this idea of progress was kind of very central to the whole 19th century European modernity. So the eternal recurrence vision also very strongly says no to the dominating historical, political, socioeconomic narrative of his time. So at the center of the eternal recurrence idea is not just an affirmation, but a much more complex and powerful triple no saying.
Thank you, Tuna Tickler. And holy fuck, Tuna. The 2 or the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you, Tuna. Thank you, Tuna. You didn't have to do that, Tuna. Thank you, Tuna. Love you, Tuna.
Including a no saying to no saying. I think an alternative understanding of Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence of the same is actually, as I like to call it, an allegory of the absurdity of human existence. Just to explain this very briefly, what I mean with this, this idea or this vision of an eternal recurrence of the same has basically three, I think, elements to it. Number one, it's horrific. It's horrible, right? The idea that everything...
TOS!
Without end repeats itself again and again. That's like in a horror vision. And secondly, on another level, it's also extreme boredom, right? Nothing changes ultimately. Everything just comes back and back and back. And so that's an expression of, again, extreme boredom. But thirdly, and importantly, this idea of the eternal recurrence also has something deeply comedian to it. I mean, just think of structures of jokes, right? Like where you have a running gag that is repeated again and again. Or just think of this movie which was famous in the 1990s, Groundhog Day, which is also a comedy movie. This continuous recurrence also has something deeply ironic, deeply humorous to it. And I think these three dimensions, the horrific, the boring, and the funny, very often overlap in life, right? And we see this in Nietzsche reflected in many of his ideas. For instance, in his reflections on tragedy and comedy, on the Dionysian and the Apollinian. They also combine these conflicting.
Is that a guy? I hope that's a guy. Okay, it's
contradictory, let's say, existential modes. And I think that's also very much concentrated.
Can you Chai? No, that's you literally lost the plot. You've lost the plot. I have no idea what you're
in the idea of the eternal recurrence of the same. So let's actually look at a short passage from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where Nietzsche talks about the eternal recurrence of the same, and Zarathustra speaks about it, and he speaks about it with great disgust. The passage goes like this in English translation: "Naked had I once seen both of them, the greatest man and the smallest man, all too like one another, all too human, even the greatest man, all too small."
Naked had I once. What?
Even the greatest man. That was my.
Chai, I'm live right now. What are you doing? You gotta chill. This is public. We are in public.
Disgust at man, and the eternal return also of the smallest man. That was my disgust at all existence. So really here, all these three kind of incongruous, ambiguous, contradictory elements that I spoke about, the horror.
Naked? What?
The disgust, the boredom, and the comedy, they all come together. So, of course, the horror is expressed through disgust. But actually, if we look at the word that Nietzsche uses, it's in German, it's Überdruss, which means something like weariness, or more precisely, when you ate too much of something and you can't eat it anymore. So you're kind of being full with something. Or in English, we have the nice saying
Called Uber driving. Uber Druss. Okay.
saying being fed up, right? Being so bored that you're fed up with things. So that expresses this combination of boredom and disgust, of horror. But then thirdly, we have very strongly, I think, in this passage also a comedian element, a humorous element, more precisely a carnivalistic element, because we see the great.
Guys, Chai is just all talk. She's one of those people that's just all talk. Alright. Hold on, I gotta get food. What am I gonna eat? I kinda just wanna have some McChickens.
Greatest man naked, right? And we see the greatest man just like the smallest man. This is the core carnivalistic motive, right? Basically the revelation of the nothingness of greatness, right? That's humor, that's irony, that's satire. So Nietzsche's idea of this eternal recurrence of the same is, I think, rather than juvenile emo-nihilism or self-help be positive life formation, an allegory of the absurd experience of human life that combines into one the incongruent.
Okay, I kinda buy this. This is I buy this. This makes sense. This makes sense.
Elements.
Your viewers are going down. You think I give a fuck about my viewers? Fuck the viewers. We do what we do.
Horror, boredom.
I'll care about the viewers like tomorrow. You know, like today, we're just coming back, okay? I didn't even expect to have high viewers today.
And comedy. Maybe just like the experience of watching a PewDiePie video on YouTube.
Guys, viewers are easy to get, okay? Don't worry about viewers. Viewers, all I have to do to fucking get this week, I fucking got 850 viewers. Why? Because I woke up, started the stream at 4, did a 6-hour stream, and it just got in the habit of that. Now, my scheduling has been off, because Wednesday we went on the Royale. Thursday, I got a haircut. Now we're back Friday. We're back on the grind, so don't worry about it.
Where you can also feel all these 3 different feelings at the same time. So that's it about the Nietzsche and the eternal recurrence of the same. And for the next video, we're planning to do...
I rate this guy a boring fuck out of 10. He didn't even fucking elaborate on the comedy, horror, and absurdity type of thing. So it's not particularly an interesting guy.
One on video games, and then we hope that PewDiePie will do a reaction video to us as well.
Okay. I'm thinking if we should watch the Nick Land video. This is a spooky video. This is like a super spooky video. It's about Nick Land. It's a good video. Okay? It's a good video. Alright? Meltdown? Ooh. Let's watch Meltdown. Nick Land Meltdown. Is this video TOS? Is there any TOS in this? I bet there's TOS in this fucking video. That's why we're not going to watch it. There's probably a lot of TOS. I know of the collective who made this. It's what the Organs Without Bodies. Orphan Drift. Yeah. I know about them. There is implied gore. Yeah, there's gore in it. That's the thing. I knew that.
To withdraw from the world market, or invited me to go.
A quick rundown on accelerationism.
Gathered that the market economy, capitalism.
Oh, this is a cool video. There's actually good videos on this. There's actually a good high quality videos on this. Okay. You know what, Chai? You are playing a very dangerous game. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Playing a very dangerous game. Okay, Chai? You need to chill. Calm down a little bit. All I could say is you a keyboard warrior. That's all I could say.
Based. 10-hour doggy stream when?
Never. The idea of 10-hour doggy is so horrific. I can't even fathom it. Latina's live? What? What is she wearing? Let me see. I have an ad. I have an ad. I have an ad. This is Little Red Riding Hood?
Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Squidward game. Handsome Squidward game. Okay, but like for real, don't you just like wake up sometimes and you're just like, why do I look like handsome Squidward? Like, everybody looks like him at least one point in their lives, and that day that you look like
This
him,
is the
that's your lucky
laziest
day. But then other than
costume
that,
I've
you
ever
can't-
seen in my
you can't
life.
Come back to that. Do you guys remember like the last time you looked your best? And when was it? Tell me about it. When was the last time you
Laziest
guys
costume
dressed up, or at least just
of
woke
all
up and
time.
felt and like looked hot as shit? I always look like Doodle SpongeBob, Doody SpongeBob. What the fuck, Doodle? Laziest costume. Shut the fuck up. I was gonna wait for you to come. I have the dress. Do you want me to put it on and then it won't be lazy?
Oh shit.
Just wait like a minute and then I'll put it on.
Okay, what the fuck? Bruh. Damn. We still gonna judge. We still gonna judge. Change title. What's the title right now? Oh.
Okay, hold on. I literally can't put this shit on.
What
it's like
is
a bra
that?
hook. I look like a
I'm
fucking,
scared like something's gonna fall off.
Hold on. Okay, ready?
Oh no, it's okay.
This is the dress.
I'm scared. What the fuck? Of a wardrobe malfunction.
See? It's like a bra hook. And I
What
couldn't
is
get
that?
It, so I'm like, fuck.
What costume is that?
He probably left. He's like, I'm not gonna wait for this shit. I was waiting for. I need a good rating. Looks like a maternity dress.
This does not look like Little Red Riding Hood, okay?
Fuck out of here. No, I lost my headphones and I started looking.
She thinks I'm
Okay,
gone,
see?
so I don't have to
And
respond
then-
to
see,
her.
this- I just
But
don't like the dress.
this
It
does
just
not
doesn't
look
look
like
like
Little Red Riding Hood.
Like, does that look good?
She looks
I
like
think
Wonder
this- I
Woman.
think this is like the most effort I put into.
She looks like Wonder Woman who died and went to
This
heaven
sounds
and
good.
wears a
This is
white
like my
robe,
one from the first day.
but is still wearing
Thing
her
is, like,
cape.
You can't see my entire body. I have to do this, but I look stupid. I'd be a hot mom. I can't wait to have kids. Like, I don't want kids right now, but I can't wait. Like, I can't wait. In like years from now, I just want kids. But I'm scared because I feel like they're gonna get the worst traits from me. Another Twitch streamer watching me? Who?
Don't tell her.
Are you guys you guys are all Twitch streamers, aren't you? You're
Exactly.
capable of streaming. Okay, I've never understood, like, why would you download Twitch if you don't want to stream? Right?
Damn.
Like, what's the point?
She's scaring me. She's reckless. I feel like she's gonna have a wardrobe malfunction, and I don't want anything to do with that. Okay? She's very reckless. That's all I can say. We're gonna debate a guy. And let me show you who the guy is. This is the guy we're gonna be debating. And let me explain to you what happened and why we're debating him. This is the guy we're debating. Okay, so this guy, last night, sometimes I check my clips, right? I check my clips. And last night, I found a clip where it was the most viewed clip on of the last 24 hours, because I review those, right? This guy clipped something in our channel where he finds one part where we're listening to Bloomchen and I'm attacking Chapo, and this is the song that's playing, right? This is the song that's playing. Let me show you. This is the song that's playing. Okay, this is a very... First of all, this song means a lot to me personally. That specific Bloomchen song means so much to me. Okay, because this is the song we were playing when I finally started to get in the groove of debating, and I'm like, wow, Infrared's gonna rise to the top through debates. And it reminded me of Alita Battle Angel for some reason. And it's just very close to my heart, the song, right? And Bloomchen in general is because, you know, I spent a long time in isolation. I don't know if you guys know that. Where I had no friends, no contacts, no nothing. And I work out in silence, but when I would go to the gym and I'd be preparing my weights, I'd be listening to music. And a lot of time, I was listening to Bloomchen, right? Just the Spotify profile, just going down the list. Because to me, Bloomchen, this was in 2019, represented the 2020s. And it's just like I had this optimistic feeling when I would listen to whatever her name is, Bloomchen, the German artist, where it was like, this is just like how people in the 90s must have felt going into the 2000s. That's how I felt in 2019, thinking about how in a few months it's going to be 2020. We're going to be entering the 2020s. And I had a very I had a feeling it was my time now to like be out in the open. And this is a new era. It's the 2020s. And it was just a really nice vibe, you know? I love that 90s and 2000s type of music. Because it combines like, you know, like electronic repetitive music with melody, right? And I used to be like a type of guy who only liked to listen to like really ugly sounding like avant-garde electronic that had no sense. And I was like, yeah, man, this is all that, you know, whatever, you know, that bullshit. But then I started to embrace melody, right? And I don't know. It's just, music is a very big part of my history, right? So when Infrared started, Bloomchen was what I would use for the intro music, because, and music like that type of genre, I would use it for the intro music. And while the intro screen was playing, it was showing Beijing's new airport, right? With the Infrared logo and shit, and it got me hype, right? It got me hype, and it just felt like this is a totally new aesthetic, totally new vibe, and I'm ready for the new era, right? I'm ready for the new era. And I'm specifically, by the way, contrasting the Infrared aesthetic with that music and that aesthetic. I'm contrasting that with what I think are the 80s obsessed. Chapo, the podcasters, BreadTube. All of those people are obsessed with the 80s, right? But me, I'm more kind of moving toward not only the 90s, but the early 2000s. Because to me, the 2000s were a feeling of like, you're entering a new era. It's just the future, basically. This idea of the future. And that was a very deliberate and conscious decision on our part to just make sure. How are they obsessed with the 80s? Are you stupid, dude? Do you not know about synthwave and what is that fucking ugly purple aesthetic that they use? The synthwave and the fucking... They love the synth music, and they did Stranger Things vibe, and they're hipsters, and they're wearing like that, you know, spunky 80s, you know, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know what I mean? 80s is more like a return to normal. Yeah, vaporwave, whatever. 80s is more, 90s is more like a return to normal after that 80s cringe. And then the 2000s is like a completely new era, right? When the 2000s dropped, unfortunately, it's like Y2K didn't happen, right? As soon as the 2000s happened, you started to see a repetition of like people rediscovering the 60s. And then 70s in the late 2000s and early 2010s, it was the 70s. The 70s aesthetic was what was big, right? Then when around 2015, 2016, that's when the 80s thing took off, right? I started to notice this in 2016 when 80s started to take off. I was like, why is this 80s shit being revived? And I was like, oh, okay, I understand why. But, yeah, so anyway, you know, this is why I challenged this fucker to a debate. This fucking, disgusting creature to a debate, I just challenged them because even though the clip only got 90 views, it pissed me off so much. Because this is, okay, let me tell you what happened. He took a clip of one of the Bloomchen songs, one of my favorite ones, by the way. It's not like a random one either. It's literally one of my favorite ones. And he goes, Infrared listens to alt-right meme music and while attacking other leftists. Now, what I'm interested in knowing is how many of you knew that was alt-right meme music? Did any of you know that? I fucking didn't know that. And I looked it up on Know Your Meme, the thing, and it said, oh, there's a meme where if something's Nazi, they play a song, and I don't fucking know. But, you know, I have a very eccentric music taste in general, and this disgusting, slanderous, leftoid, stupid bitch piece of shit was literally... Because people say, like, Haas, why is your music taste so eccentric? This guy's finally making sense of it. Oh, it's alt-right meme music. He's dog whistling to the alt-right. And I got so mad because this guy is my enemy. I actually fucking hate this piece of shit. Thank you, Nasuki, because the idea of Bloomchen being taken away from me, music that is so close to my fucking heart, and is such a huge part of Infrared's history and my own history, because this guy fucking decided it was an alt-right symbol. Fuck you, bitch! I don't care if fucking Hitler himself listened to this music in his car. This is my fuck. You don't... I don't give a fuck, bitch! You stupid fuck! That's like people who freak out over Pepe the Frog. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck, bitch. If I like something, I like it. I'm gonna listen to it on stream. Right? And it pissed me off so much. And then he said, well, he's attacking other leftists. So, there's a few things I'm gonna debate him about. One, we're gonna decide whether he was justified in claiming that I was listening to alt-right meme music. And that was actually the intention behind whatever. Second thing we're gonna talk about is whether or not leftists deserve to be protected and not attacked and critiqued. Whether, like, leftists are a protected class in society, then you can't attack other leftists. These are the two things I want to cover, right? So I'm going to tell this guy right now, whoever he is, get your fucking bitch ass in show queue. Now, get in the show queue voice channel. I'm going to drag you up. Right now. What up, bitch? No one can hear you. Your mic doesn't fucking work. Hello? Yeah, of course the fucking nerd doesn't know how to fucking work. Hello? Yeah, of course the fucking nerd doesn't know how to fucking work. Hello? Yeah, of course the fucking nerd doesn't know how to... These are Chapo viewers, by the way. Hello?
Ah, shit. I was using the wrong...
Ah, shit. I was like... Okay, first order of business. Why is Bloomchen alt-right music? Go ahead.
No. We're going to cover something first. Unban me.
No, I'm not going to unban your bitch ass.
Okay, that's a dodge.
Why is that a dodge? You're here now.
Nope, you're going to unban me, or it's a dodge.
Dodging what?
You're going to unban me, so I can fully participate in this content, or it's a dodge.
Why is it a dodge? What is it dodging? Yeah, you're literally in voice with me right now. Who's dodging what? What a fucking coward. He's literally trying to fucking back out of the debate now.
No. I want to debate. This is great. We can make some great content. I love it. Unban me.
Why? So you're gonna give me orders? No.
No. That it's an agreement. That's
No.
what it is.
Well, why?
Either
Why?
we agree to debate or no.
No. Why? I'm not gonna accept your blanket orders. Why? Why do you need the chat? Do I need to unban you so your fucking mic works? You fucking pussy. Why do you need to be unbanned?
That's right. You will unban me so that my mic works. You will unban me so that my
So
mic
you
works.
can't engage in the use of reason, though, right? You're just gonna bark at this order, this arbitrary condition that is completely devoid of any meaning.
We're going to agree that we are creating content together, and that includes I'm participating in chat.
You're participating in VC. Don't worry about chat.
No.
What? Carl, let's explain why Blümchen is alt-right music. Go ahead. I don't know if you speak German, so do you know what the lyrics of that song are? Is that she's preaching white nationalism or something? Because that's what you put in the title. You said, while he's listening to alt-right meme music. It's very curious that you knew that that was an alt-right meme, supposedly, and I didn't. Which actually incriminates you, who actually fits the demographic of an alt-righter, as a white, and yes, you are white, you are a white male, excuse me, leftist. You know you're a white male, right? You're a white male game dev. The number one demographic of the alt-right, as proven by studies. Developers in Silicon Valley, number one demographic of the alt-right. I'm a fucking Arab from Metro Detroit, Michigan. I'm an alt-righter? I don't know about your alt-right subculture, Carl. Why don't you tell us more about these alt-right memes we may be unknowingly be participating in? The fact that you knew that incriminates you. And he doesn't defend himself, so he's literally just getting destroyed. I'm winning the debate now. He's too scared to even say anything. He's just getting rolled over. He can't even defend himself.
You're too scared to unban?
Why should I unban you? You have to give me a reason. Give me one good reason why I should unban you. Okay, here's the new terms I'm going to say. Ready? Donate me your balls, and then we can debate.
How many dollars?
Your balls. Your balls. Go to a doctor, get your balls removed, and send them to me.
Is this like infrared wants my balls, ooh, 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 or infrared wants my balls, ara, ara? Which one is it?
Ouch. You actually thought that was funny? And you're a grown man who looks like this saying that? That's literally...
I'm a gamer. That is what I am.
Yeah, you're an alt-righter. You're an alt-righter.
Actually, that's appropriating my culture. So you should back off of the German slurs. That might be TOS. You should watch out.
You're an alt-righter. You're a member of the alt-right.
Not actually.
Yes, you are. You fit the demographic of the alt-right. Listening to music is way less incriminating than fitting the exact profile and demographic of an alt-righter, all while knowing the finest intricacies of their subculture. The fact that you're aware of alt-right subculture in such an intimate level of detail incriminates
You were trying
you.
to teach your channel about meme culture yesterday. You were trying and failing really badly. I wonder where you got that information from. Are you not being careful about your information hygiene?
What information? And how was I failing?
You tried to say that something awful was the peak of rational discourse.
No, that's not what I said, actually.
That's what you said.
I said the manner of expression that dictated the terms of discourse on something awful was based on like this plain spoken, explicit discourse, which is true. That's all forum discourse, by the way. That's all forum discourse, by the way. I literally participated in that shit. I know what that shit was.
You told me the power book meme is like the peak of discourse, like that's rational discourse.
Even their memes were like loaded with the implicit pretense of a like rational subject who takes things at face value. Even the cheeseburger memes and the fire in Malaysia memes and all that kind of shit, those were nothing like the memes that would proliferate around the 2015s and 2016. No, they were qualitatively different entirely. Those memes, by the way, weren't based on irony.
Is that why the subconscious? Is that what the subconscious effect that meme is going to have? Is that what it's going to do?
What meme?
The Bloomchen, the memes from YTMND, so this song, which reminds you of 2019. You said it reminds you of 2019 or 2020?
Yeah.
When it came out in 1998.
And?
All right.
What's your point? That's when I just started listening to it and discovered it. And that's the meaning that I placed it in the context of. Are you trying to say that memes are imminently and metaphysically loaded with meaning rather than being ascribed meaning for certain reasons? Do you actually think a meme actually carries some metaphysical subconscious substance?
This is what you said on your stream.
Oh, quote me. Yeah, quote me where I said that memes carry some kind of metaphysical unconscious substance rather than being phenomenal forms that relate to our subconscious because of the way we ascribe meaning to them. When did I say that's so fucking stupid? That's like saying that's just as superstitious. That's just as superstitious.
385 seconds into the stream, you said memes give expression to cultural and unconscious realities.
Of course they do. Does that mean they're imminently, metaphysically loaded with some kind of magical substance that gives them reality independently of the context within which they actually express meaning? Do you actually think a meme is a magical, supernatural totem that exists independently of the way in which it actually expresses things to human subjects, you fucking moron?
You are failing very hard. You're failing very badly because you're being tested. You are expressing to us what the purpose and scope of memes are.
Okay, how am I failing? How am I failing? Okay, hey, Carl, slow down a little bit. You put words in my mouth and you said that I said that memes imminently, as a fact of their metaphysical existence, their scientific natural constitution, the electrons and the fucking photons that go into their projection on the screen, or the material that they're made out of in real life, metaphysically speaking, are already latent with meaning, rather than the fact that there is always a meaning for us, which is embedded and entwined within our world of meaning as human beings, right? When did I say that a meme, as you're trying to imply, is inherently and imminently metaphysically loaded with the meme substance, in quotes?
Holy shit, did you delete the VOD?
No, I didn't.
Okay, let's find it.
Give me the exact quote, too. We're waiting.
It's loading. Because I wrote it down, and those words that I said, you objected to. So I'm going to play it back to you.
Yeah. What did you write down? The title
Memes
of the
give
clip?
Expression to cultural and unconscious realities.
No, I did say that. It just seems like you don't know what that means. That doesn't mean that a piece of music or a picture is metaphysically loaded, with some magical meme substance. It's all about the context and meaning ascribed to it. The burden of proof lies upon you that in the context of the meaning being conveyed, as far as that song is concerned, that I was dog whistling to the alt-right. That burden of proof lies upon you. The fact that the alt-right...
Read your mind. Is this some...
Why would you make the assumption... But why did you claim that I was using that song as an alt-right meme if you can't know it?
I actually didn't say that.
What did you say?
No,
What did you say?
the clip. I said you're playing an alt-right meme.
Wait, hold on. Is Bloomchin the artist? Is she a member of the alt-right? She's the artist of the song.
Nope.
Why not? She made the song. So is she a member of the alt-right?
Nope. That's not the cultural context in which this became a meme.
Well, okay, so at what time period did any use of this song become an alt-right meme? After what time period?
About 2004.
Okay, so after 2004, anyone who listens to this song or enjoys this song or is interested in this song is basically a member of the alt-right.
No, I don't think so.
Well, the song became imminently and inherently, like essentially, an alt-right meme after 2004. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's funny as hell. That's what I think.
After 2004, you're saying that this became an alt-right meme, yes?
Yes.
When did the alt-right come into existence?
It was in its proto evolution.
Okay, let's look up the term alt-right. Alt-right.
No, the term alt-right was coined
when?
I think 2014 maybe.
Oh, so you're saying that someone took a time machine and went back to 2004?
Right, because you completely reject dialectics.
Hold on. What is? Wait, hold on. Okay.
Are you forgetting your theory? Come on.
Wait. What does that have to do with dialectics? The alt-right didn't exist in 2004.
The group of people and what they did in the cultural, the genesis of the alt-right existed.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
It existed in the dialectic.
No, that's literally not true. That's demographically not true. The alt-right actually formed out of discontented...
Tell us what dialectic means again, Haas. Tell us what dialectic
Well, we don't have to bring up dialectics right now, and don't worry, we're going to get to dialectics.
Tell us what dialectic means, Haas.
We're going to get to dialectics when we talk about leftism.
You said that we should ignore Chapo's stupid memes and focus on their theory. And I want to get to your theory. Tell us what dialectic
Well, you keep interrupting me, you stupid bitch, you dumb fuck, you worthless, fucking brainless, stupid little pussy. Because you keep fucking interrupting me, and you won't let me talk. Do I need to mute you, little boy? Do I need to mute you, little boy? Do I need to mute you, little boy? Do I need to mute you, little boy?
Come on.
The alt-right, demographically, came out of discontented former Occupy ideologists and those groups. Their age in 2004, they weren't even fucking old enough to constitute the alt-right at that time.
Wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
On the ground in Occupy,
not all white nationalists were alt-right. White nationalism has existed since, at least, well, it depends. You could say 100 years, you could say half a century, whatever. Since birth of the nation, or even before then, whatever. I don't care what period you put on this. Nazism.
Thank you.
Was Hitler an alt-righter?
He existed within the dialectic of the alt-right.
Okay, since you're mentioning dialectics, what does that mean concretely? Because I actually am going to call your bluff that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Come on. No. So,
what?
But I'll let you.
The burden of you is to explain what you mean. You said something. You said it was part of the dialectical history of the alt-right. What does that mean concretely?
You have the existence of a thing as you observe it today. You look at what its context in culture and history. You look at what it will become. You consider the truth behind the thing.
Okay, let me stop you right there. You just said a bunch of meaningless word salad, fucking diarrhea bullshit. Actually, what you're implying, since I'm gonna spit it out for you because you don't even have two fucking brain cells to rub together to express what you actually intend to, what you actually mean to say is that the alt-right is an eternal platonic form that has existed forever as an uncreated divine existence since the beginning of creation, so to speak, and that it has merely evolved in different ways across time and history and context. But that's precisely the opposite of dialectics. Dialectics says that there's a dialectic of content and form, which means that forms don't exist forever in the same form. There's a dialectic such that forms disappear and they arise, and they disappear and they arise. Such as the only real essence that survives across history is precisely the contradiction itself. That's what dialectics is.
So you and I both said something that is wildly different from the definition. but yet both of them inhabit the essence of the definition, which is the metaphysical contradictions and the solutions.
Okay, how does dialectics justify the claim that Hitler participated in the alt-right?
Well, because of the cultural influence of the right, the cultural influence of nationalism, fascism, and all these related topics.
Within the alt-right, but you're saying imminently speaking. You're saying imminently speaking, like Hitler himself was part of the alt-right.
No, you said that.
Okay, so it was Hitler part of the alt-right or not, imminently speaking?
No.
Okay, so now he's not. Okay, we got that.
No,
so why
he
is
was never
Blümchen's
in.
music, imminently speaking, part of the alt-right? After 2004, as you said.
Because it was co-opted.
But that has nothing to do with imminence. You know what imminence means?
I clearly don't, because you keep using that word.
Can you Google it for me? Google the word imminence on Google.
That's called imminent. How do you spell that?
I-M-M-A-N-A-N-C, I think, or E-N-C.
Yeah, that's not a fucking word. You want imminence?
Imminence.
I-M-M-I-E-N-C-E or A-N?
I-M-M-E... Sorry, I-M-M-A-N-E-N-C-E. Look it up.
That's wild. Both of those come up as words. That's interesting. Okay, because my autocorrect put me on...
I don't give a fuck. Can you read it?
Right, nice. The doctrine or theory of immanence holds that the divine encompasses or is manifest.
No, look up the definition of the... Don't look up the doctrine of immanence on Wikipedia. Look up what immanence means, the definition.
State of being inherent exclusively existing within something.
Okay, so it basically means that something is within itself, not taken from an external perspective.
Yeah, and I keep saying
Okay.
no, and you don't believe me.
Okay, but you just said that after 2000, you said a number of things. You said one, the alt-right existed in 2004. Two, that any use of the word, any use of the song by Blümchen after 2004 was imminently an alt-right meme.
No, I did not use those words.
What did you say specifically?
I said it was co-opted by the alt-right or the...
Wait, but if I rewind, and when I said, when did it imminently become... I asked you, when did it imminently become an alt-right meme? And you said, after 2004. Basically answering the question, which was loaded with the assumption that it was imminent.
You made an error. You had a sneaky...
You made an error because you're a little pussy and you're a bitch and I fucking dominated you.
You got your ninja adjectives and you want to redefine the definition so that we don't...
Listen. Carl. Your skull. I'm in your skull right now. Your skull. There's a hole in your skull right now. And I'm making myself comfortable there. You understand, Carl?
Sorry, what?
Of course you understand. Now, Carl, let's get back to the point. If it's not true, which is now what you're claiming, that the song is not imminently an alt-right meme, why are you justified in making the assumption?
This, right?
What?
We've resolved this, right? We've resolved this.
No, we haven't resolved it yet, Carl. You said after 2004, it became an alt-right meme.
Co-opted. Yes, it became co-opted by
It became co-opted. What does that mean? Does co-opt mean imminently change the substance of the song itself?
It clearly does not.
So if that's not what it means, how can you be justified in attributing any use of the song to be a dog whistle to the so-called alt-right, which we actually haven't established even existed at that time in history?
I justify it by my existence here today.
What does that mean?
I'd like to thank the Chinese Communist Party for planning to build 160 nuclear reactors in China.
Yeah.
Nuclear is based.
But they're not eliminating oil. You know that, right?
Well,
they have no plans to.
That they will reduce oil use.
Okay, but they have no plans on eliminating it.
Because they care for their citizens. They actually care for their
Well,
citizens.
they just want to reduce pollution for their own citizens.
Yeah. And you
Okay.
need to reduce oil
So
consumption.
Carl, you're pivoting really hard, and we still haven't gotten to where you can justify making
You
that
asked
clip
me
that
about
you
it.
did.
You asked me about my justification, and it's in the utility of being here.
What does that mean?
It's in the utility of being here.
It's your justification is in the use of being here?
Yes.
How? How does that make any sense?
I'm telling you, I'm a fucking climber, man. That's what I'm telling you.
You're a
I'm
clouts
telling you I'm here
chaser?
to be-
Oh, you did it
Yes.
for attention.
Yes, I'm admitting, I'm fully conceding the point of the debate. That is the entire point.
Oh, so you're just gonna surrender and submit to me like a bitch?
No, that was the entire justification the whole time.
Was to come on the show.
Right.
So you also take back the thing about how attacking other leftists.
I don't really fucking care about Chapo. I really don't like them.
Okay. So Carl, I don't know what sense of manhood you had before coming on here, but I just took your manhood. Which means, Carl,
Ulu or the Ara?
your magic juju juice, that like, like if you feel like, you have some kind of swagger around women before,
You're
if you
gonna
had
suck it
any,
up? Is that it?
I took it all from you. I took it all from you. Which means now, you don't have an ounce of manhood left in your body and in your soul.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. Are you single?
I'm married.
You're married? Your wife's gonna cheat on you.
When are you moving in?
After this debate, your wife's cheating on you, trust me.
With you? Can I
No.
watch?
No.
Oh fuck.
But I'm just telling you, she's gonna cheat on you after this debate. You lost your manhood. You know
What if
that
it
can
happened
happen,
before?
right? You can lose your manhood.
What if it happened before?
I bet it did happen before, but whatever bit of it you regained, you lost. Entirely. And it's not gonna come back.
All right. Infrared and Carl's manhood. There we go.
How old are you, Carl?
Soy you.
I'm old.
Which means what?
Older than 40.
So where'd you share that clip?
I think I shared it. Shit, where did I share it? I think I shared it on DGG.
Really? You shared it on DGG. Wait, and you're a leftist?
I'm an independent.
So you're not a leftist?
I don't know. I don't really know what that means.
Are you a socialist?
I'm not really clear what that means.
Oh, you're like an indecisive pussy, and you can't just own up to anything. I get it.
Capitalism really sucks, is what I know.
Wait, so I know, okay, you're a lefty, right? So you went and virtue signaled to DGG, who hate you people. Not as much as I do, but they fucking hate you people. And your people hate them. And you went and begged them.
My people?
You went to go beg to suck their dick just to come at me. So much for left unity, Carl.
Are you a leftist? Is that does your definition of leftism include both me and you?
I hate American leftists and Canadian ones.
I mean, I've met
And British
the
ones.
CCP USA, and they were pretty nice to me. They talked to me about nuclear. It was really based.
Who?
The CCP USA here in Seattle talked to me about nuclear.
There's no such
That
thing
was,
as the CCP USA.
The Communist Party in the USA, the people who
The
were
CP
protesting
USA.
against the Falun Gong. Oh, is that They're not related to the Chinese Party. So Chinese communism is different from American communism.
The CPUSA is a changing party, so I don't know.
It's not related to the Chinese Communist Party, so they're different.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the same international affiliation.
Okay, that's clear.
So nuclear is your ultimate cope.
Right, because otherwise we're gonna fucking fill up the atmosphere with carbon dioxide. We're gonna be above 500 ppm, and we're gonna get like
Oh, you know exactly how the climate
warming.
works? Do you know exactly how the climate works?
I don't know exactly. I know a fuck of a lot for someone who plays.
I don't
video
think you know
games.
anything about how the climate works.
I know of a fuck of a lot about how the climate works.
I don't think you do.
Can you tell me what a Sankey diagram is?
Yeah, I don't think people who know what Sankey diagrams know how the climate works either.
Can you tell me how albedo works?
No.
Can you tell me how infrared radiation works?
Actually, I do know a little bit about that. Vosh is like trying to, dude. This guy literally thinks he's like the head honcho of leftism. Like he's the gatekeeper of leftism, and Vosh is basically like the bouncer of leftism. He gets to decide who's a leftist or not. Bro, let him think that. Vosh, you're not even the fucking bouncer of nerds. You think you're the alpha of nerds? There's nerds more alpha than you. You're not the fucking alpha of the soy boys like how you pretend you are. You're not. Vaush acts like he's the fucking bouncer of leftism the same way Chris Chan acts like he's the bouncer of Sonic.
Guys, every time we have a world war, socialist regimes start popping up left and right. That would be that would be very nice. I mean,
what is wrong with this guy? Like, where did this guy even fucking come from? This guy's just a weird guy. Not gonna lie. Where did he even come from?
I'm not saying I'm from a humanity.
You know, this is the scary guy at school. You know that, right? This is the guy in school who's just scary. That I mean in high school. Like, this is like... You know what I mean by that? This is the guy who's in the corner. And he's just... I know exactly the type of person this is. Here's the thing. I know this guy has incredible strength, probably, right? This guy probably has incredible strength. Just incredible super strength. You know what I mean? And this dude probably doesn't even feel pain. This is the guy that bites people and shit, you know? Like, I don't want to stay away from that guy. You just stay away, okay? I'll be real. I'm a tough guy. I'm an internet tough guy, but in a fight, I don't think... Let's just say, I would not confront fellow traveler in a fight ever without having an advantage of some kind, if you know what I mean. And I'm not afraid to admit that, but the reason for that is not like doesn't reflect good on him. It's literally the fact that like I don't think he has control. That makes sense. Like he doesn't have discipline and control, but he would just, yeah, he would do some crazy shit. Like, he would fucking... He's like that kid at school, right? You know what I mean? He's just like that kid at school. That's all I could say. He's just that kid at school that you don't know where they get their super strength from. You don't know how they have it. You don't know what they're all about and what their whole deal is, but you don't want nothing to do with it. They said I called Hassan a sex trafficker. Bosch has a community of liars.
They are fucking liars. They are fucking liars. Each and every one of his fans are fucking liars.
This is a baseless claim. I never said anything like that. Just like how they said that I paid Vosh $200 to debate him. They make shit up and they lie. They're a bunch of fucking fat fucking liars. They're fat fucks, just like fat ass Vosh himself. Bunch of fat ass fucking liars sit on their fucking ass and their whole life is a lie. You wanna know why it's a fucking lie? They lie to themselves. Why am I a fat fuck? Oh, they make up lies and excuses so they don't hit the gym and go on the treadmill and stop eating hamburgers. Bunch of fucking liars. Fat fuck Jabba the Hutt. Fucking liars. Fat fuck liars. Fat ass fucking liars. Bunch of fat fucking liars. Bunch of fat ass nerds. Bunch of fat fuck nerds. Bunch of fat pink nerds. Patrick Star. Fat fuck nerds. Vosh's community. Bunch of fat ass bitch nerds. Bunch of fat fuck, fat ass obese nerds. That's Vosh's community. All they do is lie and take up too much space because they're a bunch of fat fucks. Bunch of fat ass bitches and pedophiles. Every single fucking person in that community supports pedophilia because Vosh is a pedophile supporter. And Vosh himself apologizes for child pornography, has a history of saying extremely creepy fucking things, sexually harassed and even abused people in his fucking Discord. And we have victims in our Discord who tell us about it. Vosh is a disgusting scumbag, fat fuck creep. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I want you to keep that in mind. Because this isn't even the beginning. This isn't even the beginning. Bunch of fat fuck bitches. Fat fuck nerds. Fat fuck weakling, soy boy, inferior males. Beta males. Beta male fat fuck nerds. And pedophile lovers. And pedo apologists who want to lower the age of consent and are sexual predators who defend child pornography. You don't believe me? So here's what happened. I reported on the fact that Hassan openly bragged about going to Artemis, a brothel in Berlin. And I pointed out that this fucking brothel was raided in 2016 for human trafficking. Which means if you visit a fucking brothel, there's a high chance you could be a rapist because you don't know if they're being forced against their will. You just don't fucking know. And I even clarified, I'm not accusing Hassan of anything because I don't know. Right? But that's just it, you don't know. Which is why I encourage my viewers and insist upon my viewers will never, ever, 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 ever engage in prostitution or the sex trade. Never. No follower of mine will ever, ever, ever have anything to do with the sex trade. No member of the guerrilla army will ever, ever have anything to do with the guerrilla army. That's an anti-feminist take. If feminism means apologizing for the sex trade, then fuck feminism. I don't give a fuck about feminism then. This is our tradition. We communists, we Marxists, dating hundreds of years, it's our tradition. We have always been against prostitution. And we're not going to change for the scumbag puppets of the British Empire, American left. In communist America, every brothel will be bulldozed. In communist Germany, every brothel will be shut down and bulldozed just like in East Germany. In communist America, every single man who tries to hire and pay someone for sex will be sent to Alaska for re-education. And that's the merciful result. Thank you, Sankaras. I went on an incel rant
I went on the incel rant when you're the one who needs to pay for it, you sick rapist fuck. You need to pay for people trapped in sexual slavery, which makes you a rapist. How does that make me the incel, you dumb fuck? I don't have to pay for anything, is the difference. I don't have to take advantage of vulnerable people. I don't have to take advantage of vulnerable, exploited, marginalized, desperate people. I don't have to do that. Unlike your fat fuck master Vaush, your fat fuck leader Vaush, who literally does do that, actively does that. Your disgusting, fat, sweaty fuck Vaush. We're not even done yet. We're not even done yet. Just when you thought it was done, we're not even close to being done. Fucking pussy. Hanky QAnon shit. Love it. The brothel was raided for sex trafficking, you dumb fuck. In case I have to say it, no one should be surprised that one of the largest brothels in Germany, a workplace under capitalism, exploited its workers. It didn't just exploit its workers, you stupid fat fuck. It enslaved them and raped them. You think exploitation is when a member of a pencil factory in Portland, Oregon doesn't have full control. So the bar for what constitutes exploitation is extremely low. For you to call sexual slavery and rape exploitation when you're defining exploitation in such a broad fucking way is disgusting. You're a sick, disgusting fuck. And in my America, you would be in prison just for typing that. They were raided because a member of Hell's Angels forced a woman to work there. Yeah, someone who got caught, and because it committed tax evasion by classifying its workers as independent contractors. Yeah, all that happened is that someone was forced into prostitution and forced to have sex with people they didn't want to. Who cares? What's the big deal? They were just forced. What a sick, fucking, disgusting community they are. Bunch of sick, disgusting fucks. Bunch of sick, disgusting fucks. These are my enemy. They are my enemy. Of course, infrared is anti-prostitution. There's no such thing as sex work. This is the best one. We're not even done. We have more. The computer infrared is using was probably assembled by child laborers. I wonder if infrared gets off on that thought or is merely indifferent. So he's comparing buying a computer with raping a victim of human trafficking. And that's what it is. It's rape. If they are being trafficked and forced against their will, and you are the fucking perpetrator, you are committing sexual assault. And they're comparing that to buying a computer. Sick, disgusting fucks. My guerrilla army is the enemy of these people. My army is at war with these people. This is our info war. We are gonna stand our ground. And we are going to dominate these people into irrelevance. The virgins of Vosh's community. The virgins. They're not only virgins, they're sexual predators who dream of a world where they can have access to sex by forcing people. They dream of a world of slavery, which is the only way they'll ever be able to get laid. We will never, ever let them fulfill their promises. If you see one of these people engaging in illegal activity and dealing with illegal materials, or if you hear about it, report them to the relevant authorities. This is our country, and in our country, we have laws against the exploitation of children, and we have laws against human trafficking. I am making it your duty as viewers, as members of the infrared community. If you see Vosh's people engaging in anything like that, materials involving the exploitation of children, human trafficking, buying the services when it's illegal, you report them. This is our country, and the very least we have in this country are laws that on paper are designed to protect victims of these disgusting crimes that these people are swarming together to defend and celebrate. Under their leader, fat fuck Vosh. But we haven't even gotten started. Because let me show you the comment that actually inspired me to do this. Let me show you the very comment that inspired me to do this. I got some pushback for saying this, but I don't care, and I'll say it again. I truly, honestly, 100% unironically believe that Infrared has committed some sort of sexual violence in the past. He gives off that vibe incredibly strongly to me. Now you sit here and tell me that this is just a difference of ideas and a disagreement over ideologies and theories. Because I disagree with them in my politics, in my ideology, and in my views, even though I haven't harmed anyone, just because I get on a camera and say things they don't like, I get to be treated like I'm a rapist. These communities, including Destiny's, I'm not just coming after Vosh, Vosh's community, Destiny's, these people treat me like I'm a rapist because I give off that vibe, according to them. So I get to be dehumanized, abused, and attacked, and treated as a criminal. Now you understand it's a war? Now you understand why it's a war? Now you understand why it's a fucking war. It's a ruthless war where there are no rules. There are no rules. All of this hate that I get, all of this stalkers and attacks and abuse I get to be treated like I'm a rapist just because I disagree with them ideologically. They treat me as if I'm a guy who's just as bad as a rapist because of my ideological views. That's the level of personal attack they come at me for. And you think this is just a battlefield of ideas. You think this is just about ideas. And now Dylan Burns is on stream, lying to his audience, without any proof whatsoever that Stalin had sex with a 13-year-old girl. A completely made-up, falsified claim from the British tabloid press that has zero primary sources and zero scholarly backing. It's a claim merely made up by somebody. And they say that about Mao too, because of Mao's former doctor published a libelous, slanderous, fake book accusing Mao of a bunch of shit that's been disproven. So if he was lying about all of that, that goes to show their credibility. Man, meanwhile, we have all of these false allegations about Stalin and Mao, but we have direct evidence of Vosh's sexual harassment and sexual abuse of people on Discord. We have evidence for that. You don't have to consult speculation. You don't have to consult a historian to find out that Vosh defends pedophilia and defends child pornography and defends the exploitation of children and is responsible for sexually harassing people in Destiny's Discord and other Discords. You don't need to go on Google and find historians and look to rumor and speculation. You could just look at the fucking screenshots and you could look at the messages that are literally still in Destiny's Discord. Stalin and his lover aged 13, 11th May 2011. Yeah, you dumb fuck. There is no basis, scholarly or otherwise, for that claim. It was entirely made up. There is absolutely zero evidence for it. Disgusting fuck. Disgusting sick fuck. Disgusting sick fucks. And the coward Vosh, this disgusting abomination,
still to this fucking day runs and cowers from me in fear. For a community that constantly attacks me and is on my fucking back, it's quite telling that your fucking leader is scared to debate me. Your fucking leader, Vaush, is afraid of me more than anyone else on the fucking internet. And you know, want to know why the fat ass is afraid of me? Because in a debate, I would absolutely, beyond any threshold of any doubt, absolutely fucking destroy him. And his weight loss isn't making any fucking difference. I don't notice a difference. You guys notice the difference? Because I fucking don't. Dr. Mudbone, I'm gonna offer you a chance. You can't say I'm censoring you. That specific article, I want you to get in my VC and defend the credibility and legitimacy of the very article you're quoting. You get in my fucking VC and you defend its credibility and its legitimacy. You defend it as a truthful claim that they were making. And you cite the primary sources, and we're gonna get down to it. You willing to do that, Dr. Mudbone? You fucking pussy? Or why don't you ask Dylan Burns? Because I will debate him on that exact subject right now. What up, Jackson? Thank you so much, man. Mudbone, you dumb fuck. How about this? I'm gonna ban you, Mudbone. You get in my fucking VC, and that's the only way you get unbanned. To redeem yourself. You are lying fucking pussy. And he roasts the shit out of Hassan. He roasts the shit out of Hassan. Let me give my views on Linus. I'm going to give my views on Linus. No, real. I'm going to give my views on Linus. Linus sounds like anus. And I don't like Linus. But if he's going after Hassan, he's a temporary ally. But let's be clear. Linus is a soy male. He's a soy male. Look at this ugly thing in the back. He's obsessed with making gaming computers. By the way, fuck computers, fuck PCs, fuck computers. Every single fucking PC I've ever fucking had is a broken piece of shit, including this one. It can't even fucking play Minecraft. I can't even fucking play Minecraft on max settings with this fucking computer that was $2,000. So fuck every gaming PC. They're always broken. You always have to go in the settings and do dumb shit. It doesn't just work. And every time I bring up my problems with my fucking PC, people come to me and they go, oh, just tamper with the note file settings. You fucking bitch, when I got a fucking PS5 or a PS4, it just works. I never have to tamper with anything or do anything. Oh, do the X-Files tab. I'm not a coder, you dumb fuck. I'm a user. I'm not a coder, I'm a user. I shouldn't have to be forced to tweak shit and tamper with something that should just work from the very beginning. You guys want to know what? Guys, let me tell you the truth. I was so excited for my new PC. My last PC I got was in 2017, and I got a new one this year because I'm a streamer, so I got a streamer PC, a gaming PC with a 3070. When it finally arrived, I was so excited for my new PC. I was so excited. My new PC is here. Yay! Yay! But then time settled in, and that excitement I felt, like, you know how people feel excited for the next PC and the next graphics card and the next things they're going to be able to do on their computer. The new computer things. The things I'm going to do on my computer. And by the way, my computer's still a piece of shit. Doesn't even run anything well. Couldn't even run Resident Evil fucking 8. Which is pathetic. I couldn't even run Resident Evil 8 with ray tracing. I have a 3070. Right? But then I realized something. After weeks of it settling in and I got my PC, I said, wait a second, I still don't have any pussy. That excitement I felt was actually for pussy. I tricked my brain into thinking that I got some big booty bitches coming in, and it turns out I just have a fucking computer. This is not fulfilling. This is not fulfilling, okay? It's just not fulfilling. Every time you're excited for a product, you're tricking your brain into thinking it's pussy. You realize that, right? When like the next Nintendo Switch or the next video game, or oh, I'm so excited to play Minecraft. Oh, I'm so excited to play Halo. Oh, I'm so excited. Listen, you're tricking your brain into thinking it's pussy, and it's not. It's just not. Okay? Consumerism hijacks your male appetites and turns them into desire for products. For example, during Halloween, you get excited for this. You get excited for this, right? But this is the wrong type of head. This is not the type of head that's going to make you happy. Okay? This is not the type of head that's going to fulfill your needs. But on Halloween, they hijack the needs you have for head into getting this head. You understand? I stopped fapping when I had a dream about putting my cock in a USB port, in which I got shocked and woke up. I literally woke up with stinging pain in my dick and started to wonder if I was sleepwalking. What? What the fuck do you mean? Thank you, trans Marxists, for the raid. What do you mean? What? You got shocked? You put your PP in the USB port? Honestly, when I bought my PC, I had the same dream because I realized, like, what was I so excited for? Can I fuck it? The PC? Like, why was I so excited for it? It's just a PC. It's a box. Am I supposed to do something with it? Am I supposed to do something with it? And that, my friends, is how I was circumcised. Because I accidentally put it in the fans. And needless to say, I lost a lot of skin. It's halal. Muslims are supposed to be circumcised, okay? And the spinning light on your PC is a fan, and it's dangerous, and do not put your PP inside of it. I learned the hard way. Okay? But guess what? I got circumcised, and it's fine. Thank you, trans Marxists. Appreciate the raid. Thank you so much.
5 M.2 ports.
The board's probably worth more than the chip. This is truly the Cadillac of boards for a
dead-end platform. Enough jibber-jabber though, let's start getting this thing built. When I asked Hassan what he wanted, he basically said a ballin'-ass PC. So we didn't hold back. That's a Ryzen 9 5950X 16.
This is what I need. I honestly feel like I need a new PC with this. Because I have the fucking i7, which sucks. Especially sucks for streaming. So I need to get this. I'm gonna drop another $10,000 on a PC.
Core processor, that's right. If he was dumb enough to use his CPU for encoding rather than his GPU, he would have all the cores that he needs for it. And for our RAM,
how do you know if you're using your CPU or your GPU for encoding? How do you even know that? Can you even, like, tell? How do you do that? Can someone teach me how to do that? Hardware, NVIAC. Oh, is that why I couldn't play Resident? No, it's not why. I should have gone for Ryzen. I need to get this. I need to get the 5950, honestly, for streaming. I'm going to get it. Eventually. I am going to get it. Download WAM. Do I need some dedicated WAM? I don't have enough dedicated WAM. Just replace the part. Don't buy a PC. You stupid fuck. You dumb fuck. I have a fucking Intel PC. You realize I have an Intel PC, right? An Intel motherboard. So to move to AMD, I have to get a new PC. Can we watch Minecraft convention videos? Maybe. Can we change? Wait, let me find a dedicated WAM video because I want to know what that's from. Dedicated WAM.
With these
Don't let me forever bleed.
people, and it's been good. I enjoy it.
Next question on this left side.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated WAM I should have to a server?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Dedicated
They're literally assholes. They knew exactly what he meant, but they were just trying to make fun of him.
WAM to a server.
RAM.
If you're
how
running
much
off your
RAM?
PC.
Oh, okay.
This guy's laughing. Just don't laugh.
It's dependent on plugins and players.
Yeah, what it's really depend. This is a technical question you're asking. How much RAM?
Dude, can you answer the question, you fucking nerds? Need about 4 gigabytes. Isn't Notch banned from everywhere now?
After Dark Doe donated $5. I honestly believe that a man isn't a man until he's been pegged. The experience changes him and he just listens more and becomes a more well-rounded person.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what society is saying now. This is what society is saying now. That's what society is saying now. By the way. You can listen to me or you can listen to society. But that's what society is saying. That's what society is saying now. That's what DGG is telling the world. And that's what society is saying.
The largest of which is the poor. There's no getting around it. The greatest...
Alright, guys. You didn't think you were gonna have a stream without me coming. And that's right, it's me, Mystery App. Now, I am gonna briefly intervene and interject myself in this content. Because I'm sorry. Are you unable to see me? I'm sorry. One moment. Hey! Has Can you adjust the light so they can see me?
Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that. No problem. You happy? Here we go.
Thank you. That's much better. Now, as I was saying, this entire stream you are watching, not one person asked, "Where's Mr. Yap?" Which makes me feel like that you guys forgot about me. And I don't like when the chat forgets about me. You understand? Now, this Vaush guy, he's the biggest fucking dumbass I've ever watched on Twitch. And this is the first time I've ever watched Twitch. And I can already tell he's the dumbest fuck. I've been to the spirit realm. Literally, trillions of souls dwell there. And I have never seen a guy more fucking stupid than Vaush. I've never seen a guy more fucking dumb than Vaush. To be a skull. To be a skull. Now. You have no idea the tricks and treats that await you this Halloween. Oh, rest assured, you will be haunted this October.
Okay, we're done with that. I heard katanas are ineffective. No, I'm pretty sure they're effective. Opinions on curved penis. I have a curved penis, but I hate it. Because you want to know what? You know curved penises are not made for doggy. Right? You know curved penis, and mine curves like this. I'll draw it. I'm not going to draw it, but I'll like draw the trajectory of my penis. Ready? I'll draw it. Right? So this is me. Here's me. I'm not going to draw it because you can't draw graphics. I'm like just the trajectory, right? Here's me. This is my body, and it curves up like that. Goes up like that. That's what it is. It's a hook. It's a hook. Which means I was made for the front. I was made for missionary. I was made for missionary. And, you know, I was made for something that's not what I desire. You know what I mean? I was made for face-to-face. Yeah, that's actually true. You want to know else why it's true? I'm also a grower. I'm not a shower, I'm a grower. So when I'm not erect, I have a very tiny pee-pee. So I'm a grower, right? I have a very small, non-erect pee-pee. So I'm a grower. And you know what a grower means, right? A grower means you need to have an emotional connection to have sex. And the fact that it's curved in the front, the fact that it's curved and it goes up, which means it's for front, means I'm meant for like emotional face-to-face with titties in my face or whatever, right? But I like doggy. But I like doggy, and that's why sometimes I'm just mad at my penis, and I'm kind of jealous of dudes who have it curved the opposite. When the people who have curved the opposite, no, wait, that doesn't make sense either. Does anyone have it curved the opposite? You just have to be straight. That would just be the best one. It's the straight one. And you can do whatever you want. The curved up makes it hard. Like, the most comfortable position is easily the front for me. Easily the front. Just curved or straight. Yeah, but straight have no issue at all with doggy. Positioning, they can just position wherever the fuck they want. And that's why I fucking hate them.
So I will say that left-wing media bias seems to be especially egregious recently. Although, let me just take this time to say that news has always been terrible. Right? News.
Yeah, head sucks with curved up. You're right. Oh my god, you're right. No, there is a way around it. There's a way around it. There's a way around that issue. Trust me, there's a way around it. You just can't be lazy, and you have to...
There to go and try to inflame people's emotions and to get people upset about events that are logically very minor, but are nevertheless very easy to show and get people to see what's going on. So my
there's a loophole.
Thing is, like, you should not watch news. News is terrible. Read books. And articles, academic articles, also good.
No, that's not the fucking way around it, Hux. That's cringe. That's cringe. If you're not sitting down and she's not on her knees, it's not head. I don't know what the fuck you're describing with that. If you're not sitting down and she's not on her knees, it's not head. You know that, guys, right? Like, if you're in bed, she can't give you head on you if you're in bed. That's just ugly. It is ugly, dude. It's gross.
I'm gonna take
laying... The worst scum of the earth are guys who fucking lay down while getting head. You're a fat Jabba the Hutt fuck. You're literally a scumbag, lazy fuck. And I don't even know how you're aroused. I don't even know how you're fucking aroused doing that shit. The only acceptable position of getting head is sitting down while she's on her knees. The fucking reason why head is good for a man is it's like she's submitting to her king and you're on the throne and she's on her knees. That's what fucking makes it good. And like you see her face and her face is below you and shit. That's what makes it good. Okay? When you lay down and they do it, it's disgusting. You fucking dumbass. You fat ass Jabba the Hutt fuck. Laying down gives more dominant vibes. No, it fucking doesn't. That's when you eat her out, she's laying down. What do you mean it's a more dominant vibe? You're not even doing anything. You're supposed to pose as a king. You're supposed to pose as a king. You're not supposed to fucking lay down like a bitch. Go to sleep then. It hurts the knees. Good. She has to be so into it that she forgets about her knees and her knees start bleeding.
Popular stance, I actually don't like the demonization of the media. I think the media shows us exactly what we want to see. I think that if I were to quiz the audience on what the latest Marvel movie was, or
Husband like when a woman sit on his face. I don't. It's like get all of that away. Get all that out of here. I don't like that shit. I really don't. I'm gonna be honest. If I gotta go down on you, just lay down and let me go to work. I don't want you to take the. You don't even know what you're doing. Women don't even know what they're fucking doing when they do that shit. Let's just say that. Don't be sitting on my fucking face. You're right. I don't like that. Get all that out of my. I want to have control. I need to have control.
or what happens on whatever reality TV show, I think that like 95% of people would raise their hand. But if I were to ask you a question like,
I don't like the idea of gravity assisting her pussy being on my face. Like, I want to be in control. I don't like the idea of being forced by gravity to be there.
Who's the mayor of your city, or do you know more than one or two of your elected state officials? Almost nobody has these answers. I think that we very much want to jump up and blame, like, the media shows us.
And plus, when I eat out, I would like to be in full control of her body. Like, I want her whole. I think of a woman's body as a canvas, and I'm an artist, and I want full control. I want to, like, all the right buttons for all the right. You don't understand. You wouldn't. It's hard to explain. Like, I need to have full artistic control over the canvas I'm working with. That's all I need to say. I need to have full artistic discretion. I don't want the painting to drop on my face, and that's just chaos. Imagine if Da Vinci's painting and the fucking giant painting drops on his face. He's not going to be able to paint anything beautiful if that happens. Does that include sucking nips? Yes. Or not my nips, but when she's a canvas and I'm working on her. Yes, of course it includes suck. Dude, yes. It includes... This is kind of scandalous. I don't even want to talk about it.
This, the media shows us that. There's a ton of information about there about all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, face sitting is chaos and anarchy. You can't like move up and like kiss her neck and whisper in her ear while you're using your hands to substitute.
How
you can't
much
do
do we
any...
need to donate to get you to give Mike from PA the infrared treatment?
He streams in the morning, dude. It's not gonna happen. You can't do like I don't know. Thank you, Big Mullet.
Liking the haircut has.
Thanks, Big Mullet.
Nobody's going home to watch that. Nobody's turning on the TV to watch that. You can have, C-SPAN, you can have any type of TV show that's going to show you the most blasé, like, we're going to go line by line through the tax code and see if we can...
Yeah, don't eat ass. Of course you shouldn't eat ass. What the fuck? I can finish from face sitting even if he sucks at head. That's fucking satanic. Gaga, that's beastly. That's beastly activity. I don't do that shit. That's beastly. The fuck? That's just too aggressive.
Optimize the EITC to adequately affect poor people. Nobody wants to watch it, though. They want to watch a guy and a girl.
Like, how dare she? If a woman did that to me, it's like, how dare she? What the fuck is she doing? It's like she's smothering me with her fucking energy. And guys, remember, there's no such thing as an equal relationship. One person is dominant, always. Always. Why do you think men with big noses are so handsome? Are you for real about that? Is that really why women like big noses? I've never heard of that in my life. I have never heard of that in my life. Is that really why? Really? I've never heard of that. Fuck. I have never heard of that in my fucking life. I have never heard of that. I feel like that's something Gaga's making up. I feel like she's making that up. I have a big nose. It's actually not that big. I thought they liked big noses for other reasons. I didn't know that was the reason.
Gorilla suit throwing something at somebody running for governor. They want to see what was the last...
Same reason for having a long tongue. I've never heard women be like, "What? How long is his tongue?" I've never heard that in my life. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've never heard the long tongue thing. The fuck?
Crazy thing Trump said. When was the last time Biden tripped over himself? Like, these are the things that sell. I think that we can hold the media responsible a little bit, only insofar as much as we're willing to accept responsibility ourselves for the type of content.
Look, you guys want to know how I measure my success? You remember, you know how I measure my success? I said this before. I measure my success as I want to get to the point where I never have to eat her out ever. And I'm that successful and I'm that fucking renowned that I never have to eat her out again.
That it is that we want to watch.
That to me is what it means to be successful.
And I think that if you want to look at a perfect example of that, look at what gets popular on places like Facebook and YouTube and these other massive social media conglomerates. They have one agenda and one agenda only, and that's to make money. YouTube doesn't care if it's serving you left-wing or right-wing content. You might think that, but the reality is they just want to show you whatever's going to keep you watching the most amount of ads. And when you go to these platforms where you can see whatever you want to see, you're not getting the nuanced, granular takes of, you know, foreign policy or tax affairs or anything. You're just getting the most ridiculous culture wars, whatever type of content.
So what?
Content people can sell you to get you the most angry.
So what? Hey, Destiny, have you ever considered the... You know what? Here's why Destiny's full of shit. This is why Destiny's full of shit. Remember how Destiny told us the media is just what the people want, right? The reason we have the media we do is because it's just what the people want. Remember how Destiny says that? I remember. Y'all remember? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. Isn't that the case? The reason why those people make that, it's just what people want. People want to be angry. Because there's a real division.
Can I say something? Sure. So I actually agree with most of that. I would say the media is not responding to me. I don't watch them because I don't like what they do. But yes, if you are unhappy with the media, then you should stop watching them. Right now, most people are unhappy purely for ideological reasons. I say there's a more fundamental problem with the media, which is that they are pandering to public irrationality, that they do actually try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. And this is exactly what you should expect, but it's also a reason why we should not take the news seriously. When you realize what's really going on, the fact that people in the media care about something, it does not show that it is actually an important problem. The fact they're ignoring something does not show that what they're ignoring is unimportant. Right? So, like, just to step back and realize that while this is mostly driven by supply and demand, that is not actually, but nevertheless, once you realize what's going on, it does undermine the legitimacy of the media.
Breaking news, Kanye West has just changed his entire name, both first and last name, to Ye. Y-E. His just name is Ye. No, just Ye. All one. Ye. Y-E. Not twice, just once. Ye. It's Ye? I always thought it was Ye. Oh, Kanye. It's Ye. I always thought it was Ye. What the fuck? Kanye. Khan. Kanye. Will be the next thing he changed his name to. Oh, yay. I didn't know that. You guys think I follow celebrity culture and I know about celebrities? I don't fucking know shit about celebrities. Shut the fuck up. I don't know fucking shit about celebrities. Sue me. Sue me. Sue me. I don't know a fucking thing about celebrities. Sue me. Sue me. I don't know about fucking celebrities. Kanye. Today is the way.
Intellectually or epistemologically, even though, yes, it is primarily a business.
First of all, can you fuckers go on the Minecraft and just... You lazy fucks. So Sir Sirhan has been spending the last weeks building my palace. No one helps him. No one's helped. There's no one... Y'all, there's like 3 people that play the Minecraft now. You guys know that? I'm paying 80 a month. I gotta dial down on that fucking shit. I'm paying 80 a month for that fucking Minecraft. No, I didn't abandon the server. Believe it or not, guys, I log into that Minecraft every day. Even if it's only for like 20 minutes, I'm on the Minecraft every day looking at Sir Sirhan's progress in my palace. And when he finishes that palace, we're going to make more content on the Minecraft. I'm just waiting for him to finish the fucking palace. But I log in the Minecraft every day. Usually when I get back from the gym, sometimes I just play Minecraft. Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I play Minecraft. We made our own Minecraft server for the girls. Why? Literally, why? You made your own why? Why couldn't you just fucking make it in ours? Why? That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. You literally made your own server. Why? Because people keep wrecking our shit. Oh my god. Then why didn't you just build in the infrared land? You could just build in our land. It's claimed. I could just claim land for you too. The fuck? That's separatism. No, all of this started. No. All this started because the women want women world. They wanted to create women world. You are literally kulaks. You are literally kulaks. Why do women need their own fucking kingdom? What makes you so different from the rest of the subjects that you don't have to use your slave labor, just like everyone else, to build my palace? Explain why women get to have their own fucking palace. Sultan kept attacking us for being women? Really? Then we have a fucking criminal system in the Minecraft. We could have tried him for treason. RTSG kept attacking us? What? Why didn't you just build for infrared? Because you created your own faction. That's why. Created your own faction. We're building that courthouse. Plenty of people are going on trial. Gaga's also going on trial for the woman world, for creating a kulak conspiracy of women world. You guys know all the grain is being hoarded in women world, right? All of the grain is in women world and they're hoarding all of it. That's why our Minecraft server is not active anymore. They're hoarding all the grain in women world. The RTSG and Kami Mami factions are warring. No, they're not. RTSG doesn't even play on the Minecraft anymore. Prison built a mosque, and he even finished it. He just left an ugly, fucking, unfinished front entrance. Didn't even finish it. And the infrared server is starving right now. Okay, so you guys are literally the kulaks hoarding the grain. And another thing I noticed that pisses me the fuck off. You know what? In a second, I'm just gonna go on Minecraft and kill everyone. You know what? Everyone on the fucking Minecraft, I literally gave us so much designated land that we could build on, and it's protected land. You fucking kulaks just made your own homes and your own bases. I found an underground base, and I'm like, my palace isn't even finished. You guys all built your own fucking houses and your own bases. And what did I say when I made that server? You are not allowed to have property. You are completely a slave of the Khan until the palace is finished. After my palace is finished, then you can make your own shit. You pool all your resources together, all your work together to build my palace. That's the only thing you should concern yourself with. All of you kulaks, I'm gonna log into Minecraft soon. I'm just gonna burn everything down that you fucking built. You disgust me. Yesterday I teleported to this guy, and he's like, oh, I built something far away from spawn. He didn't know that I was gonna find him. I found this guy. He built a fucking palace in a cave all for himself. You fucking kulak. We need to get on the Minecraft and have a purge. We're just gonna break everything. We're gonna burn everything. In my palace, I gave Sir Sirhan, I gave him 5 days to finish my palace, and it's nowhere close to being finished. And nothing ever gets built. You know what? Nothing ever gets built on infrared public land. The only people who play the Minecraft are fucking kulaks who go make their own bases far away that are just for them. They make their own private kingdoms. I am the fucking Khan of Khans. I am the only Khan. You can't make your own fucking kingdom, you little bitch. Fucking build something on our public land for everyone. You're proving communism doesn't work. You're literally proving communism doesn't work. You only build for yourself and you don't build for the people or your Khan. That's literally proof of communism's failure. You may as well give up. You're not even building for the public or the people or the Khan's armies or the kingdom. You're just building for yourself. And you know what? In our version of communism, you can build your own shit, but you have to build the palace first. Fucking kulaks. You claimed like 2 guys' bases and didn't give them perms, and they couldn't even open their own chests. Good! What right does someone have to build their own fucking base when the Khan doesn't even have a base? You guys know how disgusting you all are? You want to know how fucking disgusting you all are? Woman World must be burned to the ground, Gaga. Don't fucking tell me about Woman World. You guys want to tell me how disgusting you are? Your Khan, did you know that your Khan is homeless right now in Minecraft? Your Khan doesn't even have a fucking home. He's homeless. Your Khan is literally homeless and lives on the streets. Your own Khan lives on the streets while you build palaces for yourselves and sleep soundly at night. I don't even have shelter from the rain. I live on the fucking outdoors where creepers and skeletons can get me. The fucking Khan lives by himself. And you know what a good leader I am? While they were building the palace, no, I'm going to actually pull up Minecraft and show you what's going on soon. Because you know those stupid stables you guys built? I told them to convert it into a mess hall and then expand the mess hall. Nobody's actually improved the mess hall, by the way. But I literally decorated the mess hall with pumpkins and decorated them. And I wanted to make like a public gathering in the Minecraft. We could just hang out. Like, instead of being on Discord, we just log into Minecraft. Just like in Second Life or in VR chat. We just go to the mess hall and just chill and just talk and hang out or whatever, right? And let me just briefly show you for 1 second. I'm not going to do this for long. But I just want to show you for 1 second. Just one second. Give me a sec. Okay? This is not going to be like for a long... I'm not going to like play Minecraft right now. But I just want to show you for a sec before we go back to this. Like, look what a good leader... I'm homeless right now. And I want to build things for the masses and for the people. Oh, we already have Minecraft here. Okay. Let me just show you. We could just do it like this. Damn. I didn't know it was like that. Okay. Alright. Actually, let me do this. Let me just expand the window. Make it bigger. Let me just show you. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So... Shut the fuck up. It is the Khan's palace. This isn't a democracy, bitch. Oh my god! They did expand it. Okay, are they finished with it though? Alright, this is the mess hall I'm talking about. So, Sir Sirhan has been working on this. And this is all in survival. I'm in creative. I don't give him shit. Ask him. I give him nothing. I just use this to fly around to check on what's going on. All of this is in survival. He's building all of this. This is the Khan's palace. Yeah. And there's a statue here. I think this is where like the throne room and the palace is going to be. Everything's unfinished. When he finishes this, he's getting Hero of Infrared. If he finishes it. But he's taking too long. I don't know if he needs help or if he's lazy. It's taking way too long. There's going to be like shops and there's going to be vendors and markets and fucking restaurants. We're going to have a torture chamber, a dungeon, a trial room, a library. We're going to have so much stuff in this palace, okay? But in the meantime, this is what I wanted to create for infrared people to meet up in. So this is going to be the mess hall. And I decorated it with pumpkins and shit like that. And let me see if they added anything. They didn't even add anything. Oh, is there a second floor? Yeah, we definitely need that second floor. We need an open... So this is what the thing I'm thinking about. We have an open concept second floor where it's going to be like a bar or a tavern where there's just going to be like a bunch of tables up here for people to chill. And there's going to be like gates here and people are going to look down. It's going to be like an open bar or an open mess hall, right? And, oh, I was thinking, maybe we should make rooms. Actually, maybe we should make rooms up here, and we should make, like, hotel rooms. We should make this like a hotel. Actually, yeah, this could also be, like, double as a hotel, where, people come here, they're traveling. This is how it's gonna be like. So look at all, this is the one that disgusted me the most. Look at the fucking kulak, this small kulak peasant, who built a hut and took up all this land. You know this is claimed land, right? All this land is claimed, and they just took all of it. So, but the road basically leads here, right? The road leads here. And who built this? I saw this before. I don't even know whose house this is. This looks cool, but come on, guys. We need to fucking make, what is this? Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Message board, reports of missing farm. What? Yeah, I'm not going to focus on that. So, this is what I was thinking. Travelers will come through here, and they'll go here. And before they get to the palace, they can just come to this tavern. And this is going to be like the, this is going to be like a ratchet fucking, this is going to be like a place where a bunch of thieves and unsavory folk who are just drunk all the time. This is where all like the shadowy, sketchy people are gonna be, right? It's gonna be the hotel on the way right before the palace, and then the palace is actually gonna double as a city. Okay, it's gonna double as a city. So this is Prism's mosque. He never finished it. You go through here, and then you go down here, and then this is gonna be the gateway to the palace. And I'm going to see if we can get a redstone gate. So we can actually make a real functional gate. And then you're going to go through the palace. And this is going to be the entrance into the actual city, right? So all of this is going to be outside the city walls. And this is going to be the city, right? This is more like a city, actually. It's a kingdom. And then let me show you a mysterious thing that someone built. And no one knows what it means or what it is, but far in the horizon, there's a very strange statue, right? Very strange statue. And yeah, no one knows what it is. Why the fuck did Yashade join? Should we just ban Yashade? He's gonna grief our shit. Well, everything's claimed, isn't it? Guys, be on the lookout for Yashade. Everyone be on the lookout for Yashade. He's part of Adriana's faction, and, yeah, be on the lookout for him. TP me to you? Why? Why, you're in Adriana's faction. Why would I ever do that? Okay? So this is still, by the way, like, the server for all the streamers. Adriana's, Zerka, and all these fucking streamers. You have 12 diamond. That's nothing, dude. That's chump change. 12 diamond is fucking chump change. But, yeah. Like, I'm gonna leave the game soon, but, yeah. My dream is for, like, this place to be, like, a meeting place until the palace is finished. Where, like, when I'm done streaming and I feel like chilling with you guys, and I'm done working out, we can just fucking chill here. You know, like, we just have, like, just like VR chat. We just have, like, Minecraft parties, you know? We can just chill here and fucking, We have to add VC to the game, honestly. We need VC. We need voice chat in this game. So I don't know how we're going to add that. Or maybe we'll just do it through the Discord. We'll just talk through the Discord. We can just chill here. Right? It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And guys, keep in mind, I am literally homeless. Oh, guys, look at my sword. Look at my sword's called. The Wig Splitter. You know what that is, right? The Wig Splitter. That's my sword. See that? Okay. Alright. We're done with that. That's all I wanted to show you. Yeah, Dead Hexer has the proximity chat. I know about that. Are we gonna have a Halloween party in the tavern? We could this week. It'll be this week. We could have a Halloween party this week. This sword is not plastic. Okay? This is actually made of real steel. 100% authentic Damascus steel. Latina, did you carve my pumpkin yet? Because all I saw was an H. Where was the A and the Z? I never saw an A and a Z. I have Kulak levels of iron and gold. Who's that one guy? Dude, Hux, you don't know anything. There's a satanic guy on our server. He built to bedrock a giant underground, like, huge. He leveled it out. He has unlimited resources. I don't know if he's duping, but... And he also has a torture chamber for villagers for some reason. And he has an industrial farm factory. I'm not even kidding. He literally has cells where he has, like, unlimited cows, and he burns the cows and makes food. And this guy has a diamond pyramid. And this is the biggest kulak of our server. They could have used all of that to build my palace, but they built their own fucking satanic fucking torture chamber underground. And he has an elytra too. Where did he fucking get the wings? He can literally fly. No, Hux, you can't joke. Okay, guys, Hux is Jewish. To add context, but you still can't say that. You still can't say that. But they're Jewish, so yeah. But Twitch doesn't know that, okay? So chill.
As a sign of their backwardness and primitiveness, thus contrasting it to the enlightened and rational West. This resulted in a counter-reaction from two directions. Later scholars who wished to undo these questionable depictions started to emphasize other aspects of the Islamic world, instead highlighting quote-unquote rational figures like Ibn Khaldun, who represented the opposite side of the debate. And the same kind of reaction happened in the Muslim community itself. There was an attempt to distance oneself.
Tomorrow is the Prophet's birthday and you're watching a video about evil witchcraft. You're a fucking fake. You're a fucking phony. Shut the fuck up. This is part of our history, you dumb fuck. You got your fucking mind poisoned by Anglo bullshit. This is what we were doing for 1,000 years. And more. Dumbass. And you believe in modern science, which is literally satanic and evil. Shut the fuck up. You probably believe in genes. You probably believe in genes. You know how fucking satanic believing in genes is? You sick satanic fuck. You probably believe in Mendel. You probably believe in genes. You probably believe in atoms and fucking electrons and shit. I've never been to Virginia. I don't know anything about West. I don't know anything about these places, but these two, yeah, this is like the S tier of the United States. Good old Wisconsin and Michigan. These are the S tier of the United States. Talking shit while not providing anything to the country. Crops are done. We fucking provide food in our farms and crops. Wisconsin gives you your fucking cheese. And these are our Great Lakes, bitch. These Great Lakes don't fucking belong to America. They're ours, you fucking bitch. Don't come. You're gonna talk shit about us? These are our fucking Great Lakes. Get the fuck out of here. And we're not sharing our water with you when the fucking crisis comes. You fucking go live in the middle of fucking Texas or some shit. See if you can fucking live off oil in Texas. We're gonna be drinking our water. This is our fucking water. These are our lakes. bitch. And you're saying we contribute nothing? Excuse me, we contribute nothing except the entire fucking automotive industry in America, and we build all the fucking engines, even for the fucking military, but we don't contribute anything, right? All the fucking engines that go into any vehicles that are American made are fucking made here, you dumbass. Talking shit about Michigan. Where the fuck do you live, huh? Some stupid ass state like Utah, probably, or fucking Wyoming. You probably live in one of these fucking kulak states, these square, boring states with a bunch of weird people in them that probably have fucking cults and serial killers in their basement and shit. They probably got bodies in their basement. These weird people that live in these square states, these unnatural square states that aren't even natural. Look how beautiful an artist carved this. See, listen, you square states, you want to talk shit about me? We could talk shit. Let's talk shit, square states. Let's talk shit. How about we talk some shit, square states? This was carved by man. My state, Michigan, my state was carved by God. My state was carved by God. This is a natural shape. And this was carved by man. This was carved by some random fucking guy. I don't give a shit about Pennsylvania. I don't fuck with you guys. What? I keep ignoring what? Keep ignoring Indiana? I'm sorry, Indiana. I already told you about Indiana. Ohio and Indiana, y'all are below us. You're below Wisconsin and Michigan. You're below us. You're below us. You're below us. What do you think of Mexico? That's another country, okay? But I love Mexico, but it's another country. I thought that was like a fringe thing. So like, Castro, thank you for the 4. Thank you so much. So wait, hold on. So when leftists and socialists and communists are talking about the working class and the proletariat and the workers, and they're reading the Communist Manifesto, and they're reading all of this socialist literature from centuries ago. Wait, they actually have like Netflix employees in mind. It's my favorite. Graduate student unions. Graduate students, grad students read the Communist Manifesto. They're like, this is about me. Wait, I didn't know. Oh shit, really? For real? That's what they meant by workers? Google it. They meant Google coders and engineers? Is that what they meant by workers? What the fuck? If you go ask a regular American person who's the working class, they're gonna be like, yeah, construction workers, people working with their hands, electricians, factory work. They're gonna be like, yeah, those are working class jobs. And then apparently on Twitter it's different. I don't know. I guess that's what theory does for you. So what theory does, apparently, right? And I don't know where they're getting it from either. Apparently theory allows you to put on the can I say the word retarded? You put on the goggles of stupidity on, and you start to look at the world differently. So all of a sudden, graduate students and Google engineers and Netflix workers become the working class. Wow! No, it's like when Vosh was like, listen, the vaccines were made by the workers, not the pharmaceutical companies, but the workers. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, everybody who's an employee is a worker? Are you stupid? We don't live in an age where, like, people don't own shit in this day and age. Everyone's a fucking worker. Even a CEO's a worker, you dumbass. A CEO's a worker. Did you hear about Trump's new app? Yeah. No, I didn't. And I want to be clear with you guys about something, right? We're gonna have a long stream explaining this shit, so I'm probably gonna have to repeat myself. Thank you, Chancism. Thank you, Chancism. It's not about suffering, okay? Even if the Netflix workers were getting paid in dog shit, they weren't even getting paid in real money, but actual, like, literal dog shit. Like, the CEO of Netflix had his dog. Thank you, Chancism. Had his dog. Let's say the CEO of Netflix had a dog, and the dog took a shit in the bag, and that's what they paid these workers in, right? They didn't even get paid money, and then they're homeless, and they can't afford food, and they're suffering. Thank you, Janar. That still wouldn't change my position. Yeah, Vosh, your Discord messages are still in Destiny's Discord. I hope you know that. Your messages are still in Destiny's Discord server. They didn't get deleted, Vosh. We can still look at them now, Vosh. We can still look at them now. 1,000 upvotes.
Red fascist infrared calls Netflix workers parasite while striking. What a pathetic guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Based.
The NISC, thank you so much. Parasite was too much of a word, right? I should rephrase what I called the Netflix employees that are currently on strike in protest of Dave Chappelle's comedy. Because parasite, yeah, that's just too much, right? I'll rephrase it. Ready?
Bunch of useless, lazy, vampire, parasite, fat, fuck, pieces of shit, less than the shit on my fucking shoe, useless, unproductive, producing nothing of worth in our fucking society, doesn't produce any fucking value in the scientific sense of Marxism, bunch of useless, fucking, completely worthless people.
That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. That's actually what I meant to say. I'm gonna down-dude you, little bitch. Down-duded bitch. Guys, this is the people getting behind the Netflix train.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Netflix employees are the working class. We are true workers and we're LARPing. We are the working class. When union movements and songs 100 years ago were commenced, they were all talking about us. When Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, they were actually talking about graduate students, and they were referring to people like me, who are a bunch of coddled parasites. When we get hired by a lousy boss, we complain and bitch even though we can't do none. We're not workers ourselves, but we have to get hired still because we have to work for a boss. We are mediocre. We are soy boy betas. We have to work for a boss because we can't do anything ourselves. Unlike America's working class, we elevate ourselves with our minds. Creative labor and mental labor is the true working class.
Red Rising Star donated $3. These people think unions are always revolutionary, but didn't Fanon point out in imperialized countries unions were often in line with the interests of the imperialist-controlled industries? Ideologically, these people.
Thank you, Red Rising. I appreciate you. Listen, guys. During the great labor battles of 100 years ago, they were actually talking about pink hair, blue hair, coddled parasites. Let's go, everyone. Hipsters are the real workers. Hipsters are the real workers. You wanna know about the working class? Go to a Google HQ. I work for Facebook. I work for Facebook. I am a real worker. We are the working class. Solidarity! Solidarity! All right, guys, I have another song. Ready? Ready? I have a song. I have another song. I have another song up my sleeve. Ready? Okay, I'm gonna sing it. Ready? I dreamed I saw AOC last, alive and ready with glee. She said the workers of Google and all are the true working class. The Democrats and all above are fighting in solidarity as the true working class of history aligns together now, aligns together now. When Dave Chappelle released a special that hurt all of our feelings, that was exactly like coal miners who were fighting for livable working conditions in which they would not get diseases and die. The workers of the past who were struggling for dignity are exactly like the cry-bullies who are whining and crying and bitching that Dave Chappelle hurt their feelings. That Dave Chappelle hurt their feelings. Now, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go! Bread tube forever! The workers on strike! Down with Dave Chappelle! White leftists unite, and we know what's best for all the black people in America. Dave Chappelle is actually white. Dave Chappelle is I don't know how the rest of it goes. All right, hold on. Let me think of more. Ready? Let me think of more. Based. All right, let's do it. Arise, all the Netflix workers and all the people on office chairs. Arise, the people working with their pinkies and have the pinkest hands. All the graduate students studiously writing dog shit papers, and all the Netflix creative workers who are making cuties too. Come together, the nerds of Silicon Valley, the Google workers and at Facebook are the heirs of the working class. The proletariat actually have blue hair and big glasses. SJW, arise into the air. The red fascist infrared wants to divide the true working class, but we will not let him do it. Google are at the vanguard. We are rising and fighting, but we are mostly obese. We're getting there more slowly. We are hipsters in peace. We are the same as the workers from 100 years ago. They all agree with me that my dad is an asshole. My mom and dad all are reactionary. I am rebelling against them.
You will not assume things such as the color of my hair, and I won't let you take down the struggles of the true working class. Dave Chappelle is pretty much the same as a child labor sweatshop owner from 200 years ago. Dave Chappelle is the modern day robber barons of the age. He hurt all of our feelings, and that's the exact same thing as the union struggles of the past. We're gonna fight the capitalist Dave Chappelle, guys. The workers are gonna win. The capitalist Dave Chappelle won't win, guys. The workers are gonna win. Okay? I am a worker. Come on, guys. I am a worker. Just do it with me, guys. Just do it with me. Get up out of your chair. We're not gonna take this red fashion. I am a worker. Okay? Working class, me. It's about me. Marx was writing about me because I don't own the company I work at. And because I don't own it, I'm a worker. And that makes me what Marx was talking about. I am a worker. You know what? It's time for Antifa. It's time for some Antifa. Base. I'm the worker.
Hasanoids BTFO.
Did Dave Chappelle just say something I don't agree with? Just like the working class union guys in the past who were fighting against the capitalist bosses. I am the working class, okay? I'm Antifa, huh? Let me get into Antifa. I'm Antifa, okay? Don't mess with me.
Jonah Phony
Don't mess
donated
with me.
$20.36. Ostrom and Ferret will revive the American folk tradition.
Antifa! The workers! I am the working class! We're gonna do this! We're not gonna stop! We're not gonna stop at Netflix! We're gonna create the Netflix Hill Autonomous Zone! Workers Unite! Indigenous People! BIPOC! Workers! I am the working class! While you sit on your computer, I'm out here doing real revolution. Oh, sorry. I'm really obese. Don't be fat phobic. Don't be fat phobic. There's no fat phobia allowed. No fat phobia allowed. Stop it. Stop it. I have many vegan McChickens. And if you take them away, it's oppression. Workers! Workers! Hell, the workers! Come on! We can do it! Oh! Okay. Ready? We're gonna do a single charge, and the working class is striking, and we're gonna defeat the bosses! Down with capitalism! Down with capitalism! Okay. Ready? 1 second. Okay. 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 One last time. One last time. Antifa. 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 Tumblr. Twitter. Indigenous BIPOC. BIPOC. Okay. Ready? Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Okay, one more time. One more time. Okay. 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 Listen. You fucking shitlord. Haas is gone. Haas is gone, okay? I managed to infiltrate the red fascist tanky known as Haas from Infrared. I infiltrated his apartment, and he's gone, okay? And BGG, Vaush, if you guys are watching, Antifa is in control. Antifa is in control, okay? We're in control of the infrared stream now. And we're about to change the curriculum. We are going to change the curriculum, okay? First things first. All workers are valid. You're trying to divide workers between actual workers and salaried professionals that I just decided to call workers, okay? They are all valid, okay? The working class is pretty much a cultural identity, and I identify as a worker. And if, I identify as a worker, and my identity is valid, okay? And solidarity, I have so much excitement and solidarity for all of the Netflix workers who are out there striking for better conditions against the billion-dollar capitalist bosses at Netflix. And I hope they turn Netflix into a worker cooperative where blue-haired, bird-brained, pink-haired dumbasses will have all the creative control. Now, I am not a racist. But I've noticed that the most popular shows on Netflix are coming from South Korea and Spain, okay? And they're just not as enlightened as us Americans, okay? All these South Korean shows, they don't give a shit about the struggle of marginalized communities and BIPOC and queer folk, and none of their shows seem to be about that, okay? And, those people in South Korea, look, I am going to take the woke man's burden. I'm sorry, not man. Excuse me, I didn't preface my pronouns, excuse me. The woke burden of going to South Korea and teaching them the ways of indigenous queer liberation theory and anarcho-Bidenism and streamers like Vaush, because as Vaush said, South Korea is a very conservative country. They are not as enlightened as we are. We are more progressive. We're better than they are, pretty much. I'm not racist, okay? I believe in, you know what? Nobody talks about the indigenous people in Korea. And South Koreans are settler colonialists upon the indigenous people like me. And I'm indigenous because, my grandpa fought in the Korean War, and we were fighting the red fash North Koreans, and they were red fascists, okay? We had no choice. Anyway, sorry. I do that sometimes. Anyway, now that we've turned Netflix into a workers' cooperative, and we've socialized the means of production, so the workers own it now and not the bosses, we're gonna make some changes around here, okay? First change that's going on is no more South Korean shows. Yeah, that's right. Until those South Koreans learn to be as woke as us, we're not going to let these foreigners make our content on Netflix anymore. Matter of fact, I think we're going to build a wall around Netflix so only the woke people, like us Americans,
will be able to make content. And matter of fact, look, I'm not racist, but Dave Chappelle, for some odd reason, he is just not enlightened like I am. Okay? Dave Chappelle, and yeah, I'm just starting to notice a pattern like that. That infrared guy, that Haas guy, that red fascist, maybe if he came from a more repentant cultural background and not from the deserts of the Middle East, maybe that guy of infrared, he comes from a very toxic, conservative, fash culture. Maybe if he was raised in a more repentant culture like me, he would have the empathy to understand that he shouldn't be. Look, I'm not racist, guys. I'm not racist. I'm talking about infrared, okay? Infrared's a red fash, and he's a Nazi, okay? I mean, guys, I'm 2% indigenous, okay? Stop. I'm not a racist. Okay, infrared's the bad guy here, not me. Okay? Anyway, that Dave Chappelle guy, I don't know what it is. But I just feel like, I don't know. He's just really not sensitive, and he's punching down at me, and I'm the real victim here. And, Dave Chappelle, he needs to check his privilege. He really needs to check his privilege, okay? And so, look, hear me out. It's not racist, just hear me out, okay? Just hear me out. I was considering that we're only gonna have comedy specials on Netflix by indigenous white queer folk. Okay, listen, I know it sounds bad, but look, Dave Chappelle, he proved that we have a long way to go to educate these other people, like the infrared Haas guy. He comes from a foreign culture, into our woke ways. And until they do that, look, so here's what's on the itinerary. We are going to build a wall around Netflix. No more South Korean shows, no more shows from Spain. They're not woke enough. They are not progressive enough. They're too conservative. And then, now, when it comes to the comedy specials, look, okay? Look. You're a bitch! Sorry. I'm sorry. It just happens. Did I break this fucking... Okay. Sorry, it just happens, okay? It just happens. Don't you dare talk about... Look. I know how it sounds, okay? But for now, we're only gonna have indigenous white queer folk, okay? And the reason why we're only gonna hire white people now is because... Not because we like white people. I hate white people. I'm white and I hate... I have so much white guilt, okay? But the reason why I think we need to only have white people on Netflix right now is, well, listen, white people are just more self-aware and repentant of their own evil. And people like Infrared Haas, that guy, because he comes from a, barbaric culture. I mean, that's not what I meant. I'm not a racist, okay? But because of that, he doesn't have as much guilt or repentance that I do. And because I'm more guilty and repentant, I'm actually better than everyone else. Okay? And Dave Chappelle, what is he guilty of? He's not guilty of anything. He's not guilty. So, and look, we need to put... Okay, look. We're going to put a temporary shutdown on Muslims from coming to Netflix until we can figure out what's going on. Okay? Look. The workers are taking over Netflix. This is what's got to happen. Okay? Look. Okay. So let's go down the list of the itinerary. Some of the things that are on the itinerary. Ready? First thing, we're gonna build a wall around Netflix. No more foreigners who are not woke and American enough. I mean, I hate America, but they're just not. They're not progressive enough. Okay? South Korea, no more. That's it. Squid Game, no. There were no queer people in Squid Game. Do you ever notice that? There were no queer people in Squid Game. You ever notice that? Anyway, we're not letting them make our movies anymore. And
Another thing is, the second thing is that, well, we're only gonna have white people do comedy specials now. Okay, it sounds racist, but it's only a temporary measure because we're gonna educate, we're gonna take on the woke man's burden of, the woke folks' burden of educating the other people. And finally, and this is the last thing, is that we need to put a shutdown on Muslim Twitch streamers until we can figure out what's going on. Because they're red fash and we don't know what's going on. Okay? So, one. Hey, doesn't that sound like Trump? And what? Who's the fash that just compared me to Trump? What about me's like Trump? All I said was, I want to build a wall around Netflix. And, that we need to shut down Muslims like Hod so we figure out what's going on. Who? Excuse me? You know what? Okay. Before I go, okay, we have another few things on the itinerary, okay? Because we can't stop here, okay? We are Netflix, and we're also demanding land back. And in the land back, we demand that Netflix gives all of America back to the indigenous people, or else. And that's right. And if you don't, I'm going to stare at you just like this. If you don't do the land back, I'm going to stare at you just like this. Okay? Ready? Gonna give it back yet? I can do this all day. I can do this all day. All right, one sec. Hello? What? What's going on? Hold on, wait. You're saying that in Dearborn, Michigan, the Arabs have traditional gender roles? And they believe in traditional, patriarchal, oppressive, heteronormative roles? I'll be right there. All right, guys. Apparently, the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan are not woke enough. And we're Antifa. We fight fascists, we fight white supremacists, and we fight bigots who are xenophobic. And look, we're going to pay a visit to the mosque, and we're going to tell those people at the mosque that they better change their ways or else. Because now, I don't know what desert they came from, but now that they're in my country, they're going to have to learn to adjust. Okay?
Fuck! What the fuck happened, guys? What the fuck happened? Oh, man. Oh, fuck. One sec, let me wash my face. Alright, back. God, the story I could tell you. So I basically went out to go grab a protein drink, and there was this Antifa guy that basically ambushed me, like out of the blue, right? Completely just ambushed me. And I was knocked out cold for like 35 minutes. Thank you, Lido Miffy, for the 10. Appreciate you, man. I was knocked out cold that whole time. So I don't know what happened. I just got back
It's so weird that the views didn't drop off because the stream was there wasn't a stream, right? It was just you weren't seeing anything. The stream was empty, right? There's 465 likes. So you're saying people unliked it?
Hormones, like hormone blockers, or just regular like HRT. This isn't like trying to change your gender. This is if the kid is already expressing some type of usually like gender dysphoria, like hate for their body. They go to like a therapist, and then that therapist signs off. So they go to an endocrinologist. That endocrinologist.
You're saying children are expressing this hatred for their body?
Yeah.
Like, how old are these children?
Sometimes they're 7. Sometimes they're usually like teenage range, like 13, 14. But specific.
Yeah, I don't.
Body in
look,
which
if you're 7 years old,
hatred.
I'll give you an example of this.
Sure.
So when I was 6 years old, 5 to 7, right? I was crying a lot. And I was crying because I wanted to be 16 years old. I'm not making this up, by the way. I wanted to be like 18. And the reason was because I was watching Drake and Josh in those shows. And I was like, I want to be like older. I want to live the life. I'm sick of being a kid. I don't want to be a kid anymore. Might sound funny, but I'm not even lying about this. And I would cry to my mom and I'd be like, I want to be 17. I'm 17. And I'm not saying that's like an analogy to trans people who, as adults, express this views about that they have gender dysphoria. But I'm just saying, like, as a kid, kids express all range of emotions.
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
just it's not enough to, like, I'm not me personally, but I've talked to so many fucking people who are coming from that place. Jesus saved my fucking life. If it wasn't for Jesus, I would have fucking killed myself. So many people have told me that, right? So everybody has the same problem, basically. Not the same form of this problem, but nobody's above somebody else where they're going to act like there's some kind of a lab coat scientist who has some kind of objective
above
insight.
Anybody else, but some people are more like experienced, just like you said, right?
Experienced in what? These scientists you are talking about are spiritual pygmies. They're not experienced in anything.
What?
If I went and fucked their wife, they would cry and break down entirely. Don't tell me these scientists are experienced people. They are experienced in nothing that concerns the fundamental wisdom of human experience. Now, they're experienced in going to school and being eggheads and writing shit on their clipboard and whatever the fuck they're doing, but they are not experienced in the sense of fundamental human experience. Don't give me that bullshit. My fucking grandma more experienced than scientists.
Okay, so do you think your grandma is more experienced on something that maybe she hasn't read a lot about, versus like a person who's read a lot about a subject, talked to a lot of people on the subject, has like done a lot of like...
Okay, listen, Destiny clone number 5,444.
Yep,
which you seem to not fucking understand, right? And your Destiny voice is so fucking annoying, by the way. What we are talking about, you're not just talking about reading something. That something is something fundamentally subjective. So don't get it twisted and try to weasel your way into making this innocuous. Say, oh, do you think that maybe a nuclear scientist knows more about your grandma than how to operate a nuclear reactor? Yeah, obviously, but we're not talking about the same fucking things here, are we?
Sure,
so stay on
we're
topic.
Talking about how to best help trans people. Let's say like trans people are really struggling with like their identity. They're saying, hey,
listen, you know what? Here's what I believe. If you're an adult, you do whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you see fit. I'm not going to bother you. But I'm against you pushing this on children.
I wouldn't want to push it on children.
I'm against you putting hormones on children, manipulating with children's sexuality, giving them hormone blockers and puberty blockers that are going to permanently alter them for life. There could be a guy, what if there's a little boy, he was destined to grow up with a really big beard, really strong muscles, super tall, really big manly man. You give him these blockers, then he regrets it, and then for the rest of his life, he's going to be more feminine, right? And you just took something away that he'll never get back.
Testosterone? I don't know.
No, you took away something from him. He will never get back.
Well, that's what he wanted, right?
He was too stupid to know what he wanted because he was a fucking 7-year-old child. Because he was a 7-year-old child. He was too stupid to know what he wanted.
That's why you go to a therapist and
Fuck the therapist! Where's the therapist fucking know? Even doctors don't know shit. I went to the fucking doctor once about a fucking something stuck up my fucking nose. He said, "Oh, there's nothing in your nose, nothing in your nose." I blew it out. There was something in my fucking nose. Even you're acting like these people know everything in the fucking world, and they don't.
This is a personal example, and that's not like a.
There's plenty of examples of plenty of people who know. Even fucking doctors don't know it all. Even fucking physical doctors know it all. You think a therapist has unlocked the secrets of the human mind? Even fucking doctors don't even know how our body works, but we still do it anyway because we have to. But when it comes to our mental, subjective space, you understand modern science rests upon the assumption that my body is different from my head, my consciousness, my soul. My body breaks, so I go to the doctor, fix my body. When you're targeting the inner experience of consciousness and subjectivity with pills and shit, you are violating someone's humanity at its most visceral level when they're a fucking child.
Okay.
And gender identity is one of those things that are inner visceral experience. You are altering with something of a child. They don't know anything. That's a child. A child doesn't know anything. And you're going to fucking make a decision, a life-altering decision that's going to impact them for the rest of their life? Hell no.
I haven't seen any information that shows it would.
Yeah, you're a robot. You're a robot.
Well,
you're a robot. You're
I'm a
coping,
robot?
pretending to listen. You've trained yourself to talk like Destiny and talk like a robot because this is how you cope with This is how you cope with life. To be a robot, this impartial, robotic type of person, I see right past you, Xena. I see right past your robotic facade. I see right past your robotic facade. You're an emotional person. You're gonna break down and cry in times of your life. You're not some robotic Destiny type of person. You sorry, you're not. You do that because it makes you feel powerful. It makes you feel elevated. It makes you feel above the world. You're not above the world. You below the world.
Okay. Wait. By you saying I'm below the world, doesn't that make you feel like you're above the world, and that's what you're trying to do with your
Except
audience?
it's true. Except it's true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So how much Destiny have you watched?
I watched him back in 2018, but I don't know how that has to do with any of the validity.
Because you learned all his ways of talking.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've watched a lot of Hassan.
I didn't watch a lot. I didn't watch that much of Hassan. What about John Zerka? Because that's the guy I'm most familiar with, John Zerka. But even them, I don't copy him with such a one-to-one. People have said my cadence. People have said sometimes my cadence resembles him. But you are 100% Destiny in every way you speak. There's nothing about you that's original.
In every way you speak.
I'm 100% what?
John Zerka. Really?
Am I?
Yeah, 100%.
Really, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not. That's a cope. That's a cope. You even try to laugh like Destiny. What is wrong with you? You're like a skin crawler. You're walking around in Destiny's skin. You're like it's like you want to be Destiny himself.
I mean, not really. I share
You're creepy. You're literally creepy. You know he's his own person, right? You're an overexcited fan. You're an overly enthusiastic fan. And you might even be like that Stephen King. I'll tell Destiny worried for these people because you see to be like that Stephen King movie where you're going to capture him. What's that movie where the fan captures the author? What's that movie, guys? What's that movie? Everybody knows that movie. She captures the author.
Well, let's hope you're never in a room with
Misery. That's what's gonna. Destiny better watch out because I fear for him.
Keep like insulting me and stuff.
But of all the people to copy, why Destiny?
I'd love to, but
because you are a robotic broken record. You keep saying things I've already addressed. You're not moving past what's already been addressed and addressing it in a new way. You're just saying the same thing you did before.
Okay, you've literally said that you can't treat any type of subjective science. This is a pretty crazy claim. So
Oh,
I'm
we
trying
live in a
to-
crazy world. Don't worry.
Okay. So I'm trying to.
There's no subjective science. All soft science is bullshit. It's not science. I think that all. This is what I believe. Here's what I believe. All non-STEM education, all non-STEM hardcore science education should not only be bankrupted, destroyed, abolished, and so on, but in a legal way, ceremoniously by the government. The government will do it. Ceremoniously bulldozed and burned down.
Really corrupt to me personally.
Huh?
That sounds really corrupt to me.
And all the people who are peddling these false they should all be thrown in jail. That's what I believe too.
Dude, I love just taking away people's freedom of speech. Hell
No,
yeah.
I agree. I think that's because our freedom of speech has led to the abuse of children, so I want to protect children.
Okay. Do you have any evidence showing that like there is some type of like abuse towards children?
What? Hold on. This is so silly. This is what Lacan calls the discourse of the university. Why do you demand objective evidence when you know very well that I qualify giving children hormonal blockers a form of abuse? Why do you need evidence? There is nothing empirically in dispute
Wait, you
right
think
now.
that's abuse? Why
There
is
is
that abuse?
nothing empirically in dispute right now. Nothing is empirically speaking in
Well,
dispute. You look
yeah,
at one
true.
thing, like for example,
Well,
you see
okay,
Vosh's.
so you're
For
assuming-
example, it's not empirically in dispute that Vosh is saying pedo shit, but you just deny it's pedo shit, right? So you don't have to say what is the evidence. You have to say why are you calling it pedo shit. You don't need to this copium of a evidence is your copium. You got evidence. You got evidence. You got evidence.
I didn't know what you.
You got evidence.
So I didn't know what you meant by child abuse, but now
You have evidence. You didn't know what I meant by child abuse.
Yeah, I asked it.
You have evidence. You asked it.
I mean, aren't you streaming this?
You have evidence that you just asked me the question. Are you streaming?
Look, it's getting late. I'd love to talk to you again.
Do you have any evidence that it's getting late? And do you have any evidence that you consider it good to talk to me?
If you're just gonna keep doing this,
do you have any evidence of what I'm gonna keep doing? No, let's shift to Vosh's.
I understand.
Let's shift to
if
your
you wanna
defense. I just
talk
got
about,
told
like, Vosh pedophilia or whatever.
Yeah. I
know
just
you
got
really
told
wanna,
you defend Vosh's pedophilia. So let's talk
all
about
that type of stuff. Like I don't know if you're gonna keep doing this type of. Well, I mean, do you have any evidence? Like I don't know, dude.
Well, let's talk about your defense of Vosh's pro-pedo takes.
Pro-pedo takes?
Yeah. You defended them before, right?
I think I said I'm pretty sure that a lot of the clips that people were posting were taken out of context, and I don't think he
Wait,
said
they were
any
taken
of
out of
those
context from the Discord?
Yeah, people were posting clips.
Okay, yeah. Situate their context properly.
Sure. So I'm pretty sure there was a clip. I'd have to look back on it. I'm pretty sure there was a clip that said, Vosh was saying, like, I think it's totally okay for people to have, like, or people to, like, use child pornography for some type of value to be gained in society. He said this type of claim, but the thing was, it like cut off right there, and the rest of the claim was, if we are going to allow different types of what are they called, like things you produce. Things you produce. If we're going to allow different types of things you produce and like buy, if we're going to allow these types of things to be made by children in like child labor places. So he was trying to like compare it to that. It was a really like bad comparison. It sounds really bad, but like
hold on.
Clip out of context.
But Vosh knows that there's no way we already are having.
Look, I'm not that.
Hold on. We are already consuming computers and all that kind of stuff. So the only meaning that Vosh could be saying is, we should just we may as well allow it if we're going to continue to consume
he was
computers.
Anti both. So he was anti. He was trying to give an argument against. I think he was talking about like a vegan discussion, and he was saying like, yeah, he was talking to like a vegan, and he was saying like the hypocrisy of a situation in which someone would
So
say, "I'm not going to."
Yeah, but that's a that's a
an
pro
animal, but I'm
pedo
going
porn
to-
take, right? He's defending pedo porn in context. Now, ultimately,
Oh,
he
there's
may
another-
believe.
so there's another
No,
clip that he was
ultimately,
defending that.
ultimately, he
But
may
was because
claim
it
that
leads
he's.
to less of rape of children, right?
No.
Like, it's-
Ultimately, he may believe that in the Big Rock Candy Mountain there shouldn't be any, but insofar as we live in this fallen, depraved world, we may as well have it, right? And here's what's interesting is that what about the other clip where he just straight up said there's nothing morally wrong with it?
I'd have to see the clip.
You want to watch it right now?
I'm not super well read on this.
Yeah, do you want to watch it now?
Yeah, can you like share your screen?
Yeah, we're gonna go on it. Do it right now. Peter Wiley. Wow.
So my original claim that I made was I don't think he said anything like pedophilic.
Someone in the Discord, link it to me. Link it to me. So Voss created a community of clues.
In the Discord is.
I'm going to show you a few of these.
Less children
I'm
being
going to
raped.
show you a few of these actually. There's actually a lot. So we're going to just see some, not all. There's way more than this, right? But
okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the point of this is. Like,
yeah, sure. I just want to see if this was all taken out of context.
Okay, sure. I mean, like, I don't know what I'm not like a huge Vosh viewer person, so I'm not going to know every single like clip or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, we're gonna see. Right? We're gonna see if this holds up. So let's look at Vosh, and I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'm gonna give you a chance to watch.
Okay.
CP is free. If you're
Can you pause it if I say pause?
No, there's a delay.
not paying for child pornography, then there is no argument in favor.
It wouldn't be a delay if you're streaming it.
Can you shut up so we can? You're interrupting it.
You're not streaming it.
Yes, I am. There's a fucking delay.
Wait, no, there isn't. If you share your screen, there's no delay.
I'm not gonna share my stream. I'm just gonna stream it. Just watch the Twitch.
I thought you were going to share it on the the
No,
Discord.
just watch it on Twitch, so the audience can see too.
Wait, wouldn't it be easier to just have like your YouTube like tab and then go to your share screen thing on Discord and then share it so that we can watch it in real time?
No, just do this.
Okay, let me open up your stream just a second.
There's gonna be a delay.
Okay, I have to open up your stream. I think it's gonna give me another ad.
CP is free.
Yep.
If you're not paying for child pornography, then there is no argument in favor of morally condemning people who get it.
I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child pornography. It's just morally neutral. It's not ethical and it's not unethical.
Should consuming child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes.
Wait, didn't it like cut off right there in the clip?
You want me to play it again?
Didn't it cut off right there?
You know the context for why he said that?
Oh shit. I mean, I don't know the exact context, but I do know it's cut off. Like, you could, I mean.
All right, let me ask you. Let me ask you. I don't even know if I can put this on. Show this on Twitch. Let me read you something from Vosh's Discord. If you need the evidence, I can send it to you. From on Disney. Can you tell me the context of this, where this would be permissible? Well, wait. If the sex bot is just a toy, then why does it matter if an adult fucks a kid robot?
So, I mean, he's probably being edgy. I mean,
is that edgy?
Yeah,
he goes, or now he's talking about lolly sex bots. Is that just edgy?
I mean, technically, like, if you, he's not wrong. Like, if you have a, like, it's not harming a children. That's why the take is funny, I think.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with that?
I mean, if it's not going to lead you to harming actual children, if you're just like looking at like
you don't
cartoon
think
children or
that the
whatever.
fundamental pathology of pedophilia is something inherently fucked up, and you think it's okay if there's actually a pedophile acting upon their fantasies as long as no children are involved?
As long as no children get hurt, yeah. I'm anti-children getting raped. So as long as...
But you're actually cultivating, you're promoting the culture of children eventually getting hurt.
Well, yeah. If we're promoting something that would lead to children getting raped, I wouldn't.
Of course it would.
That to happen. Yeah, sure. Then I wouldn't want
what do you think the fantasy comes from?
Probably.
You fucking people, and by you people I mean you leftists. You boycott all media, Dave Chappelle, video games, for the slightest, smallest shit. Right? It's not politically correct. But you're okay with robots that are made in the image of children for people to have sex with?
Yeah, if it leads to...
You're okay with VR lolly porn?
If it leads to less children getting raped, then yeah. Are you okay?
I think it just speaks for itself. No, I really just think this speaks for itself.
Are you not for things that give children...
I am 100% against pedophilia in all its manifestations.
I mean,
I think every pedophile belongs in prison.
Well, I'm
at the minimum. At the minimum.
I mean,
whether they harm children or not.
That's kind of fucked.
Anyone who has pedophilic feelings, who has engaged in any type of pornography, whether it's involving real people or not, anything of that matter should belong in prison.
So, I mean...
all culture which promotes the abuse of children should lead to criminal charges. That's my view.
I mean, yeah, if it leads to the abuse of children, yeah.
All culture, which gives expression and fantasizes about the abuse of children should be criminalized.
I think if you're fantasizing about
unfucking believable.
Actually harming
unfucking
children,
believable.
Worst thing, right?
Unfucking believable.
I care about outcomes when it comes to like...
Unfucking believable.
Well, okay, so...
Unfucking believable. Dave Chappelle can't tell jokes on Netflix, but this is allowed, right?
Unbelievable.
Farrakhan, man. Thank you so much, Farrakhan. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about Farrakhan himself on here, but... you know what I mean? Join Hassan in the G3 podcast. Fuck no, dude. That ain't never gonna happen. That ain't never gonna fucking happen. That ain't never gonna happen. That ain't never gonna fucking happen. Hassan has always been our political and ideological enemy. That's not because we were allied with Zerka that I didn't like Hassan and all these people. Hassan's not our friend. Hassan, not our friend. Hey guys, I've been so fucking stressed. Holy fuck, dude. I've been spending the last 2 days fucking dealing with this planning shit for Austin, which is happening. This week, it's happening. I don't even know if I can stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try. But I bought a laptop. I just got a laptop I gotta go pick up tomorrow. I gotta fucking... oh, dude, there's so much shit. It's like, it's so stressful, but hopefully it's gonna pay off. Yeah, there's gonna be... so, this week and this Halloween, I'm gonna be going to Austin with Jackson. Me and Jackson going to Austin. We're gonna meet up with other people. We have some people we know there that we're gonna chill with, and yeah. But fuck, man, I've been really swamped and busy because amidst all of this, apparently something happened on Twitter. I don't even fucking know what it was. But I'm just getting like swarmed by leftists on Twitter who are just crying and bitching every fucking 1 minute. Shut the fuck up! Every fucking minute, man. I don't care. I hate you guys. Fuck you. I wish you didn't exist anymore. Twitch doesn't allow me to say what I really want to say. I literally hate you guys. Why are you surprised? I fucking hate you. You are my fucking enemy. You are my not you, the chat. Although maybe some of them are in the chat. All fucking leftists, I hate you. I actually hate you. Every time, if you fall down the stairs, I laugh. Everything bad in life that happens to you, I'm smiling about. Every misfortune that happens to you, leftists, I literally hate you. I actually hate all of you. Every single bad thing in life that comes your way, like, you guys don't know, but you guys are confused because I'm a communist. Thank you, Cyprox. Appreciate you a ton, man. Thank you so much. Y'all are confused, I think, because I'm a Marxist-Leninist and I'm a communist. So you think I'm using terms, like you've adopted these terms to like virtue signal your little group. So when people use these terms like, oh, you're a fellow cuck, aren't you? Woo! Oh, you're a Marxist? You're using Marxist terms? Oh, then you belong to my little stoy boy cuck little bitch internet trend. Oh, you're in my group, aren't you? No, I'm not in your fucking group, bitch. I'm not in your fucking group. I'm not in your fucking group. I hate you. I hope the worst comes your way. I wish nothing but the worst for you. I fucking hate you. Why do fucking leftists think? Bruh. Okay, we're gonna do this. This person tried to ratio me. This person tried to ratio me. So we're doing this. We're doing this. We're going here. We're going here, okay? No, we're not gonna do that yet. Everybody go like this fucking tweet. Everyone go fucking like it. Go fucking like this shit. Someone on Chapo found it. And all of those Chapo people been fucking blowing up my fucking mentions. Go like this fucking tweet. Go fucking like this tweet. Boost it to 400. I did a tweet. I was like, solidarity with Netflix against the PMC. People are like, solidarity with Netflix? That's a corporation. How could you say solidarity with Netflix? Oh my god! Solidarity is a sacred word. How can you use that word on Netflix? Suck my cock. Please suck my cock in a Congo line. Every one of you make a Congo line and suck my fucking cock. And I just slap your face with my balls. Consensually. It'll all be consensual. But that seems like what you're asking from me. Yeah, they do this to every tweet I make. In what universe is Dave Chappelle the unpopular one? I'm just annoyed. I'm honestly annoyed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking annoyed by these people. Every 2 seconds I get some tweeter who thinks they're fucking smart. Fucking dumbass. Look at this guy. Join a party so they can correct your incorrect thinking, please. Suck my fucking cock. Why do these people talk to me? I hate you. Yo, I've heard you don't know how to please a woman. True or false? Let me ask you a question. Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? Because your mom begs to differ, you fucking pussy. Your fucking mom begs to differ, you little bitch. When I get my laptop, right? But This is one of the things I wanted to say. Okay? Hold on. I have Leftoids trying to purity test me and bait me or whatever, so I'm just gonna ban them. Give me a sec. Anyway, listen. Hey, tweeters. I'm getting tweets every 2 minutes by people who are like, everyone's against you. Everyone's laughing at you. And by the way, they're not laughing. They're on their phones and they're doing this. Ha 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 ha, emoji, laughing emoji. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing at you. Ha 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 ha. Laughing emoji. Ha, you're being laughed at. They're not laughing. Shut the fuck up, bitch. That's a cope. You're not fucking laughing. I know you're not fucking laughing. I know you're fucking not laughing. I know you're not laughing, you little bitch. But they go on and say, ha 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 ha. The Twitter herds of sheep are all against you. Ha 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 ha. What kind of pussy? What kind of pussy? What kind of little bitch? What kind of little fucking bitch? Literal fucking bitch hides behind Twitter mobs and just openly admits that they're dick riding waves of Twitter mobs. You're just basically saying you're not your own person. You stupid pussy. You're just going with the trends. That you're just admitting you're a little bitch and you're hiding behind crowds. You hide behind crowds, you little fucking bitch. You hide behind Twitter cancellation crowds. I'm literally fighting as a man. I'm a man out here, you little bitch. I don't hide behind nobody. You're hiding behind your little crowds. It's you. Okay, Congo line time. I have a Congo line. There's like 3,000 people against me right now, right? Every single one of you in a Congo line. Line up in a Congo line that will stretch all across the country. And you suck my cock one by one. You suck my cock one by one. Do you actually? Guys, I've heard of cancel culture and all this shit. You want to know what cancel culture is? It's all the lefties on Twitter coming after you. And then it sorts out the strong from the weak. So the weak are going to be like, oh my god, you shamed me. I repent. Oh my god, I'm going to do an apology, guys. I'm going to do an apology tweet. Shut the fuck up, bitch. These people are not real. These are not real people. These are literally a bunch of fucking bitches. They're not real. They are like the smallest minority of Americans ever. I'm actually mad. Is this how easy it is to resist the cancellation culture? Is this how easy it is? Is this how easy it is? What? I just sit here and have tweets come at me every 2 minutes? Bro, I don't care. I was literally in my car driving around today, and I was like, huh, so this is what it's like to be canceled. I don't feel any different. I just don't feel any different. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, a bunch of ugly people, and yeah, I remember how I told you, I always check if ugly people are coming after me. I mean, if attractive people are coming after me. I haven't seen one attractive person yet. I've checked all my quote tweets. I've even checked from alts, like to see if they blocked me. I'm not lying to you right now, guys. I'm not actually lying to you. I've checked all the quote tweets. I've checked all the negative replies. I've clicked the profile pictures. You know, sometimes I get deceived because sometimes there's soy males who have the profile picture of an attractive woman. But then I look at the description, it says he, him, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, that's just a select. That's not even you, right? But I'm checking my quote tweets to see if any, like, attractive people got a problem. There's none. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. And you want to know what's crazy? On the low key, I will look at the people who like my tweets, and it's all, not all of them, but a lot of attractive people just low-key fuck with me. A lot of attractive people just low-key fuck with me. They're liking my tweets, retweeting me, you know, following me, liking my shit. I'm not even lying about that, by the way. I'm not lying about that, by the way. You should see the DMs I get on the low-key. Attractive people are on my side. Trust me. Attractive people on my side. The attractive people are on my side. Y'all notice no one's ever explored this aspect of cancel culture, which is why don't people divide it between the ugly and the attractive? Because I don't think the attractive are canceling people like me. The attractive people are going to cancel me. If I see a beautiful woman who hates me, I actually feel bad. You guys know that? When a beautiful woman hates me and is like hostile to me and is quote tweeting me, like hating me and giving me this vitriol, I'm like, damn. But it don't happen. That's the thing. It don't happen. I ain't never seen a baddie. I ain't never seen a beautiful woman. I ain't never seen them come after me, have a problem with me. I ain't never seen that. I'm gonna be real. There are women who come after me, but then I click their profile. What can I say? What's understood don't gotta be said, but you can fill in the blanks. You can fill in the blanks. Now, as far as the dudes are concerned, as far as the men are concerned, all of them motherfuckers are ugly. Oh, you should see. You should see. You should see. I almost want to go over them. Y'all should see what I got going on. Y'all should see what's going on. Y'all should see what's going on, what I'm dealing with. Wow. I didn't know it was possible to be that ugly. There's things you don't know. There's things you don't know, like, for example, Marxism is religion. It is Abrahamic religion, freed from philosophy. Religion was taken over by the philosophers. Authentic religion was rediscovered. And guess what, motherfucker? Guess what, motherfucker? Let me tell you what. All of you coping atheists, I want to tell you something. All around the world, communists are beginning to awaken to the fact. In Cuba, the Communist Party is recognizing the Christian pressure groups and conservative Christian groups within Cuba and beginning to work with them. Before, for decades, the Cubans were pandering to the liberal NGOs. But now they see these Christian believers in Cuba, these church groups, and they're starting to make contact. The Communist Party of the Russian Federation is allied with the Orthodox Church. In Peru, Pedro Castillo won on the basis of a religious communist platform. The communists and religion are starting to recognize each other. Now let me tell you, all of you religious people, I'm a communist, I've been an atheist most of my life. We have just misunderstood each other. We have just misunderstood each other. You understand? It's all based on a misunderstanding. We are the same thing. It's the corrupt philosophers who are following Greco-Roman Hellenic paganism and philosophy, which has always been the pastime of the ruling elites, which is the reason we were against religion. We were against religion because religion was dominated by the corrupt philosophers. You understand? When you take philosophy out of the equation, religion is indistinguishable from Marxism. Every real world historical religion is speaking the same language as Marxism when you take away philosophy. And I'm not talking about in the moral sense of love thy neighbor and that kind of shit. I'm talking about in the sense of dialectical materialism. Religions are inherently materialist and dialectical. It's the philosophers that make them idealist. Thank you, Janar. Appreciate you.
You're insecure. You're insecure. You're insecure. Insecure.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You get off on conflict? Yes. That is actually something true. I do get off on conflict. Every relationship I've been in, I've destroyed. because of my thirst for conflict. Yes, I do get off on fucking conflict. That's what people don't understand. If you think like this whole brigading on me is gonna work and is gonna like persuade me to stop, you are literally just, I'm thriving the whole time, dude. Like, it's annoying, but like, I'm in the state where I'm like, yes, this is me. You know what I mean? When you do that shit, it's my natural habitat. I love being in conflict with everyone. That's the truth. I love conflict. I love conflict. There's no meaning to life for me beyond conflict. You understand? There's no meaning to life for me beyond conflict.
How small is your dick?
Huh. Guys, we have a Chapo viewer in the chat. Look at this Chapo viewer. Guys, the Chapo viewer. Hey, listen. Look. You will never get in my VC. I'm not even asking you to show your ugly, disgusting face. But you will never get in my VC and show me what a fucking bitch voice you have. That's how ashamed you are of yourself. So you can keep typing on your keyboard, but you will never get on my VC and embarrass yourself with your fucking voice. True? But by the way, I don't know if you have a girlfriend and if she's over 18. Let's say you have a girlfriend and she's over 18, right? Because you never know with these chatters. If she saw my cock, if she saw my beautiful cock, my thick, juicy, beautiful cock, she would make a religion out of it. I mean, she wouldn't only want it. She wouldn't only crave it and want it, and yeah, she would give me everything, right? She would suck me off, anything I fucking want, right? She would give it to me. But she would start a religion about my cock. And she would try to remember it in her head and build an idol. She would worship it every day. You guys, listen. Just look at me. Hold on. Okay, it's fine. Listen, just look at me. Just look at me. Do you really think? What do you think my cock looks like? Just look at me. Just look at me. Just look at me. What do you think it looks like? What is my person? What do you think it looks like? Tell me what you think it looks like. If you're gonna be honest with yourself right now, it looks exactly how you imagine it. Be honest with yourself. It looks exactly how you imagine it. His name is Shamalat. You fucking arrogant bitch. I hate this fucking guy so fucking much.
Yeah. You're not qualified to talk about Marxism. Mom, you don't know enough about Marxism. Don't you know that Netflix employees are the workers? Oh, you don't know how to debate Vaush and Destiny, because you're always yelling all the time. Hi. Oh my god. If only you watched my Destiny Vaush. Yeah, I'm a Brooklyn hipster. Yeah, I recognize that Netflix employees are the working class. Look, I voted for AOC. The working class is the hipsters and professional managerials. I'm in the DSA. Hey guys, I'm in the DSA. This is my... I'm in the DSA. Oh, you don't watch ContraPoints like I do. Nathan Robinson and ContraPoints. Shut the fuck up. I hate this fucking guy. One citation where I spoke negatively about the PFLP. One citation. One citation. One citation. One citation.
And I'm gonna stand up for all people who are oppressed around the world.
One citation. Okay, I'm gonna mute this fucking guy. I'm muting him for a second. This kid's a fanatic. He is literally an NPC, and this is what leftism on Discord for these kids does to their fucking brain. They just shout and tick off slogans and just say shit without thinking. He's saying I've attacked the PFLP. I got banned for 30 days on Twitch for showing Abby Martin's documentary about Gaza. And the people who reported me, and we have the screenshots and documentation, were leftists. They were leftists just like this. And by the way, they weren't like some sect of leftists. They were leftists exactly like he's a leftist. And they reported me. They reported me for covering Palestine. Because they wanted to get me banned. They didn't care about Palestine. They just wanted to see me banned. I was raising awareness about the situation in Palestine. And I got banned for it for 30 days. And he's saying that I've attacked Palestine and I've attacked the PFLP. If this kid can give me one citation in which I attacked the PFLP, I'll go. If he can provide one citation that I've attacked the PFLP, I will go to the doctors to get my balls removed and I'll send it to him. Or I'll send it to his parents and guardians and they can give it to him when he turns 18. You're unmuted, dumb fuck.
Yeah. So can you recite Al-Fatiha of the Quran?
Yes.
Okay, I want to hear it.
I'm not gonna fucking recite it to you, you disgusting scum.
So you can't recite the Quran, but you claim to be a Muslim. Are you sure about
that? You are not going to command words on it. I've said it on stream before, so you can look on. You can look for the logs and see it on stream. I've recited the whole thing on stream before.
Pandering. Recite it. You're pandering.
I have okay. What do I get if I'm correct?
Nothing.
So why should I do it?
To prove you're not a coward.
No one in chat thinks I'm a coward. They don't think you're a dumb fuck. One's in the chat if it's a dumb fuck. I'll prove it to you. One's in the chat if this is a little dumb fuck twerp.
You wouldn't dare recite it in front of me. You wouldn't dare recite it in front of me because you know I'm going to correct your Arabic. You know I'm going to correct your Arabic. That's why you're afraid. And you're afraid of all the...
You're Arab? You're an Arab? You're an Arab? Hold on. You call yourself an Arab and a Muslim, right? Hold on. You're an Arab and a Muslim? You're an Arab and a Muslim.
Across the street.
You're an Arab and a Muslim.
Former Muslim, but I am Arab.
You're a former Muslim.
Yeah.
And you want me to talk, you want to talk about Islam to me. Why'd you abandon Islam?
Why did I abandon Islam? Because I found...
Why?
I found Marxism, that's why.
You found Marxism. So the white Marxists convinced you to abandon your own fucking religion, right?
It's not white Marxists.
You fit in with them now? Do you feel like you fit in with them? Have they accepted you? Because you've left your backward Muslim ways?
PFLP are white?
You feel like, hey, the PFLP are Muslims and Christians. The PFLP are filled with Muslims and Christians.
And I love them all. I'm not against Islam.
So you left your own religion, caving into the pressure of the Western left and the satanic atheist Western left. And you're gonna talk to me. You caved into their fucking pressure and left the religion of your father, and his father before him. Right?
Yeah. Do you support George Habash?
He was a Christian. He wasn't an atheist.
Do you support him?
He wasn't an atheist.
Do you support him though?
He's dead. What do you mean I support him? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Why are you afraid to answer the question? Do you support his ideology? George Habash.
Yeah.
You 100%?
His ideology, yes.
Okay, that's good then. I agree.
Okay.
But
you're trying to lecture me and check me when you're a Muslim who abandoned their own religion to fit in with Discord leftists. You feel like you fit in now?
I can't argue.
You fit in now? Do you fit in now? Have the white leftists accepted you?
You're a liar. That's what
Have
you
the
are.
white leftists accepted you that you left the faith of your forefathers and your
Uyghur Muslims are
ancestors?
dying. Tell me that to the Uyghur Muslims who are dying in concentration
What the
camps.
fuck do you care about Uyghur Muslims? You're not even a Muslim. You're not even a fucking Muslim. What the fuck do you care about Uyghur Muslims? You're not even a fucking Muslims. You don't even know how to pronounce the name right. That's how little you fucking care about them.
Turkmenistan to the dust for your disgusting defense of China, and that's despicable. And your audience sees
That's
it now.
despicable
All of
and
your
that's
audience sees it.
disgusting. Hold
All
on.
of your
But
audience
you
sees
left
it.
the religion of your father, his father before
You
him.
can't run and hide forever.
And you're
You
speaking
can't
to
hide-
me
you
about
can't hide
Islam.
behind your
Hold
religion.
on. You're
You can't
speaking
hide
to me
behind
about
your
Islam, right?
You know what? The Marxists see through you now. You're a reactionary, right-wing reactionary.
Hold on. What Marxists?
Everyone sees
What
through you now.
Marxists? What Marxists?
100,000%.
What Marxists?
100,000,000%.
Which Marxists?
Every single
I
Marxist.
contest their claim to the label of Marxism.
You aren't a Marxist.
No, they're not Marxists.
Can you define Marxism?
Yeah, I can define Marxism. I can go through every which fucking way you want when it comes to Marxism.
Well, define it.
Okay, Marxism is the science of humanity.
What?
Yeah.
That's totally incorrect.
No, it's 100% correct. That's all it fucking
Dialectic
is.
of economics.
Marxism is the science of history. It's the science of the social realm. It's the science of class. It is the science of humanity as such, at its most fundamental level.
Did you learn Marxism from Reddit? Who taught you Marxism?
Kid, I have been studying Kid, shut the fuck up when I talk to you. I have been studying Marxism for 10 fucking years.
Dialectic analysis of economics.
I muted this little dumb fucking twerp. I've sit here and studied Marxism for 10 years, and this little twerp wants to fucking quiz me on what Marxism is. Marxism can be summed as Marx's humanism. That's literally all it is. Everything else is just an elaboration of the original and essential discovery Marx made in relation to the whole of philosophy, which was the rediscovery of humanity as the highest essence for man. That is Marxism. That is the whole linchpin of Marx's materialism, of Marx's dialectic, of everything pertaining to and relating to what Marxism is and what it became. That is the essence of Marxism. You're unmuted now, you dumb little shit.
Marxism is the analysis of economics.
No, it's not just the analysis of economics, you dumb fuck.
So why did you just make that up? You just made that up. You pulled that out of your ass somewhere.
You said Marxism is the analysis. Hold on. You said Marxism is the analysis of economics?
Absolutely. And the failures of capitalism.
But Marx and Engels directly contested the reduction of their insight and their discovery strictly to the realm of economics. Engels literally said on the grave of Marx, or in a letter to someone, I forget which one, that the youth of his time were distorting the meaning of Marxism to the reduction to economics. But all Engels said is that we gave special emphasis to the economic sphere only because thus far it had been neglected by the bourgeoisie.
I agree with that. And I believe the analysis...
How is Marxism just about economics? It's not about politics? Hold on, it's not about politics?
Applies to social...
Okay, what does Marx say about philosophy?
What?
You said Marxism is the analysis of economics, right?
Yeah, but it's the analysis of economics. But the analysis...
So Marxism has no relation to philosophy, then, right?
No, I'm just that analysis.
What is the relation Marxism has to politics? None.
Of course,
What about psychology?
Of course.
Really?
100%.
Really?
100%.
I thought it's the analysis of economics.
Yeah, it's the analysis of economics, and that analysis can be applied to other things.
So how would it be applied? Give us an example. Put it in practice. Let's see the method of Marx in practice through you. Let's say, how can a Marxist understand and analyze, for example, Joe Biden, the current president of the United States? Do an economic analysis. Go ahead.
Economic analysis, and then
Yeah.
I'll bring social analysis. So with Joe Biden, essentially what you have is a system of neoliberalism in which you uphold the oppressed, you downgrade the oppressed class and upgrade the
So
oppressor
shut your
class.
stupid bitch ass up.
And
I'm gonna
that's
catch you
how
right there. Shut up. Shut up.
because
Shut
it
up.
also
Hold on. Hold on.
uses
Hold on.
that and
I don't know
applies
if there's
it
some
to
shit in your
black
ears.
people.
I don't. Hold on. I don't know if there's
It
some
also
shit in your
applies
ears.
that to arresting black
Pussy.
people for no
Pussy.
reason.
Pussy. Pussy.
And he does that
Pussy.
through
Pussy.
democracy.
Pussy.
That's why
Pussy.
he
I don't know if
not
you have shit in your ears or if you were playing Fortnite for too long. But I asked you about Joe Biden. I didn't ask you to give me a vague generality that applies to every fucking president in the past 50 years. I asked you about Joe Biden
I'm an
specifically.
expert on Joe Biden. Are you a Joe Biden expert?
So you have so you just tell me you can't talk about Joe Biden through Marxism.
I don't know anything about fucking Joe Biden. I'm
Because
not
you don't know anything about anything. You only know how to regurgitate
You're
platitudes you learned in your fucking Discord with your
You're a
fellow
Western
fucking fake Marxists.
You're a fucking Western chauvinist.
I'm a Western chauvinist?
And America's going to be on fire.
You
along with
left
Israel.
Islam for the West.
And I condemn America.
You
Fuck
left
America.
Islam for the West. You
America's
adopted
gonna
American
balkanize.
atheism.
I'm going to balkanize the United States.
You're not going to do shit.
Fucking fraud.
You're not going to do shit.
You call yourself a patriot. You're not a patriot. They would have killed you, the patriots, the so-called
Really?
patriots. They killed communists. Those are the
Really?
patriots. I agree with. The patriots in America, they hate communists, and they would
Okay,
kill
I'll
you.
take my chances with
You're a
them over
fucking
you.
fraud.
I'll take my
They're
chances.
Gonna kill you. They're gonna kill you first, buddy. Trust me.
Okay, we'll see. I'll
They
take
hate
my
communists.
chances.
You're gonna take your chance. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Those don't on me, fellas. They don't like you.
Really?
Those Trump people, they don't like you.
You sure?
I'm 100%. A million.
What if I told you I've talked to a lot of them and they do like me?
I put that on my life.
Okay, I've actually talked to them in real life and they all love me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you
Yeah?
talked to a bunch of-
I've never met one that hated me because I was a communist. Not one.
Well, you talked to the wrong
Every
one.
single Trump, every
you're
single
at-
Trump or libertarian or militia libertarian, all those people like me.
Yeah, you're probably in rich places, man. You're in Los Angeles, man.
Those people don't live in
You
rich
don't talk to real
places.
people.
Hon, hon.
You don't talk to rich
Hon,
people.
hon. Those people don't live in rich places.
Yeah.
They live in rural Michigan.
You're talking to rich Michigan. Michigan. That's the place, really? You're talking to some rich people, man. You ain't talking to the real people. You ain't fighting for the people. You ain't fighting for
Oh,
our-
where's the real people?
You're fighting
Show
for
me
your
where the
own-
real people live. Where do you
you're
live? Where do you
fighting for
live?
your own status in the Twitch
Hon, where do
sphere.
you live?
You're fighting for.
Where do you
You're
live?
not fighting for people.
Where do you live?
You're 100% not fighting for the people, and everyone can see that now.
Hon. Since you're fighting for the people, right?
I'm 100% fighting for the people.
Okay. So show us your face. Cam up.
No, my room.
What? Why not? I thought you were fighting for the people. What, are you scared of the people now?
Fighting for the people.
But I thought you're fighting for them. You're scared of them now, aren't you?
I'm not scared of the people.
You're not? Then show us your face. Cam up.
These are not my people. These are frauds.
Cam up.
Okay, let me turn my camera on.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, and you need to stop disrespecting the.
Yeah, I can't see anything. Kid. Is that your hair? Covering your eyes?
You disrespect the people, and you're disgusting, and I condemn you. Why don't you cam up, you coward?
I am cammed up, you dumbass. I'm on fucking Twitch.
You're just on an icon.
Hold on.
Stupid.
You
fighting
are...
for-
How old are you? Be real. You're not 19.
You yell into your microphone so you get views.
You're not
That's
19. You're not 19.
I'm absolutely 19, actually.
Really?
Just keep coping because
If you're
fighting-
actually 19, that's pathetic because you literally look 12. You literally look 12.
You're a warrior for
You literally look 12.
You're trying. Why are you ignoring me? You're advancing your career by yelling into your microphone.
Okay. So is that a meaningful claim? Hold on. You're saying you're advancing your career by yelling at your microphone. So okay, if that's a scientific Marxist claim, then you can test the hypothesis. You stream up and you start yelling and see if you can match my success.
Actually doing activism, and you're doing internet.
Hold on. When you
yelling
make
into your
a claim, you're just screaming. You're not even making any claims, you're just
100%
screaming.
nothing.
All you are
can't-
fucking doing is screaming claims. You're not actually addressing or
what you
responding
do.
to anything.
That's your entire.
No, it's not. I'm trying to respond, but you move to another thing. I pin you down on one thing, and you move to the next thing. One by one, you move. You're dancing around because you're too scared to be held accountable for any of the things you're saying. So I have to mute him because he has no self-control because it's a kid. Let's be real. You said that I scream into a mic to advance my Twitch career. And that's the secret to my success. So if that's a scientific and meaningful claim that's deserving of a response from me, you should be able to just get a mic and just start yelling and screaming and see if you're going to cultivate the same level of following that I'm able to. See if you can match my success. Can you actually test and put to the test any of the fucking things you try to say? This kid came in my VC and accused me of speaking bad on Palestine and Palestinians when I got banned for 30 days for talking about Palestine on Twitch. Because his Discord groupies who have groomed this kid, who convinced him to leave Islam, the religion of his father and his forefathers, so he could fit in with them, they convinced him to speak slander, to speak disrespect, and to speak filth on someone who would otherwise be a fellow Muslim. White leftists have turned this brainwashed, westernized kid against a Muslim. Western white leftists who told him he can't fit in if he's a Muslim. He can't be one of them, a real Marxist, if he's a Muslim. He has to leave Islam. He has to become an atheist and dwell in the desert of American nihilism to be a Marxism. I've dwelled there. You want to know how I know this, chat? The same fucking thing happened to me when I was 14. Because of my values as a Muslim, I was bullied into renouncing Islam by these internet leftists. So I could feel like I could fit in and be a real Marxist and be a real Marxist-Leninist. And for nearly a decade, I dwelt in a desert of nihilism, misery, confusion, and fog. All for the sake of the Western white left. I looked for the essence of where they're getting it all. These people bullied me, so there must be something meaningful behind the curtain. I gave my life to it. I gave my life to this leftist ideology. I renounced my family. I turned my back on everything in my life for it. Because I was looking to see what is so beautiful, what is so meaningful, and what is so true in comparison to the religion of my forefathers, which I abandoned. And you want to know what I found? Nothing. I found nothing. I went to the very end. The very, very end. And these people came up short. They're hypocrites. They have no manhood. They have no grip on reality. They have no belief. They have no morality. They have no ideals. They have nothing. They dwell and sit on their fucking ass and dwell in corruption. They dwell in the corruption of herds and mobs and groupies, and they virtue signal, and they take the virtue signaling.
Twitter.
Thank you, Ricky. They take the virtue signaling as the foundation for their existence and for their being. They don't actually care to look to the source. Look to the source of it all. They say, if other people believe in this, I'm in the clear. I could just keep relying on what other people believe. That wasn't enough for me. These people weren't my family. They weren't my tribe. They were all white. How could I relate to them as my tribe? They knew nothing about me. And I thought I was the bad one. I thought because I was a Muslim, because I was an Arab, there was something wrong with me. And there was something they knew that I didn't know. Turns out, all of these white fucking leftists were just ignorant. And that it was me who knew and they who didn't. That's why after 10 fucking years, all I've come to discover is where I started from. You fucking disgrace.
Why don't you apologize for supporting Jackson Hinkle?
Jackson Hinkle has done more for spreading awareness about the suffering of the Palestinians and the complicity of the Democrats, the Squad, and the American left in supporting funding for Israel than any one of your fucking little Discord groupies.
Let me pull up some clips then.
What clips?
Of him talking about women, objectifying them, and saying...
I agree with everything he said.
Or about what he said about how he does everything for clout. He doesn't care about he just does everything for clout.
Yeah. You know, where did he say that? Did he say that on a political podcast? Or did he say that on a joking podcast where nothing was serious and we were being authentic human beings? Hey, pussy, not all of us are little mice brainwashed and scared like you, where we have to police our speech to be normal, authentic human beings. We actually talk in public how we do in private. Unlike you.
That's what you guys do. You yell into your microphone to get clout.
So you do it if it's that easy. You do it if it's that easy.
I actually do things outside of this.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
I don't yell into my microphone.
What do you do?
Activism. I do activism.
Which means what?
On the ground. Actually,
which means what?
Ground.
For example.
For example, marching for reparations.
What has that done?
It's done a lot. We've made great strides. Or marching for Palestinian.
How did you make great strides?
For the Palestinian children who are being killed.
So you marching did what?
Children, which you don't care about the Palestinian children. You want them to die, just like the Eastern Turkmenistan.
I don't care about the Palestinian children.
You don't care about Palestinian
I don't care about the Palestinian children.
You don't care about the Uyghurs either. You wanted them to
die.
Hold
on. Let's go one at a time. I don't care about the Palestinians, right?
Absolutely, you don't. You're
okay.
A traitor.
Why don't you hold your horses and let's break it down logically. Hold your horses. Let's break it down logically. What country do you live in?
What country do I live in?
Yeah.
I live in America.
Okay. Which country supports Israel and enables Israel to allow it to do the things that it does? From whose policies does Israel do the things it does?
America.
At what level are these policies put into action and passed?
Never, really.
At what level do the American policies in support of Israel happen at?
100%.
At what level of our country?
All of the levels.
Government.
Yeah, that's correct. Which is why I want the United States...
By elected officials.
The United States should be balkanized and
we're going to break this down, Lahan. Pussy, we are going to break this down logically speaking.
We are. Okay, let's do it. You're a patriot, by the way, so why are you condemning the United States?
You have just conceded
the
whole of the American people to the current American government. You don't want to win the American people. If you won the American people and you took power or you created a mass movement of the American majority, you would be able to oppose Israel. But all you do is shout slogans, and you do more to harm the cause of the Palestinians than any of the biggest Zionists in this country. When you say, I want to balkanize America, when you say, I hate America, when you say, I hate this country, you do more for Israel than the biggest Zionists in America.
You support Zionists. You support Zionists. You're a traitor to Arabs. You're a traitor to Palestine.
I'm a traitor to Arabs? I'm a traitor to Arabs?
You call yourself a United States patriot? The United States of
I am a patriot. I was born in this country. Hypocrite. I'm going to teach you something about Islam, the religion you've abandoned for your white peers. According to our religion, the religion of Islam, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. When you live in a country where the people of that country feed you, clothe you, give you water, give you shelter, put a roof over your head. When you're born in that country, you live off the soil of that country, and you live off the fruits of that country. You don't say, I hate this country. If you have an issue with this country, you fight to make it better. You don't bite the fucking hand that feeds you. That's Islam. The way of Islam is to serve humanity and serve the people in the country within which you live. If you don't like this fucking country, you can leave. Stop living off of the hard work of Americans and then spitting on them. That's Islam.
You're a patriot, right?
Yes.
You support them bombing my country.
What's your country?
Well, my country doesn't exist yet currently, but Gaza Strip.
I support the bombing of Gaza Strip.
Absolutely, you fucking do.
How?
You and the rest of BreadTube
How?
and the imperialist.
How do I
shitlib
support the
left-
bombing of the Gaza Strip?
imperialist
How
shitlib left.
do I support the bombing of Gaza Strip?
You call yourself a patriot.
So?
The patriots are the ones who are bombing my country.
No, they're not.
They're bombing Palestine.
That's not what
in the
I'm
name of-
saying. I'm saying those are the enemies of American patriots. Those are enemies of the American people. Let me ask you strategic. Hold on. Since you're a genius, strategically speaking, which one helps the Palestinians more? When you take the basis of the imperialist power from under their feet, or you concede it to them?
You have to destroy the United States and Israel.
So do it. Destroy the United States. I'm not stopping you from destroying the United States. Go ahead and do it.
I don't have the power to.
But you said you're going to.
Yeah.
How are you going to?
Through violent revolution, eventually.
Okay.
And
you're just
feasible,
waiting
then
for that to happen, right?
Well, if it doesn't happen, then I'll just have to do my own attack.
Okay, you know what? You're talking about illegal things now, and I'm banning you from the server. Good luck with that. Legally speaking, good luck with that. Stupid fucking kid. Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Like her opinions and her values. That's actually what a lot of like Zoomer, Vietnamese, communists actually believe in. It's like this warped Americanized, version of communism. It's like, look, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say this, man. You shouldn't go in there. You shouldn't be arguing with all these people, man. Like they're all your friends, dude. Bosch, Destiny, Luna. They're all your friends. You have no allies right now. I remember
They're
watching
not
the
my
John
friends.
Zerkis stream.
How are they my friends?
They believe in the same shit as you.
No, they
Although,
don't. They don't believe in anything I do.
Maybe you're a bit more based or whatever, but like at the end of the day, man, it's like I'm waiting for my partner as well to join. But
I don't care. So listen, let me ask a question.
Yeah. Look. Oh, yeah, sorry.
So the masses of the American people who don't virtue signal to me and don't use the same terms I use, those are my enemies. But Vaush and them is my friends, right? Just because they use the same words as I do.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are pretty much on the same side. It's just you just need to ease it
because
up
we
a
use
little
some
bit,
of the same words, right?
Yeah.
But the real masses of people, the working people, who they call deplorable reactionaries, those are my enemies, right?
Yeah, man. Look, House, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be going around attacking these innocent people, man. It's like, dude, you're calling Luna a fraud, even though
She
you
is a
yourself, dude.
She is a fraud.
She isn't, dude.
Yes, she is.
She's an accurate representation of what sort of the modern day.
That's if I take your word for it. I don't take your word for it.
Why not, dude? It's just how it is over there, man. It's like,
how do you know?
They're very, Hey, I don't know, man. But I'm just saying.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've talked to these people. I've talked to a lot of these Vietnamese communists. People from like the.
I don't believe you.
Who aren't officially part of the Vietnamese Communist Party, but like they.
I don't believe. I don't believe that Vietnamese communists have anything to do with Luna Oy.
They would agree with a lot of what she says, and like.
I don't agree with that.
Right. Well, dude, you're calling her a fraud.
She is a fraud.
And look, I'm checking Twitter. She isn't. And I'm being very clear. It's like she isn't.
She is 100,000% a fraud.
This whole victimization complex that you're accusing her of oh dude she's going in there trying to make people fucking sad, feel bad about the Vietnam War and shit like that, shit that happened 40 years ago, right? That's pretty much what they're like as well over in Vietnam. Okay. And I'm being honest,
I don't believe you. How about that? I just don't believe you.
You'll have to talk to some Vietnamese communists, man. It's like they are.
Yeah, I have. I actually have talked to some. I've gotten DMs by Vietnamese communists saying thank you, Haas. Thank you so much for what you said.
Well, look, man. You're calling her a fraud. You're calling her, all these terrible things, man. And you're talking shit about her boyfriend calling him a sex pat, you know, a sexual a criminal or whatever, right?
Did you read the article?
Sorta. I sort of skimmed through it.
Yeah, you didn't read it. You didn't fucking read it. Go read it again then and see if that's what I said.
Dude. Dude, I'm sorry, dude. I'm actually shaking right now. I'm actually very scared right now. But my debate partner is in show queue at the moment, and you know,
okay,
he has some
so
things.
any last words?
As a matter of fact, we're both accusing you of being, you know.
Let's bring the debate partner. What do you want?
It's not as reported on, so you probably don't know.
But they've come to it. They've more or less come to an understanding. However, whatever extent of ethnic conflict exists within China, it's nowhere like the U.S.
China, listen. China is a country. Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Look, did I hear what you just said correctly?
It's nowhere like the U.S.
Haas, they're not putting people in the U.S. here in camps. They're not doing that.
They're not doing that in China either.
Huh?
The AP Press just released an article saying, I guess they're not doing it anymore.
First of all, look who the AP Press is owned by, and then come back and tell me why you think they said that.
Who's it owned by?
The Jews.
Yeah, we're gonna release that tomorrow. There's a new infrared vision video coming to. You know how high quality those infrared vision videos are. And by the way, guys, let me tell you what's the. I'm gonna tell you the protocol for these infrared vision videos, right? For this one, if we don't get 25k views in 2 weeks, 25k views. We are gonna ban 250 people from our community at random. Random purge of 250. So that's your incentive. If you don't want to be a part of those 250, you better spread this video around far and wide. A lot of work has been put into it. A lot of work has been put into this video. You understand? 25k views in 2 weeks. Or we are banning 250 people from our community at random. Even mods can get banned. We might even ban mods. If they get chosen in the lot, it's going to be a random lot. It's going to be a random sort. Whether you're a mod, I don't care who you are, every single person must have an incentive to spread this video far and wide. I gotta prepare, I gotta pack. Guys, I got a really good laptop, by the way. I got a really good laptop. Like, it was a pretty expensive laptop for streaming. I got a good streaming laptop. Okay? Let's see it. I don't have it. I'm gonna go pick it up tomorrow. I got it tomorrow for an in-store pickup. And tomorrow I'm gonna be going to pick it up. But, yeah, that's gonna be the official infrared. Okay, you guys want to know the truth? I'm gonna get this laptop. Don't tell nobody. I'm gonna take it to Austin. I'm gonna use it for a week. I'm gonna come back and return it. Oh, shit. Yeah, 15 days. It's a 15-day return policy. Yeah, don't tell nobody. But that's my plan. Slicker does kind of have a point. Like, one time Slicker, I was in his chat and I subbed to him, and he was like, "Oh, is that infrared? Infrared! Come on the VC, get in the Discord. We have something to talk about." And I was like, "Oh shit, okay." I talked Slicker, so I got in VC with him. And he said, "You got debated." He ended stream. Which school you are going to? I'm going to the school of sucking your mom's titties. And I'm graduating in 2 days. Nothing matters but Pokemon. I'm going to be honest. Nothing on the internet matters except Pokemon. Change my mind. Change my mind. You idolizing Pokey is exactly why the majority of young people don't marry anymore. Yeah, but the difference with me is that I actually will find a wife similar to what I consider my ideal. Okay? I can be that picky. You understand? And first of all, I'm struggling to think of something better than Pokimane right now. And I can't. I'm struggling to think a thought that's better than this. That's better than Pokimane. And there are no thoughts in my head better than Pokimane. Did you know that? There's no thought in my head superior to Pokimane. And all of this money is going to Pokimane. All of it's going to Pokimane. Every single dime you've ever given me has been sent to Pokimane. What's going on in Miami, Austin? Why don't you you just gave me an aneurysm. You just gave me an aneurysm. What the fuck does that even mean? Miami, Austin? Caleb answers these kinds of questions much more... Hold on. Caleb answers these questions much more clearly. How's getting too vague and theoretical? Yeah, because I got 2 hours of sleep, you dumb fuck, conversely. You know, you're such a stupid, speculating bitch. Come back in 7 days. How about that?
Fuck up, conversely.
But I'm so... hold on. I'm going to mute for a second. Give me a second. Okay. I'm so fucking sick of speculation Andes who always... every time there's a very clear cause of an issue, and usually it's just I'm tired or something like that, they always get into speculating. What the issue? What's the problem? Speculation Andes, you little stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up. You're not aware of something no one else is aware of. I just didn't get sleep. I really just want to think about Pokimane right now, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't care about anything except Pokimane right now. Okay? Damn. For my whole life, didn't know I really existed. But I do. People are starting to notice. Based. It's actually beautiful. Unban me from the Discord, bro. You gotta get unbanned from life. God, I gotta shit. So bad. This is what we're gonna do. They can't stop us. They can't stop us. And we're gonna be waving the flag of Netflix. This is gonna be all Netflix. Guys, I literally have you guys, you should look at my quote tweets for that. When I announced the Netflix Solidarity March, I literally have 70 quote tweets of people like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous." They're like like, is this real?
Green Kool-Aid eyes? Yeah, you're right. I once dyed my hair with Kool-Aid. I dyed my hair red with Kool-Aid. It was.
Can I trust you to do one thing?
What do you want me to do?
I'm gonna wash my hands. Can you not be incompetent? For once.
No. But I will try.
You know that? As much as I had so much fun, as much as I really needed that vacation, I missed you all. I don't miss this place. I don't miss Michigan. I miss you. My chat. My people. You desperately need a woman so you can shut up about dating? I mean like a girlfriend, right? Well, I feel like I would need someone who lives near me. But I don't think you guys would want that. I don't know if I would want that either, because if I had a girlfriend and she lived near me or around me, I would not be as great of a streamer. I would not be as great as a streamer. I'm going to be real with you. If I was nutting every single day, if I was piping every single day, I would probably not be as angry as I always am. You know what I mean? If it was if I just never had to worry about it and I was just constantly getting some and having all my needs satisfied all the time, I probably wouldn't be as good of a streamer as I am. That's the truth. You know? I'd be a very calm person. I'd just be like, oh, hey, chat, what's up? That's why I feel like people who get that are cucks, you know? Unless you're winning all... Okay, I'm going to admit something. Zerka has said this before. I think I remember him saying this before. So let me preface that. I'm not stealing it from him. Like, you have to be winning in real life constantly to be nutting. If you're piping and you're not winning in real life, you're going down the path of fucking degeneracy and weakness. You're going to become a cuck who's like, hang on. And then all girls are going to leave you anyway. You should only be piping on your way up. You should only be piping on your way up. You just keep getting, and it's never enough either. You know, you should never be satisfied with anything. You should never be satisfied with anything you get. You should never get comfortable. You should never get used to anything. You should always keep more. Telling you the truth. Like, if you're I'm telling you really bad. This is not like good advice. So this is something that was drawn. So this is an art style that's called. This was by a CPUSA member, and the art style is called corporate diversity art style. It's like Facebook and Twitter and all these Silicon Valley corporations have this art style, and I'm being swept away. So these are basically a white man hiding behind black women for some bizarre unknown reason, and sweeping away Caleb, me, and just farted. I don't know enough. First of all, I didn't even know there was a Virginia election, okay? I feel like you have to be a virgin to know about... No, I'm kidding. I'm actually kidding. Like a lot. That's actually a big joke. Did he say climate change isn't real? Hey, you know what? You're tempting me to say that, actually. I actually didn't say that. I said the opposite. I said there is a change happening in the climate. I just don't like the ideology of climate change and the way the word is used in this over-encompassing way. But now you actually are telling me, just for optics propaganda purposes, to say, yeah, climate change is completely fake, eugenicist, Malthusian bullshit. Fuck climate change. I don't give a shit about climate change. Goodbye. Fuck you. I don't ever want you in my chat again. And I don't care about your fucking virtue signaling leftoid phrases that climate change. I'm gonna just assume the opposite position just to spite you, just because I fucking hate you. Right? I actually do think there is like a change happening in the climate, but I'm just gonna say I deny it just to spite you because I hate you so fucking much. You know that? I want to look out for and watch out for when it comes to the rise of fascism. And I'm saying this unironically. I'm not saying this as a joke. Unironically, people like Vosh, they are combining neoconservatism when it comes to foreign policy with democratic socialism, so-called, at home, which is a form of American chauvinism and American racism, basically. That's where you're going to find fascism come from. It's going to... Listen, fascism's not going to come from people with pickup trucks and people who care about the Second Amendment and militia people or whatever. Let me just... Please clip this and share it around wherever you can. Fascism will come from Reddit in this country. Fascism will come from Reddit in this country. or whatever equivalent to fascism there is, it'll come from Reddit in this country. It's not going to come from these like rural people or Trump supporters or whatever. It's going to come from Pokemon loving Redditors who get hard-ons at the idea of going to war with China over Taiwan. Remember, fascism is about war. It's always been about war. The current CPUSA is lying to you and telling you that fascism is just about when you're a big meanie and you're Trump and you go on stage and you say mean things and you're not politically correct. No, actually, fascism is about war. And Trump was not a warmonger. He was less of a warmonger than the Democrats that the CPUSA shill for. Remember, fascism is about war. It's about war. It's the most important thing about fascism is war. That is like, I could actually say with confidence that war is pretty much the only thing that defines fascism. There's no meaning to fascism it's literally just about making your entire economy about war. It's about making the whole country about going to war. And by war, I don't mean defensive wars. I mean going on military adventures to save your crumbling economy. You have a crumbling and bankrupt economy, and the way you get bailed out of it is you mobilize your country for war and you go to war. That's what they're trying to do with China. That's where you're going to find something like fascism. So, you know what that means, actually? It's not that fascism is outside of this division. Fascism is within it. Fascism's going to be inside of it. It's going to be right here in the belly of it. That's where you're going to find fascism. Think about this, guys. Remember how I said fascism is liberal social issues and democratic socialism plus neoconservatism? Where do Democrats and Republicans tend to align the most on? Usually here in the center. At the center of the establishment, you have Marco Rubio, you have warhawks, who are also socially liberal and also, somewhat democratic socialist at home. Yeah, it's foreign policy. That's what unites these two the most. So if you want to talk about where fascism is going to come from, it's going to be here. But the CPUSA isn't running on the CPUSA doesn't care about opposing the wars. They just care about fighting over abortion. Right? They just care about fighting over abortion. You know what's funny? My Uber Eats is still my Austin. Oh, this is making me sad, man. I got Umami Burger. I got Sarah's on the Road. I got Halal Time. oh man, I'm getting nostalgic for fucking Texas already. I'm literally getting fucking nostalgic. My Uber Eats. Oh man, it's in Texas and I'm stuck up here. Damn, bro. Man. Wish I was back in Texas. I need to get my dick wet. Yeah. Wish I was back in Texas. They all got really good food. I'm just kidding. The food isn't good at all in Texas. Wish I was back in Texas. On 6th Street with all the crackheads attacking you. I'm not lying, dude. 6th Street is actually a dangerous place, for the record. 6th Street is a very dangerous place, actually. It's not a safe place. I was on 6th Street in Austin, Texas, like almost every night that I would go there. I'd be walking around. And just random crackheads on the street would literally just be like, it's literally like Bloodborne or Dark Souls, right? These like random crackheads we walk around. And you're just scared to walk past them because it's like Dark Souls or Bloodborne. You don't know if they're gonna grapple you or some shit. But and I'd be walking, man, by myself every fucking time. When I landed in Austin, I came Wednesday night, so I was by myself, right? And I'd be walking. I was checking out 6th Street late at night just to get familiarized myself. I was there before, but it'd been a long time. I wanted to refresh my memory. Randomly, I would get crackheads walking toward me like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They'd just be saying random shit, and they just walk past me, and I'd be so. I didn't. Bruh, this is a dangerous place. Okay, that's all I gotta say. So we were able to like get the march done. Thousands were there, a bunch of celebrities, Norman Reedus, Dave Chappelle, Donald Trump, President Trump, or former President Trump, sorry. Don't ban me. You know, this is not about who has power, because men are gonna have power either way. It's about whether you're gonna be a cuck or not. Because listen, every single Hillary supporter who was talking about Bernie bros was sucking off Republican men. Hypothetically, metaphorically, in a video game. And they wanted to maintain that relationship. The fact that there was like a different type of man threatened them because it changed the power dynamic. A lot of times, let me tell you guys something. I'm gonna say something really misogynistic. It's gonna sound misogynistic. A lot of the times, women are very, very pro status quo. And the reason they're pro status quo is they want to preserve the man's power that they're, with, because they are accustomed to it and they've found an arrangement that works for both of them. When another like man comes to the scene, it like throws the power dynamics out of proportion. And just because of the uncertainty, women will side with the man in power over the up and coming contender, right? And then if that contender comes to power, she will not be the queen. There would be a different woman who's going to be the queen, right? So that's why a lot of times women are very, very conservative, actually. Not in a good way either. They're very pro-status quo and pro-power. And that's what you were seeing with the Hillary movement, is that these Hillary feminists, it's not like these are like fighting against men in general. Like, they are definitely sleeping or in relationships with or married to Republican men, right? They just had an issue with the Bernie bros because they were throwing a monkey wrench into that dynamic, that power dynamic. And you know what it really is about? It's not about man versus woman. It's about man versus man and woman versus woman. Because guess what? Bernie bros mean Bernie women. And these Clinton women were threatened by the Bernie women, because if the Bernie bros won, the Bernie women would become the queens. They would become the queens, right? You get how this works? Do you understand how this works now? Y'all understand how it works? It's not about man versus woman. It's about woman versus woman and man versus man. Women are defending, a lot of pro-establishment women, they're defending the status quo because they feel like they're the queens right now, and they want to defend their position from other women taking their position, because if their man falls, another man will take his place, and this man is going to be like, you were with that man, you were with a weak man, basically, right? Like, let's say, for example, let me put it in terms like this. Let's say, like, I'm Genghis Khan, right? And let's say I conquer the kingdom, this one kingdom, and I become the new king. And now the queen of this kingdom, I'm going to look at her, I'm going to say, you were with a weak man. You are not attractive at all. You're not going to be my queen. You chose to be with a weak man. I just proved he was weak. Like, get out of my face, you know what I mean? And then a actual, like, real warrior wife will step up and sit by the side of the Khan. You know what I'm saying? This is the power dynamic that is at hand. Talia? Yeah, bro. I need my Talia Al Ghul. Actually, forget about Talia, dude. It's Halloween's over. Bro, not one Talia costume. I didn't see one. I didn't see one Talia costume for Halloween. Fuck, man. Life is cruel. I didn't see one Talia costume. Not one. Not one. They didn't do her justice in the movie, yeah. Why do liberals hate masculinity? Liberals do not hate masculinity. They just hate masculinity that threatens the men, the old, low testosterone men who are in power. So the old men in power have very low T, but they're also the sugar daddies, and the liberals are defending them against the virile, strong, red-blooded males, the young, red-blooded males from taking over. That's the whole dynamic of this thing. Probably. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass, but it just feels like it's true, you know? I just feel like it's true, you know? That's on Kazakh delegates who were banned from... I heard a theory that the Soviet Union was dissolved because the Soviet establishment was scared that Central Asia, Muslim Central Asia, was growing too fast in terms of population relative to Russia, and they didn't want them to, like, take over the Soviet Union. That's something I heard. You guys ever heard of that? I feel like libs are threatened by the presence of young Muslim bearded men because of their alpha energy. That's true, but a lot of Muslim men my age are cucks because they use religion and shit to fucking disguise as an excuse for being real men, but you know. Anyway, Richard Wolff, pro-vaccine. Yeah, I mean, they're going to denounce him as falling into the Nazgul vortex. Maybe it's the left that's fallen into a pussy vortex of bitchery and cuckery. Maybe there's the Democrat cuck vortex, and Richard Wolff is actually just a normal Marxist, communist, leftist. Maybe that's the issue. I don't know. Who knows? Can someone explain to me this elections that were going on? I didn't even know what it is. I don't even know what elections were. No one told me there was going to be elections. I was too busy in fucking Austin having fun, I guess. I wasn't hearing anything about it. Can someone explain that to me? Does anyone care to? White women voted Republican in Virginia. Dylan Turds. Hold on, can I laugh at Dylan Burns? I'm gonna open Dylan's stream and just laugh at him. Give me a sec. He's not live? Okay, I'm gonna officially laugh at... Let's open Dylan Turds' stream. The cuck Dylan Turds. Remember, Dylan Turds pulled up a clip of me with that girl saying that, oh my god, when your own date is roasting you for losing the debate, that's when you have to get up. He's like, you're all bloodied and beaten. Can I react to the clip? Actually, where's the clip? Destiny, Reddit. I saw it on the Reddit. Let me show you what the cuck Dylan Burns said about me. It's the ultimate cope, narrative spinning cope. Let me show you. He's like, oh my god, when you have to... When you have to leave a home... Okay, hold on. Trying to find it. Here it is. No, Dylan, where's Dylan Burns responding to it? Someone DM it to me. Can someone DM it to me? Dylan Burns is literally a bitch. I'm sorry, he's actually a pussy. But also, this really proves Dylan Burns was a neutral moderator during the debate too. That he said that. Yeah. Hold on, let me find the clip. Can someone just DM it to me? I'm looking through this Reddit and I'm having trouble finding it. Okay, it's not gonna be found. There's no way I'm gonna find it. Someone has to DM it to me. Oh, why don't I just go on Dylan's channel? Oh, here it is? Here it is. Dylan reacts to Haas's IRL stream. Let me see. This is rehearsed, by the way. Look how pathetic this is because it's actually rehearsed. Like, this is not like an authentic response. Let me show you. So this was actually a rehearsed response by Dylan.
Because he lost?
No.
Keep watching, keep watching.
So he actually already saw this, and he just rehearsed this response. And let's continue.
Dude, when your own date's like you lost, man. When your own date, this is exactly what Deontay Wilder's wife had to do after the third fight. Like, dude, just give it up, please. Please, I can't let you die in that ring. This is like what Rocky's wife tried to do to Rocky. Like, please, please don't go back in there. I don't need you to die in the ring. And then Infrared's there, swollen. Oh, I've got to go back.
This is my favorite part of it.
Back in the ring, boys. I win.
Okay, and by this, like, me being all bloodied up and weak, he's actually just referring to 2 judges voting against me in a made up belt or something. And apparently that constitutes, like, me getting beaten in a debate. And I'm, like, beaten and bloody because of these 2... One of them was Gek. Remember him? He was with Sansol. The other one was Danabo, who's... I don't even know who Danabo is, but I'm assuming they're a Dylan Burns person. Who's... So... And then they had Zerka, who they expected to vote against me because we're publicly beefing. But he actually voted for me. So shout out Zerka. I appreciated that. That's why I rated him after. But... Like... So okay, a few things. So is he that full of himself that he thinks his, like, made up childish belt is like an objective criterion of measuring how you performed in a debate? By what criterion do you measure, like, let me give you an example. If you're saying, oh, well, everyone thought you lost, but that's based on their loyalties, based on which community. Because I can show you this upload that I did, and I titled it, Destiny Gets KO'd by a Tanky. And look at the like and dislike ratio, right? On my own channel, it's got 8,000 views. Now, they might brigade it and dislike it, but it'll eventually correct itself. It's what happened to other things. But regardless, like, I have 8,000 views, and I can maintain this ratio. So I have a community that looked at the debate in an entirely different way than you did, right? I think part of that is because you muted me a lot, and on my end, there's no muting going on. So I guess you just cucked yourself of content. But what I'm trying to say is, like, the idea that you have such, like, a certain and sure grasp on who you think won because your own judges voted in a certain way or because of what your own community thinks. I'll just show you my community. It's a completely different narrative going on, right? Now, regarding what he's saying here, like, she did not watch the debate or know. She didn't know what it was about. Didn't even know who Dylan Burns was. Didn't even know what Hippy Dippy was. Had no idea, like, did not watch the debate. It was not invested in it whatsoever. But was just, like, teasing me the whole time. And, like, teasing, I mean, like, you know, talking shit to me in, like, a joking way. You know what I mean? Yeah, trolling, basically, right? I mean, oh, how's your coping? I guess you know better than me then. I guess you know better than me. How's your coping? She actually was seriously saying you lost. Okay. You must know better than me. You must know them better than I do, or whatever. Okay, so I guess that's yeah. Whatever. Like I think I don't even know why I should have to point this out, because it was painfully obvious to everyone at the time. The fact that they desperately had to like spin some narrative about that. Dylan doesn't know how women are. Literally, yeah. It literally must be that. Or I don't know what kind of women he's around if he doesn't know that that's a thing women do, is that they play with you and fucking they they try to like talk shit to you and whatever, and it's like a playful thing. I don't know. Oh, I'm coping right now. I'm coping. It was actually, oh, he's LGBT. Okay. I don't know. I don't know anything, right? He's not straight. Okay. I don't know what his sexuality is. I don't know anything about that. I don't care either. But he's dating a woman though. Okay. Yeah, again, I don't know. I can't tell if they're actually stupid or they're spinning narratives. I think they're just spinning narratives, basically. Artificially spinning narratives. That's interesting. I was actually anticipating, like, how are people gonna, like, flip me and spin narratives about shit? Through all my IRLs in Austin. Not just that one, just all of them. And this one is like, wow. It always surprised me, like, how much they're actually willing to stoop to try and spin a narrative so desperately. Hans's own date was roasting him. Well, okay. Not really. Because there was they weren't invested in the debate at all and didn't even watch it or know what it was about. But it's not really that serious. If it was that serious, why didn't I get mad and leave? You know what I mean? It's not serious. I literally, I can't even, I don't know what I'm even saying. Why am I even saying this? It's not even a human. Any human being understands what I'm saying. What's understood will not be said. Simple as that. Any human being can understand that this is a stupid thing to even talk about. It doesn't help to... Will you play games other than Minecraft? Maybe Halo. I don't know what games there are to play. I'll play with your mom's pussy. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. Java. I'm playing Java, Mini. You should join it. I haven't actually joined the Mine. Is anyone playing Minecraft? Let me check. Y'all better be playing it. I think Dead Hexer fixed it. No one's online except Abe. He banned it. I think I might join tonight. Okay, Abe, before I join, can you do me a favor? No, I don't want to join yet. Please remove all the Halloween decorations or I'm going to be sad. Remove all the Halloween decorations. All of them. Remove all Halloween decorations. Every single one. Throughout the whole map. Just remove them all. Remove all of them. Okay, is there anything else I wanted to get to? Tonight's stream, I have to eat, guys. Tonight's stream, it was obviously not intended to be that long because I just got back from the airport. Tomorrow, we're going to have a longer stream, okay? I really want to stream longer for you guys and with you guys. But I am very, very exhausted. You need to return chat emotes to non-Halloween. How do I do that? Someone else did that. I don't deal with the emotes. Someone else does that. I think Neatfeet is the one who is doing all that. Oh, wow. I'm so tired, man. We're going to have a long stream tomorrow. Is there anything else I wanted to address or talk about or say? Anything? Is there anything else I wanted to say? Is there anything else I wanted to get to? Talk about? Say? I think the Techia thing is all I wanted to. Alright guys, I will see you tomorrow. I'm glad we're able to get the stream in. I'll see you tomorrow. Raid. I'm gonna raid this person. Bye guys. Bye bye. GDR, made in GDR, right? Russia, GDR. And by the way, East Germans and Russians have a very profound closeness with one another for historical reasons, right? And this got like 4,000 likes. And the American lefties are so excited by it. They're like, oh my god, he's just like me. Oh my god, this is a win for my political tribe in America. Oh my god, all those conservatives who bully me and call me a cuck, well, the Giga Chad is on my side. The Giga Chad is on my side. Because he's a communist just like me, right? And they got so excited and happy at this news. They were like, they literally think that like this is who, like that guy is on their side. Like this is the representation of them. And that leftoids are the true Chads or whatever, right? I had to ruin the party. You know me. I had to ruin the fucking party, right? I had to come and poop all over that party and fucking ruin that idea for them. I completely shattered and destroyed this fantasy for them. You want to know what I did? Here's what I did. I said, stop assuming he's one of you, American leftoids. He's a real communist, which means very likely conservative, and would be considered a fascist right-winger here in America, just like I am, and Caleb is, and so many others are. In America, this guy would be 100% pro Dave Chappelle. This guy would be 100% not on board with gender criticism, wherever the fuck that is. He would be 100% a down-to-earth conservative guy, right? Because that's how they are in Eastern Germany and Eastern Europe and in Russia. That's how communists are, right? They're very similar temperamentally, in terms of their mentality and in terms of their values, as are American conservatives. They're very similar, right? So he's not one of you American leftoids with pronouns in the bio. And someone was like, he has pronouns on his Instagram. Well, he's a model, and that's a built-in feature from Instagram. And he's identifying himself as a male model. So that's not the same as pronouns in the fucking bio, you dumb fuck. But anyway, continuing on, let's see where the current war stands. So this is 524, 513. Are you guys just not able to close the gap? Or maybe I should just address this argument first. Should I just address this argument first? Because maybe you guys like aren't sufficiently aware of why this is a stupid fucking argument. I'll explain it in a really simple way. So, very conservative does not mean you are criminalizing abortion or homosexuality. Okay? And I don't know why this person is saying LGBT relationships when in the legal code in the GDR they were talking about homosexuality, right? But regardless, this was a straw man from the very beginning because I was not talking about LGBT or whatever. And it's weird that they're mentioning LGBT when all I said was pronouns in the bio. You know, the majority of leftists who have pronouns in the bio are cisgendered and straight. Okay, so I don't know what angle you're trying to come off when it comes to that. But this is actually just not true in terms of having any bearing on the conservatism, the overall conservatism of the German Democratic Republic, right? Because the assumption that's being made here, what if I am a leftoid though? Well, fuck you if you're a leftoid. And that's what I'm saying. I hate leftoids, so fuck you, right? There's an assumption here, and it's called, I would call it the American exceptionalist notion of progress, which is inherited from Whig history. So the stereotype of Whig history is basically this idea that there's such a thing as linear progress, and the more shocking and provocative a new cultural trend or state policy is in regards to the status quo of society and culture, that is like an index of some like historical progress, that there's just it's just gonna keep on happening until, I don't know, we make furries become acceptable or something, and start fucking animals and make pedophilia normalized or whatever, right? So this is actually not a materialist view, because from a materialist, this is a bourgeois Whig history notion of progress. From a materialist point of view, he doesn't have pronouns in his bio, okay? It's a built-in feature on Instagram to identify models. It's not like he put it in there himself. He was just saying he's a male for the model shit. Thank you, Mount Mankerd. I don't know. I think I'd recommend something from Zizek, or maybe Boris Groy's The Communist Postscript. But anyway, so the American exceptionalist view of progress is basically this idea that all cultural realities are arbitrary, unreal, and do not have any substantive material grounding, and that as the passage of time increases, all of our cultural realities will increasingly become knocked over, and that all that is solid will melt into air finally until we have nothing but thought slime, jellyfish goo, and all of the stable, stratified, to put it in Deleuzian terms, structures of our society will dissolve, and everything will become gray goo, where we're all, pansexual, and we all have orgies all the time, and we become robots, and we basically enter a post-human future where we have artificial wombs, and all the things that we find shocking and unhuman and inhuman and offensive to the senses will eventually become completely normalized, right? So this sounds like the GDR was not conservative because back then they decriminalized homosexuality and they allowed for free abortions, right? And that means that if it was 2021, because time has passed, they would even be more progressive, and they would have furries, and they would have but here's the thing, right? The materialist view will basically be, there's an upper limit to this. There actually is an upper limit to this so-called progress. And that limit is something called material humanity. Okay? It's called material humanity. There are objective human realities. There are objective material and human realities. That's the materialist view. Okay? Now, you have to keep in mind something, that what this person is saying. Just because if you were LGBT or homosexual, you are not being put in jail. And he's saying that this is proof that GDR wasn't conservative. And he's also saying that because they had abortions, the GDR wasn't conservative. Well, abortion culture is also rampant in China. A given culture's tolerance of abortion is relative. Not every culture is going to have the same view or understanding of abortion. For example, in Peru and in Latin America, abortion has a very different significance than it does in China, for instance. But both are fundamentally conservative. Actually, both are fundamentally conservative. Because conservatism is not about some kind of like immutable, transnational, and trans-historical values that are just preserved for their own sake. Conservatism in 2021 is specifically referring to this question of humanity. You are conservative because you believe in a material humanity that is not premised by arbitrary, liberal, individual wills. That's what it means to be a conservative today. To be a conservative today, or maybe in general, is basically the view that, even if you go back to the first conservatives like Edmund Burke and the people reacting to the French Revolution, who, by the way, Marx and Engels had a very ambiguous relationship to. Engels recalled in his assessment of the reactionary theorist Thomas Carlyle that Thomas Carlyle was just about the only human thinker that was available in the British canon at the time, or something along those lines. So Engels was critical of Carlyle, of course, but he wasn't, he appreciated the fact that Carlyle was not like some NPC. He actually had some kind of humanness to him, right? And Carlyle was an outright reactionary. He wasn't just a conservative, okay? Now, we have to understand the meaning of conservatism here, right? Because a lot of people have this idea that conservatism means you're anti-gay and well, first of all, I want you guys to be very, I want you to like be very careful here in your understanding, because the GDR did not have an LGBT movement. Open, like very, very open and outward displays of LGBT was still considered taboo. It was considered taboo, especially in media and in movies. It wasn't until the very last days of the GDR, which was just this period of total liberalization, that you would find those things. And because this is something that also happened in the USSR. So Western NG, and I'm not saying this as an anti-LGBT guy, I'm just telling you the truth of the matter. Western NGOs and the people behind the color revolutions in Eastern Europe had so much power and sway over the course of the governments and society, the civil society at the time, which is basically the urban, conscientious, people who led the color revolutions, that it appeared that the Soviet Union and the GDR during the 80s and late 80s became even more progressive than the West. But that wasn't because of communism. It was actually because of the total opposite. It was because of the complete wholesale liberalization. Now, when you're talking just about the decriminalization, I was referring to in the late 80s, like the stuff about the movies that were finally like just about LGBT stuff, and it was becoming more visible, and that's what I'm talking about. It just being decriminalized. I need you guys to understand what decriminalization means. Decriminalization just means you're not throwing people in jail for it. I am not even anti-LGBT. My views are way more nuanced. I would say that the GDR was way more conservative than I am on this question. Okay, so I have to preface that and clarify that. But the plain truth is that there was no LGBT acceptance in the GDR. There was no promotion of LGBT. It was not something promoted in society. It was just something that wasn't criminalized, meaning you wouldn't go to jail for it. That doesn't mean they promoted it in their society. It doesn't mean that it was considered acceptable by society. And it does, especially when you're talking about children and stuff, okay? So the GDR was just extremely conservative by American standards. It was, yeah, exactly. It was tolerated but not promoted, okay? I really think people need to roll back their expectations when it comes to this. But I didn't even, for me, this was not even about LGBT whatsoever. This was about having firm, strong, conservative values, such as a love of country, a sense of solid roots and belonging among your people, a sense of pride in your traditions, and a willingness to safeguard your history and your traditions, and even in a sense your identity, your national identity, your patriotic country identity, right? These things were like given in the DDR at the time, regardless of, you know, this legislation he's talking about, right? But this guy's trying to project this idea that in the GDR, you had like the equivalent of like American leftists wielding state power, and they were actually in power, and nothing can be further from the case. And this would all be this would be way less sad when you take into account, and again, I'm not even saying I agree with this personally, but the GDR was an outlier compared to the rest of the Eastern Bloc. And the reason it was an outlier was precisely because it was the most Western country in the Eastern Bloc. In almost all the other communist states, it was not decriminalized. It wasn't decriminalized in the Soviet Union. I mean, why wasn't it? I don't understand. Why wouldn't it be? Well, the reason is because the GDR's proximity to the West and Western liberalism. Especially when you're taking into consideration the pre-war legacy of the German communists. You also have to take into account the way in which the Communist Party in Germany gained power. It didn't gain in power on a mandate of the German peasants like the Soviet Communist Party did. It gained power because of a war, which allowed the communist intellectuals to have way more like leeway in terms of experimentation with stuff than other communist parties were, right? But that was a bad thing, right? What was a bad thing? No, I'm just talking about the plain facts of the matter. Since this person wants to bring up first of all, the category of LGBT was not recognized or legally valid, or it had no relevance in the GDR. What they were talking about was homosexuality, which was just not criminalized. If consenting adults had relationships, you're not going to go to jail for that. That's their policy, right? That doesn't mean in Socialist Croatia only in 1974, and Croatia, Tito's Yugoslavia as a whole was very liberal, right? Peeps like me can't watch 720p. Just hope I get partnered, dude. That way you could change the options. Usually you can change the options and private relations at that. Yeah, but this idea that conservatism means, you know, this is a straw man argument through and through. From the very beginning, this was just a straw man argument. By the way, guys, go ahead and like my fucking tweet, because this guy still has a 11. He's only 11 likes ahead of me. So go ahead and like my fucking tweet. I don't know like why we're losing this race. There's no reason we should be losing this race. 522, 533. I don't understand this. It's only 10 likes ahead of me. There's literally just, what, 10 people here who it takes so much effort to just like this. Albania criminalized it? Well, yeah. I mean, I guess was Albania more backward? Well, Albania was more hardcore Marxist-Leninist, actually. It didn't have any liberal influences in the country. Czechoslovakia also did. Yeah, I don't... These people are trying to make this straw man. It's hard for me to talk, guys, when this person's still ahead of me in likes. So I don't think I'm gonna talk until we just fucking beat this ratio, and then I'm gonna explain it for you, because this is just too distracting and it's just disgusting to look at. So, you know, I'm just gonna sit back and wait for the chat to wake up and actually do the only thing. 537, 528. Literally, we're 8 people behind.
On n'a pas les tours de New York, on n'a pas de lumière de jour. 6 mois dans l'année, on n'a pas Beaubourg, ni la Seine, on n'est pas la ville de l'amour. Mais bon, vous voyez, et sûrement que dès ce soir, le ciel couvrira une tempête.
This is just moving so slowly. It's unbelievable. Okay, we're almost neck and neck. Okay, we're almost neck and neck. Okay, we're finally starting to beat them. We're finally starting to beat them. We're finally starting to beat them. Here we go. Here we go. Now it begins. We're gonna blow them out the fucking water. We're finally starting to beat them. We are finally starting to beat them. There we go. That's more like it. Blow them out the water. BTFO. Blow them the fuck out. You understand? They're organizing this in real time. They've been doing this for hours in their discords. They've been doing this for hours in their discords. To fucking like this shit. They've been doing it for hours in their little fucking discord. We're beating them, but we gotta really blow them out the water. We're gonna get this to 600. 600 likes! Let's go! We need 50 more. And then we're gonna move on. We're gonna get it to 600. 600. You understand? I'm gonna continue. Since we're beating them now, I can actually continue. Okay? Now... the fact there's this, so we have to really break down this assumption that's being implied here that, oh, for its time it was very progressive, but this implies a static and linear view of progress that implies a certain end. Every sense of progress implies an end. What is the ends of progress, right? If the GDR was progressive for its time, which means that in 2121 they would have been even more progressive, and that over time it's just there's a line going up and it's just more and more progress and acceptance. But to what end? What is the ends of that? Is what, as Marxists, as materialists, as people equipped with the materials dialectic, we have to interrogate this question. What actually is the ends of the so-called progress? Because how can progress be infinite when our material humanity is finite? Our culture is finite, in a sense. Now, culture changes, but culture does not change at the scale of rationalistic individual whims. You understand? Yes, history and culture changes, but it doesn't change because of voluntary will on the part of individuals. It doesn't change because individuals cast in a Cartesian way into doubt all cultural norms and decide to critique all of these norms and set them upon a new basis from the perspective of a purely individual or rational individual, right? They change according to a more organic process of the development of history and the material relations of production, which is something that is unconscious in its content and something which, in terms of its scale, happens gradually and over time. It doesn't happen because people say, well, why is it that women are the ones who have children and men are the ones who have sperm? Why is it that men are more masculine? Why is it that that's not how it fucking works, though, right? Why is it that you just assume that if someone presents themselves as male, you can assume that they're actually a man? How do you know? You have to have pronouns to know. Is that progress? Now, these people thinking in a way, they're like, well, Hans, you're just a conservative reactionary, and 100 years ago, you would have been a reactionary, and you would have said the same thing about women's suffrage. No, actually, that's not how it works, because there is no infinite linear progress. These things actually happen for reasons. For example, the significance of women's rights, for example. I'll give you this example, right? Women's rights and this progressive things that are associated with the communist experience and modernity as a whole, I might add, these things have a finite significance. It's not just that as time goes on, society just became more progressive, leading to the end goal of the complete cultural equality and elimination of all differences between people. Actually, it was because what is implied by the modern subject being applied to all genders and all people regardless of their sexuality is this basic and minimal, and I'm writing a Substack about this. It's going to be called Marxism versus Americanism, right? And it's precisely about this topic. It's just that we do not make absolute assumptions. I'm actually going to stress this. I'm going to turn the music off so you don't get distracted. This is a very important point. The real historically revolutionary significance of modernity and women's rights and those kinds of things merely lies in the fact that we do not make absolute assumptions epistemically about the nature and role of women and men in society. What that means is that, let me explain it to you this way. In modern society, we have a different understanding and view of knowledge than people did before. In the past, people's sense of knowledge was highly intangible and intuitive and based in faith and based in some kind of sense of sublimity. It was not based on some kind of axiomatic, systemic sense of absolute certainty. So there came a confusion between truth, knowledge, and certainty. Now, knowledge in the past did not mean certainty. Because let me give you, for example, the Islamic perspective, right? Certainty from the Islamic perspective, all you can be certain in is God and that there's one God. Now, you may have knowledge of the truth of traditional gender roles and all those things, but you're not certain that those things are eternal and those things exist for themselves. Only God knows, right? That's what you would say. It's just only God knows, right? It's in the hands of God. That's it. You're not certain about it. But after Western modernity, there is a clear confusion between knowledge and certainty, right? And with modernity, these old traditional roles were finally subject to the question. Now we have modern certain knowledge over the natural world and scientifically and so on, where it's a matter of life and death. We do have to be certain about some things in modern society, our modern technocratic modern society, because it's a matter of, quite literally, a matter of life and death for so many people. So many people are living today because we have some kind of like modern technical certainty over how, medicine works or how even agriculture works and how things along those lines are. Or think about astronauts on the ISS or people in submarines. Those rest, that's a matter of life or death. So life is in the hands of some kind of certainty, right? Now, with modernity, this is kind of also the meaning of all that is solid gets turned into air from the Communist Manifesto. All norms and all traditional values and all those kinds of things get subject to the standard and the rubric of the question of modern certainty, right? So, for example, the question arises, well, why can't women vote? If women want to vote, why can't they vote? If we are universal citizens, right, and that we have this certain relationship between citizens and the state and the citizen votes in the modern society, why shouldn't this be extended to women, right? Well, if you were to respond to that by saying, oh, it's because women have certain immutable characteristics which disallow them from knowing what's best for themselves in order to... You are doing something that's not conservative whatsoever. You are making a pretense to a strictly modern sense of certainty, right? The emancipatory, if you want to call it that, I hate that word, significance of modernity merely lies in truly opening ourselves to things we don't know with certainty. It means we don't know with certainty what women's role is, what man's role is. We have no way of knowing this axiomatically, systemically, and with certainty. But here is where the problem of American bourgeois Americanism and the corresponding communist response enters in. Now, with bourgeois Americanism, they take a step farther. Thank you so much, Serve, for the 3. Thank you so much. They take a step even farther. And they go ahead and say, guys, keep up the likes here. I bet he already... Yeah, he's still trailing behind, but don't let this guy catch up. So keep liking this. Right? But with American bourgeois Americanism, you have a completely different view. It's not only that we are not claiming to know with certainty the nature of women's role and man's role and the nature of culture. You are also saying that, for example, the authentic expressions of sexuality and culture and gender that arise when we say we're not going to pretend we know with certainty, even if you don't know with certainty, some kind of natural, organic gender roles, healthy gender roles are able to breathe and flourish, and people can get accustomed and used to these roles. And they're not being forced into them, but they authentically arise as, you know, as the norm, right? As the norm. Now, Americans take a step farther and they say, look at all of these particular and determinate expressions of culture and gender and tradition. These are the result of oppression. And this is a hidden oppression, right? And you ask them, well, is it a political oppression, as in people are being forced politically? Oh, no. It's not a political oppression. It's a form of cultural oppression. Now here, ladies and gentlemen, is the genesis and the origin of the American New Left and the counterculture. During the counterculture, there arose this idea that even beyond the modern bourgeois democratic equality, there's this hidden system of control and oppression that permeates private life, and that we must go out of our way to shatter the norms and break the ceilings and completely overturn the traditions, and so on, right? This is what is complete. This is where the so-called linear progress that the leftists implicitly believe in, this is where communist states began to draw their line when it comes to embracing the progressive role of bourgeois democracy. They drew their line precisely here. The communist states responded to this by saying, no, that's not true. We may not impose and make assumptions about the nature of gender and culture from the perspective of the state, but we're not going to assume that all of our natural human realities are the result of some kind of hidden oppression and therefore try to overturn them or disturb them. So during the 60s and 70s, the communist states increasingly started to crack down. This actually, let me actually really contextualize this historically, right? It's really after World War II, during the Stalin era after World War II, that you start to see the USSR crack down on jazz music and crack down on American foreign cultural influences, and you had a newfound with the Zhdanovchina, right? The leader of culture in the USSR, who was Zhdanov, right? He emphasized the decadent nature of bourgeois society and bourgeois culture and completely strove to root out these foreign influences from Soviet culture and from Soviet society. They said, we look at what's going on with America and its so-called progress, and we will not have any of it here, right? Now, after Stalin died, Khrushchev and his clique embarked on some kind of liberalization and Americanization, right? So there was a little bit of lax when it comes to that. But ultimately, this was not because of the progressive movement of time or because communism was progressive in the American sense. It was because after the death of Stalin, you had a period of liberalization and an openness to American culture. What about the USSR's efforts to advocate for women in the workforce? Look, I literally just addressed that. That was not because the USSR was on some kind of linear historical path that leads to America in 2021. It was because, for example, women, because they are now modern subjects, are no longer held in bondage because modernity frees us from the prejudice of assuming we know with epistemic certainty the role and nature of women, right? So women were encouraged to join the workforce, also for pragmatic reasons or utilitarian reasons, because they needed more people in the workforce, similar to how it happens in other cultures. But I'm just trying to say, this didn't happen because of some linear progress. It actually happened for like definite reasons pertaining to the nature of modernity as a whole. I'm not a reactionary in the sense that I am saying modernity can be reversed. I don't think modernity can be reversed. I think there is an objective significance of modernity, and a true conservative would be reconciled with the objective significance of modernity as something that has like significance and implications for what is the nature of the object we're conserving, right? Like, what does a conservative actually conserve? A conservative will say, I want to conserve true, objective, material being, right? Well, modernity has implications about what that is. There's something about reality that gives rise to modernity and this kind of universalization where we cease to possess this prejudiced and absolutely certain view about human culture and humans in general, right? So I agree that in the Marxist sense, modernity is progressive and necessary. I like to say necessary better than progressive because the word progressive has been muddied. But there is a necessary significance of modernity. But there is a sharp contrast between communistic modernity and bourgeois decadent Americanism, which is thoroughly and wholeheartedly rejected by the communist states historically and to this day. Okay, let's continue. So what does it actually mean to be a conservatism? Communist conservatism mostly rears its head in Zhdanovchina, in the 40s and 50s. And it was primarily a response to American liberal cultural universalism. This is where communists thoroughly planted their feet in the ground and said, actually, we are conservatives in a fundamental sense. In a more fundamental sense, and in a way that is reconciled with modernity, communists are conservatives because we do want to preserve the traditions and the cultures and the heritage of our national histories and our civilizations and our cultures. We don't want to liquidate these things and embrace American universal cosmopolitanism and American culture and jazz music and all that kind of stuff. We do believe in a material humanity. Now, the reason they're not reactionaries is because they say this also implying that they're reconciled with the fact that modernity itself is part of this continuity. This is the significance of Stalinism that's important to understand here. Stalinism is a form of kind of conservatism of Russian civilization. But the real significance here is it's basically saying this modernity is part of the history of the Russian civilization. It's part of our history. This very modernity, of technological modernity and change in the nature of gender roles, where women are now educated and they have choice, right? And they can enter the workplace and so on and so on. This is part of our culture, part of our heritage, and part of our history, right? This is the communist view. And by the way, it's always been a straw man that conservatism was anti-modern. Conservatism was not anti-modern. Conservatism was merely a form of critique against the hyper-idealist rationalism that of the European Enlightenment, right? Which is a criticism shared by Marx. The German idealism was fundamentally conservative in nature in relation to European rationalism and the Enlightenment. And that is Marx's background. That's where Marx emerged from, right? Marx was himself fundamentally conservative in relation to the universalism of the bourgeois state. Marx pointed out how the bourgeois state attempts to impose an ideal of humanity upon the real and material humanity. It doesn't acknowledge that there's this antecedence of our material being that is not always already consolidated in the rational, bourgeois, and abstract state. So Marx was also a conservative in a fundamental sense, right? Conservatism doesn't mean you hate gay people and you want to criminalize homosexuality and you're necessarily against abortion. Conservatism merely is a assertion that there is a fundamental material object and material being, human material being, that exists independently and in a way that is antecedent to our individual arbitrary wants, wills, and elevated sense of rationalism in relation to the world. Conservatism basically means you recognize there are things about our humanity, about our culture, about our nations, and about our heritage, which cannot be liquidated. Now, can they change? Yes, they do change. But they change at a scale that is different than the impassioned crusader-like mentality of these leftist fanatical individuals who want to, of the counterculture, who want to overturn all culture and overthrow the systems of hierarchy and patriarchy and oppression implicitly in culture. The communist attitude to culture is not that of the American counterculture and the New Left. The communist attitude toward culture is recognizing a fundamental material reality underlying culture. Culture is a kind of superstructure to the fundamental base of, for example, the relations of production. Not only the relations of the production of economic objects, but also our humanity, the reproduction of human beings in the form of the family. Now, Engels does talk about how the family is not something immutable. He talks about how, the bourgeois family has not existed for all eternity. But Engels wasn't saying that, therefore, that means families aren't real and that we can just go about voluntarily experimenting with new forms of the family to... No, there is an organic, almost natural evolution of families that happens at a scale very different from the individual, intellectual, rational insight into the fact that they're not immutable. Just because you're saying this form of the family hasn't always existed and may very well change in the future, doesn't actually mean that you could go about treating it as though it's not real. It's still real. Even if, just because it's not eternal, doesn't mean it's not real. Doesn't mean it's not a specific and determinate reconciliation of contradictions as they exist today. So this is why I talk about Heidegger and stress that kind of stuff. All it means basically is that there are unconscious material realities that exist independently and prior to the rational and conscious articulation of them. That's all I've ever said. And it's pretty much the same thing Marx said. It's just that Marxists in the West seem to have forgotten that. Especially with Lukácsian notions of self-consciousness and so on, which, you know, I don't want to bore you to death upon and waste too much time talking about. But let's see if this guy caught up. So he's at 549. He's at 550. We're only 14 likes ahead. So let's completely blow him out of the fucking water, guys. Let's completely blow him out of the fucking water. And by the way, this is going on the YouTube, right? Now, we have to face this fundamental question, right? Is it that the cultural changes that have occurred since the counterculture and since the New Left, is this a result of some kind of objective historical progress? Or is it the result of a complete bourgeois psychosis and degeneration resulting from the material breakdown of the capitalist mode of production? My view is the communist line, which is that it's the latter. The Soviet Union, fundamentally, the communist states as a whole, whether they were considered revisionist or not, whether you're talking about Albania or China or the Eastern Bloc, all of these communist states had a vehemently opposed view to the American counterculture and the so-called cultural revolution of the United States. They were, not only were they extremely wary and skeptical of it, they sought to purge their societies of all of its influences and its with its influences and its impact on their society. Now, just because they were modern societies that had a modern, and by the way, modern doesn't mean contemporary. Modernity is referring basically to this kind of process of the emergence of the capitalist mode of production and bourgeois democracy, which had occurred a few centuries ago, or 3, maybe 4 centuries ago. They were modern states. They embraced the objective and material significance of modernity, so they were not trying to roll back the wheels of time when it came to those things. But that doesn't mean that this was because of some, like, you know, some kind of linear, objective historical progress that culminates in bestiality and furries on Twitter and pedophilia and turning everyone into gray goo where nothing is real anymore and everything is just in polyamory and we're always... Yeah, that is not a Marxist or materialist view whatsoever, okay? So, today, to be a communist... So, what does this have to do with communism? Let's get right down to business about as far as what communism is about and what communism is concerned with. Now, communism is this Marxist sense of the word, the Marxist, Leninist, and so on sense of the word, shares in common with all the other socialisms and communisms in that it was attempting to address and give explanation to, give form to, give meaning to this common social object, right? Marx distinguished himself from the reactionary and conservative socialist of his time by recognizing that you cannot reverse or somehow dodge the impact of capitalist modernity. You have to go through it. There is an objective, real historical significance of capitalist modernity that we have to endure, we have to face, and we have to survive through. It's a challenge and test of our humanity. And Marx said this by elevating the proletariat as the privileged revolutionary class and subject of communism, because the proletariat was a class completely stripped of its traditional roots and its background. And to put it in Marx's own fucking words, it is a class that has been completely stripped of humanity and therefore represents the complete re-winning of humanity back. Marx was elevating the proletariat as the privileged subject because he was basically telling the conservatives and reactionaries of his time, guys, look upon the proletariat, look upon this class that has been so thoroughly stripped of its humanity. Can you survive this class? Can you address this class? Can you make sense of this class? Right? Marx was basically saying, we need to have faith in this class, because if we don't have faith in this proletarian class, we cannot have faith in reacquiring our sense of humanity after this process of capitalist modernity, right? Now, the Soviet Union and the communist states did reconcile themselves with capitalist modernity by pursuing an alternative form of modernity and a different path of modernity. A form of modernity which, while being destructive and apocalyptic in a sense, didn't lead to the wholesale liquidation and destruction of the humanity, culture, civilization, and national realities of its constituent, of the peoples that were victim to this modernity. It was reconciling this modernity. It sublated this modernity into a new type and new kind of civilization. Okay? A lot of people really accuse me of being a Duginist, right? This is a word that gets thrown on a lot. Oh, Haas is a Duginist. You're a Duginist. I can actually say I do disagree with Dugin about one important thing. I do agree with Dugin that we are entering a post-human future, that American modernity or Americanism is leading us to a post-human future. And the ends is the elimination of our humanity. So I agree with him on a great deal, many points. But I do disagree with him in the sense that, in contrast to Dugin, I don't consider modernity as a complete misstep of humanity. I do think there's something about modernity which is part of the perennial tradition, to put it in those terms. Something about modernity is true for mankind's reality, tradition, and objective material being. And this is also where Mongol modernity comes in for me, because to me, modernity has its origins in the Mongol conquests, almost a millennia beforehand, right? To me, modernity has its origins in the Mongol Empire. And this is a video we're going to work on, we're going to make to explain why, but really understanding the nature of what is modernity is a very important and pressing question, right? But which is important for Marxists and important for communists. But the idea that this type of guy is some kind of like American leftist by American standards is a complete absurdity. And just like me, he would be considered... So what does conservative mean? Does conservative mean you're against women's rights? No, because rights are political, right? Conservative means, for example, that in his everyday temperament, for example, he probably has a traditional view of his interaction with women. He probably will assert that in a relationship, he's going to be the man of the relationship, right? And there's going to be like a gender role in that relationship. He will be the man, she will be the woman. He will protect her. He will be the provider, maybe. She will be, things like that. These are very intangible, unconscious, but nonetheless concrete material realities that are implicit and cultural, but not necessarily political. So when this guy responds by pointing out that, the DDR, yeah, but you're talking about legal stuff. You're talking about things that the state did, and those are just like negative freedoms. It doesn't actually address the spontaneous culture and mores of German DDR society, which was fundamentally conservative. Now, does it mean that people are like, what do you mean conservative, Haas? Do you mean like it had the same values as conservatives of any country? No, because the values, traditions, and mores of each country will differ based on history and based on a whole other host of factors, right? But The thing that makes it conservative is that in the GDR, the culture that they had worked. It was a culture that made sense. It was rational. Not in the sense of rationalism, but like it made sense intuitively, unconsciously. You didn't have this complete bombardment and offense on your unconscious human senses where you always have to call into question and doubt your unconscious, oh, check your privilege. Oh, check your hierarchical, patriarchal privilege. You didn't have that kind of shit in the DDR. You had a very spontaneous, natural, cultural reality that was not being imposed, that was not strictly reflexive, but was in a sense, in the most broad sense of the word, natural. Now, in case anyone needs to know, yeah, the DDR did have a prominent culture of casual sex. The DDR did have a culture in which women were able to, like, let me just put it this way. Women would walk into the bar in the DDR and they would pick out the man they want to take home. And that's just how it worked, right? But I'm still going to call that conservative because it made sense for them. It was normal for them. It was the more and the norm, and it fit holistically within the East German culture. It wasn't some kind of like avant-garde shock that in the name of progress or something. It was just something spontaneously and naturally that was able to emerge in that specific culture, right? It wasn't forced or pushed by social media on the basis of some kind of universal Cartesian doubt, okay? In the GDR, I'm not saying that everyone was prudish and was puritanical and that women only stayed at home and that's the. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Great Adam. All I'm trying to say is that they did have a sense of objective material and determinate humanity. They did have a sense of this is what makes sense, this is what's normal, this is what's human, and if there's a huge deviation from this, we are not going to tolerate it, right? That's what I mean by that. Western Anglo Universal needs to make everything explicit in order to qualify experience. I'm so glad there's people like you in the chat who get what I'm saying. That's exactly what I mean. That's literally exactly what I mean by conservative, right? Now, let me also be clear about something, right? What makes this even more pathetic is that we're not even talking about an East German right now. We're talking about someone from East Germany now. In case you didn't know this, and people were sharing maps showing how people in East Germany are not really religious, you know the party, the Alternative for Deutschland, AfD, the right-wing populist party in Germany. Guess where its base is? And I completely ended the argument right now. Guess where its base is? The former East Germany. East Germans are really conservative. They're very conservative. They didn't have to be explicitly conservatives during the DDR's existence because that was like maintained as a given. The state didn't allow a lot of foreign influences. It didn't allow this cultural chaos and shocking, destruction of cultural mores and norms and this crazy stuff. It didn't tolerate the counterculture. It cracked down on punk subcultures and all that kind of stuff. Now, after the Berlin Wall fell, they had no choice but to be explicitly conservatives because they were exposed to the horror show that is the West, and they're saying, hey, wait a minute, hold on. We did not sign up for this, right? The same thing happened in Russia. That's why Putin is called a conservative. He's just a normal Soviet guy. He's just a normal guy from the Soviet Union. His country was opened up and exposed to the horror freak show that is the West, so he's a conservative now, right? But it was always a given, right? It was always fundamentally a given in communist states. Some people are also being like, and then again, I don't want to get into this straw man argument where I'm being straw man as like an anti-gay guy, but I'm just gonna tell you the facts, okay? When the GDR started to there was a state-owned gay disco bar in the 80s. Again, this was because of liberalization, owing to the West's influence and an opening up to the West because of pressure that was coming from the urban elements of the GDR, who were tempted and fascinated by the Western counterculture. This was not because of the Stalinist, Marxist-Leninist, communist culture. Again, the states that were most hardcore Marxist-Leninist, Stalinist states, like Albania, they had none of that, okay? Neither did, it's like, the more hardcore Marxist-Leninist the communist state was, the less they were tolerant of progressive values, so to speak. And again, the reason why you had women's equality in all communist states, again, was not because of some linear notion of progress culminating in American leftists in 2021 and their values. It was because of a very specific change in attitudes relating to women because of modernity. Not because of some eternal historical progress, not because of some, everything's changing and culminating into us becoming furries, but because of a very specific historical experience that's called modernity. And modernity, mind you, has an upper limit. And this is really what distinguishes Marxism from other modernistic paradigms. Marxism does believe there is an upper limit to modernity. Eventually, the negation of capitalist modernity has to be overcome, and we return to the normal course of historical and civilizational development preceding it. You know what that means? For example, I'll tell you the Chinese view, right? I'll explain to you what the view of Chinese understanding of modernity. China basically says we're a thousands-year-old civilization. Our civilization develops and progresses at the pace of hundreds of years. The Chinese civilization. It's an objective civilization that changes over time, independently of our individual will, right? Thousands of years old. Now we have this challenge of capitalist modernity. We address the challenge of capitalist modernity in the form of communism so we can return to our normal path of civilizational development. And that is literally the Chinese view, that we're rejuvenating and reviving the thousands of years old Chinese civilization to return to our normal and natural course of development. Now, this is what really, really, really puts the final fucking nail in the coffin to this entire stupid, fake fucking debate. The final fucking nail in the coffin, and I don't ever want to fucking hear for the rest of my fucking time on Twitch and Twitter, anyone fucking come to me and say, the communist states were so progressive for their time. Okay. When it comes to assessing how communist states would have reacted to the American counterculture, you can actually look at communist states that still exist today, among them China. The Chinese government, when it is returning to its communist roots in the form of the Xi Jinping era and reversing a lot of the liberalization that happened during the reform and opening up, is literally becoming more conservative. China is literally becoming more conservative at the same time that it is more embracing its communist past. The more China is deviating from American liberalism and embracing communism, the more it is becoming traditionalist and conservative. This is literally mirrored in the fucking official statements and directives of the Communist Party, which wants to promote traditional gender roles and traditional masculinity. So there you go. That's how communist states would have reacted to the so-called counterculture and the so-called historical progress. Communists are fundamentally fucking conservative, and if that doesn't fucking prove it, I don't know what can prove it. It's not enough that you look at the actual communist parties in the ex-communist states, like the Russian KPRF and the various communist parties in Eastern Europe and communist parties in Greece, like the KKE, and so on and so on, and in Latin America with Pedro Castillo and so on and so on. Just look at China, an actual surviving communist state, which is literally conservative culturally. It is actually a conservative country. The more communist it is, the more conservative it is, right? The only extent to which China has relinquished upon its cultural conservatism was the extent to which it has tolerated the foreign influences of American liberalism. Beyond that, it's extremely, by American standards, culturally conservative. Are Arab communist parties the same? Yes, and that's what's so funny, and I feel so bad for... There are a lot of fellow, I hate calling them fellow, but fellow Arab leftists on Twitter attacking me, piling in on me, joining in the chorus of Baizwul white leftists, because the white leftists have taken in these Arabs and said, oh, we are the people who accept you, and they've completely sold out their own culture and background and tradition, which is whatever, you know? I don't really give a fuck, but pick me Arabs, you know? Pick me Arabs who did this. But I really need to clarify this stuff, because usually I just laugh it off and ignore it, but is it at least clear to you guys that these accusations, oh, Haas is a reactionary, Haas is a right-winger, it doesn't stand. I'm actually just a communist. I'm actually just an orthodox, traditional Marxist-Leninist. That's the norm. That's always been the norm. There is an upper limit to modernity. Modernity is not some, like, black void that's eventually going to make us into cyborgs or some kind of shit. No, we do have a material humanity that survives modernity. Modernity is a thing that does happen. Capitalist modernity is an unavoidable encounter. That does happen. But it doesn't actually imply or entail that this is the end of history, right? Capitalist modernity is not the end of history. There's a historical continuity of civilizations that are thousands of years old that do have a normal path of civilizational development, which will continue along that path after capitalist modernity. I mean, after capitalist modernity, there's still a Chinese civilization. There's still a Russian civilization. There's still an Ottoman, Turkish civilization. There's civilizational continuities that preceded capitalist modernity and which will survive capitalist modernity. How about India? Oh, India is an excellent example. India is an excellent example of what I'm talking about. You know, this idea that capitalist modernity is going to turn us all into, rootless and, completely desubstantialized Americans who are just jellyfish going, ooh, anything goes, like that. That's not true, and it's not Marxist, and there's nothing communist about that view. So, let me see. Okay, this guy, you gonna let this guy catch up, guys? Keep liking this. I'm gonna grab a water. One sec. I'm gonna grab a water.
Didn't you know that the GDR was really progressive for its time?
No, it wasn't progressive for its time whatsoever. Because it didn't fall under the linear standard of progress that culminates in the trends that you're now seeing emerge from America.
Don't you know the GDR was really progressive at the time? I bet if it was still around, people like me would be in charge of the GDR. Is this not at 600 yet? Get it to 600. What are you talking about? What girl? Get it to 600. Mine says 644. What? Let me refresh it. It's not 644. What are you talking about? Chad said you cheated. True or false? Listen, a man's got to eat, okay? And you know what I mean? Like, it's not that I cheated. It's that maybe you let me down, right? Because you weren't there to, you know, give me what I needed. So, man's got to eat. You know what I mean? Why should I confine myself to one person? I mean, that's like saying I should confine myself to one meal. You know what I mean? So guys, just want to be your first wife. You can have others. Show power level.
If anything, you're overqualified for this job. I don't even know if you really fit in with the guys.
Guys, I mean...
You're in the shower? Well, like I said, I mean, when we meet, I have a really... yeah, I'm gonna, like, show you in the shower. Like, there's a really special shampoo I have that I'm gonna show you.
And I hope that's a joke, because every workplace should be at least 50% women, after you hire me, of course.
I mean, well, we had one broad, but she's been on maternity for the last 4 years. You know how they are.
All right, it's more like a body wash too, also, you know, but it's organic, and you can't get it off store shelves. It's organic, you know.
Please tell me you did not just.
All right, kid, get the out of my office,
guys. Is it allowed on Twitch? I'm not. I would never do this, but like, is it allowed on Twitch that like while you're streaming, like for example, like you have someone like under your desk, and you're just like, no one can see it, no one even knows. Is that allowed? Because... Is that actually allowed? Because sometimes while I'm streaming, you know what I mean? Sometimes while I'm streaming, I'm just like... You know what I mean? Not if they don't know. By the way, Chai, completely unrelated, but when are you flying out? Next weekend? It would be a gray area because no one can see it. Yeah, it's risky behavior. It's actually risky behavior. I don't like when girls are friends. I don't like that. I don't like when girls are friends. I want you guys to be enemies. And then I win. Discuss CPUSA article. Who's PA? Oh, Peter Coffin. Nice. You look like you moan when you nut. I do. The fuck? How did you know that? Who the fuck are you? How the fuck would you know that? Not when I jack off. I don't do that when I jack off by myself. I'm by myself, then no. But if someone's making me nut, I do moan. I moan a lot, actually. I think. I'm not like moaning like, ah! I'm like, oh, fuck. Like that, you know? I'm like, oh! Like that. Not like that, but like a guy moan, I guess. I don't know. Hold up. If you nut in 2 minutes from doggy style, that's actually 14 minutes in dog minutes. So, here's the thing, guys. I don't think I can do 5-minute doggy. That's what I want. Actually, no. If I don't nut for like a week or a few days, I'll have my 5-minute doggy. But right now, I don't think I can nut in 5 minutes. Unfortunately. I cannot nut in 5 minutes. So Chai, I'm gonna like tell you when to come. And I'm gonna set a timer like 3 or 4 days before, and then you come. 30 seconds? I can't. Yeah, we have to change that because like Chai, I need you to come for 3 or 4 days minimum. Because just one time is not gonna. The first time is like I need to get to know you. You know what I mean by that? Like I have to get to know you and completely know everything about like you know what I mean?
In 2020.
New Year, is the chat racist? Because I don't want to vibe in negativity. What? Wow, what? That's a new one. Wow. I'm just tired. I'm sorry. I'm just tired. Like,
20, Biden beat former President Trump in Virginia by 10 percentage points, leading Democrats to try to tie Youngkin to Trump.
I know the McAuliffe campaign.
Hey, don't even be sarcastic, guys, because they will literally take it seriously. Hey, Bitter El Panada, you have to understand, I'm about to fucking surpass you. I'm gonna fucking take your place where you were fucking sitting. You're declining, you're falling in relevance. You're a little bitch. You're scared to fucking debate me. You will never fucking man up and actually confront me in a fucking VC and use your own fucking voice because you're an extremely anxious and nervous little pussy. You're extremely anxious and fucking nervous. All you can do is go behind your fucking keyboard and talk that shit. And by the way, that website you're going on has posted CP on it many, many times where you're getting your shit from. The 4chan ripoff that's for leftists or whatever, that website that you browse and you go on, yeah. Let me tell you something, Bitter El Panada. There's nothing you can fucking do about my rise. Absolutely fucking nothing. You are so bitter and lonely sitting by yourself in Argentina, even though you have an expat status. That is so sad. So in bitterness, you sit on Twitter all day and talk shit to me and try to pry into the details of my personal life and then fail miserably. But then when we talk about your personal life, that's when things get really, really sad, Bitter El Panada, because I've heard how you talked. I've heard how you speak on stream. You can't hold a conversation with women. You can't talk to women. The only thing women feel when you fucking speak to them is absolute fucking revulsion, and they recoil because you sound like a fucking creep. You sound like an absolute fucking creep, Bitter El Panada. And you know this, Bitter El Panada. I know what I'm saying, what I've said on Twitter really has gotten under your fucking skin because you know it's true, Bitter El Panada. You know exactly everything I'm fucking saying is 100 fucking % true. You know it's true, and I know it's true. You know the fact that you're really socially awkward and you have a hard time holding a conversation and going with the flow and actually spitting game and being charming and making women laugh and being funny and being able to talk to them. You're an extremely introverted, shy, and awkward person. That's why all you can do is sit in your little cave and seethe all day. And that's why you're watching me now, Bitter El Panada. Why are you watching me now if not for that reason? That's exactly why you're watching me now. And if you think that watching me or doing anything malicious toward me is somehow going to reverse that, it's not. No matter what happens to me, Bitter El Panada, you will know deep down and in your bones with every fiber of your being that I'm correct.
Do Canadian shipping, you asshole.
Dropping the meme, it's just 6 inches above where the camera line cuts out. It's right on top of this one.
Could we show it on stream quick? Would that be fine?
Yeah, shit, sure. It's really good. Hold on.
Sure. I just want to show people because people actually don't know. Like, they see the front plate. They don't see all the plates.
You are literally fucking angels. You are literally fucking angels. You are literally saints. They're gonna fucking write about you in the history books as saints. You wanna know why? Because despite literally everyone being against me, you stand with me. You don't get any encouragement or validation by anyone for doing that. Nobody gives you credit. Nobody gives you validation. Nobody shows you any love for fucking doing that. But you still do it just because you believe in it. There's no crowd. There's no fucking tribe. There's no hive mind. There's no fucking mob on Twitter. There's no fucking lefty culture that's supporting this stance that you're fucking taking it. You're doing it out of conviction and out of belief. And that is something they will never have. They have their positions out of convention. We have our positions out of conviction. That's what separates them from us. We are an army that is united by belief. We are united by faith and by belief and by conviction. And that is what makes a fucking army more than anything. That's why the fucking US got its fucking ass kicked in Afghanistan. It don't matter how mighty your military is or how many people are in your fucking military. When you have belief, when you have conviction, you can take down a fucking empire.
Mr. Male Feminist? Hello? Feminism!
Thank you, Jenna.
Feminism, can you fix your mic, Mr. Male Feminist? Mr. Male Feminist, can you fix your mic? Let's talk about feminism. Feminism! Please give me pussy. Oh, Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess, please give me pussy. I promise to worship you. If I heap praise upon women and say good things about women, surely the chance and the day will come that I will get pussy. Oh, yes. Okay, Mr. Male Feminist. What do you have to say? Mr. Male Feminist? Mr. Male Feminist? Hello? When does your mic work? This is not very feminist of you, if I must say so. This is, extremely misogynistic that you would do this. Extremely toxic. It's just like Socialism for All said, this is extremely toxic masculinity. I've learned the anatomy of the vagina, and now I can finally talk to women. Hey, did you know that I know the anatomy of the vagina? Just like Socialism for All said, toxic masculinity must be combated, and as long as I do that, I will get pussy, and I will have no issues getting pussy, right? His mic doesn't work. This dumb fuck. Mr. Male Feminist, want to hear your voice? Well, anyway, while you're fixing your mic, we will talk about the fine details of... Okay, so I'm the type of communist guy that where I emphasize women. I really love quoting Rosa Luxemburg to show what a feminist I am. I talk about women's empowerment. And I just want to tell you, I'm for women. I'm for women. Okay? I am definitely one of... Yeah, I love empowering women. And women are becoming so empowered when I say her instead of his. And when I don't say humanity, I say folks, okay? Humanity with a man in it. I say folks, okay? Excuse me, women. I need pussy. I'm a feminist. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I have adopted the religion of feminism, in which I am hoping one day for a drop of pussy from the divine. Please reward me, Mother Goddess. I have done everything you've asked of me. Reward me with some pussy. Excuse me, male feminist. Fellow male feminist. Fellow male feminist. I voted for Hillary. It's her turn. Hey, it's her turn. Her turn. You fucking Bernie bros. Bernie, get the fuck out of here, Bernie. It's her turn, Bernie. You men have had your chance. It's her turn. Everyone always talks about Lenin, but no one ever talks about Rosa Luxemburg. And I'm gonna do that.
I don't understand why his own wife would spit on his grave after he died. That's kind of a red flag right there, especially when he was...
Maybe he broke her heart. Maybe he broke her heart. Thank you, Sean. Maybe he broke her heart.
See you.
Yeah, broke her heart, but imagine being that vindictive as an ex-wife.
Well,
it usually doesn't happen.
Okay.
Usually doesn't happen.
So what? What's your point?
That's all I have to say.
What's your point? He was involved in a lot of drama with a lot of women. So what? So was Engels. I have been too. I've been involved in drama. I've broken hearts.
That's your own fault.
Yeah, I've broken hearts. I've broken hearts.
That is actually your broken hearts. No, you've also made very sexist and egregious comments against Luna Oy, for example.
No.
Claiming that she's a slave to her American.
No.
That's what you wrote.
No.
That's what you wrote.
Actually, no. That dirtbag Haas, he actually wrote an entire Substack that actually revealed everything that actually happened, and I disagree with it so much, right? But that's just not what he said. And another thing too is that I watch Luna Oy every single day. So how dare you? I watch Luna Oy every single day before I go to bed, and I really look up to Luna Oy, and I am a big fan, okay, to say the least. I'm a feminist, okay? Just like you. We're both feminists here.
Well, I'm on the debate to kind of argue against that. I don't think somebody who's bragging about domineering women on a regular basis can be called...
I have never domineered any women. As a matter of fact, every time I am graced with the ability for a woman to so much as speak to me, I cry because of how beautiful it is that after so much oppression by men, women would give me a chance and forgive me. And I just thank them for 70 days, every single day. And I give them good morning, beautiful text. And good morning, beautiful. And I give them paragraphs pontificating upon my thoughts. And one day, they may so as to grace me with sexual intercourse, which, mind you, I will be very gentle, very gentle. I will be very, very soft, and I will make sure that my PP is small because I don't want them to be hurt. I actually am going to the doctor to get penis reduction surgery because I don't want to hurt women.
By the way, I still haven't found this claim that Engels has slept around with another person's.
I'll look it up.
He had 2 wives.
Okay. Let's look it up.
So I still haven't seen that, by the way.
How Friedrich Engels' radical lover helped him father. Engels. There's literally a bunch of fucking PDFs. Engels and women intimately of pleasure agency.
So it's just talking about his wife and his sister, but that's kind of known, and that was done with consent of all parties. So it's not like the same
I didn't
thing
call
as,
him a rapist. I didn't call him a rapist. I said he slept with people's wives and he slept around. Obviously, it was consensual.
No, I'm just talking about your claim that he was sleeping with other wives other than
Yes, he was.
The wife and the sister. Okay, where is that? Where is that claim? I don't see it anywhere. Just point me
Look
to
it
the
up.
article.
If you're educated, you'll be able to find it. Just look it up. You're on Google. You're Googling this whole time.
Well, yeah, because you told me to look it up, and I still can't find it anywhere, man. I'm finding his wife and his sister, which is well known about, but I'm not.
What about sister?
I still can't find it. Engel's wife and his wife's sister, because they had that polygamous relationship, but I don't know where you can find the.
He talked about it with Marx and who's that? One of those young Hegelians guy that he's Engels slept with his wife. Who's he talking about again? Was it Moses Hess?
So it was a letter to Moses Hess.
Sybil Pesch. In order to redress the injustice of society, although they remained happily married until Hess's death, Sybil may have had an affair with Frederick Engels while he was smuggling her from Belgium to France to be reunited with her husband. That's one of the first cases.
Where is this?
Look it up. Frederick Engels, Moses Hess' wife.
Friedrich Engels, Moses Hess' wife. Now, I'm just asking this because before, when you had a debate with Rainer Shea, you had said something about the indigenous tribe in Oklahoma being disproportionately large in comparison to the rest of the racial.
Yeah, the indigenous tribe in Oklahoma doesn't have any fucking sovereignty. So that was actually a lie by Rainer Shea. It's actually not true.
Well, in that case, both of you were lying. Because you had lied about saying that the reason why you can do that is because
they were bigger in the region that they're in.
Well, not according to the statistics. It's the same ratio as nationwide.
Okay, show us.
Show
us. Their population distribution in Western Oklahoma or whatever, Eastern Oklahoma, in relation to the rest of the country. It's not. I don't know what you're talking out of your ass. Well, by the way, did you know pee doesn't come out of the butt, right?
Yes, I know that.
Okay, I'm just making sure. A lot of misogynists are going around saying that, and I just want to make sure you know that. Continue.
So Eastern Oklahoma.
By the way, did you know? Hold on. Did you know I know that women don't pee out of? Hold on. Women do not pee out of the butt. Did you know I knew that? And I know that because I'm a feminist, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you know how many? Did you know women have 3 holes?
I don't know why you have decided to make it your business to assert what's going on with the lower.
Did you know? Did you know that?
But
nah, he didn't know that, did you? Got him. We got him.
Well,
we got him. You didn't know that. You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, there is a third hole. Yep.
Look, I
He didn't
I
know.
about my fiance and I know about my ex-girlfriends and
Nah, you didn't know. I told you.
Look, I'm not here to
you need to become a better feminist. You are harming women's rights. You are harming women's rights.
How am I harming women's rights?
Because you don't acknowledge the urethra. You don't pay enough attention to it, and you don't talk about it enough. Say the urethra's name. Say its name. The urethra. Say its name. Sexist pig.
Okay, there's urethra. Why are you obsessing over the urethra or whether women have two holes?
I am not obsessing over it, you pig. I am not obsessing over it. Just because you don't know how women pee or how vaginas work doesn't mean I'm obsessing over it. I'm a male feminist. Okay?
You are obsessing over it.
No, I'm not. You need to know. You need to know how women pee. You need to know how women pee or they will never have rights.
I don't know why you've lost your mind on reverse.
No, I haven't. You're harming women's rights. You're harming women's rights. Say its name. Say its name.
Oh my.
Say its name. 3 holes, not 2. Say its name. Say it.
Look, if you wanna
say it.
Look, if you wanna argue with yourself, go ahead.
No, say its name.
I'm not going to be.
Continue.
Look,
Continue. Sexist pig.
Look, I'm not going to be.
Okay, sexist
really
pig. Continue. Oh, so you're giving up?
I'm really not. I'm not giving up. I'm.
Okay, sexist pig. Continue. Swerve. Cancelled. You're canceled. Do you know that? You're canceled. How dare you, you sexist pig?
For what?
Because you hate sex workers.
I'm generally against prostitution.
Really? How many holes are there? How many holes are there?
It's not my business. And
oh, it's not your business. Typical male behavior. It's not your business. You know, in a true feminist world, men would use their mouth as the toilet bowl, and then it would be their business. Now, wouldn't it?
Look, if that's what
we have to save the environment, and we are wasting a lot of water with toilets and toilet bowls, and men who were destroying the planet have to take responsibility. And all I have to say to my fellow men is open wide, and you will know about the third hole.
Look, if you want to do
reactionary,
or not, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Do you hold on? Are you a vegan? Are you a vegan?
No, I'm not.
What?
I'm not a vegan. I'm not even a vegetarian.
You scumbag speciesist. So you're better than animals? You're a murderer. Meat is murder, and you're killing the planet. Meat is murder. Meat is murder.
You know, there are.
You don't even know where pee comes from. You don't even know where pee comes from. You don't even know how women's vaginas work, you fucking pig. You're sitting here eating meat.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, did you know that pee doesn't come out of the butt. Ha! You didn't know. Ha ha! Napoleon gave the peasants land when he freed them from serfdom. Peasants owned the land after the French Revolution.
No, in many ways, he argued for private relations, and it ended up creating the kulak. So, like, it's
Who
not
created
like,
the kulak?
Well, the kulaks came from the private from the logic of private ownership of the means of production. The land was collectivized and it was under the ownership of the state under the revolution. So it was very different. The kolkhozes were a very different organization of peasant society from what was going on before. I mean, this argument that it was not something brand new is kind of a ridiculous one, honestly.
Okay, but all you said was that the peasants own the land. I don't get what the fuck your point is.
So my argument that it's like the peasants own the land through the state.
Yes, it was the first socialist state in history. What is your point? No one denied it was the first socialist or communist state in history. What is your fucking point?
My point is revolution is inherently.
So what is socialism? What does socialism do?
Socialism is about moving forward. It's not about.
None of it fucking means anything. It's just stupid online dunking shit. Hars has tapped into it very cleverly. Fair play to him. Listen, if you're fucking dunking on him for all this shit constantly, you're the mug fucking promoting him. I'm sick of it. I'm taking a hard line in the sand on this one. None of it fucking means anything. It's just stupid online dunking shit. Hars has tapped into it very cleverly. Fair play to him. Listen, if you're fucking dunking on him for all this shit constantly, you're the mug fucking promoting him. I'm sick of it. I'm taking a.
I like Chud Logic. I always liked him. He's actually an OG. I don't know why. He's such a cool person, but he's DM'd me before. I can vouch and say Chud Logic is an OG. He's a very. I almost feel bad because when he was on the Zerka show, I was probably being annoying or whatever, but he's actually a fucking. He's actually a really cool guy, really good guy. Really principled, honest guy. You'd think it was a joke when I said I'll get up and walk away, but it's actually not a joke. Like, I could understand if you don't have a ton, but nothing, I'll literally get up from the restaurant, go into my car, and fucking start crying. If you followed me on Twitter, you would know that. Can we be best friends? I'm about to ban you. What the fuck kind of thing like that is? Who the fuck would say that?
If the markets were already factoring in, expecting a 10% decline, and it was...
I'll literally ban you. If you say, can we be best friends one more time, you're actually getting banned. I'm not even lying.
8%. Things were better than expected, so the stock exchange might have gone up. But to expect 10% and to have 20% and the stock exchange to go up, something else was going on. I know what it is. I'll take
Pedals, we can't be around each other. Do you understand? We can't be around each other. Because here's the thing. I don't want to be your friend, Pedals. After what you told me that you got something going on, okay. But still, you know what I mean? Still. Guys, this is a textbook example. This is how women try to divide men.
Go in the buyer company. Let's say a company that provides health services. It's got
You know why I'm being distracted right now? Is because I literally haven't jacked off in like 3 days. What hole does pee come out of? I know the hole that it goes inside, and it's your mouth. Right? That's the hole that goes inside.
And the most important value of liberty.
Bruh, I need some top. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so distracted right now. I'm so fucking distracted right now. It's literally hard to stream.
Liberalism, which is personal sovereignty, goes. Think of the youngsters. I used to be a professor up until a few years ago. I still am.
This is why I need like a stay-at-home. You know what I mean? No, I'm not hard. I'm just tired. Can I just let you guys know something? For real? This I should do like a deal, a partnership to get it sponsored. This literally tastes like sex. This actually tastes like sex. I'm not even lying. It tastes so fucking good. This actually tastes like fucking sex. Views down. You know what, dude? Come back tomorrow. Don't fucking tell me something I know, okay? Don't tell me something I know. I literally left to the bathroom, and if they don't come back up, I'll just end the stream.
I'm not sick of the bullshit. You ready? Destiny talking shit. Dylan Burns can't even spit. I'm going after everybody one by one. You don't gotta get it on the run. Chasing after you in the car. Running fast down in the bass bar. I'm a King Kong swinging through the city. Eiffel Tower on that bitch. Empire State Building. I don't give a shit. Spider-Man, you got your webs. Crush you in my hand. Put you down back in the bed. Tuck you in at night. Kiss you on the forehead. Goodbye, cause you not gonna wake up in the moorhead. Morning on the school block. Backpack on the school drop. Driving in the school bus. Out of trunk a big truck. Got a pickup truck. Now you stuck. Back in the way the butt. In the truck. What the fuck? Going to the gym. There you see it is him. Lifting 65 pounds. I don't have any more rounds. There are a lot of bullets. Catch one in the car and you catch one in the mullets. 1982, time I shoot. Got no on the roof. I don't give a fuck about what chat says. I'm the best in the game and you don't know what I said. Rap God, more like rap bitch. Can't even rap. On the tap, on the whap. MGK coming after Eminem. Who's them? When? Back when I came on the 44 them. Voting Democrat like a stupid bitch. In the poll booth wasting time, Lilo and Stitch. The auntie from Lilo and Stitch. Can get it when I get in the... I don't gotta know what I'll do. All you gotta know is who. Got a contact in a network. Alaska to Hawaii on the bedwork. Minecraft Java edition. Time to make a collision. I'm mining blocks every day. Diamond, steel, iron and clay. Don't even try to come up. Real hood shit on the cup up. Diamond pickaxe. Fortnite Victory Royale. Got a slurp juice. I don't give a fuck. I'm number one. Gotta taking them all out. Building like a big drought. Then I got my drop a clout. Ninja on the big style. PewDiePie is a bitch and I don't care. Wanna mess with me? I don't care. I got more on my ass hair. Dingleberry like a pear. Take a bite. It's a fright. What's my height? 5'9". More like Block 9. Damn. That was just a warm up. That was just a warm up. That was just a warm up. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Twitch wants to play games with me, so I'll indulge. Play games with me like I am in the arcade. Playing Nintendo all day. Call me Super Mario because I like a fat ass. Back with the grass and I get a coin to bass. Sonic the Hedgehog, he's a little too fast. But you know what? I'ma get the bass. They want my soul. Can you think that's for sale. I'm trying to say, I'ma keep it to me, and I'm not gonna let you pay. And trying to get in my soul, you can't have it as whole. Saying of what's going on. Travis Scott went to home. He thinks he's the king of prom. Devil in disguise on a bomb. Walk into a Freemasonry. The architect, all you can see. The all-seeing eye is for me. Break it through the sky, now you be. I see an all-seeing eye through the sky, piercing at me. And I grab my sword. Poke out that all-seeing eye. Free the great blue sky. Genghis Khan rising.
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Okay. Fuck everybody. Okay. Fuck everybody. Everybody on Twitter is a big bitch. I don't give a shit if you got a 40k stitch. 40k followers after me on my trail. Bitch, you are moving at the pace of a snail. Infrared's rising faster than the speed of light. You see my mic. Talking shit about me on Twitter.com. Bitch, you got left out at prom. You a biggest nerd in high school, gonna come up, went back on Twitter talking shit. Now you watch Chapo, Trap House, and all that dumb shit. Come town, you a motherfucking VSA stooge. AOC the Democrats like you lose. Telling us to go out and vote for the party of the KKK. Vote for the party that was in the South during the times of the Confederacy. You don't think I can see all the lies you're spinning and weaving? Don't fuck with me, all you bitches on Twitter. American talking shit on the Twitter. You got me, you got mad, you got time. Let me tell you right now, you ain't a dime. I don't give a fuck what you trying to say, cause I'm rolling out here, walking nuts out in hay. Walking on the sidewalk, got a big tide walk. No wide walk. Got no wide walk. I'm wide as hell. I don't give a fuck, I'm not falling for your spell. Talking shit about me, 10,000 likes. Ratio me down the type. Wait until I get 1 million likes. Don't try to fuck with me, I'm a pipe. You not my type. I don't give a fuck about you. I already posting a shoe. Talking shit about me. Do you not think I can see? See past the lies and the crimes. You know it's the end times. On my way, 1 million followers day by day. I'm in the school, I'm reading theory. The theory of Kanye West. The theory of David Lynch. The very best. Winning the Wild West. They would only ask why it wasn't worth it. I can guarantee that for you or for me, you are gonna make a mistake. The biggest mistake you could ever possibly make. Got some leaves you gotta rake. Fall's coming, winter's not taking breaks. Can you wait? When my bitch walks, her ass quake. Hurricane, earthquake. On the floor, back on the break. I'm a dragon in the sky. Wings flap when I breathe fire like a pie. I breathe fire from my dick. And no, that's not a trick. You couldn't even handle me. Samurai, can't you see? I'ma sheath it out, slice you up. You gonna drive a truck. All you can do is get your license. License?
bison. You can't even like them. Try to find shit that rhyme. Excuse me, is that a crime? No, you're judging me, but can't you see all the hypocrisy of the ones who hate me? That's right. I'm not a fright. When it was light. Times are changing. Times are changing. Fuck. Fuck, dude. I'm so good at this. I'm so fucking good at it. This is the tweet that I gave everyone an open challenge to debate about. This is the one they all piled on me for, right? So your job is to basically defend the person I was responding to, right? Yeah. So she goes, you don't know how many holes a vagina has. So how many holes are in a vagina?
How many holes are in a vagina, you said?
Yeah.
Well, there are 3 holes.
There's 3 holes inside of a vagina.
Yeah, there's 3 holes inside of a vagina, if you think about it. First of all...
Okay, what are the 3 holes inside of a vagina?
There's the urethra, the vaginal canal, and then the anus, which is connected to the vagina.
Okay. So you're actually... So I hope you have your Twitter ready. And I don't know if we're going to have to actually...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I don't know if you have your Twitter ready, but here's what I said. Thing I'm getting attacked for is calling the vulva the vagina. There are no holes in a vagina. It's the point. If you think that's a stupid technicality, you're just admitting the drama bomb is overblown. Okay, so the vulva and the vagina aren't actually the same thing. The urethra, the clit, and the vagina are inside the vulva. Okay? The anus has nothing to do with it, by the way. So you got that wrong. I'm subtracting 50 points from that.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what the cloaca is?
That has nothing to do with what So make your Twitter and admit you were wrong.
Wait, hold up, because you're not even listening to my arguments.
What's your argument?
The cloaca, which exists, remind you, it only exists in amphibians, birds.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether what I said was wrong or correct.
The humans have a cloaca, which is the universal hole.
Okay, we're talking about whether what I said was wrong or correct.
You're wrong because humans have one hole only.
Yeah, that's not true.
How is it not true? Because humans evolved from the cloaca. We used to have cloacas, and then as we evolved, we essentially got rid of those.
No, that's okay. That has nothing to do with the argument, though. The argument about is whether whether you can call a vulva a vagina, whether you can say there are holes inside of a vagina, and that's simple as that. There are no holes inside of a fucking vagina. The vagina is literally a word for the hole, the vaginal orifice. That's what a vagina is, which is inside of the vulva. There's no fucking... The urethra is not inside the vagina. There aren't fucking... the anus is not fucking inside of the vagina.
The vagina is a giant organ. It's like its own organism. It has many parts to it. It's like an onion. It has layers. The urethra is a part of the vagina.
No, it's not. That's the fucking vulva.
Dude, just because it's classified under one big thing doesn't mean it doesn't have parts to it.
That's the vulva. It's a technical error that I made on fucking Kiana's show. That's what I got fucking piled on for. And then this person made the same mistake that I did, and apparently everyone revealed they don't know anything about anatomy.
Okay, dude, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna make the tweet right now.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Okay. Bye-bye. Here we go! Here we go! Spreading the truth! There are only 2 holes! Whoa! There are only 2 holes! Whoa! There are only 2 holes! Whoa! Yeah. People trying to say that there are 3, but the truth will come out and you will see there are only 2 that we can be. There are... There are only 2 holes. Whoa! There are only two holes. Whoa. 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 They're saying lies. They are trying to say, and they despise. All my haters are rallying under the flag of the three-hole lie. There are only two holes. Whoa. There are only two holes. Whoa. There are only two holes. Whoa. There are only two holes here. There are only two holes. There are only two holes. Whoa.
Only two holes. There are only two. And who
could have knew the truth? There are only two holes. Whoa. Oh man, okay, it's
The fairness doctrine on the grounds that it violated the First Amendment. Now, many argue by nixing the fairness doctrine, it gave rise to Fox News, which I'm going to spare you all the nitty and gritty details, like how it wouldn't really apply to cable news because they don't have a public broadcast license. But for the most part, yes, it did give life to a right wave of voices, most notably the late Rush Limbaugh. Throughout the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections, a common narrative heard by the right was their voices were being censored by left-leaning big tech social media giants like Facebook and Twitter. Well, in the news on the left, your MSNBC and CNN, it was Russia, 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 the Steele dossier, which was just proven to be a bunch of baloney, and the Russian bots consuming Facebook with right-wing propaganda that helped Donald Trump win. Well, on the right, Fox News, it was the witch hunt against Donald Trump and how the election was rigged. Each side was neither fair nor balanced. So in the case of the elections in Nicaragua, much of the same is being played out. And while here in the United States, our media blasted the censorship of, quote, opposition accounts, well, now the media is all for the censorship of those who support elected incumbent Daniel Ortega, who is dubbed a word that both the left and the right hate, a socialist. Now, last month...
Damn. You hear that? Both the left and the right hate that word. That's facts. In Latin America, or whatever.
Just before the Nicaraguan elections, Facebook announced it removed more than 900 accounts accusing people in support of President Ortega for being bots.
Guys, imagine still having a Facebook. Damn. Guys, I want to tell you the truth. Do not delete your fucking Facebook, guys. You guys want to know what Facebook is? Facebook is the end of the line of life. All the people washed up from high school, they got nowhere to go in life, they're at the end of the road. Facebook's the last resort. I deleted mine a long time ago. Delete your Facebook, guys. Delete it. Delete your fucking Facebook.
Or trolls. Facebook writing, quote, they posted negative commentary about the opposition using hundreds of fake accounts to promote these posts. People like this were called trolls.
Mi nombre es Ligia Sevilla. No soy un bot, no soy un troll y he sido censurada de mis redes sociales. ¿Acaso Facebook no nos permite ser sandinistas?
No somos unos bots, como dice Facebook, o unos troles que estamos robotizados, pues valga la redundancia. Un saludo, le recordamos pues que cuenta que nos cierren, cuenta que vamos a seguir abriendo.
Now, the ballots have been counted, and Ortega won 75% of the vote. But before the winner was
Viva Sandinista!
even announced, you had President Joe Biden calling the election a sham, arguing Ortega has been jailing journalists and members of the opposition party.
So you, he's jailing journalists. So you, he's jailing members of the opposition. So you,
Yeah, good. I don't even know if he is or not, but if he is, I applaud him.
party, that opposition party being in favor of democracy. What's very interesting, though, when digging into this, you find out there is a news channel in Nicaragua called 100% Noticias that, according to this, you find out there is a news channel in Nicaragua when digging in favor of democracy. What's very interesting, though, find favor of democracy.
Okay, I got scared for a second. Fuck. I'm gonna be more smart.
Called 100% Noticias that, according to reports, it's all funded by the United States. Well, in 2018, the offices were raided and the new...
Remember when they said Russian interference? Do you know the fucking extent of U.S. interference in Nicaragua? Do you know how fucking extensive it is? And U.S. talks about Russian interference in our elections and our sovereign democracy? Shut the fuck up! CNN, New York Times, piece of shit! Fuck you!
News director and one of its journalists were jailed, accused of inciting terrorism in the 2018...
Dirty ass apartment doesn't even know what a vulva is.
Dude, I think you commented this because... you're a little frustrated in your life. You're a little frustrated in your life. And hold on, guys. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about this, okay? We're gonna talk about this. You're a little depressed in life, little disappointed and frustrated. You're not getting any pussy. You're not getting any head. You're not getting any big booty bitches. You're not getting any 5-minute doggy. You ain't getting shit. You're very lonely and you're desperate just to get a little ounce of something. And the way you're coping with it is you're going on my Twitch and saying mean things to me, but it still doesn't fill the hole inside that's missing because your crush is getting piped and getting her walls blown out by some other guy that she chose instead of you. You little bitch. Yeah, so you come into my Twitch chat talking shit. It'll alleviate the pain. The pain just don't go away. Bruh, I'm telling you, your girl's having very aggressive doggy with another man. She's really getting piped. I'm not even lying about that, by the way. It's not even a joke. The girl you were interested in and have a crush on, really getting piped by another dude. Probably right now, too. I'm not even lying about that, by the way. It's really happening. Like really, dude, that dude's probably super aggressive, dude. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Grunting and shit, man. It's really happening. Trust me, I ain't even lying about that. I'm not even lying about that. It ain't even a joke. It ain't even a joke. It ain't even a joke. It's probably happening. I promise you it's happening, actually. Ain't no way. If she's above a 6 out of 10, it's definitely happening. Ain't no girl single these days. So it's definitely happening. You got an ex-girlfriend, you got a girl you're interested in, you got a crush on her. She getting piped very aggressively too. I ain't lying. Ain't even a joke. Motherfucker. You think girls out here just sit alone all that night? Probably multiple dudes too. Probably running a train on them. She don't even give you shit. Even in my chat talking shit. That's why you coping with it. Damn. Okay, let's continue.
18 Nicaraguan protests. Gee, I wonder where I've heard that before. Oh yeah, January 6th. Remember that brief period of time?